On the eve of being forced into battle, the transmigrator unexpectedly activated a mysterious copper token head obtained after a year of raising chickens. This talent tree system might just change his grim fate in this foreign world. Outside a shabby thatched hut on the continent of Awester, Luolin grabbed a handful of oats and tossed them to his two hens. Only he could see the faint glow rising from the chickens, drifting into the rusty, square copper token in his hand and vanishing into the circular groove at its center. A year ago, he had accidentally found himself in this world where even the right of the first night for serfs belonged to the Lord. The copper token, unearthed by his hens, had given him a glimmer of hope. Yet after a year of hard work, the token had absorbed only a faint light and shown no other changes, making his grand ambitions gradually fade. Ironbrand, something terrible has happened. A skinny, freckled young man named Finchao came running over, out of breath and holding a manure scoop. Ironbrand was the name given to Luolin by Baron Bruna. It wasn't pleasant, but at least it was better than Finchao. It turned out that a freeman attendant of Knight Dorn had fallen ill, and Luolin was chosen to join the campaign against the Frostland barbarians. For an unarmed serf, this was no different from a death sentence. Faking illness would only be exposed, and running away meant execution plus. There were wild beasts and bandits outside the village. Don't worry, we'll take good care of your chickens, Finchao promised solemnly. Luolin decided that before leaving, he would at least enjoy one good meal and stew the chickens. But just as he scattered the last handful of oats, the copper token suddenly clicked open like a book, revealing an illustration of a withered tree labeled Breeding Talent Tree. The tree had two branches, food breeding and combat breeding, each requiring 10 copper coins to unlock. As a serf, a year's labor barely covered food after taxes, but desperate to survive, Luolin resolved to sell everything he owned. With Finchao's help, he loaded his food and turnips onto a wheelbarrow and headed for the market. In the end, he traded with the Baron's grain buyer and received 8 silver coins and 95 copper coins. He immediately checked the unlock options. The food branch allowed him to breed giant eggs and premium ducks, while the combat branch offered fierce hounds and fine horses. Without hesitation, Luolin took out a silver coin and unlocked the fierce hound talent. As soon as the silver coin disappeared, the changes it brought began to manifest. Under the silhouette of the fierce dog, the previously blurry words fierce dog instantly became clearer, more solid, and even started to glow faintly. Right after that, a new line of text appeared in Luolin's vision beneath it. Beginner. Fierce dog has been activated. Beginner. Absolute loyalty. The dog you raise will be absolutely loyal and obedient. Requires 1 dog 1 silver coin to unlock. Absolute loyalty. Seeing this, Luolin couldn't help but feel delighted. This talent was clearly something valuable. With such a fierce dog by his side, his sense of security would greatly increase, and he could finally experience what it truly meant to set the dog loose at the door. Now, the only thing left was to find a dog to unlock this talent. He whispered, Lao Tai, you're practically a rich man now. Finchao glanced at him suspiciously, but couldn't help nodding in agreement. That much money is a fortune for a serf. He paused, then looked a bit worried. But you've lost all your food. What are you going to do next? Buy a dog, Luolin replied confidently. Buy a dog? Finchao stared at him in disbelief, his face incredulous. Are you out of your mind? Did Lord Duolin's campaign scare you silly? Have you forgotten who we are? Where would you get the spare money or time to keep a dog? To Finchao, Luolin's decision was completely incomprehensible. With no food left, he was still thinking about getting a dog? That was just crazy, absolutely insane. I'm not crazy, and I haven't lost my mind. Luolin glanced at Finchao's bewildered expression, the corner of his mouth lifting slightly. Tell me, if you ever had the chance to become a free man, what would you do? If that day ever came. Finchao rubbed his chin and thought seriously for a moment. I'd just keep farming for Lord Duolin. After all, in his domain, there are no bandits or barbarians, and as long as we pay enough grain, things are fine. And then, get married, have kids, and keep farming for Lord Duolin. Finchao looked at him, answering calmly and naturally. Luolin nodded, sighing inwardly. Finchao's thoughts were no different from most serfs. They took this way of life for granted. But from the moment he crossed into this world, Luolin had never intended to leave his fate to chance. At the very least, he wanted a name of his own, a piece of land to call his own, and, most importantly, to protect his future wife's first night. Lao Tai, don't go thinking you can earn your freedom through war. That's just not realistic. Life as it is now isn't so bad. Finchao turned and smiled. Of course, if you ever do get lucky and become a free, wealthy farmer, buy my freedom and it'll come farm for you. Deal. Luolin nodded, already forming new plans in his mind. The idea of leading a serf uprising was completely out of the question now. After spending time with them, he realized these people were too set in their ways. He simply couldn't inspire them. So his new plan was to become a free man through his own efforts, then see what else he might accomplish. Before long, they arrived at the dog seller's stall. Most of the dogs were puppies, with only a few adults. Luolin glanced at the puppies. but his mind was already made up. Lao Tai, I know your mind's made up, Fan Xiao muttered, but I think you'd be better off with a mutt puppy. Big dogs eat a lot, and they're expensive too. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Luolin ignored Fan Xiao's advice, his gaze unwavering. For him, this trip wasn't about buying a dog for fun, it was about getting a dog that could immediately be put to use. Buying a puppy would just waste his silver, and besides, as a serf, he couldn't take a dog to the battlefield. What he needed was an adult dog, one that could survive in the wild and follow him discreetly. This goal wasn't out of reach. He knew the rules for traveling well. When a knight set out, there would always be scouts and sentries ahead and behind along the road. This arrangement left plenty of room for maneuver, especially on the battlefield, where war dogs were involved. The opportunities multiplied. Finally, Roland's gaze settled on a large, powerfully built dog, standing about 90 centimeters at the shoulder. Its coat was a striking mix of black and gray, its muscles well-defined, giving it a particularly imposing appearance. He turned to the dog merchant and asked, "How much for this one?" 2 silvers and 99 coppers, the merchant replied. "You have to understand, this is a purebred Erlin wolfhound. That expensive? How much copper can it bring in a day?" Roland raised his eyebrows in surprise. "My friend," the merchant said with a dismissive smile, "it's already 5 years old. If it were any younger, I wouldn't let it go for less than 4 silvers. Hearing this, Roland paused to think. He knew that large dogs like this didn't have long lifespans. Their prime years were usually between 1.5 to 4.5 years old. Still, even at 5, the dog could certainly guard a house or property. The price wasn't cheap, but 2 silvers and 99 coppers wasn't outrageous either. The problem was, he didn't have much left in his purse. I can't just spend recklessly, Roland thought to himself. He turned to look at a few other dogs. What about that one? 3 silvers and 39 coppers. And that one? 3 silvers and 29 coppers. Roland checked out several of the cheaper dogs, but found them all lacking. Some were old, others disabled, and none looked capable of doing serious work. In the end, he realized he'd have to grit his teeth and pay more for a good one. "So, are you buying or not?" "Stop asking about the prices already," the dog merchant said impatiently. Had already pegged the two as tenant farmers from the Dorn Knight's estate, poor folk who liked to haggle. "Damn you, Soros. Give me my money back." At that moment, a breathless hunter, clearly a freeman, strode over, dragging a dog whose mouth was tied with coarse burlap. He shouted angrily, "This dog is crazy and stupid. It doesn't listen to commands and bites everything, even livestock and poultry. No wonder you only sold it to me for 2 silvers and 50 coppers. Do you take me for a fool? You'd better give me a refund." "No way, my friend. I trained it well," the dog merchant argued. "This is your idea of well-trained?" The hunter snapped, holding up a dead hen. "This chicken lays eggs every day, and now your mad dogs killed it. You owe me a refund and compensation." "I can refund you, but I'm not paying compensation." "Oh, really? Want to see what my fists feel like?" The hunter glared, his presence suddenly intimidating. Roland stood to the side, studying the dog the hunter had brought. The burlap muzzle kept it from biting, but allowed it to breathe. It stood about 80 centimeters at the shoulder, with a sturdy frame, well-defined muscles, and weighed around 60 kilograms. Its fur was sleek and black, with distinctive tan markings on its face, chest, and legs. Most striking were the 2 symmetrical brown spots above its eyes, what locals called 4 eyes, giving it an extra air of menace. Roland's heart skipped a beat. This dog looked just like the Mongolian mastiffs had seen in his previous life. The hunter's complaints about it being crazy and stupid made him wonder if the animal might have rabies. With that thought, Roland paid closer attention to the dog, his suspicions steadily growing. If the dog really was sick, and judging by its aggression toward poultry, it should already be in the rabid stage. Logically, it ought to have symptoms like hydrophobia, sensitivity to light, muscle tremors, loss of coordination, staggering, collapsing, drooling, and even difficulty breathing. But this dog showed none of those signs. Instead, it tilted its head and stared fixedly at Luolin, who was observing it. The moment their eyes met, Luolin immediately realized that this dog had never been properly trained. In fact, it might still be waiting for its true owner. Especially at that instant when their eyes locked, a faint buzzing sounded in Luolin's mind, a rare sensation, like encountering something unfamiliar. The odd feeling made his heart skip a beat. Luolin made up his mind. He had to take this dog home. After a lengthy argument, the dog vendor finally returned the hunter's money and even paid an extra 10 copper coins to settle the matter. As the hunter left, the vendor cursed under his breath. "Damn it, there's nothing wrong with my dog. I just ran into a swindler." Once the hunter was gone, he bent down, grabbed a stick, and, furious, pointed it at the dog that had cost him money. "You worthless mutt. Made me pay out of pocket today, they'll beat you to death." "Wait," Luolin suddenly spoke, reaching out to stop the vendor. The vendor froze, his face twisted with anger and annoyance. "What do you want? Looking for trouble too?" "No, I'm here to buy the dog," Luolin replied directly. "Buy it." The dog vendor clearly didn't expect this and couldn't help but sneer. "Are you sure?" "I'm sure." "Oh." The vendor looked Luolin up and down, and his anger quickly turned into a smile. My friend, you have a good eye? This mongrel is a fine dog. People just don't understand it, so they reject it. But let me be clear, no returns after you buy it. Standing nearby, Finchao shot Luolin a warning look and whispered, don't buy if this dog attacks poultry and livestock. It's nothing but trouble. The vendor's a real swindler. Of course, Luolin had already made up his mind wasn't going to return it. He needed a dog to unlock the absolute loyalty trait, which was non-negotiable. Right now, his biggest problem was money. But can you give me a better price? Luolin began to bargain. Well then the dog vendor stroked his chin, thinking for a moment. 2 silver and 30 copper. That's already a loss for me. Then you might as well beat it to death. Luolin didn't bother to haggle further, his tone cold. You know, nobody wants a dog that attacks livestock. I don't have to buy it, it's just that I felt sorry seeing you about to beat it. With that, Luolin turned away, ignoring the vendor and preparing to leave. The vendor hesitated for a moment, then hurried after Luolin and grabbed his arm, a sycophantic smile on his face. My friend, your compassion really moves me. 2 silver and 10 copper can't go any lower. 1 silver and 50 copper, Luolin countered directly. You drive a hard bargain. 1 silver and 95 copper, that's my absolute bottom line, the vendor said, backing away with a hint of irritation in his eyes. 1 silver and 60 copper. That's my limit too. Oh, you're killing me here. 1 silver and 85 copper. I can't take too much of a loss, can I? Still a bit steep, Luolin said, squeezing Finchao's shoulder as he spoke, his eyes never leaving the vendor. Finchao winced at the pressure, his expression shifting slightly. At first, he didn't understand, but soon he caught on to Luolin's intention. Immediately pretending to have a sudden realization, Luolin exclaimed, oh right, Lao Tai, you forgot that you have to go to war with Lord Dun the day after tomorrow. Who's going to take care of your dog? He put on an innocent look, his tone full of mock regret. Ah, thanks for reminding me. Now I really can't afford to waste any money. Lao Tai grinned. My friend, 1 silver and 75 copper. Deal. No way, I don't have time to look after a dog. Luolin refused at once. All right then, 1 silver and 60 copper. That's my final offer. Luolin let out a deep sigh, looking conflicted. What can I say? I have a soft heart, can't stand to see it so pitiful. Fine, they'll take the loss. But you have to throw in that dead chicken too. Deal, my friend. Lao Tai agreed without hesitation, a hint of amusement flashing in his eyes. Luolin handed over 1 silver and 60 copper, took the leash, and grabbed the rope tied to the mongrel dog. He hooked the dead chicken to his belt, the soft feathers a reminder of the bargain had just struck. Lao Tai, you really don't mind throwing money away. Finchao shook his head from behind. Look at that dog you just bought, it's even fiercer than the last one. There must be something wrong with it if it's going that cheap. Leading the dog, Luolin walked ahead. The dog's steps were heavy, its build imposing, radiating an unmistakable sense of threat. Luolin turned his head and replied, I know, but I feel like there's some kind of connection between us. The dog seemed even more aggressive now. It no longer showed any friendliness to strangers. Its eyes were fierce, as if ready to attack at any moment. In Luolin's grip, its presence felt more intimidating than ever. At that moment, Luolin sensed something clearly. A surge of energy gathered rapidly inside the dog, and a faint glow drifted from its body into the copper-bound book in his pocket. On the page beneath the dog's portrait, a new image of a black dog appeared. At the same time, the words ferocious hound in the book glimmered briefly before sinking into the black dog's body. This was the moment the black dog received its talent tree empowerment. Its ferocity could finally be unleashed to the fullest. Rolling walked ahead, his fingers gripping a silver coin tightly. He placed it into the groove on the copper book's cover, and immediately, a faint tremor ran through the pages. As the coin vanished, the absolute loyalty trait beneath the image of the dog's head lit up. A soft glow drifted from the illustration and merged into the black dog's body. The dog, usually cold and sharp-eyed, suddenly showed a hint of gentleness in its gaze, even wagging its tail slightly, as if feeling a new sense of closeness for the very first time. Rolling took note of these subtle changes, feeling quietly satisfied. He quickly flipped through the copper-bound book and noticed that beneath the newly activated trait, a new line of text had appeared. Basic. Absolute loyalty unlocked intermediate. Razor-sharp fangs. Able to bite through bone with ease. Requires 2 silver coins to unlock. Bite through bone with ease. Rolling's heart skipped a beat. The description excited him. It was clear that as he invested more money, the black dog's abilities would continue to improve. But he knew he couldn't rush things. He had to test the dog's loyalty and obedience first. Otherwise, every coin spent could be wasted. You're getting a little too confident this time. Branding iron, Finchao called out from a safe distance, still keeping far away from the black dog. It looked much bigger than had expected, almost intimidating, as if it could knock him flying with a single swipe. Even though its mouth was covered with burlap, Finchao didn't dare get any closer. After all, if the dog bit him, the consequences would be serious. Still, he decided to give it a try. If the rumors were true and the dog could really bond with people, Then a hunter wouldn't have brought a dead chicken to argue with a dog dealer. Rolling put the copper-bound book away, stopped, and looked around to make sure no one else was nearby. Then he untied the black dog's leash and fastened it to a small tree. Keeping a safe distance, he stood in front of the dog and pointed to the ground. Sit. The black dog tilted its head, watching this human who kept gesturing. After a moment's hesitation, it bent its hind legs and sat down, giving its tail a few wags, almost as if giving Rolling some face. Huh, maybe that was just a coincidence, Fan Xiao remarked from 10 meters away, not finding it particularly impressive. Rolling gestured again. Stand. The black dog immediately obeyed, springing to its feet, its tail wagging eagerly. Rolling smiled slightly, letting out a silent sigh of relief. This dog was turning out to be quite interesting. Fan Xiao now looked genuinely surprised. The dog actually listens. Guess it's not as dumb as it looks. Rolling felt a surge of joy. It seemed the absolute loyalty trait was worth every coin. He raised his hand and made a circular motion in the air. Roll over. The black dog gave a short bark, as if trying to figure out the command. It tilted its head, thought for a moment, and then, as if understanding, quickly dropped to the ground and rolled over, then sprang back up. Wow, this guy's really got some skills. Fan Xiao exclaimed in genuine amazement. Rolling watched with satisfaction, then gave another quiet command. Sit. The black dog sat down instantly. Only then did Rolling crouch and remove the burlap from its mouth. He wasn't worried about being bitten. The leash was securely tied to the tree, but he still kept a cautious distance. The moment the burlap came off, Rolling quickly stepped back, staying alert. Man and dog stared at each other in a brief, tense silence. Rolling bent down, picked up a short stick, and tossed it into the air without hesitation. Catch! The black dog snapped its gaze to the falling stick, pushed off the ground with powerful legs, leaped up, and caught the stick in its mouth with perfect precision. My God, branding iron, you found yourself a real treasure. Fan Xiao clapped his hands in excitement, completely won over by the dog's performance. At this point, nearly all his doubts had vanished. He even started to wonder if the hunter and the dog dealer had made a mistake. This dog was no fool at all. What a little treasure, Luolin whispered, carefully approaching the black dog. He slowly reached out and gently stroked its head. At first, the dog instinctively pulled back, but soon relaxed under his touch, squinting its eyes in delight. As it enjoyed being petted, it pressed its head eagerly into Luolin's palm, creating a warm, wordless connection between owner and pet. Luotai, be careful. Don't let it bite you all of a sudden, Fan Xiao reminded him, though he couldn't help but step closer for a better look at the black dog. Still rubbing the dog's head, Luolin said thoughtfully, I should give you a name. You're the first dog I've ever bought, and my first one in this world. We'll call you Xiaohei. Woof. As if it understood, Xiaohei wagged its tail even harder, rubbing its whole body against Luolin's arm with obvious affection. Luolin untied the rope around Xiaohei's neck and took the short stick from its mouth. He threw the stick far away, pointed at it, and gave a command, Xiaohei, fetch it. Woof. Xiaohei sprang into action, kicking up dirt as it launched forward. Its sharp eyes locked onto the stick midair, and it dashed after it like an arrow. Oh my goodness! Fan Xiao exclaimed, shaking his head in disbelief as Xiaohei found the stick and brought it back perfectly. Amazing. This is definitely no ordinary dog. Luotai, you're incredibly lucky. If you sold it now, you'd get at least 3 silver coins, and you only spent 1 silver and 60 copper. That's a profit of 1 silver and 40 copper, better than the shrewdest merchant in town. Woof. Suddenly, Xiaohei turned and bared its teeth at Fan Xiao, who yelped and scrambled up the nearest tree, shivering. Hey, I'm your owner's good friend. Don't be so fierce with me. Luolin crouched in front of Xiaohei and placed 2 silver coins into the groove of the bronze book, unlocking the sharp steel teeth ability. 4 glowing characters shimmered on the page, then faded into Xiaohei's body. Checking the book again, Luolin saw a new talent option beneath steel teeth. Intermediate, sharp steel teeth activated. Intermediate, heartfelt connection allows deep spiritual communication with your dog through eye contact. Requires 10,000 spoken exchanges with your dog and a payment of 2 silver coins to unlock. Heartfelt connection. Luolin smiled as he petted Xiaohei, pondering the potential of this new skill. It was definitely promising, could teach the dog to do even more incredible things. But with only 3 silver and 15 copper left, he needed to find ways to earn more money to support both himself and Xiaohei, as well as cover the costs of the bronze book. If he wanted to save up, his first priority was to escape his current life as a serf. From what he knew, there were 3 ways to do that. The first was to flee south to the free city-states, where living for a year and a day would grant him freedom. But the journey was fraught with dangers: bandits, wild beasts, slavers, and the risk of being caught by noblemen from other territories and forced back into labor. The second was to buy his own freedom, but even if he saved every coin, it would take years to gather enough for the ransom. The third way is by receiving a lord's special grant, which requires making an exceptional contribution. Judging by the current situation, joining the expedition with the Dornish Knight seems like a rare and valuable opportunity. The branding iron and the dung ladle were still hanging from the tree. Luolin patted Xiaohei on the head and asked quietly, "Are you sure it won't bite me? I really don't want to end up stuck in a tree all day." "I'm sure." Luolin's lips curled up slightly as he turned to Xiaohei, who was already staring intently at the dung ladle. He spoke seriously, "Xiaohei, listen. Unless I give you the order, you are not to bite anyone or attack anything else. Do you understand?" "Woof." Xiaohei wagged its tail, tongue lolling out as it responded, though its gaze was still full of hostility, locked onto the dung ladle in the tree. Clearly, except for Luolin, this dog was wary and hostile toward any living creature. Luolin's expression grew colder and his tone firmer. "If anyone or anything threatens you, you must fight back without hesitation." "Woof." Xiaohei's eyes glinted with even fiercer light, as if it was ready for anything. Luolin smiled, ruffled the dog's head, and picked up a thick stick, holding it out. "Bite through this." Without a moment's hesitation, Xiaohei clamped down on the stick. Its jaws snapped shut, and with a sharp crack, the dry would split cleanly in two. "Wow, its teeth are sharper than I imagined," Luolin said in amazement. At that moment, Dung Ladle, who was sitting in the tree, had planned to jump down, but hesitated after seeing what happened. Clinging to the trunk, he asked cautiously, "You're leaving for the expedition with Master Dorn the day after tomorrow, and you can't take the dog with you. Don't tell me you want me to look after it. Honestly, I like this dog, but it's so fierce I'm a little scared. I'm taking it with me." Luolin stood up and walked forward. Xiaohei followed closely, its steps firm and determined. "I need to unlock our bond as soon as possible and train Xiaohei," Luolin thought to himself. That way, Xiaohei would be even more responsive to his commands. As he watched the pair walk away, Dung Ladle couldn't help but feel amazed. He remembered how even dog traders and hunters had been helpless with this animal, and yet now, beside branding iron, it was so obedient. Could branding iron be some legendary witch who could talk to animals? No, branding iron was a man. Besides, there were no tales of male witches. It seemed branding iron was simply a born hunter, maybe one day had become a free hunter, and that would be a stroke of real luck. Snapping out of his thoughts, Dung Ladle realized his friend and the dog were already far away. He hurriedly jumped down and chased after them, shouting, "Wait for me. Don't forget your old friend." Back at the house, Luolin took down the dead chicken, lit a fire, and boiled water to pluck its feathers. Meanwhile, he kept talking to Xiaohei, preparing to unlock their connection. "Your coat is beautiful, and your claws are sharp. Can you tell me what you're thinking? Remember, don't pee everywhere. Good dog." At first, Luolin thought saying 10,000 sentences would be easy, but as time went on, he found himself running out of things to say. Eventually, he just started rambling. Nonsense still counted as talking, after all. Maybe Xiaohei was just barely tolerating it too. Having someone talk endlessly beside you, even if it's your owner, could be exhausting. To encourage more responses, Luolin even brought out the dead chicken. Every time he asked a question, Xiaohei would give a soft bark and get a piece of meat as a reward. "Here, have some chicken, Xiaohei. Make sure you finish all the bones," Luolin said, occasionally feeding it chicken bones. Xiaohei had never imagined it would one day become a companion dog, forced to listen to endless chatter. As a hunting dog, its job had always been to track and hunt prey, but now it had to patiently endure its master's rambling. If its ancestors could see this, they'd probably jump out of their graves in outrage. By the next morning, Luolin was still murmuring those trivial topics in his sleep, hugging Xiaohei as he drifted off. Meanwhile, Xiaohei, even in its dreams, kept hearing those pointless words, never expecting to become its master's confidant. What surprised Xiaohei even more was that Luolin kept at it the following day. After finishing his chores and returning home, he started talking again, as if he had never run out of things to say. Finally, it was done. Luolin's throat was dry, feeling as if sandpaper was scraping against it. After exchanging 10,000 words with Xiaohei, the first requirement for the heartfelt connection talent was finally fulfilled. He eagerly took out 2 silver coins and slotted them into the groove of the copper-bound book. The moment the silver coins disappeared, the words "heartfelt connection" below the dog-headed portrait on the page lit up. A faint glow rose from the text, drifted toward Xiaohei, and merged into its body. At the same time, new text appeared at the bottom of the page. Intermediate, heartfelt connection activated. Advanced, killing intent perception. The dogs you raise can use their sense of smell to keenly detect anyone harboring murderous intent toward their owner within 100 meters. They will alert you by wagging their tails and indicate how many threats there are by licking the back of your hand. Requires 2 dogs and 4 silver coins to unlock. Killing intent perception. Luolin's heart leapt with joy, his eyes lighting up. This talent was practically a tailor-made early warning system for dangerous environments. Most dogs have a wide range of smell, but their senses can be disrupted in certain conditions like strong winds. Yet the ability to sense murderous intent by scent was a true evolutionary leap in power. He was also starting to understand the pattern behind the dog talents. After 2 basic skills came an intermediate one, and after 2 intermediate skills came an advanced one. But unlocking the advanced skill required raising 2 dogs and 4 silver coins, which was no small challenge for him right now. After buying 4 loaves of black bread and some dried nuts earlier that day, he was left with only 40 copper coins to his name. Sigh. It's only when you really need money that you realize there's no end to being broke. Luolin sighed, but quickly pulled himself together. Let's try out this heartfelt connection talent first. With this talent, he could establish a deeper mental bond with his dog, achieving a true sense of understanding. Luolin crouched down, gently rubbing Xiaohei's head, locking eyes with him. In his mind, he gave an order, turn around in place. Woof. Xiaohei stared at his master, a flash of confusion in his eyes. After a moment's hesitation, he turned in a circle, then looked back at Luolin as if to ask, am I still a dog? Are you sure you're human? Not bad. You're really smart. Luolin beamed at Xiaohei, delighted. With heartfelt connection, he could communicate with just a look or a thought, no need for spoken commands. This was a huge advantage in terms of stealth. Since they could communicate like this, could Xiaohei handle more complex commands? Luolin tried another mental instruction, signaling with his eyes, do a spiral jump and backflip. Xiaohei stared back, his gaze as clear as if to say, are you serious? Luolin saw the look and realized his command was a bit much. Still, with heartfelt connection, even complicated moves could be practiced gradually. If not on the first try, after a few attempts they'd get it right. The next morning, just as dawn broke, Finxiao showed up at Luolin's door carrying 2 carrots and a small bag of hazelnuts. This is for you to eat on the road. It's all I could sneak out from home, Finxiao said, handing over the food with a hint of apology in his voice. Thank you. You're my best friend. Luolin accepted the carrots and hazelnuts, feeling a wave of warmth in his heart. He knew that as a serf, Finxiao's family could barely feed themselves from farming and still had to pay taxes. These precious foods were definitely snuck out from home, at the risk of a beating from his father. This kind of friendship, simple and sincere, meant the world to him. Inside the tiny, single-room thatched hut, Finxiao glanced around, puzzled. Where's Xiaohei? I don't see him. Did he run off? Look over there, Luolin said, leading his friend into the yard and pointing to the low woods on the hillside by the main road. It's been waiting for me there. I took Xiaohei out before dawn to wait. He paused, a hint of pride in his eyes. Last night, we practiced following from a distance until midnight, and we finally got it right. It's all thanks to our strong bond. Xiaohei's understanding has really improved. He's a great companion and will make an excellent hunting dog one day. Standing nearby, Finxiao gazed into the distance, then turned to Luolin. Lao Tai, you'd better be careful and stay in the middle of the group. If there's an ambush, find somewhere to hide right away and run when you get the chance. Don't try to be a hero. Remember, we're farmers, not soldiers. I know, don't worry, Luolin replied seriously. But deep down, he already had a plan. Now that had uncovered the secret of the bronze skin book, it would be a waste to do nothing on this expedition. First, he had to keep himself safe. Second, he needed to look for opportunities to earn merit and win the Lord's favor, so he could become a freeman and qualify as a hunter. With the bronze skin book, hunting was the best way forward. Of course, battlefields are unpredictable, so he'd have to adapt as things unfolded. Finxiao, if I don't make it back, they'll leave my 2 chickens in your care, Luolin said quietly. You'll come back. I pray for your safety every day, Finxiao replied with determination. Don't worry, we'll take good care of your chickens. Luolin nodded, gathered his things, and headed down the path to the knight's manor. Once there, he started loading supplies for the journey. Besides Sir Dorn and his squire, there was also a freeman named Bill joining them as an attendant. Bill would be paid, but Luolin was risking his life for little reward, which only strengthened his resolve to change his status. Lao Tai, it's your first time leaving home, and you've already run into a war. Tough luck, Bill said as he strapped the tent poles to the pack mule. But you're lucky to stick with me, and you'll be fine. I followed Sir Dorn on several campaigns, and always made it back in one piece. That's good to hear, my friend, Luolin replied, carefully securing the tent canvas on the other side of the mule. Bill was 4 years older than Luolin, and also a farmer who paid regular taxes. For people like them, the difference between a freeman and a serf was like the difference between free cattle and slave cattle. There was no real hierarchy among the lower classes. In this world, slaves were truly at the bottom. Hey, you too, be careful with the gear, Pei Ming called out, sounding impatient. Don't get the armor and weapons dirty, or I'll have to clean them again. Don't be stupid. Yes, sir, Bill muttered, bowing his head and pulling Luolin along to move the rest of the supplies. He whispered, ignore him, he's a coward. Last time we fought the barbarians, he was so scared he wet himself. He only got to be a squire because Sir Dorn is his uncle. Luolin didn't reply, just nodded. His gaze drifted to Xiaohei, the little black dog, who was standing quietly in the distance, already seeming to understand what lay ahead, patiently waiting for his master's next move. Speaking of which, Lord Dorn is a good man, Bill remarked as he stuffed the whetstone into the cloth bag on the mule's back, tidying up their gear as he spoke. Not only does he pay us fairly, but unlike other knights who split the spoils 9-1 in their favor, he gives us a 2-8 split. That's real integrity. He's certainly generous, Roland replied absently, his hands still busy. He hadn't interacted much with the Dorn Knight before. Their conversations usually didn't go beyond a simple yes, my lord, or as you command. There was never any meaningful exchange. After all, Roland thought, they belonged to different worlds. She couldn't exactly chat with a knight about pig farming. Hurry up, you two, called out Pemon, another squire, striding over with a gleaming breastplate in his arms. Get those packs sorted so I have somewhere to put the armor. Pemon, are we ready to leave? Just then, a man approached on a black stallion. He wore a long-sleeved shirt under a sleeveless leather vest, his brown, shoulder-length curls ruffling in the breeze. His well-groomed beard framed a calm, authoritative face. This was none other than the master of these lands, Sir Vic Dorn. He wasn't dressed in full plate armor. After all, that would be too heavy for a journey to the muster point. A man could be exhausted before they even arrived, and no horse could comfortably bear such a burden for long. As Roland continued packing, he stole a glance at the knight. He was curious Sir Dorn was well off, yet still unmarried in his 30s. But Roland quickly looked away. That wasn't any of his business. All set, Pemon replied quickly, bowing his head with respect. We're ready to go at any time. Sir Dorn's gaze swept over the horses and mules, then over his small group of followers. Finally, he looked ahead and gave a simple, firm command. Let's move out. The Dornish knight turned his horse and took the lead at the front of the group. Behind him rode his squire, Peiming, mounted on a traveling horse. Peiming was responsible for looking after an extra warhorse he owned that the knight reserved for charging into battle. Bill walked steadily, leading a mule loaded down with armor and weapons, while Roland followed close behind, holding the reins of another mule carrying tents and rations. For people, 3 horses, and 2 mules, this was the entire retinue a landed knight could muster when called to arms. For a knight, this was already a sign of some wealth. Richer knights might bring a few more attendants, while poorer ones could barely afford 1 or 2. Branding iron, strap this on your back, Bill said quietly, carefully handing Roland a cutting board. He added in a low voice, don't complain about the weight, it'll shield you from stray arrows. Roland glanced at the iron pot strapped to Bill's back and instantly understood that was his armor. This small detail spoke volumes about Bill's experience in staying alive under tough circumstances. With that in mind, Roland discreetly shifted his own copper-bound book and coin pouch closer to his chest, his makeshift breastplate. Bill, make sure to teach branding iron the basics of scouting and keeping watch. Peiming, the squire, called back, his sharp gaze landing on Roland. Once we leave the estate, stay alert. Things get messy out there. Yes, sir, Bill and Roland replied in unison. Bill then launched into a detailed explanation of a scout's duties, sharing practical tips and tricks. Roland listened attentively, committing everything to memory, while occasionally glancing into the distance. Little Black, the dog, would sometimes pause, sometimes speed up, always keeping a careful, hidden distance from the group. The effects of Roland's animal empathy trait were already showing. Little Black's behavior had changed noticeably. As the group left the estate and entered the wilds, they set up a proper watch. Bill, with his experience, scouted ahead, while Roland took up the rear, staying hidden and alert to any signs of trouble. In ancient times, scouts played a vital role in any marching army. If they spotted the enemy, they'd quickly relay the warning, giving the main force time to don armor and prepare makeshift defenses. Scouts weren't infallible, and history was full of ambushes and surprise attacks, but their role remained essential. Roland now carried a crude spear as tall as he was, issued by the Dornish knight identical to the one Bill held. For now, they were attendants, but on the battlefield, they'd become infantry fodder. Serving as rear guard also gave Roland more chances to bond with Little Black, deepening their understanding of each other. The journey was uneventful, with no sign of bandits. Occasionally, a wild rabbit would dart out, testing Roland and Little Black's hunting skills. Perhaps due to inexperience, Little Black failed to catch any, and the dream of roasted rabbit faded away. Roland gave up on the idea, focusing on keeping watch and planning for the future. Maybe, step by step, he'd raise a dog and unlock a new talent. By midday, the Dornish knight called for a brief rest. Bill and Roland remained at their posts, keeping watch ahead and behind. After all, a stationary group was a prime target for unwelcome guests. Fortunately, everything stayed quiet. Roland couldn't help but feel relieved. If bandits did attack, the sentries were usually the first to fall. Fortunately, thanks to the blessings of their ancestors, they encountered no danger throughout the day and safely set up camp by dusk. The knight from Dorne chose a spot in the dense forest near the main road for their camp, rather than the open, flat land nearby. This decision reflected hard-earned battlefield wisdom. Thick woods offer natural cover and make it much harder for distant archers to land a precise shot. Anyone attempting to ambush them would have to get dangerously close, risking exposure in the process. As Roland helped Bill set up the tent, he carefully memorized these survival tips. The camp came together quickly. The Dornish knight's tent stood in the center, with a simple shelter next to it that their squire, Peiming, had rigged up using 4 sturdy branches. A small campfire, tended by Pei Ming, flickered warmly in the gathering dark. After nightfall, Roland broke off half a piece of hard black bread, paired it with a few hazelnuts and 2 walnuts, and handed them to Bill. Ironbrand, thank you for looking out for me and teaching me along the way. You're a good one, Bill replied with a grin as he accepted the food. Glad to call you a friend. They softened the black bread and hot soup, sharing praise and camaraderie over their simple meal. After eating, they each took up a spear and split up to keep watch around the camp's perimeter. Bill shared his tips for a good night watch. Keep your back to a tree, hunker down in a dip in the ground, and blend into the shadows. Roland even took the time to deepen his own hiding spot. Once he lay down, he was nearly invisible from the side. The northern autumn night carried a chill. Once the Dornish knight and his squire had fallen asleep, Roland called over his loyal companion, Little Black, for warmth. The faithful animal was like a living furnace, occasionally licking Roland's cheek with a warm tongue to show affection. Suddenly, Little Black lifted his head, ears pricked, and listening intently. His dark eyes locked onto something in the distance, and a low growl rumbled from his throat. Roland tensed. Following his companion's gaze under the moonlight, several shadowy figures were silently creeping closer. He quickly scanned the surroundings to make sure there were no other threats, then shouted decisively, Lord Dorn, 2 attackers to your left, 2 to your right. Ambush. The quiet night was shattered by his warning. The Dornish knight burst out from the left side of his tent, facing down 2 tall figures clad in leather armor and wearing fierce beast-shaped masks. Thud! A figure charged in from the right, swinging a spiked club that crashed down onto the shield Paimon was holding in front of him. The tremendous force knocked Paimon off his feet and sent him sprawling to the ground. Damn it, it's the barbarians. Barbarians! Paimon screamed in terror, clutching his shield with one hand while desperately scrambling backward with the other, flailing like a startled rabbit. Hearing the commotion, Bill rushed over, spear in hand, and faced off with another barbarian. He fought cautiously, retreating as he went, always keeping a safe distance from his opponent. At that moment, Roland launched a surprise attack from the side, driving his spear straight at the barbarian who was assaulting Paimon. Although the blow didn't deal a fatal wound, thanks to the barbarian's bone-plated leather armor, it was enough to make him howl in pain. The barbarian immediately abandoned Paimon, who was cowering behind his shield, and turned toward Roland with a furious roar. With a sweep of his left arm, he knocked the spear aside and closed in fast, his massive frame looming over Roland like a moving stone wall. He lashed out with a powerful kick. Roland, lacking experience, tried to dodge, but was a moment too slow and was sent crashing to the ground. The barbarian closed in, raising his spiked club high, ready to deliver a deadly blow. In that split second, a dark blur shot out. It was Roland's hunting dog, Xiaohe. The dog leapt and sank its fangs deep into the barbarian's right forearm, tearing at the flesh with wild ferocity. The barbarian let out a blood-curdling scream and dropped his club. Panicking, he drew a crude knife from his belt and tried to stab the dog. Let go. Back. Roland shouted just in time. Xiaohe immediately released its grip and darted away, causing the barbarian, unable to stop his swing, to stab the knife deep into his own arm. The barbarian cursed furiously in his native tongue. By then, Roland had already scrambled to his feet. He drove his spear downward, thrusting it straight through the barbarian's throat. The barbarian clutched his bleeding neck with one hand, his eyes filled with fear and hatred. Without hesitation, Roland drove the spear into his abdomen several more times. If you want to survive, you have to be ruthless. Cowering behind his shield, Paimon witnessed it all, staring in shock as the usually unremarkable Brand revealed a savage side had never seen before. Suddenly, an arrow whistled through the air and struck Roland in the chest. He staggered backward, tripped over the club on the ground, and fell flat on his back. Just as he thought he was done for, he reached for his chest and realized the arrow had hit the copper-bound book he always carried, glancing off and embedding itself in the money pouch pressed against his chest. It was a basic heartguard mirror that had just saved his life. Luolin remained perfectly still, wary of another arrow from the hidden archer. His heart tightened as he silently cursed himself for not noticing there was still someone hiding in the forest. Seeing his master fall, Xiaohe immediately dashed over, crouching low and letting out an anxious whimper. Luolin quickly shot him a look, the message in his eyes clear. I'm fine. Hide in the woods and find the enemy. Thanks to their innate bond, Xiaohe understood at once. He fell silent and melted into the darkness. At the same time, Luolin rolled to the side, snatching the kite shield from Pei Ming's hand. He crouched behind it, fully covering his head, and faced the direction the arrow had come from. This not only drew the archer's attention to himself, protecting Xiaohe, but also prevented the archer from targeting his companions. Pei Ming stood frozen, puzzled by how naturally Luolin grabbed the shield. But when he met Luolin's fierce eyes, he immediately relented. If you need it, go ahead and use it. Thwackling. Another arrow whistled through the air, slamming into the shield. Luolin could feel Pei Ming trembling behind him. Just as Bill had said, this guy turned to jelly when facing barbarians. Luolin ignored him. Once he confirmed the direction of the hidden archer, he moved forward in a crouch, using the shield as cover to keep drawing fire and distracting the archer for Xiaohe. Meanwhile, he quickly scanned the rest of the battlefield, assessing the overall situation. The knight from Dawn was holding off two opponents at once, his movements smooth and precise. With an upward sweep, his sword easily knocked aside a barbarian's downward strike. Without pausing, he brought his sword down in a powerful arc, slicing through crude leather armor and leaving a deep gash across the barbarian's chest. The knight immediately pulled back, deftly parrying another barbarian's falling axe, then lunged forward, his sword tip piercing straight through the enemy's throat. The last barbarian, still facing off against Bill, panicked as his companions fell one after another. Alone on the field, he stumbled back a few steps before turning to flee. The Dawn Knight bent to pick up a fallen battle axe, then hurled it with a swift motion. The spinning axe buried itself deep in the back of the fleeing barbarian's skull. Momentum carried the man a few more steps before he finally collapsed, lifeless. Witnessing all this, Luolin couldn't help but feel a surge of admiration. The deadliest techniques were often the simplest and most effective. Every move the Dawn Knight made, whether swordplay or throwing, was crisp and efficient, free of any wasted effort. Swordsmanship and throwing were both essential skills in a knight's training. Luolin was quietly impressed. This was the mark of a true warrior, one who focused solely on the art of combat. At that moment, the hidden archer emerged from the underbrush, ready to make a desperate move. Seeing he couldn't harm Luolin behind the shield, he quickly turned his crossbow toward the Dawn Knight. The knight's eyes flickered with a hint of surprise. Just as the barbarian squeezed the trigger, a black shadow leaped from the darkness. Xiaohe sprang into the air, jaws wide, and clamped down hard on the barbarian's right forearm, holding the crossbow. In that instant, the trigger was pulled, but the arrow veered off course, skimming past the right side of the Dawn Knight's body. Seeing this, Luolin dropped his shield and grabbed his spear, rushing toward the barbarian pinned to the ground by Xiaohe. He had to act fast to keep Xiaohe from getting hurt. But the Dornish knight moved like an arrow, his speed and agility showing the advantage of a trained warrior. In just a few powerful strides, he overtook Luolin and reached the barbarian. His sword flashed in the dim light, slicing cleanly through the barbarian's upraised left forearm, sending the dagger flying. Blood sprayed, and the barbarian was completely subdued by the black dog, losing any chance to fight back. "You're hit by an arrow?" The Dornish knight's sharp gaze flicked to Luolin, who had just run up with an arrow sticking out of his chest. Only then did Luolin realize, in the rush of battle, he had forgotten about the arrow. Oddly enough, it was just caught in his clothes. He quickly pulled it out and patted his chest, making the coins in his money pouch jingle. "Looks like my money pouch saved me," Luolin said with feigned amazement. "You're lucky," the knight replied, his attention shifting to Xiaohe, who had melted back into the shadows. "Is that your dog?" "Yes," Luolin answered calmly. There was no need to hide it. Had already thought of a good explanation if anyone asked. Surprisingly, the Dornish knight didn't press the issue. Instead, he pointed his sword at the now one-armed barbarian and questioned him in the barbarian's own tongue. Luolin couldn't understand, but the barbarian's answer was clear. A sneer twisted his mouth, and he spat contemptuously at the knight. The knight casually stepped back, easily dodging the hostile insult, then turned to Luolin with a flat, emotionless voice. "Let him confess and atone in the embrace of the earth god." "Yes, sir." Luolin tightened his grip on the spear and faced the wounded barbarian. "Confess and atone in the embrace of the earth god, in other words, finish him." With a wet sound, the spear pierced the barbarian's throat, blood gushing out in a crimson torrent. Luolin pulled the spear free in one smooth motion, flicking the blood from the tip. Pei Meng, still crouched nearby, watched the whole scene, his body tensing up. Inwardly, he thought, what a cold-blooded man. The Dornish knight gave a grunt of approval and looked deeply at Luolin. "For the spoils from this raid, you'll get 30%. "Thank you for your generosity," Luolin replied with a respectful nod. "Drag the barbarians' bodies away from the camp and keep anything valuable," the knight ordered, adding, "Don't worry, these are just a few stragglers sent to scout our crops and cause trouble. There shouldn't be any more danger nearby." "Yes," Luolin nodded in agreement. Thanks to inherited memories, Luolin knew a bit about the barbarians. They lived in tribes in the Frostlands, surviving mainly by gathering and hunting. Before winter, they needed to stockpile food, and hunting alone was never enough. So, when the Luo people harvested their crops, barbarians would raid the villages, stealing grain and livestock, whatever they could get. Since they didn't farm, they often sent scouts in the fall to check on the crops and decide the best time for a major raid. "Ironbrand, give me a hand." Bill had already come over. "Sure," Luolin replied. Together, they carried the barbarian bodies away from the camp. As was customary with small numbers of enemy dead, they left them exposed in the wild, few bothered with burial. The Dornish knight returned to his tent, sword in hand, his gaze settling on his nephew, who was cowering behind a shield like a frightened mouse. Disappointment was written plainly on his face. "Uncle, my lord," Pei Ming stammered. Paimon hunched over, glancing warily from side to side, his eyes scanning the darkness, as if expecting another arrow to come flying out at any moment. Still, he feigned concern and asked, "Are you hurt?" The Dawn Knight was silent for a moment before giving a curt reply. "No. Go clean the sword." He held out his blood-stained longsword, swallowing back everything else he wanted to say. Disappointment in his squire had left him too weary even to scold. If not for the promise Head made to his late cousin, he would have replaced this inept attendant long ago. But he couldn't betray that dying wish, nor could he risk being seen as cold and heartless. Until he secured the pioneer's writ, he wouldn't allow his reputation to suffer in the slightest. Meanwhile, on the other side of the battlefield, Ironbrand, a 70-30 split is pretty generous, Bill grunted as he dragged a heavy corpse, panting from the effort. "But honestly, you earned it. Facing barbarians for the first time and not losing your nerve. I'll admit, my legs are still shaking." Rolling gave a non-committal grunt, hauling another barbarian body alongside him. These brutes were big and heavy, making the task exhausting. A 70-30 split of the loot was the best deal a squire could hope for here, but Rolling was far from satisfied. He was still a long way from earning his freedom. After dragging the 5 barbarian corpses to the dumping ground, the 2 of them began to search for loot. Rolling found a few pieces of dried meat on one of the bodies. He made a mental note to save them for Xiaohe, who had certainly earned a reward tonight. Standing nearby, Bill pressed his hands together and muttered a quick prayer. "May your souls rest in peace. Try not to come back as barbarians next time." He turned to Rolling. "Ironbrand, aren't you going to say something? You don't want vengeful spirits haunting you." "Forget it," Rolling waved him off. "Honestly, if these barbarians came here to kill, they should have been ready to die too. Why would they hold a grudge? If it were us lying here, they'd strip us bare and take anything of value just the same." He checked the wrist of a barbarian who had been bitten by Xiaohe, giving it a gentle twist. The bone was completely shattered. He couldn't help but marvel at just how powerful Xiaohe had become with his new steel-fanged ability. "Barbarians like to wear trinkets on their ears," Bill said as he crouched to search another body, pointing out the jewelry. "The higher their status, the more decorations they have. If you find one with gemstones, you've struck gold. The noble ladies only care about the color, they never ask where the jewels came from." He chuckled. Rolling pulled a fur mask from a barbarian's face, surprised. "Their ears are pointed?" The sight genuinely startled him. "Nothing to be shocked about. Haven't you heard before?" Bill said, focused on collecting earrings. He grinned. "Right, it's your first time seeing barbarians. They do look a bit different from you otherwise. Why call them barbarians?" Rolling nodded thoughtfully. Ears this pointed, could these barbarians be related to elves? But had never heard of any elves existing here, though the pointed ears certainly matched the old stories. "These are just regular barbarians," Bill said, pulling off another earring and dropping his voice conspiratorially. "There are stronger, fiercer ones too. They say those only eat raw meat and drink fresh blood, and their skin is dark red. We call them blood savages. The barbarians call them blood guards or something. If you see one on the battlefield, steer clear, higher worse than wild beasts." Blood savages, blood guards. Rolling made a mental note of the names. Before long, the group returned to camp. Luolin began to report their spoils to the Dornish Knight in detail. "We collected a total of 12 silver and 88 copper coins," Luolin announced, laying out the coins neatly. Beside them were a few roughly made trinkets, their gemstones glinting dully in the firelight. They had also gathered an impressive array of weapons: a spiked mace, a hand axe, 2 chipped scimitars, 3 rusty daggers, and a longsword with a worn edge. Most notable was a battered wooden crossbow, accompanied by 5 bolts. In addition, there were 2 sets of damaged, crude leather armor. Among the miscellaneous items were over 30 strips of dried meat, 2 flasks of fruit wine that gave off a sweet aroma, and various other odds and ends. The Dornish Knight picked up the wooden crossbow and examined it closely, a look of understanding flashing in his eyes. "This is a single-handed crossbow, typically used by hunters. They prefer these low-powered weapons to avoid damaging the pelts, which would lower their value. Barbarians wouldn't be able to craft something this delicate. It must have been stolen from a village hunter." With that, he tossed the crossbow aside. Turning to Bill, the Dornish Knight grabbed a handful of copper coins and handed them over. "These are yours. Thank you for buying me some time. Your generosity is greatly appreciated, my lord." Bill accepted the coins with delight, secretly pleased at how well this trip had started. The knight's gaze shifted to Luolin. "Ironbrand, I'm surprised by how you handled yourself tonight. It was your first time facing barbarians, yet you didn't show any fear." "To be honest, my lord, I was definitely scared," Luolin admitted, a bit awkwardly. "But I knew that being afraid wouldn't make the barbarians go easy on us." A practical mindset, the Dornish Knight nodded approvingly and tossed him 3 silver coins. "This is your reward for taking down a barbarian. Thank you for your generosity, my lord." Luolin gripped the 3 hard-earned silver coins, calculating silently. A year of farming would only bring in 8 silvers, and tonight's fight had earned him 3. No wonder some impoverished knights turned to banditry these days. Violence paid far better than honest work. This isn't just about generosity, the Dornish knight said seriously. It's also recognition of your courage. Your warning was brief and accurate. Well done. These words made Paimon, the squire nearby, lower his head in shame. The word courage stung like a needle. But he quickly collected himself. He was meant to be a musician, not to die in a place like this. Running away was protecting his future genius. With that thought, he lifted his head again. However, the Dornish knight's tone turned stern. You'll need to be even more careful when giving warnings. If there had been a second barbarian archer, we could have been in real trouble. Yes, they'll remember that, Luolin replied solemnly. Rowling understood this all too well. If it weren't for his makeshift heart protector, he would be dead by now. He quietly took this lesson to heart. When facing an ambush, he must always be wary of any tricks his opponent might have up their sleeve. At the same time, he made a mental note that if he ever launched a sneak attack himself, he'd better have backup plans ready. This was a matter of life and death. The Dornish knight didn't press the issue any further. Instead, his tone softened as he said, "Mistakes are lessons we remember. Those who learn from them grow stronger." "Thank you for your guidance," Rowling replied, bowing slightly. Had never had much contact with the Dornish knight before, and had only heard from others that he was strict, harsh, and rarely smiled. But this encounter was nothing like the rumors. The knight was clearly someone who rewarded and punished fairly. It reminded Rowling of his past life, when reasonable bosses were rare, especially in such a rigidly hierarchical world. At least now he could be confident that any merits he earned wouldn't be stolen from him. "By the way, where's your dog?" the Dornish knight suddenly asked. Rowling knew that it was against the rules for a retainer to keep a war dog, so he quickly explained, "I'm sorry, sir. When we set out, I left him with a friend, but I had no idea he'd escape and follow me all this way. I only just found out how deeply attached he is to me. Please forgive me." "Don't worry," the knight said with a smile. "I won't hold it against you. Your dog was a big help tonight. Let's see him." "Yes, sir." Rowling turned and gestured into the darkness. This was the perfect chance for Xiaohe to be officially accepted as his companion. Of course, there was a risk the knight might take a liking to the dog and claim him, but some opportunities were worth the risk. Xiaohe trotted over with a confident gait and sat obediently at Rowling's side, though he still eyed the others warily. "Hey there, brave fellow," the knight exclaimed, admiring Xiaohe's strong build. "What's his name?" "Xiaohe." "Xiaohe." The knight picked up a strip of meat from the spoils on the ground and offered it with a smile. "He's not so little, is he? Well, Xiaohe, you did great tonight. Here, enjoy this." Xiaohe didn't immediately accept the treat. Instead, he looked back at Rowling, who gave him a reassuring glance. "Go ahead, you've earned it. Just be careful not to bite his hand." Only then did Xiaohe step forward, take the meat, and retreat to sit by his master's side. "He really is as attached to you as you said. You two must have a strong bond." The knight smiled approvingly, then turned to Rowling. "You and Xiaohe were a great help to me just now. As a knight sworn to uphold honor, I believe in repaying my debts. I won't overlook your contribution just because of your status. Is there any reward you'd like?" "Your generosity fills me with gratitude," Luolin said, bowing slightly with respect. In his mind, he weighed his options. Besides money, there were indeed other rewards he desired, but he needed to consider them carefully. Standing nearby, the retainer Pei Ming rested both hands on his sword, quietly speculating to himself. This serf is probably seeking his freedom, but with just this bit of merit, it's far from enough to be granted such a privilege. If he dares to ask, he'll likely leave disappointed. At Luolin's feet, Bill blinked his crafty eyes and shot him a look, as if urging him. "This is your chance, ask for more." Luolin took a deep breath and spoke. "Honorable Lord, please allow me to bring Xiaohe with me when you march to battle. I promise he won't cause you any trouble." Although gaining his freedom was his ultimate goal, now was not the right time. He didn't know the Dornish knight well enough yet, and revealing his true intentions too soon might backfire. If he accumulated enough trust and achievements, everything would fall into place naturally. "Oh," the Dornish knight raised an eyebrow, clearly surprised by the simplicity of the request. "Is that all?" Pei Ming looked at Luolin in astonishment. In his view, aside from his desperate determination, this serf seemed to lack any real ambition, didn't even dare ask for basic rewards. "Yes, my lord," Luolin replied calmly. Asking for too much would seem greedy. Too little, and it wouldn't be worth the risk he'd taken with that arrow. Sometimes, restraint was the wisest choice. A look of approval crossed the knight's face. "Your humility is admirable." He gestured to the neatly arranged spoils on the ground. "In recognition of your actions tonight, you may choose a set of leather armor and 2 weapons. They'll be yours to keep, to do with as you wish. By the way," he paused, "do you know how to use a crossbow?" "I don't," Luolin replied. "Then you'll have to learn," the knight said, turning to Pei Ming. "Find time to teach him. I need more reliable assistance." Clearly, he had lost faith in his current retainers, and Luolin's performance had given him hope. Pei Ming felt the reward was rather generous, but recalling Luolin's actions earlier, He had to admit it was well-deserved. As you wish, my lord. Luolin was already planning his next move. This wasn't enough, yet Xiao He had played a crucial role tonight as well, and as his master, Luolin couldn't let him go unrewarded. He shot a look at Xiao He, who was busy gnawing on some dried meat, signaling him to finish up and turn his attention to the spoils on the ground. Thankfully, the unspoken bond between them made their intentions clear to each other. Xiao He immediately understood and tilted his head back, swallowing the half-chewed piece of jerky in one gulp before springing to his feet. His eyes were fixed intently on the pile of jerky among the spoils, and he let out an urgent bark. His intentions couldn't have been clearer. Anyone could tell this dog was begging for food. Bad dog. That's not ours, Luolin scolded in a mock-serious tone, knowing he had to play his part thoroughly. He patted Xiaohe's head and lowered his voice. You can't be so rude. Just wait and see how I deal with you later. Haha, I almost forgot about him. The Dornish knight laughed heartily, pointing at the pile of jerky taken from the barbarians, a look of appreciation in his eyes for Xiaohe. You did well tonight. All that jerky is yours. Thank you. He got a little carried away, Luolin replied with a slight bow, then added, his help was worth far more than just some jerky. This is my reward for him. Thank you. Luolin nodded again, inwardly delighted, accepted the gift, and now he and Xiaohe had food for the road. Since Head received a favor, it was only right to offer some flattery. He'll make sure to train him well, so he can be even more useful. Good. Get some rest while you can. We've got an early start tomorrow, the Dornish knight said, standing up and heading into his tent. It was only then that Luolin noticed the knight was still wearing chain mail under his tunic as he prepared to sleep. He couldn't help but marvel. Everyone had their own ways of surviving. Now he understood that sleeping in armor was the norm during marches in the wild. Iron, you really know how to waste an opportunity, Bill said as he packed up the area, moving closer and lowering his voice. Lord Dorn told you to ask for a reward, and all you wanted was to have your dog by your side. What a rare chance. You've got less ambition than your dog. I don't know what to do with you. I was nervous and didn't think about it, Luolin replied casually, his hands busy as he picked through the spoils, selecting a relatively intact leather vest, a longsword, and a dagger. Finally, he picked up an old-looking crossbow. Compared to a bow, this was much easier to handle. With this set of gear, at least he had some means to protect himself. But Lord Dorn is generous, Bill continued, eyeing the crossbow. He saw you were too shy to ask, so he gave you all that. Next time, don't be so timid. Knights and nobles love giving out rewards. It's part of their code of honor. Thanks for the advice, Luolin nodded. From what Head learned, knights in this world were a bit different from those in the medieval times he remembered. While they might have their secrets, they never neglected appearances. Iron, try this, Bill said, pulling a cloth pouch from his coat and handing Luolin a few biscuits. My wife made them rye flour, honey, and almond paste. They're delicious. Luolin took the fragrant biscuits. They look great. I'm sure they taste amazing. Thank you. He grabbed 2 pieces of jerky from the pile and handed them to Bill in return. Bill grinned. You're as humble as Lord Dorn said. I like that about you. Let's hope your wife doesn't mind you liking someone else, Luolin joked. Haha, she'll like you too. When we get back, you have to come to my place for a meal. Absolutely, Luolin agreed with a smile. Once everything was settled, the 2 men returned to their posts to keep watch. Xiaohe pressed close to his master's side, no longer worried about being sent away. Now, he could stay with Luolin without any trouble. Luolin carefully examined the leather armor. The material was a bit worn and the size was slightly too large for him, but after tightening the straps, it just about fit. He moved on to inspect the rest of the gear. The longsword had several nicks along the blade, but the tip remained sharp. The dagger was in decent condition, suitable for close combat. And though the wooden crossbow showed signs of wear, the mechanism was intact, and it could still be used reliably. I didn't expect to get my hands on a full set of basic equipment this trip. Luolin leaned against a tree trunk, gently stroking the head of the little black dog at his side. Buying all this gear outside would have cost him a small fortune, but what pleased him even more was having Xiaohe for company. He quietly considered his next steps. If he could find one more dog, he'd be able to activate his killing intent perception ability. Ideally, he wanted to accomplish this before their next battle. At dawn, the group packed up their resting spot, doused the campfire, and set off again. Xiaohe stayed close to Luolin, keeping watch at the rear of the team. By noon, they reached a small freeman village. The air was thick with the stench of blood, and a heavy silence hung over the place. At the entrance, severed heads mounted on wooden stakes told the story of a recent massacre. Scattered across the ground were more than a dozen headless bodies. Even though Luolin had prepared himself, his stomach churned at the sight. This is the work of those savages, Bill muttered through clenched teeth. Those animals love this kind of brutality. If you ever face them on the battlefield, don't let a single one get away. Luolin nodded in agreement, recalling the knight from the Dorn family's theory about the crossbow last night clearly. These barbarians had indeed attacked the village. The Dorn knight, still on horseback, turned and gave an order. Search for survivors. Yes, sir. Bill and Luolin immediately split up. Bill, armed with a spear, headed to the right. while Luolin took Xiaohe and moved to the left. The first house was a mess, with no sign of life. As Luolin entered the second house, he suddenly froze in a blood-stained wooden table. A woman lay face down. The woman lay sprawled across the table, her feet planted on the ground, her skirt flipped up from below and draped over her upper body. Blood had pooled from a wound at her throat, spreading across the tabletop and congealing into a dark red stain. Roland glanced at the grim scene, then used the tip of his sword to gently pull the skirt back down, letting the fabric fall naturally to cover her once more a final gesture of respect. He then turned and walked steadily out of the room. He headed straight for a low house at the edge of the village. Pushing the door open, he found a man lying on the floor, a gaping wound in his chest making it clear had been dead for some time. One of the corpse's hands was clenched tightly against the ground, the knuckles white from the effort. Roland's eyes narrowed as he noticed a small coin pouch pinned beneath the dead man's hand. Maybe when the barbarians attacked at night, it was too dark for them to notice the money, Roland speculated silently. After making sure the coast was clear, he set his sword aside and crouched down to retrieve the pouch. The grip was so tight it took several tries, but finally he pulled it free. Looking at the dead man's pale face, Roland murmured, "I won't take your money for nothing. Consider it payment for my service. He'll make sure to take down a few more barbarians for you. That's a promise." Suddenly, Xiaohe let out a low, warning growl, his eyes fixed on a spot across the room. Roland instantly grabbed his sword, following Xiaohe's gaze. Through the open back door, he spotted a gray dog standing in the yard. The animal stood about 55 centimeters at the shoulder, a bit shorter than Xiaohe, with a wedge-shaped head, upright ears, and thick, coarse fur marked with white patches on its chest, belly, and legs. It looked just like a Norwegian elkhound, a gray hunting dog from Roland's previous world. The gray dog immediately stepped back, hesitating as soon as Roland reached for his sword. "So you're hurt," Roland observed, noticing how the dog barely put weight on its front left paw, clearly injured, though there was no visible wound or blood. The injury must have been internal. His eyes flicked between the body on the floor and the wounded gray dog, fingers tightening around the coin pouch. A thought crossed his mind. Unlocking the next talent in the bronze skin book required him to raise 2 dogs and spend 4 silver coins. Now, everything he needed was right here. "Maybe fate brought me here," Roland muttered. He crouched lower and slowly approached the gray dog, calming Xiaohe at his side. "Don't worry, I won't hurt you." He pulled a small strip of meat from his pocket and held it out. "Want something to eat?" The gray dog didn't retreat, but neither did it come closer. It tilted its head, watching Roland's hand with a mix of fear and uncertainty. "You're the last one left in the village," Roland said softly, tossing the meat so it landed right in front of the dog. "If you come with me, you may not get meat every day, but it'll be better than running wild." Still, the gray dog didn't move. Instead, it took another cautious step back, wary and distrustful. All right then. Roland decided not to push it further after all. The Dornish knight was still waiting. He turned to Xiaohe, giving the dog a gentle rub and meeting its eyes. "If you want a new companion, it's up to you to convince it." Xiaohe glanced at the gray dog, then back at his master, his eyes showing a trace of reluctance, clearly not thrilled about partnering with a wounded stray. But after a moment, he seemed to understand and licked Roland's hand in agreement. Roland left the house and returned to the center of the village to meet up with the Dornish knight. Just then, Bill came back from his own search. The two of them reported what they'd found. There were no survivors. "These savages are despicable," the Dornish knight cursed, pulling tight on his reins and spurring his horse forward. "The church will handle the bodies. There's no need for us to linger here. Move out." At the knight's command, the group left the corpse-strewn village behind and continued on their way. They didn't stop to rest until noon. Roland stood watch at a distance, using the opportunity to practice with his wooden crossbow. Though it was quite different from the modern crossbows head used at licensed shooting ranges, the basic mechanics were familiar. Considering his current status, he asked his squire, Paimon, for some tips. To his surprise, Paimon taught him with great care and patience. Roland guessed it was probably because the Dornish knight was sitting nearby, keeping an eye on them, so Paimon dared not slack off. Still, the guidance was genuinely helpful. With a soft thud, the bolt struck the trunk of a tree 10 paces away. He tried again from 15 paces and hit the mark as well. At 20 paces, however, the bolt missed the target, perhaps due to a flaw in the crossbow or the quality of the bolts themselves. After half a day of practice, Roland found that, in calm conditions and without distractions, he could hit his target 7 or 8 times out of 10 at 15 paces or less. The crossbow was definitely easier to use than a bow, but this single-arm wooden model didn't have much stopping power. It probably couldn't pierce chainmail. That made sense, since it was designed mainly for hunting without damaging pelts. Powerful military crossbows were reserved for elite troops. After all, they were expensive to make and maintain and couldn't be mass-produced like bows. In this era, any weapon with even small metal parts was considered a luxury. Xiaohe really knows what he's doing, Roland thought as he put away the crossbow and turned around. The gray dog limped after Xiaohe, who darted back and forth beside it, sometimes encouraging, sometimes just playing around. Soon, Xiaohei trotted over to Rolling, affectionately rubbing against his leg and wagging his tail with delight. When Rolling offered a strip of jerky, the dog's tail wagged even harder. Xiaohei then glanced back at his new little brother, giving a soft bark as if to say, "Come meet our human." The gray dog hesitated, staring nervously at this human with a sword at his waist, a crossbow in hand, a spear propped nearby, and ill-fitting leather armor. "Don't be afraid," Rolling said, setting his spear aside and crouching down. He gently held out a piece of dried meat. "Here, have some. I won't hurt you." The gray dog hesitated for a moment. Maybe it couldn't resist the jerky, or maybe it sensed Rolling's kindness. Limping closer, it sniffed the offering, then tentatively licked it before gently taking it in its mouth. "That's it," Rolling said, watching from his crouch. He didn't try to pet the dog, knowing it was normal for the animal to stay wary. Upon closer inspection, he saw it was a male. He thought for a moment he still hadn't figured out the mechanism of the copper-bound book. A dog you bought was yours, no question. But what about a stray you found? What did it take to claim ownership? He opened the book, but there was no image of the gray dog. That meant, for now, the dog wasn't Heiser, at least it hadn't accepted him as its master yet. "You don't have to be so cautious around me. I'm a good person," Rolling said with a smile, tucking the book away as the gray dog chewed its treat. He stood up and resumed his watch. Just then, two figures appeared in the distance along a side road. One wore leather armor and rode a tall war horse. The other, a younger man, was astride a smaller travel horse and led a mule loaded with gear and supplies. The young man carried a triangular banner. A landed knight, Rolling realized. Such a banner meant the rider, like the Dornish knight, held land as a vassal. The front of the white flag bore the emblem of a black pine tree, the crest of the Bruna barony, while a pine branch at the rear marked the knight's personal sigil, signifying loyalty to Bruna. That meant this newcomer, like the Dornish knight, served directly under Baron Bruna. Still, to be safe, Rolling pointed to a nearby shrub and whispered to Xiaohei, "Hide here and keep watch. Don't move unless I say so." Xiaohei responded with a quiet bark, nudging the gray dog into the bushes. Rolling hurried back to their makeshift camp to report what had seen. "Ah, that's my old friend, Sir Gary," the Dornish knight said, standing up. "Paimon, tidy up my clothes. It's important to meet friends with proper respect." Luolin returned to his post on watch, gazing from a distance as Sir Dorn and Sir Gary walked side by side into the temporary campsite. Their laughter drifted on the wind, but the words were too faint to make out. Sir Gary's lone attendant planted their banner firmly in the ground and stood respectfully by his side, just like Pei Ming did for his own knight. Before long, the two groups merged and continued on their way. Since Sir Gary had only one attendant, the task of scouting ahead and keeping watch still fell to Luolin and Bill. As they traveled, Bill grumbled quietly, complaining that the arrival of newcomers hadn't given them any chance to rest. Luolin, on the other hand, was quite content with the arrangement. It meant he could stay at the rear, spending more time training and bonding with Xiaohei and the limping gray dog. As they pressed onward, more knights joined the group. By dusk, their party had grown to 8 titled knights and nearly 20 attendants and followers. They chose a dense forest to make camp for the night. Bill and Luolin first helped Sir Dorn set up his tent, then built a warm campfire. After preparing a simple dinner, they found a spot not too far from the group to sit and eat their own rations. With more people around, the two of them were assigned to the second half of the night watch. Bill broke off a piece of rye bread, dipped it in hot soup, and said to Luolin, "Iron, did you notice? Our lord, Sir Dorn, has 3 attendants, while the others have at most 2, or even just 1. Luolin shook his head as if he hadn't noticed. "I'm not sure why that is." Bill looked a little smug. "That's because Baron Bruna gave our Lord Dorn especially fertile land for his fief. Every season, you plant 1 and get 3 in return, sometimes even 4 in a good year." Luolin nodded thoughtfully. As a farmer who tilled 20 acres, he knew that under the current 2-field system, only 10 acres were actually planted each year and the yields were modest. Usually, 100 pounds of seed would yield just 300 pounds of grain, and in a bad year, things could get even worse. "It's thanks to that good land that our Lord Dorn is one of the wealthier knights here," Bill said, a genuine note of pride in his voice. By the second half of the night, the camp had grown quiet. Luolin got up to take his turn on watch. Xiaohei followed his scent and joined him, with the limping gray dog trotting along behind. Luolin took out a piece of dried meat and handed it to Xiaohei, giving his head a gentle rub. When he glanced at the gray dog crouched nearby, he noticed its gaze was no longer wary. Instead, there was a hint of gentleness, and its tail wagged ever so slightly. Luolin thought to himself, this might just work. Roland felt a surge of joy in his heart as he handed over another piece of dried meat. The gray dog cautiously stretched its neck forward, sniffing the meaty aroma in the air, its tail wagging slightly. This time, instead of retreating after grabbing the treat, it lay down on the spot, holding one end of the meat with its front paws and focusing on enjoying its meal. "Good dog," Roland praised softly, reaching out to gently touch the dog's head. Seeing that the gray dog didn't shy away, he pressed a bit more firmly, massaging its head. The dog's tail finally began to wag happily, like a little flag signaling the beginning of their bond. Roland let out a deep breath, relief and triumph flooding over him. He continued to stroke the dog's head and said gently, "From now on, you'll stay with me." The gray dog nudged his palm with its head, as if accepting his invitation. Roland cupped the dog's head in both hands, gazing into its eyes with a warm smile. "Good dog, from now on, you're mine." The gray dog affectionately rubbed its head against Roland's arm, its tail wagging even more energetically. Just then, a faint light drifted out from the dog's body and entered Roland's chest right where the bronze-bound book was kept. Noticing this, Roland immediately took out the bronze-bound book. As he opened it, he saw that a portrait of the gray dog's head had appeared beside the black dog's portrait. It was clear that the gray dog now recognized him as its new master. This discovery filled Roland with excitement and delight. At this moment, the unlocked talents beneath the gray dog's portrait were identical to those of the black dog. The unlocked talent text glowed with wisps of light that floated up and merged into the gray dog, empowering it. The process was quick, and now the gray dog possessed the same talents as the black dog. The prerequisite for the killing intent sense talent raised, two dogs now emitted a soft glow, indicating that the requirement was fulfilled. All that was left was to invest 4 silver coins to unlock the killing intent sense ability. Roland looked around, then took out the pouch of coins had collected in the village and counted carefully. 2 silver and 20 copper, plus his own 3 silver and 40 copper, just enough. He placed the equivalent of 4 silver coins into the slot on the bronze-bound book. As the last coin disappeared, the killing intent sense talent beneath both dog portraits lit up. Wisps of light rose from the text and entered the bodies of the black dog and the gray dog, completing the empowerment. Now, both dogs had the ability to sense killing intent. Under the section for combat-trained dogs in the bronze-bound book, 5 talents had already been unlocked. Basic, Fierce Guard Dog activated. Basic, Absolute Loyalty activated. Intermediate, Sharp Steel Fangs activated. Intermediate, Heartfelt Connection activated. Advanced, Killing Intent Sense activated. Beneath these talents, a new one had just appeared. Advanced, Rebirth. The entire body is reinforced with tough bones. Internal organs become more resilient. Recovery from injuries is accelerated, and physical abilities far surpass those of ordinary dogs. Requires running 3 kilometers with the dog each morning for 30 consecutive days, and costs 1 gold coin to unlock. Rebirth, Roland mused. Running 3 kilometers every morning wasn't difficult for him. The real challenge was the single gold coin. It was an astronomical sum for him right now. With the current exchange rate, 1 gold equals 25 silver, or 2,500 copper coin. Shed have to find a way to earn money first. "You're such a good dog," Roland said gently, carefully tucking the bronze-bound book away. He fondly rubbed the gray dog's head and added warmly, "You're the first dog I've ever picked up. From now on, your name will be Shall We." "That sounds nice, doesn't it?" "Woof." Shall We licked his palm affectionately, clearly pleased with the new name. To be honest, while having his palm licked didn't tickle much, the warmth of it made Roland's heart soften. As the night wore on, the air grew colder with the onset of autumn, a crisp chill creeping in quietly. Roland leaned against a tree, half reclining as he kept watch. Xiaohe lay on his left, Xiaohui on his right, both dogs resting their heads gently on his chest, snuggling close. Their bodies radiated warmth like little furnaces, shielding him from the chill. Roland couldn't help but take a sniff. The 2 dogs had a peculiar smell hard to describe, a bit unpleasant, yet oddly comforting to him. Maybe this was the irreplaceable bond that came with having dogs. Unnoticed, the night passed and dawn began to break on the horizon. It had been a peaceful journey, with no incidents through the night. Everyone hurriedly prepared breakfast, gathered together, and the group set off once more. "You picked it up?" The Dornish knight listened to his squire's explanation, glanced at Xiao Wei, and nodded slightly. "Bring it along, then. Hopefully, it'll be as helpful as Xiaohe." "Thank you, my lord." Roland explained honestly how he had found Xiao Wei, knowing full well that now it was settled, the others would find out sooner or later. He felt that while Xiaohe was still around and their bond was strong, it was best to get Xiao Wei settled in as soon as possible. Had seen this coming. With the new assignments, Bill and Roland were no longer tasked with scouting or keeping watch. Instead, they walked side by side in the middle of the group, their steps relaxed. To avoid any trouble, Roland didn't bring Xiaohe and Xiao Wei into the formation, letting them roam freely along the outskirts. The dogs seemed to enjoy their freedom, trailing behind and occasionally glancing back at Roland. Paimon took the Dornish knight's triangular tail flag from his side, tied it to a spear, and held it tightly. The front of the flag bore the Brunner Baron family's black pine emblem, while the back displayed the Dornish knight's Symbola black pine cone, representing loyalty and commitment. "Bill, here." Roland offered a few hazelnuts, sharing them with his companion. "Thanks. I've got a little trick to show you," Bill replied. "What trick?" Roland asked, curious. Bill's next move perfectly demonstrated his knack for survival. He handed Roland the mule's lead rope, having him walk on the mule's left and hold the rope with his right hand. Bill took the right side, holding the rope with his left. The two of them walked ahead of the Dornish knight and his squire Paimon, with mules on either side, and Sir Gary and his attendant following close behind. In that moment, Roland suddenly understood. This was their marching formation, simple yet efficient. The arrangement might have seemed rough, but it was clever in its own way. Even though the armored troop carrier ahead was as basic as ever, this practical wisdom and new way of doing things gave Roland valuable experience. I've learned something new, Roland whispered with a smile, feeling deeply moved. While on the march, Luolin seized every opportunity to go for a morning run with his two dogs. Although he didn't have enough funds yet to unlock the transformative talent, he decided to first meet the prerequisite, running 3 kilometers each morning for 30 consecutive days. At this moment, he was jogging across a stretch of rocky, weed-choked ground. In the distance, he could already make out the boundary between the Hangi Highlands and the Frostlancer range of mountains rising ahead. The highest peak in this range was only about 1,000 meters, with an average elevation of around 600 meters. Though not particularly tall, these mountains served as a crucial barrier, blocking the frigid northern winds from sweeping down from the roaring sea. Because of this, the Hangi region south of the range didn't face winters as harsh as the Frostlands to the north. Luolin remembered Bill once telling a vivid joke. You know, winters in the Frostlands are so cold that even the barbarians have to be careful when they pee. One gust of wind, and it turns to yellow ice. Luolin chuckled at the memory. Crude as it was, the joke painted an accurate picture of the Frostlands' bitter cold. Once winter set in, heavy snow would seal off the mountains. The barbarians, who depended on hunting and fishing, would run short of food and cross the range before winter to raid the autumn harvests of the Luo-E villages to the south. Luolin understood the policy toward the barbarians was simple and direct. If manpower couldn't wipe them out, let nature do it. The key was to drive them as far north as possible before winter, ensuring a smooth harvest especially so that the nobles' taxes could be delivered to the castle on time. On the 5th day of their march, the force finally met up with the campaign's initiator Marquis Karen Walker of Hangi City. This time, the Marquis led the expedition himself, commanding 30 household knights, 50 family knights, and nearly 100 mounted retainers, along with over 200 family archers and foot soldiers, more than 400 freeman archers and infantry, and over 100 mercenaries. The Marquis vassal barons brought their own troops as well. Over 40 household knights, more than 80 family knights, around 150 mounted retainers, over 200 archers and foot soldiers, and more than 400 freeman archers and infantry. In addition, there were horse handlers, baggage train workers, blacksmiths and their apprentices, cooks and kitchen helpers, noble attendants, medical staff, and members of the clergy, altogether, nearly 1,000 people. As the army marched, the soldiers also took on logistical duties, serving as both laborers and potential cannon fodder. Such a sizable force was the standard for a mid to high-ranking nobles campaign, and in special circumstances, large numbers of serf levies could be called up as reinforcements. The column also included dozens of war dogs, used for sentry duty, scouting, and tracking, and sometimes even joining the fight. At the rear of the procession, merchants followed along, some buying spoils of war, others trading in prisoners, and still others providing entertainment services, offering a wide variety of goods and diversions. After a brief rest, the army set out again, crossing the mountain range. By midday on the 2nd day, they finally emerged from the mountains. Choosing a campsite became a matter of utmost caution. Ahead lay a broad stretch of open wasteland, surrounded by bare, low hills. Behind them, the mountains loomed, with a clear spring-fed stream running at their base. Dense forests ringed the area, offering excellent cover for the camp. From the camp's high ground, looking north, Luolin saw a patchwork of wild grasslands, low hills, and woodlands, with the occasional rugged ridge jutting up like a battered, wrinkled old cloth, chaotic yet full of vitality. At that moment, an order was given. All campfires must be strictly controlled. Damn it, Bill grumbled nonstop as he set up the tent. Looks like we'll be gnawing on hard rations again. My poor teeth, suffering right along with me. Roland just curled his lip and ignored him, picking up a wooden bucket to fetch water. With Little Black and Little Gray in tow, he headed for the nearby stream to get water for the mule and the horse. After all, only a knight and his squire were allowed to care for the knight's horse. The others gathered by the campfire would have to quench their thirst with liquid bread barley ale. When Roland returned with the water, he noticed the flap of the Dornish knight's tent was tightly closed. Usually, it was left open. His gaze quickly shifted to the two figures standing guard outside Pemin and another unfamiliar squire, both standing as still as iron bolts. Clearly, something was going on. A sense of suspicion immediately rose in Roland's mind. Bill was now expertly slicing a smoked ham, with a few pieces of fruit from the south laid out beside him. Several silver trays were arranged neatly. It was obvious these delicacies weren't meant for the likes of them. Bill beckoned Roland over and, as he drew near, whispered, Baron Bruna is inside. Whatever you see in a bit, just pretend you didn't. I'm telling you for your own good. Roland nodded, understanding dawning in his mind. Baron Bruna was the Dornish knight's liege lord. He was curious about what was happening inside the tent, but knew better than to ask. A short while later, the Dornish knight's voice finally came from inside the tent. Is everything ready? Bring it in. All set, my lord, Pemmin replied, tilting his chin slightly to signal that it was time to serve. Roland and Bill approached the tent with trays of sliced ham and fruit. The unfamiliar squire took the trays, lowered his head, and quickly slipped inside. Through the briefly lifted tent flap, Roland caught a glimpse of the scene within. Alongside the Dornish knight sat another man, dressed in a fine southern silk shirt. His features were delicately refined, and beneath his golden hair, his smooth face looked even softer than Pemmin's. His cheeks were flushed, a sheen of sweat still on his brow, clear signs of recent exertion. At that moment, he was calmly sipping grape wine from a silver goblet. It was obvious to Roland that the two men had only just finished a passionate struggle. After the food was brought in, Pemmin and the other squire resumed their posts outside the tent, standing guard like a pair of sentinels. Inside, Baron Bruna raised his goblet and gazed fondly at his knight. My dear, I have good news. The King's Chancellor has accepted our gift. Your name will be on next year's Frontier Commission. You'll finally become a Dornish lord. How do you plan to thank me? His voice was sweet and low, tinged with pride and satisfaction. The Dornish knight was elated, but outwardly maintained a calm, impassive expression, the very composure the Baron admired. Poised, unflappable, never rattled. More importantly, he was still strong, his body powerful as ever. He had sacrificed so much for this commission, for a chance at nobility. Though he despised himself in that moment, he reached out to gently caress the Baron's smooth cheek, his tone soft yet resolute. You know I would give my life for you. The Baron replied, I never know if you mean it. But his eyes were full of satisfaction as he savored the warmth of that hand. He chuckled softly and added, still, you'd best start preparing. Pioneering new territory was never easy, and Pyming's incompetence only made things more complicated. Still, the more capable attendant before him now seemed to offer a glimmer of hope. The Baron's affection and goodwill were obvious, but the Dornish knight knew all too well that this was just another play in the game of power. For the funds and resources needed to claim new lands, he had no choice but to accept this kindness for now. He reached out, pulling the Baron into his embrace, gazing deeply into those gem-like blue eyes, all the while plotting quietly in his heart. This was no ordinary attendant. The Baron had planted a pair of eyes, a constant watcher, monitoring his loyalty to their interests and scrutinizing his every move. But he knew that as a new noble, he could never allow himself to be controlled. For the sake of this land, he had to keep his claws sharp and remain beyond manipulation. Cunning alone wouldn't be enough. To be as powerful as a leopard, he needed weapons of his own. Outside the tent, Roland swung his dagger to break apart a piece of black bread, dropping the crumbs into an oak bowl of beer to soften them. He sliced a strip of jerky and shared it with Xiao He and Xiao Hui, who crouched nearby. This land belonged to barbarians. She had never seen them himself, but the stories Bill told made the place feel oddly familiar. Gladiators sold to free cities, fighting for their lives by day and filling the noble women's loneliness by night with violence. Roland listened in silence, long accustomed to Bill's jokes. As the sun dipped lower, Baron Bruna stepped out of the tent. His heavy steps suggested he'd just enjoyed himself thoroughly. The Dornish knight followed, light on his feet and looking refreshed. Once the Baron's back disappeared from view, the knight turned and beckoned Roland over. The Marquis Scout infantry is short a few men. You have your war dogs, why not give it a try? The knight's tone was flat, but Roland caught the underlying meaning. If he refused, the knight probably wouldn't care, but the very act of asking meant he hoped Roland would agree. If you allow it, I'm willing to give it a shot. Roland didn't hesitate, accepting the offer without a second thought. Good. The knight nodded, clearly pleased. It's a rare opportunity. Go find Captain Ike of the Scout Infantry is probably already assigning tasks. Time's short, so you'd better get going. Roland nodded slightly and turned to leave. You really took the job? Bill leaned in, voice low and teasing. You know you could have said no. Is it the 20 silver coins that tempted you? Yes, I'm doing it for those 20 silvers, Roland admitted, packing up his things. 20 silvers was no small sum for him. If there were no special rewards for this mission, then he'd have to pave the way to his freedom by accumulating more wealth. Bill shook his head. You really will do anything for money. He sighed, but there was no reproach in his voice. If you're heading out, find a safe place to rest. No one will know. Roland said his goodbyes with a smile, taking Xiao He and Xiao Hui with him toward the scout camp. Stepping onto this unfamiliar land, his goal was already clear. To achieve great things, both experience and opportunity were essential. Without experience, even when opportunity knocked, it might slip away. But with enough preparation, opportunities would come his way naturally. By now, frost coated the ground, and the barbarian lands were far from safe. If the scouts were discovered first, their fate would be grim indeed. Just as Bill had said, this was a mission he could have refused, but Roland understood that turning it down would mean missing out on a chance to gain valuable experience. Upon arrival, the reconnaissance infantry were gathering, preparing to conduct scouting operations under the cover of night. The darkness provided natural concealment, and about a third of the soldiers had well-trained war dogs sitting quietly by their sides. These hounds stayed close to their handlers, calm and alert. Occasionally, a few would bare their teeth at Xiao He, but Xiao He remained unfazed, exuding the calm confidence of a true leader, just as Luolin had said on the road. A true king among dogs never shows weakness. Before long, the sturdy figure of Ike, the reconnaissance squad leader, appeared before the group. His rough voice rang out, "Those with war dogs, stand to the right. Those without, to the left." He quickly and efficiently began pairing people upon with a dog and one without to ensure everyone had support. Standing at the back, Zydos nervously rubbed his fingers together. At just 18, he had joined the mercenary company for the tempting reward of 20 silver coins. Only after signing up did he learn that forward scouting was a dangerous job, which explained the generous pay. Images of his beautiful sweetheart waiting for him back home flashed through his mind, along with memories of her stern father. If he wanted to win her hand, he knew he'd have to take this risk. As he glanced around, Zydos' attention was drawn to a young man about his own age, who, unusually, had 2 war dogs by his side. The hounds flanked him like loyal sentinels. He must be an experienced hunter, Zydos thought. What reassured him even more was the young man's gentle expression, which stood in stark contrast to the fierce or disheveled faces of the other mercenaries. "Please, let me be paired with him," Zydos prayed silently. "Zydos, you'll go with Luolin," Ike announced, bringing a smile of relief to Zydos' face. Luolin looked over his new partner, a scrawny, freckled boy dressed in worn leather armor and carrying a battered wooden shield, who was now beaming at him. Ike continued with the orders. "Find the outer sentry posts and search ahead within the area they've marked as safe. If you spot a barbarian tribe, one of you stays to observe, the other reports back. Move out." The search teams filed out of the camp. As they set off, Zydos reached into a pouch at his waist for some dried fruit, intending to offer it to Luolin, but suddenly hesitated and stopped in his tracks. It was because of the 2 war dogs by Luolin's side, both fixing their fierce gazes on him. Their eyes were cold and wary, silently warning, "Stranger, don't make trouble." A chill ran down Zydos' spine. He instinctively took a few steps back, keeping his distance from the beasts that looked ready to pounce at any moment. "Good dogs." Luolin crouched down and rubbed the heads of both war dogs, and only then did their tense muscles relax a little. He then pulled a handful of plump hazelnuts from the leather pouch at his waist and offered them to Zydos. "Sorry, they're just very protective. These are hazelnuts from the black pine woods, nice and full." "Thank you." Zydos edged forward carefully, taking the hazelnuts without letting his fingers touch Luolin's, then quickly retreated to a safer distance. His voice was clearly nervous. "Don't worry, they'll listen to you on this trip. I won't hold you back." "Then let's get going," Luolin replied with a calm smile. In a world where most people struggled just to get enough to eat, sharing food was one of the simplest ways to build trust. They left the camp, first crossing a patch of wild grass before entering a small woodland. Following a narrow path between the trees, they climbed up a low hill ahead. In a dense thicket on the hillside, they encountered a sentry responsible for watching the camp's perimeter. "Be careful after you cross Earthworm Creek up ahead," the sentry said as he accepted some hazelnuts and dried fruit from them, pointing toward the distant trees. "There are lots of woods and ravines, there are plenty of places to hide. The barbarian scouts all carry powerful hunting bows, and every one of them is a crack shot. Move carefully. May the gods watch over you." "Thank you. May the gods watch over you as well." After expressing their thanks, the 2 continued on. Soon, Luolin and Zydos were crouched behind a thick clump of bushes, peering through the leaves by dusk's fading light at the hillside forest across a small stream. The winding, narrow stream was known as Earthworm Creek for its shape. Luolin glanced up at the night sky. The Milky Way stretched across the heavens, and a waxing moon was already high. On a clear night free of industrial pollution, the moonlight truly lit up the land. The autumn wind stirred the leaves, making them rustle softly. "Luolin, can I ask?" Zydos curled himself up completely in the bushes, not daring to show even a hint of his presence, and whispered, "When are we moving out?" "Let's wait a little longer." Luolin's tone was steady. "You have to survive to spend your earnings, so it pays to be cautious. I once read about the Yi Bu Shou scouts of ancient Waxiothi almost always operated at night, especially when deep in enemy territory. They'd wait until the dead of night, when people are at their most tired and careless. Barbarians may have sharp ears, but they're still human, they nod off, too. Trust in the wisdom of our ancestors." "I trust your judgment," Zydos said, glancing at Luolin's calm profile and feeling reassured that he'd made the right choice in following him. "They'll stick close and follow your lead." "Thank you for your trust." Luolin nodded. "A teammate who listens is always a good one." They waited quietly until late at night. Luolin looked up at the moon, now sinking westward, and guessed it was about 1 a.m. The timing's right, he whispered, then tapped the heads of the two ward dogs in front of him. When they turned to meet his gaze, Luolin signaled silently, "Move ahead and scout." The two dogs understood immediately. They slipped from cover and crept down toward the creek, searching for the shallowest spot to cross. "Let's go." Luolin waited a moment, making sure all was clear, then signaled for his companion to follow. They crossed Earthworm Creek, sticking to the path the dogs had taken. After entering the forest, Roland noticed that the moonlight filtering through the treetops was faint, making it hard to see anything clearly. He didn't rush ahead, but stood still, letting his eyes adjust to the darkness just like how you need a moment to adapt when the lights go out at night. Patiently, he waited until he could make out the shapes around him in the dim light. Once his vision cleared, Roland gently patted Ash's head, signaling for the dog to scout ahead. At the same time, he motioned for the jet-black shadow to stay hidden and follow behind. Now, the two war dogs served as the front and rear guards of their small group. Roland placed Shadow at the rear for 3 reasons. Its dark fur provided natural camouflage, it was skilled at moving silently, and most importantly it could act as a hidden trump card. The ambush by barbarians the other night had taught Roland a valuable lesson. Always keep a backup plan. Cetos followed closely behind Roland, his eyes darting nervously around, afraid a barbarian might jump out at any moment. After a while, when nothing happened, he began to relax a little, thinking maybe the danger wasn't as bad as had feared. Suddenly, Ash stopped in his tracks, turned around, and dashed to Roland's side, smacking his master's calf hard with his tail. "What's the dog doing?" Cetos wondered in confusion. "Now's not the time for play. Something's wrong." Roland's instincts screamed at him. This wasn't playfulness. Ash's special ability was to sense murderous intent within 100 meters, warning his master by whipping his tail. Judging by the direction of Ash's alert gaze, someone was lurking to the left and they meant harm. A barbarian scout? Roland suddenly remembered the guard's warning. Barbarian scouts were all expert archers. "Get down." Roland grabbed Cetos and dove behind a tree. Almost simultaneously, an arrow whistled past, flying right through where they had just stood and vanishing into the distance. A second arrow quickly followed, striking the tree trunk with a sharp thunk, the fletching still quivering. "Oh God, it's the barbarians." Cetos dropped flat to the ground, his voice shaking. "Who else but them would try to kill us in Frostlands? They're hiding in the dark. What do we do?" "Don't panic." Roland pressed his back against the tree, motioning for Ash to stay low and shaking his head at Shadow in the darkness, signaling him to remain hidden. With unknown enemies out there, making a move now would be suicide. He needed to find a better position before counterattacking. Scanning the area, Roland quickly spotted a fallen tree to the left not far away. Its thick trunk, covered in moss, would make perfect cover. "Give me your shield," Roland whispered to Cetos, who hurriedly handed it over. Roland grabbed the shield in his right hand and stretched it out to the right of feint to draw enemy fire. An arrow immediately shot out, striking the shield. "Stay with me." Roland pulled back the shield, rolled to the left, sprang to his feet, and dove behind the fallen tree. Ash followed close behind. Cetos tumbled after them, scrambling awkwardly on shaky legs, but finally made it to cover as well. More arrows thudded into the trunk behind them, sending vibrations through the wood. "They're really trying to kill us," Cetos muttered, pressing himself flat behind the tree, his face pale. "What do we do now?" "Hold on," Roland replied, keeping his back against the log and focusing on Ash. Now that had pinpointed the enemy's direction, he needed to know how many there were. "Okay, you'll wait. I trust you," Cetos whispered, not wanting to distract Roland. What happened next left Cetos baffled. Roland reached out to Ash, letting the dog lick his hand, again and again, several times. Is this really the time to play with the dog? Cetos thought, utterly bewildered. "My friend," Roland finally said, "there are only 2 of them." Ash's ability didn't just warn of danger. The number of licks indicated how many enemies held murderous intent. After checking 3 times, Ash had licked his hand twice each time. Only 2 enemies. That meant they were confident in their archery skills. Otherwise, they wouldn't have dared attack alone. If not for Ash's timely warning, the first arrow would have gone straight through his temple. Having survived this ambush, Roland knew now it was the enemy's turn to face death. Luolin quietly informed Zydos of the enemy situation, his tone calm and steady. At this crucial moment, he knew he couldn't afford to lose his composure, and neither could his companion. Only by working together could they hope to escape. This was a matter of life and death. There were only 2 enemies. Maybe, just maybe, they still had a fighting chance. Hearing this, Zydos' panic eased a little, and there was no doubt in his eyes. The gray dog had already proven its reliability. Its senses were sharp, and if it sensed danger, there was no mistake. Now that he had confidence, he chose to trust Luolin's judgment. "Follow my lead," Luolin said simply, his gaze sharp and focused. Someone had to take charge. There was no room for emotions to dictate their actions. Zydos nodded, silently waiting for instructions. Luolin glanced toward the low bushes on the right, where Xiao He waited alert and silent. Their eyes met, and a silent understanding passed between them. The dog's instincts seemed to merge perfectly with its master's, as if they shared a single mind. We know how many there are. Now we need to pinpoint their location, Luolin thought quickly. For the enemies to spot them in this dark forest, they couldn't be far. Moonlight filtered through the trees, but visibility was limited to about 30 paces. Their eyesight was probably about the same. The enemy's ability to shoot accurately with a bow made them a real threat. Turning, Luolin gently patted Xiao Hu's head. Their eyes met, and a silent message passed between them. "Show me where they are," Luolin whispered. Xiao Hui perked up his ears, using his keen sense of smell and hearing to scout. His nose twitched, and then he nodded toward the left, giving a subtle signal. Luolin immediately understood the enemy planned to attack from both sides. "It's warning me," Luolin murmured to himself. The enemy relied on their archery skills, paying no attention to the gap in the middle. The earlier feint with the shield had proven this: their arrows hit the shield with precision, but their overconfidence was their weakness. Underestimating the enemy leads only to defeat. "Good dog, listen to me," Luolin said gently, patting Xiao Hu's head and pointing toward the bushes on the left. Xiao Hui caught on right away. Luolin then turned to Zydos, his voice low but resolute. "When I give the signal, roll to the right and get behind that tree we used earlier. If we want to get out of this, you can't question my orders." Zydos hesitated for a moment, then nodded, a determined look in his eyes, mingled with a trace of resolve. "Understood. Get ready," Luolin ordered softly, his eyes fixed straight ahead. Now, at his command, the situation exploded into action. Xiao Hui dashed out from behind the fallen log, sprinting left at full speed. At the same time, Zydos gritted his teeth and rolled to the right, quickly seeking cover behind the tree. Luolin followed close behind, using the fallen log for protection as he watched the enemy's movements. On both sides, the two opponents raised their bows, aiming at the sources of noise, oblivious to Luolin concealed behind the log. With a sharp twang, Luolin's wooden crossbow shot an arrow straight into the left enemy's shoulder. The man staggered in pain, his grip loosening on the bowstring, causing his arrow to fly harmlessly into the air. At the same moment, Luolin shouted, "Xiao He now," his voice ringing with authority. On the right, the barbarian quickly drew another arrow, ready to fire. But just then, a black shadow flashed out from behind him, launching a sudden attack like a phantom. With a low growl, Xiao He pounced on the unsuspecting barbarian, knocking him to the ground. Its fangs locked onto the back of his neck, hot breath washing over the skin as its teeth pierced flesh. The searing pain made the enemy's whole body shudder. Xiao He planted its paws firmly on the man's back, clamping down on the wound. The taste of blood awakened its instincts, and it let out a primal snarl, shaking its head violently from side to side, tearing at the flesh and widening the gash. Zydos, pressed against the tree trunk, let out a shaky breath. His fingers tightened around his crude spear, his face tense and drawn. He gathered his courage for one last effort, then suddenly charged forward with a shout to support Xiao He. The barbarian, with an arrow in his left shoulder, was thrown into panic by the sudden turn of events. Had thought there was only a dog, never expecting a human to be lying in wait as well. Neither he nor his companion had realized this after all their careful observation. His hand trembled as he fumbled for an arrow from his quiver, struggling to knock it to his bow and aiming shakily at Xiao He. "Over here." Luolin leapt out from behind a dead tree, raising his crude spear high and stepping forward with force. "Die!" he shouted, hurling the spear straight at the target. The barbarian, arrow just knocked and not yet drawn, spun around in alarm. He dodged desperately to the side, narrowly avoiding the lethal strike. Luolin came to a halt, lifting his unloaded wooden crossbow to aim at the barbarian. "It's dark out. I bet you can't tell if I've got a bolt loaded," Luolin said coolly. Seeing the crossbow aimed at him, the barbarian instinctively rolled aside, his wounded shoulder slamming into the hard ground and drawing a grimace of pain. He managed to steady himself in a crouch, only then realizing the crossbow was empty. Fury at being tricked flared within him, and with a roar, he reached for the curved blade at his waist, preparing for close combat. At that moment, a gray blur lunged in from the left, tackling the barbarian before he could fully rise. Xiao Hui's jaws clamped down on his throat, teeth sinking in as it shook its head violently, refusing to let go. Luolin dropped the crossbow and sprang forward with his dagger, pinning the barbarian's body and locking down his weapon arm. The dagger stabbed repeatedly into the enemy's abdomen and waist until the man finally went limp, all signs of life fading away. On the other side of the fight, Zydos had already finished off the second barbarian, his wild thrusts having shredded the man's back. The body lay motionless in a pool of blood. The skirmish was over, dangerous, but victorious. Luolin stood, gasping for breath, bloody dagger in hand. He shot Zydos a quick smile. Zydos slumped to the ground, exhausted, his face devoid of any hint of joy. This was his first time as a mercenary, his first time thrown into a reconnaissance squad, and his first time killing an enemy. Everything felt surreal, like a dream. It wasn't until his companion came over and reached out a hand to pull him up that Sidos truly understood this was no dream, but a deadly fight where they'd taken control and turned the tables. We did it, Luolin said simply. Luolin, thank you. If not for you, I'd be dead right now, Sidos replied gratefully. You played a crucial role too. Don't mention it, I was scared out of my mind. Sidos panted, glancing at his companion, who was already searching the fallen barbarians for loot, still as calm as ever. At that moment, Sidos was completely won over. He spoke up at once. Luolin, from now on, I'll follow your lead. Whatever you ask, I'll do it. I'll witness your achievements and won't leave out a single detail in my report. Thank you. I'll make sure your efforts are recognized as well, Luolin replied, continuing to search for spoils. As for witnessing each other's deeds, this was a unique way among the Luolin people to record battle achievements, known as mutual attestation. Originally, it was meant to foster a closer bond between companions, though in practice, it sometimes led to a bit of exaggeration in the reports. Luolin took off the barbarian's animal tooth necklace. While it wasn't worth much, it served as tangible proof of his accomplishment in battle, making it worth keeping. It wasn't that he didn't trust his companions, this was simply a good tradition. Keeping evidence was always wise. He turned and glanced at the two dogs crouching beside him. They were the real heroes of the night. Luolin smiled, his eyes sweeping over them. Good job. You'll get an extra meal when we get back. Xiao He and Xiao Hui seemed to understand immediately. They bounded over, enthusiastically licking their master's face. Standing nearby, Zydos watched with clear envy and couldn't help but exclaim, Luolin, your dogs are incredible. How did you train them? It's nothing special, Luolin replied with a slight smile, secretly thinking, just spend enough money. Of course, he couldn't reveal that secret. Instead, he answered casually, honestly, it's just about spending time with them. Zydos was clearly skeptical, finding it hard to believe that such well-trained dogs could get that way through companionship alone. There must have been a lot of training involved. But he didn't push further. After all, everyone had their own secrets. Instead, he looked around and asked, what's next? Do we keep moving forward, or head back to camp? Let's bury them first, Luolin said. Bury them? Zydos sounded surprised and a bit uncertain. They nearly killed us. Do we really need to bury them? Yes, Luolin nodded seriously. This is the Frostlands. It's barbarian territory. It's best not to leave any traces behind, better safe than sorry. He paused, then added, of course, we're not going to waste time digging graves. We'll just toss them into a ditch and cover them with some branches and leaves. Luolin glanced down at the hunting bow head taken from the barbarians and was impressed by its craftsmanship. Though it wasn't as large as a Luo longbow, it was well suited for the hunter's lifestyle of the barbarians, compact, powerful, and practical. He slipped on the finger guard head taken, drew the bowstring, and tested the bow. Although he couldn't pull it to its full draw due to his strength, he had to admit it was still a useful weapon. After loosening the bowstring, he quickly sorted through the spoils. Besides the barbarians' jewelry and leather armor, he found some dried meat and nuts. Since the barbarians didn't use coins, they traded goods instead. He also found 2 hunting bows, 12 arrows, and 5 crossbow bolts. With more than 10 arrows now, this was quite a haul, given how valuable arrows were. Finally, Luolin discovered a round wooden shield covered in animal hide. After packing up the loot, Luolin strapped the shield to his back, put on the leather armor, hung the crossbow and quiver at his right hip, the longsword on his left, tucked a dagger against his calf, and held the bow in his hand. He looked every bit the well-equipped light infantryman. With everything in place, he and Zydos dragged the barbarians' bodies toward a deep gully. The gully, shaped by mountain floods, left little trace on the ground, perfect for hiding bodies. Luolin and Zydos tossed the corpses in, covered the blood with dirt, and then hid everything under branches and dead leaves, erasing all evidence of what had happened. The wild wormwood growing in the ditch provided further cover. They hadn't destroyed the bodies, but it was enough to conceal what needed to be hidden. After finishing their work, the two of them leaned against the side of the earthen ditch to rest and regain their strength. Looking up at the sky, Luolin noticed that the crescent moon had already set. Based on his estimate, it was probably around 2 or 3 in the morning. The moonlight was gone, making the night even darker. The faint starlight offered little help. Their visibility was much worse than before, though not yet total darkness. A light autumn breeze rustled through the woods and low shrubs, the leaves brushing against each other with a soft, whispering sound. Suddenly, Xiao He nudged Luolin gently, then stared alertly up toward the top of the ravine. Was there movement above? Luolin stood up cautiously, moving quietly as he crept toward the edge of the ditch, hiding behind a clump of weeds. Peering through the gaps, he could just make out several shadowy figures moving around. The oppressive silence of the surroundings made his heart race. Should we take them out? Zydos whispered. He had just survived a fierce battle with the barbarians, and the adrenaline from the fight, along with the bloodthirsty energy from the gem-studded earring head acquired, made him fearless. If anything, he felt even stronger now. Not yet, Luolin replied softly, pulling back slightly, though a trace of doubt crept into his mind. The enemy was so close. Why had Xiao He only just now noticed the barbarian's scent? Glancing around, he realized the reason. Inside this deep ditch, the wind was much weaker, muffling both smells and sounds, which dulled their sense of smell and hearing. He turned to the two dogs, holding out his hands. How many are there? Xiao He and Xiao Hui stretched their necks, ears perked and senses on high alert, sniffing and listening carefully. After a moment, they started licking the back of Luolin's hand once, twice, 3 times. Luolin frowned, a tingling sensation running through his mind as the licking grew faster and the count kept rising. Suddenly, he realized what this meant. Just how many people were out there? Luolin stood up and once again peeked over the edge of the ravine, his heart pounding. In the forest ahead, he could make out the vague shapes of countless people moving in formation. Their footsteps thundered through the trees in a steady, organized rhythm, like an endless human wall advancing toward him. By his rough estimate, there were at least several hundred of them, possibly more. Beside him, Zydos tensed up, so nervous he could barely breathe. Wave after wave of barbarians surged forward like a flood, leaving him weak and overwhelmed by a sudden sense of helplessness. Luolin turned to meet Zydos' gaze. In that brief exchange, they instantly understood each other's thoughts. There was no time to speak. Both men ducked back down, pressing themselves tightly against the earthen bank of the ravine. They shared a single thought: what should we do? There was no real choice, only the desperate hope for divine protection. Luolin took a deep breath, knowing full well that escape was impossible. With such a massive force approaching, there was no way they could climb out of the ravine and flee without being spotted. Trying to bluff or scare off the enemy was pure fantasy. Luolin glanced around anxiously and suddenly spotted something just below the edge of the ravine. The soil curved inward. Anyone familiar with the terrain would know that heavy rains and mountain floods had eroded the base over the years, creating a natural hiding place. If they could squeeze in there, maybe, just maybe, they could avoid disaster. Silently praying for his ancestors' protection, Luolin crawled into the hollow. The two dogs followed, pressing close together, and Zydos curled up behind them. For people and two dogs huddled in a line, hidden beneath the overhang. Zydos pressed his hands together, closed his eyes, and silently prayed, "Gods of earth, river, forest, beasts, birds, and rain, please protect us." Luolin whispered in his heart, "Ancestors, don't let anyone find me." Their ears pressed to the ground. They could feel the vibrations from hundreds, maybe thousands, of marching feet. Heavy footsteps pounded above them, sending sand and gravel tumbling down, scattering over their hiding place and landing on their faces. Zydos squeezed his eyes shut, his heart racing, his body trembling uncontrollably. He was terrified that even the sound of his own breathing would give them away. He barely dared to exhale, feeling as if the world itself had frozen in place. At that moment, he sensed just how close death was. One wrong move, and the barbarians would find them. Luolin clenched his eyes shut, cursing the barbarian who had tumbled down earlier. What kind of fool stumbles around in the middle of the night? Suddenly, the sound of falling earth and stones shattered the silence, followed by the snap of a branch. A barbarian had slipped from the opposite side of the ravine and tumbled into the pile of dead branches and leaves. Luolin could clearly hear the man's muttered curses as he got up, the short, angry words unmistakably in the barbarian tongue. Both men's hearts nearly leapt out of their chests. Luolin was seized by a wave of dread. The barbarian was only a step away from where the bodies were buried. If he took just one more step in that direction, the fear in that instant was suffocating. Zydos squeezed his eyes shut again and repeated his prayer to the gods. His mind filled with longing for the girl had never had the chance to kiss. Didn't want to die. Not now. At that moment, his desire to survive was overwhelming, not just for himself, but for the one he loved. The barbarian brushed dead leaves from his body, still muttering curses. He stood up and checked his injuries. Just then, his companions at the top of the ravine shouted at him to keep quiet, warning him not to draw attention. A long spear was silently handed down and hauled up without a sound. Sitters kept his eyes tightly shut, every nerve on edge, silently praying for the god's protection, terrified that even the slightest movement might give away his position. Roland took a deep breath, brows knitted, his mind racing. The barbarian's footsteps were almost inaudible, barely making a sound. All around them, only the soft whisper of the wind could be heard. The only other noise came from the man who had fallen, muttering curses under his breath, and the brief reprimand from another by the edge of the ravine, after which silence returned. It was deep into the night. 3 o'clock. In the distance lay the vast encampment of the army gathering to drive out the barbarians. The Marquis troops had crossed the mountains during the day. Now, exhausted soldiers and horses had halted, their camp not yet fully set up. Thunk. Roland's heart skipped a beat, a flash of alertness in his eyes. A textbook night raid. He cursed inwardly. Garone Bloodthorn glanced at the barbarian who had slipped down the ravine, a flicker of annoyance crossing his face. What a fool. Stumbling around in the dark, does he have eyes in the back of his skull? As the youngest master of the Blood Pact, Garone led the 9 tribes of southern Han Frostland, and tonight's raid had been meticulously planned. To avoid any mishaps, he hadn't even brought the clan's hounds, fearing their barking might ruin everything. After all, people make mistakes, dogs even more so. Zhurong's gaze was icy. If this idiot's blunder ruined the plan tonight, he would make sure the man learned just how painful being flayed alive could be. Garone was never satisfied with the alliance he commanded. Despite all the training, their formation remained loose, their discipline slack. Still, he knew that changing the tribe's free-spirited nature in a short time was nearly impossible. Compared to before, at least they no longer scattered like wild antelope on the plains. He vowed to himself that he would dedicate his life to transforming the combat habits and lifestyle of the Frostland people. Tonight's raid was the beginning of that change. Looking at the men around him, Garone felt a surge of pride. He had united 9 tribes and formed an elite unit of 100 blood guards. This was his true trump card. Just then, a clansman approached quietly, bowing his head to report. Of the 16 forward scouting teams, 12 have sent word. Thief confirmed the positions of the Luolin outer sentries. With your orders, they can deal with them easily. The other 4 teams haven't reported back yet. They're likely still checking the remaining posts. Garone nodded, his expression grave. Keep sending scouts. We can't afford to get careless. Make sure the information is accurate. He paused, a cold glint in his eyes. Avoid the areas where we haven't received word. Focus our strength where the sentries have been confirmed. Understood. The clansman nodded and quickly melted back into the advancing Frostland host. Voter Bloodthorn bowed his head, his voice full of respect for Garone. Everything is going exactly as you planned. Your wisdom outshines us all. When we strike at the Luolin camp, they won't even have time to pull up their trousers. That's exactly the outcome I want. Garone Bloodthorn replied coolly, accepting the compliment with his usual composure and caution. Let's thank our old foes. The Luinthirs still stuck with the same tired tactics. When the Marquis of Walker's army crossed the mountains, Garone already knew how tonight's battle would unfold. He was well aware of the Loi people's strategy. They would surely establish a camp as a stronghold in the rear, while sending out scouts to search for traces of the tribes, preparing for a surprise attack. Because of this, he had already set a trap, instructing his men to leave false trails to lure the scouts in the wrong direction, deliberately leaving a gap in the middle. The Luai have just come down from the mountains today. Their camp isn't built. Their men and horses are exhausted. This is the perfect time for a sneak attack. Garone Shueji narrowed his eyes. We'll strike in the second half of the night, when they're at their weakest. Those arrogant Luai will never expect us from the Frostlands to use such tactics. Brilliant, Commander. Future Shueji nodded enthusiastically, then added with a hint of resentment. It's just a shame the Nord Highlanders are so arrogant they refuse to answer your call. Garone let out a cold laugh. They've probably forgotten the shame of being driven into the mountains by the Loi centuries ago, just like those Nords who serve the Loi now. He raised his hand and pointed ahead. Send the order once we cross Worm Creek. Advance at full speed. Let's give those so-called noble knights a taste of the Frostlands' bloodiest welcome. The footsteps of the barbarian army gradually faded overhead. Luolin and Zydos stayed perfectly still until they were sure the enemy had moved on, only then allowing themselves to relax a little. Xiaohe cautiously poked his head out, sniffing the air for danger. After a moment, he turned and gently licked his master's palm, signaling that it was safe. Luolin smiled in relief and took out a piece of jerky to reward Xiaohe. Xiaohui, curled up beside his calf, noticed and quickly wriggled over to claim a treat as well. Are you okay, Zydos? Luolin whispered. Zydos let out a long breath. I'm fine, just about to go crazy from holding it in. Can I relieve myself now? Luolin carefully crawled out from behind the dirt mound. After making sure the coast was clear, he set the 2 dogs on watch and then let his companion come out as well. The barbarians are planning to attack the campway. Have to warn them as soon as possible, Zydos said anxiously as he fastened his belt. But they're ahead of us. There's no way we can get past them, and taking a detour would take too long. Luolin nodded. Running back on foot was out of the question. Not only was it too slow, but it would also risk giving them away. The only way to deliver the warning quickly was to rely on his loyal black companion, Xiaohe. At that thought, Luolin glanced at Xiaohe and saw it standing close to Xiaohui, both pressed up against the earthen bank, relieving themselves. Their movements were so synchronized, even the rhythm of their urination seemed in perfect harmony. They truly were of one mind. Are you planning to send Xiaohe to deliver the message? A hint of approval flashed in Zydos' eyes, but worry quickly followed. It's a good idea, but how will they make the people in camp understand? They can't speak, and we can't write. You're right, Luolin nodded, his thoughts becoming clearer. Indeed, the people in camp wouldn't be able to understand Zyahei's language. From the original host's memories, there was no recollection of learning to read or write. In this world, those at the bottom were forced into labor from birth, with no opportunity to learn. Literacy was an unattainable privilege. He frowned slightly, turning to adjust his belt, and accidentally brushed against a trophy hanging at his waist, a necklace made of beast fangs. Suddenly, an idea struck him. That's it. Luolin removed a few fangs from the necklace, tore off a piece of battered leaf, cut off a pointed ear from the barbarian's corpse, and found a strip of cloth to lengthen the necklace. He crouched in front of Xiaohe, carefully placing the necklace around its neck. Then Luolin gently cradled Xiaohe's head, looked into its eyes, and spoke softly. Circle around the barbarian army, hurry back to camp, find Knight Duoin, and give him this. Understand? Xiaohe licked his palm and gave a low, alert response. Zydos watched the scene, still deeply moved. These two dogs were truly incredible to understand human speech and follow commands. His admiration had grown into genuine awe. If the god of the forest really had messengers, his companion must be one of them. Luolin lowered his head again, resting his forehead against Xiaohe's and gently reminded, be careful on the road. If you get tired, rest. Stay safe, nothing must happen to you. We still have to go home together. A whoosh. Xiaohe stuck out its tongue, licked Luolin's forehead, then turned and leapt across the gully, racing into the night. Its figure soon faded, swallowed by the darkness. Luolin gripped the rocks at the edge of the ravine, gazing in the direction Xiaohe had disappeared. Hope and anticipation filled his heart. He knew sending Xiaohe directly to Knight Duoin was not a shot in the dark. Duoin knew Xiaohe, and as a knight, he would be able to report the message up the chain of command. Now, everything depended on whether they could understand. A dark figure darted through the woods, moving swiftly between the trees. Suddenly, he stopped, lifting his head to listen and sniff the air, confirming the position of the barbarian army ahead. Without hesitation, he veered left to avoid them, lowering his body as he jogged forward. Once he had put enough distance between himself and the barbarians, he broke into a full sprint, speeding ahead like an arrow released from a bow. He slipped out of the low forest and came to an abrupt halt at a small stream, his eyes quickly locking onto the stones protruding from the water. With agile steps, he leapt from one stone to the next, crossing the stream in silence. The moment he landed, he didn't pause, immediately racing onward. The shadowy figure dashed through sparse underbrush and climbed a barren hill. From the summit, he gazed down at the camp ahead, his chest heaving as he took the opportunity to catch his breath. After a brief rest, he charged down the hill like a mountain leopard, resuming his urgent run. Weaving through the woods and across desolate land, he finally burst into a camp shaded in gray and white, devoid of any open flames. He slipped past weary, dozing sentries, the breeze he created rustling the cloaks of exhausted serf soldiers curled up outside their tents, and skirted around tents from which loud snores echoed. At last, he skidded to a stop in front of the Dornish knight's tent. Woof, woof, woof. The sharp barking of a dog pierced the night. Under a shabby tent, Pemmin, a squire dreaming of becoming a legendary musician, was jolted awake beneath his felt blanket. Rubbing his sleepy eyes, he grumbled, that dog really knows how to ruin someone's dreams. Whose dog is it? Get it out of here, for heaven's sake. But the moment Pemmin caught sight of those fierce eyes, he immediately pulled the blanket up to his chin. Xiaohe, where's his master? That's Ironbrand's Xiaohe. Pemmin wasn't the only one startled awake. Bill sat up, confused as he looked at the black dog. How did it come back on its own? Where's Ironbrand? What's going on? The Dornish knight, still in his chainmail, emerged from the tent, his gaze landing on Xiaohe. The black dog leapt forward, barking urgently at the knight. Wait, Bill, quickied, pointed at the necklace around Xiaohe's neck. That's a barbarian Fong necklace. I swear Xiaohe didn't have that before. Good dog, quiet now. The Dornish knight crouched down, carefully removing the Fong necklace as his brow furrowed in thought. This dog was never far from his squire, and now it had returned alone, carrying a barbarian's necklace. As the implications sank in, the knight shot a deep, meaningful glance to the side, then stood up decisively and headed straight for the baron's tent. Bill remained where he was, pressing his hands together and praying fervently to the night sky. Gods, please keep my friend Ironbrand safe. He doesn't even have a wife, yet don't be so cruel. Inside the baron's tent, Baron Bruna stretched his arms as his attendants and pages helped him dress. He fixed the knight with a serious look and questioned, are you sure it's those brainless barbarians launching a night raid? You realize that rousing all the nobles and knights in the camp and making them don full armor is no small matter. The Dornish knight understood the stakes if his information was wrong. He'd be the laughingstock of the entire camp, the fool who put everyone on alert over a dog. But he couldn't shake the feeling that his squire was trying to send an important message. He nodded again, gravely. To avoid any disaster, we have to be prepared. It seems you have a lot of faith in your squire, Baron Bruna said, staring into the knight's determined eyes. He took a deep breath. He'll take you to see the Marquis. But if this turns out to be a joke, you know what will happen. Outside the Marquis' tent, the thick canvas completely blocked the candlelight within. Inside, Marquis Walker was roused from sleep, his movements slow and groggy. He raised his hand to pinch the bridge of his nose, looking wearily at the scout infantry captain who had just been summoned. Yak, give me your report. Captain Yak immediately lowered his posture, showing utmost respect. His tone was deferential, yet carried a hint of confidence. My lord, The sentries have just reported that everything is normal. Our scouts searching for the barbarian tribe have already found traces of them and are continuing their search. I believe we'll soon pinpoint the exact location of their camp. Are you sure? The Dornish knight's brows knitted tightly, anxiety written plainly on his face. He stared hard and pressed. Absolutely certain there are no mistakes? Captain Yak lifted his head and met the knight's gaze, a touch of undisguised contempt flickering across his face. Are you questioning my dedication? A faint smirk appeared at the corner of his lips. Besides, your attendant only brought back a dog and a beast tooth necklace. What does that prove? If there was a major discovery, why didn't he return himself? I'd say he probably just lost track of his doge, or maybe the dog was just dumb enough to wander back on its own. You. The Dornish knight's anger flared. He clenched his fists so tightly his knuckles whitened, desperate to wipe the arrogant look off Yak's face with a punch. At that tense moment, the little black hound in the crowd suddenly let out a sharp bark and dropped a blood-stained object from its mouth, a barbarian's ear. Every gaze snapped to the pointed ear lying on the ground. The contempt vanished from Captain Yak's face, replaced by shock. Color drained from his cheeks. He knew something was wrong. Baron Bruna stared at the pointed ear, his heartbeat quickening as a wave of dread swept over him. The Dornish knight bent down and picked up the ear, inspecting it closely. Finally, his tense expression eased. No bite marks. The cut is clean. A dagger did this. My attendant did this on purpose to send a message. It means he's been restrained and can't report back himself. So he sent the dog instead, fast and discreet. There was one thing he didn't say aloud. This was a desperate attempt to save everyone in the camp. Everyone instinctively looked up, their eyes settling on the Marquis. He was the real authority in the camp. The final decision rested with him. This is certainly an unusual situation, Marquis Walker finally said, opening his half-closed eyes. He stood up slowly, stretching his arms, and glanced sideways at his attendants. The attendants immediately understood, moving quickly to dress him. First a layer of padded underclothes, then chainmail, and finally an ornate suit of plate armor. The Marquis surveyed the crowd, a subtle, meaningful smile appearing on his otherwise stern face. But the stranger the situation, the more attention it deserves. If this report is true, all the better. If not, then tonight will be a good test of my knight's discipline and readiness. After all, too much comfort dulls the senses. It's good to sharpen them from time to time. At your command, my lord. The crowd responded in unison, then began to discuss their strategy in hushed voices. Meanwhile, Garone Bloodthorn sat atop a bare rock on the hillside, his hand resting on the hilt of the curved blade at his waist as he gazed down at the distant, dim outline of the Luolin camp beneath the stars. In front of him, two Luolin sentries convulsed on the ground, blood gushing from their slit throats. They'd been killed while still lost in dreams. Now that they were awake, they were already dying. At that moment, a tribesman tasked with hiding near the enemy camp hurried over and knelt on one knee. Blood Lord Garone. The Luolin are all sound asleep, completely off guard. Are you certain? Garone Bloodthorn tore his gaze from the distant camp, his sharp eyes locking onto the messenger. Tonight is critical. We can't afford a single mistake. His voice was low and dangerous as he pressed again. No sign of anything unusual? No. The tribesman looked up at his blood chief, his gaze steady as he replied. Apart from a few dogs barking, there's been no other movement. The Luo people are just cursing us dogs. Good, Garone. Shueji sprang to his feet, anger and determination flashing in his eyes. He turned to the more than 3,600 warriors crouched behind him on the hillside, his voice cold but charged with excitement. Tonight, let the blood of the Luo stain the frost red. They had already crossed the hill. Zydos lay prone on the high ground, staring at the distant, blurry shapes of the barbarian army. He watched as they moved like a dark tide over the bare hills, creeping toward the far-off camp. Don't do anything foolish, he whispered, glancing anxiously at his companion. Zydos didn't doubt Xiaohei's skills, but if the barbarians managed to pull off this sneak attack, it would be the fault of those foolish nobles. Let's follow them. Luolin stood up, moving quietly through the low shrubs. Beside him, Xiao Hui sniffed the air, growing more alert with every step. Soon, the two reached the other side of the hill. Zydos narrowed his eyes. On the right, the barbarian army surged out of the woods like a black wave, bodies low as they crawled toward the wasteland. Far off to the left, the camp was shrouded in darkness, its outline barely visible under the starlight. The silence was eerie. Zydos stared at the camp, his face grave. If only a horn sounded now, perhaps there'd still be time, but unfortunately, they had no horn. Let's pray for the gods' protection, Zydos murmured, making a silent wish. Luolin's eyes stayed sharp and calm. We've done all we can. The rest is up to fate. Stay cautious, no reckless moves. By now, the barbarian army had completely left the woods on the right, slipping into the open ground and continuing their advance toward the Luo camp. In the darkness, they moved like a snake, winding and relentless. They seem well prepared, Luolin whispered. As time passed, the starlight faded and dawn had yet to break. The landscape grew harder to see, and the outlines of the camp and the barbarians were swallowed by the dark, as if everything had fallen silent. Suddenly, a sharp barbarian horn split the night, echoing through the sky. Moments later, the sound of shouting came from afar, the beat of war drums drifting on the breeze to Luolin's ears. The barbarian army had finally launched their assault. At that moment, several bursts of fire lit up in front of the camp. Within seconds, the flames spread rapidly, forming a thick line of fire across the camp's entrance. More fires sprang up beside it, arranged in neat, battle-like rows. A whistling sound split the air, a flaming arrow shot into the distance. Then, volleys of fire arrows soared upward and rained down, their trails arching through the night. The arrows landed among the barbarians, scattering sparks and igniting the dry grass of the wasteland. The flames, fanned by the breeze, leaped and spread quickly. Though the fires didn't blaze high, the scattered flames lit up the barbarians as if it were broad daylight, exposing every formation and position. Luo spearmen and shield-bearers, long hidden around the camp, seized the moment. They charged at the barbarian vanguard, and fierce fighting broke out instantly. The mercenaries and free longbowmen at the rear took aim at the enemy's position, unleashing a rain of arrows. Though caught off guard, the barbarian archers quickly organized a counterattack. Roland, Roland. Sidus was so excited he could barely speak, gripping his companion's shoulders tightly. We did it. Everyone's ready. Hay finished the mission. Those nobles really are clever. Roland nodded in confirmation. It seemed Hay had indeed returned safely to camp. Relieved, he knelt down to rub the head of the little gray dog at his side. I'm glad you're back safe and sound. The Marquis is fully prepared now. The barbarians are going to pay for this, Sidus said, rubbing his knees with excitement as he sat on the ground. He turned to Roland. Should we go and join the action? Roland couldn't help but think how hard Sidus worked to earn enough to get married. But there was a time and place for everything. The battlefield in the distance was ablaze with fire, offering a perfect view of real combat. This was a rare opportunity to study tactics, and he knew he had to pay close attention. He patted Sidus on the shoulder and said meaningfully, Our job here is done, isn't it? Sidus was momentarily stunned, then suddenly understood. Right? You're going to get a generous reward from the Marquis, and he'll get to share in the glory. I want to witness your achievement firsthand. And he'll be here to witness yours, Roland replied, genuinely appreciating his quick-witted companion. The reward for delivering the message would surely be substantial. But for now, learning was the priority. To get a better vantage point, Roland moved forward and found a sturdy, easy-to-climb tree at the base of a low hill. Sidus followed, though he thought Roland was climbing a bit too high. The little gray dog circled the tree before finally settling in the bushes below. Roland found the best spot in the tree, wedging himself securely between the branches and leaning against the trunk as he observed the battlefield. He analyzed the situation. The barbarians, having faced a volley of flaming arrows, must have realized the enemy was prepared, yet they pressed on with the attack. It was a case of sunk cost in economics, and tactically, it made sense retreating after close combat would only end in disaster. Suddenly, a deep, resonant horn cut through the night. The center of the barbarian formation quickly parted, and a squad of towering warriors surged forward from the rear. They wore leather armor covered in scale-like iron plates, wielding large shields in their left hands and battle axes in their right, roaring as they charged. With a thunderous crash, this elite unit drove into the Luolin infantry like a wedge, instantly shattering the already struggling ranks of freemen and retainers, scattering them like a plate smashed by a heavy hammer. Witnessing this, Roland was amazed by the barbarians' ferocity. These must be the legendary blood guard of the tribe. At that moment, the barbarians broke through the defenses like wild beasts pouncing on their prey. The infantry of the Luo people fell into chaos, scattering in all directions like a flock of sheep chased by wolves. Suddenly, the distinctive horn of the Luo sounded. The thunder of hooves followed it was the knights charging. Sidus, who was stuck in the branches, excitedly patted the tree trunk. Luolin stared ahead, slowly piecing things together in his mind. He finally understood why he hadn't seen the knights before. They'd been waiting for the perfect moment. Now, with the barbarians chasing down the Luo support troops and their formation broken, there was no better opportunity. Sure enough, two squads of knights burst from the darkness on either side, charging straight into the barbarian archers at the rear. Charge! Attack! The armored knights shouted, leveling their lances, points angled downward. The two squads cut through the ranks of the scrambling archers like sharp knives, splitting the enemy formation with swift precision. Horses crashed into bodies, lances pierced flesh. Without hesitation, the knights discarded their lances once they struck home, drawing swords, war hammers, and flails, slashing and smashing their way forward. War hammers shattered the barbarians' raised shields, knocking them to the ground. Flails crushed skulls with a single blow. Swords flashed like lightning, spraying blood everywhere. The barbarian archers, clad only in leather, were trampled and scattered like dry grass under the hooves of armored knights. Those who tried to flee quickly found they couldn't outrun horses and were cut down without a chance to resist. Luolin noticed that not all the knights had joined the charge. Half of them, along with their squires, were still waiting. Then the barbarian's horn sounded again. The tall, fearsome bloodguard spun around and charged at the knights. Once more, the knight's horn blared. The knights who had been pursuing the archers wheeled their mounts around, regrouped, and faced the oncoming bloodguards heeding. Just then, Marquis Walker led his own household and titled knights out of the darkness like tigers leaping from a mountain, slamming into the bloodguards from behind. Caught between two forces, the bloodguards were crushed like eggs between steel plates, blood and flesh flying, screams filling the air. As the signal for retreat sounded, the barbarians scattered, fleeing for their lives. The Luo support troops who had been chased began their own pursuit. But with only 2 legs, the Luo freemen and retainers couldn't achieve much. It was the cavalry who truly turned the tide. The knights split into several groups, initially pursuing the fleeing barbarians in an orderly fashion. But as the pursuit stretched out, the knights broke into smaller squads, the battlefield expanded, and the situation grew increasingly scattered. Luolin looked down and realized dawn was breaking. The sky had gone from pitch black to gray, and the light was spreading, making everything much clearer. In the distance ahead, a few barbarians were desperately running for their lives. Luolin and Sidis both grew visibly excited, exchanging glances before looking up at their companions above. Luolin whispered, "Now's the perfect time to earn some merit. What do you think?" Sidis was eager to go, but Luolin shook his head. No need. He knew better than to chase a desperate enemy. Pursuing them now would only risk their lives and invite trouble. This wasn't like an ambush in the woods. The enemy was fighting for survival and would be ferocious. Luolin glanced at Sidis, who was itching to act, and said firmly, "Stay put. There's no need to take unnecessary risks." Though Sidis was reluctant, he nodded. "All right, I'll listen to you." Sidis finally nodded, a flicker of resolve passing through his eyes. His trust in Luolin had grown into complete reliance. Luolin's advice was always worth following. Listening to him never led them astray. He turned and signaled to Xiao Hui, who was hiding in the low bushes below. "Lie down, stay still, and rest for a bit." Xiao Hui quickly understood, flattening himself among the withered shrubs, his eyes fixed on a few small insects crawling slowly over the dead leaves, completely absorbed in his own little game of observation. A few seconds later, several barbarians slipped silently beneath the trees, fleeing into the distance. Soon after, more of them hurried past, their figures quickly disappearing from sight. The 2 men in the tree remained hidden among the branches and leaves, motionless and alert, carefully watching their surroundings. Before long, the silence was shattered by the rapid beat of hooves. Several knights arrived at a gallop. The barbarians immediately scattered in all directions, knowing that splitting up was their only chance to survive. The knights also spread out, beginning the pursuit, clearly excited by this easy display of force. Just then, one barbarian suddenly burst out from under the tree. He turned to see knights still in pursuit, and realizing he had nowhere left to run, he drew his battle axe, preparing to fight to the death. "Luolin, he's a barbarian bloodguard." Sidis' eyes widened as he gripped the tree trunk tightly, his voice low but urgent. Luolin looked down as well, confirming Sidis' words. It was indeed a barbarian bloodguard. The knight facing him didn't charge with a lance like the others. Instead, he reined in his horse, dismounted, and prepared to confront the bloodguard on foot. Luolin frowned in confusion. Why would the knight choose to fight on foot? Before he could think further, the battle had already begun. The bloodguard hefted his heavy battle axe in his right hand, pounded his chest with his left fist, and roared a challenge at the knight. The knight stood his ground, holding his long sword at the ready, and casually beckoned the bloodguard forward with his free hand. Provoked, the bloodguard let out a furious roar, raised his axe, and charged, bringing it down in a powerful swing. But the knight didn't meet the attack head-on. Instead, he darted aside at the last second, swift as a leopard. As he moved, his sword shot forward, striking the unarmored arm of the bloodguard with pinpoint accuracy before he quickly withdrew, not pressing the attack further. This Hitandran tactic was like a hunter toying with his prey. The bloodguard was massive and powerful, but the knight's agile footwork and superior armor left him no opening to exploit in close combat. Each of the bloodguard's attacks struck only air, while he himself was repeatedly wounded by the knight's precise strikes. Luolin watched the fight closely, a hint of admiration rising in his heart. The knight's strategy was a textbook example of playing to one's strengths while exploiting the enemy's weaknesses. The bloodguard was imposing and strong, but his attacks were draining his stamina, making his movements increasingly sluggish. He relied entirely on overwhelming, decisive blows, while the knight wore him down with nimble steps and accurate swordplay. As the fight wore on, the bloodguard's strength began to wane, his attacks slowing further, while the knight remained steady and unscathed, never showing a single weakness. After several exchanges, the bloodguard's body bore multiple wounds, especially on his limbs, from which blood now flowed freely. The knight, seemingly untouched, had brought the battle to its critical moment. The balance of victory had already tipped, and it seemed the knight was about to slay the barbarian bloodguard. But just then, something unexpected happened. A feathered arrow flew in from the side and struck the knight's helmet. Though the arrow didn't pierce all the way through, the connection between the arrowhead and the shaft shattered on impact. Thanks to the shock-absorbing padding inside the helmet, the knight's head wasn't seriously injured, but the blow left him momentarily off balance. At that instant, the bloodguard swung his battle axe in a sweeping arc. The knight, caught off guard, hurriedly raised his sword to block, but his stance and distance were far from ideal. The axe crashed into the blade with a sharp, ringing clang, knocking it aside and slamming it against the knight's breastplate. The force of the impact reverberated through his entire body, sending him flying backward until he crashed hard into a tree trunk. The blow was so powerful that it sent a fully armored knight soaring through the air, a testament to the bloodguard's incredible physical strength. From his perch in the tree, Luolin witnessed the entire scene, stunned by the bloodguard's display of raw power, and saw the tide of battle begin to turn in his favor. At that moment, a barbarian archer who had recently fled the battlefield happened to pass by. Spotting the duel between the bloodguard and the knight, he didn't hesitate. He raised his bow and fired an arrow, disrupting the knight's defense and aiding the bloodguard. The interference from the arrow prevented the knight from reacting in time, resulting in him being struck down by the battle axe. Now, slammed against the tree, the knight was unable to get back on his feet. Luolin glanced down at Zydos, suddenly realizing that the knight looked familiar. Looking more closely, it hit him, wasn't this the Dornish knight? If he died here, how could Luolin claim credit for his achievements? The Dornish knight was a crucial witness to his deeds. He couldn't let him die. Without hesitation, he whispered urgently to Zydos, "Come on, let's go help him." Zydos hesitated, confused, and whispered back, "Didn't you just say it wasn't worth the risk? We have to take the risk now." Luolin cut him off, already leaping down from the tree. "Hurry." Zydos paused for a moment, but when he saw Luolin running ahead, he quickly followed. Whatever happened, Luolin couldn't just stand by and watch the knight die. The Dornish knight slumped against the tree trunk, pain stabbing through his chest and abdomen so sharply he could barely breathe. An overwhelming, dull ache weighed him down, making it impossible to rise. His original plan had been simple: to defeat a single barbarian bloodguard in solo combat, prove his strength, earn a pioneer's writ, and use that victory to attract some free folk to join his expeditionary force. But no one had expected such a sudden turn of events, just as he was about to succeed. A rush of hurried footsteps, then the barbarian bloodguard charged forward, swinging his battle axe in a forceful downward arc. The blade carried a suffocating momentum. Propped up against the tree, the Dornish knight mustered his remaining strength to raise his sword in defense. With a resounding clang, the impact sent a numbing shock through his arms, nearly knocking the weapon from his grasp. That single blow had drained him, leaving him unable to counterattack. At the same time, the barbarian archer who had just fired an arrow drew a dagger and sprinted toward the knight. Sensing the knight's weakness, the archer closed in, aiming to slip the dagger's point through the gaps in the knight's plate armor, a potentially lethal strike. Suddenly, a crossbow bolt whistled through the air, piercing the archer's back. He collapsed in agony, his entire body convulsing as if seared by fire. Instinctively, the archer tried to turn, searching for the source of the deadly shot, but all he saw was a gray dog lunging at him, jaws clamping down on his dagger-wielding wrist. There was a sharp crack as bones shattered. The dog's steel-like teeth tore through flesh and bone, and before the archer could react, he was rendered helpless. As the barbarian fell, the gray dog released its grip on the wrist and sank its fangs into his throat. After a few savage bites, it let go abruptly and retreated, wasting no more time on a foe who was clearly finished. The gray dog obeyed its master's command with swift, cold precision. Watching all this unfold, Luolin nodded slightly, already forming a plan. His approach was simple: eliminate the weakest enemy first, then focus all efforts on the strongest. As the barbarian bloodguard turned to take in this sudden reversal, Luolin and Zydos were already nearby. Luolin held a loaded crossbow, while Zydos quickly reloaded another bolt. They moved swiftly, their target clear. The bloodguard stood nearly 2 meters tall, his massive frame imposing. Exposed skin was dark red, as if scorched by fire, muscles taut, his face deeply wrinkled. His bloodshot eyes burned with madness. A hooked nose and sharp teeth protruding from his mouth, along with a pair of unusually long, pointed ears, set him apart from ordinary barbarians. She looked almost like a ragged, red-skinned troll. Seeing the bloodguard's strength waning, he suddenly pulled a small vial from his belt, uncorked it, and gulped down its contents. Instantly, his dark red skin flushed even deeper, his energy surging as if reborn. The Dornish knight couldn't help but shout, "Careful, that's shaman potion from the barbarians. His strength will skyrocket. He can't feel pain anymore. He's gone berserk." Luolin frowned, a sense of unease rising within him. Shaman potion? Had never heard of such a thing and had no idea how powerful it might be. At that moment, The Blood Guard let out a furious roar not at Luolin and Zydos, but as he turned and charged back toward the slumped Dornish knight, swinging his axe with renewed, terrifying force. The Dornish knight summoned every last ounce of strength to raise his sword, desperately trying to deflect the brutal axe strikes, though his battered body could barely withstand another blow. The momentum from the battle axe glanced off the knight's helmet, knocking it off and sending the Dornish knight reeling, his world spinning and his ears ringing. Watching from the shadows, Luolin sighed quietly to himself. Had planned to leap out and split the enemy's attention, but instead, his move only provoked the barbarian Bloodguard into attacking the knight more fiercely. It was understandable. Faced with certain death, the Bloodguard would rather take a knight down with him than be dragged out and killed. Luolin exchanged a glance with Zydos, both tightening their grips on their weapons and advancing in silent agreement. The Dornish knight was still down, momentarily out of the fight. Other than the two of them, only Xiao Hui remained as their third line of support. They'll go left, you take the right, don't get too close. Luolin reminded in a quick, low voice as he moved forward. Xiao Hui followed closely, ready to respond to his master's commands at any moment. Though Zydos had killed barbarians before in the Night Forest, he couldn't help but feel nervous facing such a towering Bloodguard. Zydos followed Luolin's instructions, keeping his distance as he thrust his spear at the Bloodguard's left flank. The Bloodguard reacted swiftly, spinning around to trap the spear under his arm. With a sudden yank, he pulled the spear toward himself, catching Zydos off guard. Lacking experience, Zydos was dragged right in front of the Bloodguard, who immediately swung his axe down. Zydos raised his wooden shield just in time, but with a loud crack, the shield shattered. Although the blade only grazed his forearm, the force of the blow knocked him to the ground. At that moment, Luolin lunged from the right, his spear plunging into the Bloodguard's right thigh. But he had underestimated the opponent's resilience and ferocity. Heightened by the effects of the potion, the Bloodguard didn't even seem to feel pain. With a sudden twist, he hurled his axe at Luolin. Luolin barely dodged, the blade grazing his chest, but the Bloodguard, ignoring his wounded leg, immediately charged at him. Luolin was tackled to the ground by the massive figure, the Bloodguard straddling him, iron-ringed fists pounding toward his face. Xiao Hui leapt in, clamping his jaws onto the Bloodguard's wrist and pulling back with all his might, but the Bloodguard, numb to pain, didn't even flinch. With his free hand, he drew a dagger from his belt and drove it toward Luolin's throat. Luolin desperately blocked the Bloodguard's wrist with his spear, but the dagger's tip was already pressing against his Adam's apple. He could feel the cold bite of the metal and the looming presence of death. Gritting his teeth, he pushed back with all his strength, but the Bloodguard's weight was overwhelming, and Luolin's slender frame was beginning to give way. The blade broke the skin at his throat, and Luolin thought grimly, "This might be the end for me." Just then, a deep, guttural growl split the tension. A dark blur shot through the air, leaping past Luolin's face and sinking its teeth into the left side of the Bloodguard's neck, knocking him off balance and toppling him to the ground. The black dog roared furiously, its sharp teeth sinking deep into the Bloodguard's flesh as it thrashed its head wildly, determined to avenge its master. Roland sprang to his feet, calling out excitedly, "Xiaohe!" Without hesitation, he lunged forward, using his whole body to pin down the Bloodguard's knife-wielding arm. In the chaos of man and beast locked in combat, Roland drew the dagger from his belt, aiming for the gaps in the barbarian's armor and stabbing with precise, repeated thrusts. Even as his opponent struggled violently, Roland kept his cool and maintained a steady rhythm of attack, not stopping until he was certain the enemy had breathed his last. Although the Dornish knight hadn't fully recovered, he was able to move. Like a wounded tiger, he staggered forward and crashed into another Bloodguard just as the man tried to rise, knocking him back to the ground. Planting his armored knee firmly on the guard's chest, he drove his dagger mercilessly into the man's throat. The Bloodguard coughed up blood, his dying eyes fixed on the two men with a venomous glare, before finally closing in bitter defeat. With a heavy exhale, the Dornish knight only relaxed once he was sure the enemy was dead. He looked at Roland and extended a hand. "Before I thank you, help me up, will you? I'd rather not be seen in such a sorry state." Roland helped the knight to his feet. The man looked at him with grave sincerity. "Everything you've done for me today will not go unrewarded. I swear it on my honor as a knight." "Thank you. But it was the least I could do," Roland replied modestly, though inwardly he was already calculating. Not only had he delivered the warning about the night raid, but had also saved the Dornish knight's life. Surely that would earn him a special reward. Just then, the retainer Paimon, who had arrived late, leapt from his horse and hurried over to check on the knight. Dorn didn't scold his nephew for disappearing during the battle. He had already decided that after winter, Paimon would head south to the Free Cities to pursue his dream of becoming a musician. As Dorn quietly observed Roland, he had already decided that this man would be his most trusted aide once he received his charter to settle new lands. Roland's courage during the night assault his meticulousness in scouting, his reliability as someone raised within the fief, and, most importantly, the fact that he had saved Dorn's life today all felt like a sign from the gods. As thanks, I want to take your share of the spoils from this campaign. All of it will be yours to use as you see fit. He'll personally vouch that it's your property. Thank you for your generosity, Roland replied with a slight nod. Even without a special favor, this sum would be enough to secure his own freedom, and if more was to come, all the better. With the help of his squire, Paimon, the Dornish knight climbed back onto his horse, reins in hand, and turned to face Luolin. Battle scars still marred his armor, and though his voice carried a trace of fatigue, it remained authoritative. The message you sent back with Little Black was crucial, the knight said, shifting in his saddle. The Marquis said he wants to see you as soon as you return, and to bring Little Black with you. Understood, Luolin replied curtly. Gather up the spoils, the Dornish knight continued, his gaze sweeping across the battlefield. Don't bother chasing after those barbarians. Once they're in the woods, it's nearly impossible to track them down. Yes, sir, Luolin answered with another nod. Instead of leaving immediately, the knight nudged his horse closer to Luolin, leaned forward, and lowered his voice. Let's keep my sorry state today between us. Thank you. As you wish, Luolin said, bowing his head in respect. After the knight departed, Luolin realized that dawn had already broken. The warm sunlight had chased away the last shadows of night, brightening the world around him. He turned to the two dogs sitting beside him, crouched down, and pulled a few strips of jerky from his pouch, handing them out as a reward. He wrapped his arms around both dogs, rubbing his face against their foreheads. Thank you, he said, his voice full of genuine gratitude. The dogs whined softly in response, their tongues lapping at his cheeks with eager affection. Watching from the side, Zydos couldn't hide the envy in his eyes. Shaking his head, he said admiringly, I'd only ever get this close to my future wife. But if I had such amazing war dogs, I wouldn't mind cuddling them every night. You'll have your chance, Luolin replied with a smile, planting a kiss on each dog's forehead before gently pushing the slobbering pair away. Luolin then began to collect the spoils. Each barbarian bloodguard had at least 5 or 6 gem-studded earrings, red, blue, green, all glittering in the morning light, each one finely crafted. He carefully stowed them away, then picked up a small vial of potion, sniffing it and nearly gagging. This stuff reeks, Luolin muttered, wrinkling his nose. I've never heard of magic in this world, so what is this potion? Some kind of powerful stimulant. He tucked the bottle away for later study and continued gathering loot. Once had finished, Luolin headed back to camp with his haul. The other knights who had chased the fleeing barbarians were also returning, some looking disappointed. The pursuit hadn't yielded much. After all, once the barbarians vanished into the forest, crossed the Worm Creek, and climbed into the hills, there was little the knights could do. As Bill put it, the knights couldn't just abandon their horses and chase people up the mountains in full armor. You'd wear yourself out long before you caught anyone. Luolin thought this was a fair point. This harsh environment was one of the reasons the Luo people had never fully conquered the Frostlands. Besides, the land here was too barren for farming, so the Luo nobles had little incentive to push further. That was another major reason for their incomplete conquest. But none of that mattered now. Luolin's thoughts shifted to the meeting ahead. Seeing the Marquis was what truly mattered. Whether he could finally shed his status as a serf depended on this last chance. Branding iron. Bill flung his arms wide as he welcomed his returning friend, and the two embraced tightly. Gripping his friend's shoulders, Bill's voice trembled with emotion. God, I knew you'd be all right. I've been praying for you nonstop. Thank you. It seems the gods heard your prayers, Luolin replied with a wide grin. That's the only reason I made it back in one piece. The Dornish knight stood at the tent entrance and gestured for Luolin to come inside. Seated on a small stool, the knight looked at him with keen interest. Tell me about your night. I need the details to report your achievements to the Marquis. Luolin nodded and began recounting his harrowing experience, how he was ambushed by barbarian scouts and then narrowly escaped as the barbarian army marched right overhead. His narration was gripping and vivid, every detail laced with danger and suspense. Well done, the Dornish knight said, stroking the mustache on his upper lip after listening closely. Your message arrived just in time. He'll make sure you're rewarded for your service. Thank you for your generosity, my lord, Luolin replied, bowing his head slightly. Suddenly, the knight brought up another topic. You know, branding iron was a name given to you by Baron Bruna's father during an inspection of the lands. Honestly, no one really likes being called that. If you could choose a new name, what would it be? Luolin's heart leapt. This might be a chance for a special favor. Pretending to consider for a moment, he replied, to tell you the truth, I once heard a bard at the market sing of a man named Luolin. I've always liked that name. It is a good name, the knight agreed, though there was a hint of regret in his voice. Still, he respected the choice. You should wash up and get some rest. After midday, he'll take you to see the Marquis. With the instructions given, Luolin made his way to the foothills behind the camp. The autumn ground was covered in frost, and the stream's water was icy cold, but he managed to wash himself as best he could. Once clean, he changed into fresh underclothes and washed the dirty ones, hanging them over a wooden rack by the campfire to dry. With the recent victory, the Marquis had lifted the ban on fires, so the camp was filled with the glow of open flames. Xiaohei, you'll be coming with me to meet the Marquis soon. Everything is under control. Roland found a quiet spot to rest with his 2 dogs and gave Xiaohei some instructions. If any of those nobles try to take you away from me, watch my signals. If I tap my left foot, pretend to be sick and start gagging. If I tap my right foot, act like you've gone mad. Xiaohei gazed at his master with wide, intelligent eyes, momentarily confused. But after Roland put on a convincing display of madness, realization dawned in Xiaohei's eyes. He quietly confirmed to himself, my master is definitely not an ordinary person. Time passed quickly, and noon had come and gone. Bill sat Roland down on a sturdy tree stump, his rough hands surprisingly gentle as he carefully smoothed Roland's hair. Being summoned by the Marquis is something I never even dared to dream of, Bill said seriously. You're not just representing yourself, but folks like us who've had it tough. You've got to look respectable. Are you sure you don't want a bit of oil? I'm sure, Roland repeated firmly. Among the nobility, it was common to use animal fat for styling hair, but Roland, who hated going more than 3 days without washing, couldn't care less about appearance's comfort was all that mattered. Besides, the oil Bill was offering was just drippings left over from cooking dried meat. The idea of putting that on his head was simply unbearable. How's everything coming along? Sir Dorn approached, dressed in a green wool coat trimmed with fine fur at the cuffs and collar. He exuded an unmistakable air of authority. We're ready, sir, Roland and Bill replied in unison, standing up respectfully. Then let's go. Sir Dorn rested his hand on his sword hilt and walked ahead, nodding politely to the other knights they passed, every movement revealing his noble confidence. Just then, Sir Gary approached from the opposite direction. After greeting his old friend Dorn warmly, his eyes swept over Xiaohei's fierce gaze before settling on Roland. The message you got through was right on time, and your dog did well, Sir Gary remarked. Otherwise, last night would have been a lot rougher. Thank you for your praise, Roland responded, bowing his head slightly and keeping his words brief. Still, Sir Gary's booming voice had already let everyone nearby know who owned the communication dog from last night. Curious and admiring glances followed Roland and his dog. After all, news of the Marquis summons had spread throughout the camp. No officer would miss a chance to reward someone in a way that could boost the morale of the entire camp. It cost little and inspired everyone. Sir Dorn led Roland onward. Along the way, more and more people recognized Roland and Xiaohei. Xiaohei stayed close to his master, walking with head held high and steady steps, completely unfazed by all the attention, as if he was born to be in the spotlight. The Marquis will surely reward you, Sir Dorn advised quietly. When you thank him, you can say, your wisdom and generosity will be remembered across the land. He likes hearing that sort of thing. He'll remember that, Roland replied earnestly. If you're not sure how to respond to something, don't rush. He'll speak for you if needed. Yes, sir. Along the way, Sir Dorn shared every detail he could, and Roland made sure to remember it all. Still, he couldn't shake the feeling that Sir Dorn seemed different today. His care for a peasant's dependent like Roland was unusually attentive, so unlike the man he remembered. Even saving his life didn't seem enough to warrant such treatment from a knight of Dorn's status. Roland grew wary there had to be some ulterior motive. Before long, the two of them arrived at the entrance to the Marquis' tent and announced their presence to the guards. With permission granted, the heavy curtain of the tent was gently lifted. Roland followed the Dornish knight inside, with Xiaohei close behind, having also been allowed entry. The tent was well lit, with elegant candlesticks placed throughout. The Dornish knight faced Marquis Walker, subtly gesturing toward Roland behind his back. Both men bowed deeply to the Marquis. Seated behind an oak desk piled high with documents, Marquis Walker waved a hand. No need for such formality, rise. Thank you, my lord. The Dornish knight replied, straightening immediately, and Roland lifted his head as well. Taking the opportunity to look around, Roland noticed that Marquis Walker wore a deep blue woolen coat, richly embroidered with gold thread in intricate patterns, all centered around an oak tree crest. The silver hair of this warden of the northern border and lord of Coldridge Castle was streaked with white, but his eyes remained sharp and commanding. On either side of the tent stood 8 elegantly dressed nobles, each bearing their family crest embroidered on their chests. Their attire was luxurious, though none matched the Marquis' splendor. Roland recognized Baron Brunner among them, whom he had met recently. In the corners, several servants stood ready to assist the nobles at any moment. At that moment, every gaze in the tent was fixed on Roland and Xiaohei, who sat obediently at his side. Marquis Walker gave an approving smile and leaned forward slightly. Dorn, your attendant delivered the message quickly and cleverly, which was a great help to us. This shows your skill and training. I will reward you with 300 gold coins. Use them to better arm yourself and win more honor in the future. Thank you, my lord. The Dornish knight replied, bowing once more, realizing this was no ordinary reward. Your generosity is as enduring as the sun and moon, and I am deeply grateful. You have earned it. The Marquis replied with a nod, then turned his keen gaze to Xiaohe and then to Roland. Was it you who accomplished all this? It was, my lord. The Dornish knight answered quickly, worried that Roland might falter under pressure. The Marquis studied Roland. Your actions spared us from chaos. I won't judge you by your status. I have decided to reward you with 20 gold coins, enough to change your life. And of course, your war dog deserves its share as well. Roland bowed deeply. Thank you, my lord. Your wisdom and generosity will be spoken of across the land. Although he had not received a special grant of freedom, this sum was enough to buy if this goal for this campaign had been achieved. Your dog is well trained, Marquis Walker added, his gaze resting on Xiaohe, clearly impressed by the animal's calm and discipline in such a formal setting. Instead, it sat there quietly, like a loyal guardian. The Marquis turned his gaze back to Luolin, the corners of his mouth lifting in a faint, approving smile. It seems you have a real talent for training hounds. As it happens, I've recently bought a few new breeds in the south, and am looking for a skilled dog trainer. I want you to come with me to Coldridge City, the Marquis said, his voice soft but full of authority. Of course, I'll offer some compensation to your lord, Baron Bruna. I'm sure he'll be agreeable. Coldridge City? Luolin's heart skipped a beat. This sudden turn of events was far beyond anything he had anticipated. Yesterday, he had only worried that the nobles might take a liking to Xiaohe and want to keep the dog for themselves. He never expected the Marquis to be so direct, taking him away, and naturally, the dog would follow. Luolin gave a wry smile to himself. This old man certainly knew how to get what he wanted. The other barons in the tent didn't seem surprised at all. Their faces showed not the slightest reaction. For a great lord to take an attached serf under his wing was no big deal. It happened all the time among the nobility. Baron Bruna immediately turned and bowed his head respectfully, a flattering smile on his face. My lord, it is my honor to be of service. There's no need for compensation. That's good to hear. Marquis Walker nodded with a smile, but then added, still, I can't let my vassal suffer a loss. He'll make sure you're compensated. As you command, my lord. Baron Bruna bowed again, accepting the decision. Then he glanced back at Luolin, a flash of envy and jealousy in his eyes. You're quite lucky. Once you're with the Marquis, you'll never have to work the land again. You'll want for nothing. Shouldn't you be thanking him for this opportunity? Yes. Thank you for your generosity, my lord Marquis. Luolin replied, bowing his head. But there was little joy in his voice. No more working the fields, a life free from want. It all sounded tempting enough. But that wasn't how Luolin saw it. The Marquis clearly just wanted some new amusement to spice up his dull noble life. Once the novelty wore off, Luolin would probably be forgotten in some corner of the castle, far from the future he had always hoped for. Worse, if he ended up serving some spoiled noble heir, life could become truly miserable. But with his lowly status, he had no right to refuse. Even if he wanted to buy his freedom, this was hardly the time. He'd need money, and his lord's approval. With Baron Bruna busy currying favor with the Marquis, there was no chance he'd agree now. Luolin sighed inwardly. The decision was made. There was nothing he could do. He'd just have to look for another opportunity. With all due respect, my lord Marquis, I must object. At that moment, Sir Dorn suddenly raised his head, meeting the Marquis' gaze with clear determination. He cannot accompany you to Coldridge City. Luolin looked up at the knight in surprise, completely confused by this unexpected turn. What was going on? As soon as those words were spoken, everyone inside the tent was stunned. For a moment, the air seemed to freeze. The nobles present exchanged meaningful glances. Normally, a Marquis requesting a dependent serf from his vassal would be nothing out of the ordinary. But when a knight openly intervened, the situation suddenly became much more complicated. Baron Brunner frowned and shot a stern look at his vassal, Sir Dorn. He couldn't understand his loyal knight's actions today, speaking out without permission and directly challenging a Marquis, someone of much higher rank. Rolling stood rooted to the spot, staring in shock at Sir Dorn's back as he shielded him. He never expected Dorn to stand up for him, let alone do so in such a bold and confrontational way. It was a move both daring and dangerous. Dorn, however, knew exactly what was going on. Marquis Walker wanted Rolling simply for his own amusement. But to Dorn, Rolling was far more than a plaything. This attendant had twice helped him out of dangerous situations, proving himself to be an ideal confidant. Finding and cultivating a trustworthy aide was no easy task, and Dorn wasn't about to let the Marquis take him away so easily. He'll stake my honor as a knight on what I say next, Dorn declared, his voice steady and resolute. The tension in the tent grew even thicker. The other barons were intrigued, settling in to watch how things would unfold. It was rare for a knight to risk his honor for a mere serf. Marquis Walker's smile froze. He stared at Dorn, the corner of his mouth twitching slightly. Then Telmui, the captain of the Marquis Guard, standing nearby, fixed Dorn with a cold look. His voice was low and edged with warning. You'd better have a good explanation. Otherwise, this will be seen as disrespect to the Marquis. Your Grace, forgive my candor, the Dorn knight said, bowing his head slightly, his expression turning somber. He hesitated, clearly troubled, yet felt compelled to reveal the secret weighing on his heart. This matter was bound to come to light sooner or later, and I can no longer keep it hidden. What I must share concerns my late cousin Payne, the Maple Leaf Knight. Though this may tarnish his reputation, I have to be honest. The person you intend to take away is, in fact, Payne's illegitimate son. An illegitimate son? Baron Brunner blurted out, unable to hide his shock. How is that possible? I had no idea. It was clear he had never even heard a whisper of such a secret. He knew Payne had served as a family knight for the Count of Ashenhold and died young, but he had never imagined such a hidden legacy. Marquis Walker raised an eyebrow, his gaze still fixed on the Dorn Knight, betraying no emotion. He remained silent, observing the situation, while inwardly calculating the potential advantages this revelation might bring. Around them, the other barons exchanged startled glances, clearly caught off guard by the day's unexpected revelation. Curiosity and surprise flickered in their eyes. An illegitimate son? Roland's heart skipped a beat, but he quickly shook his head in disbelief. He was certain this couldn't be true. There was nothing in his memories to suggest he was Payne's son. If that were the case, how could he have grown up in poverty and hunger? What kind of inheritance was that? If Paimeng were here, he would be just as baffled at suddenly being told he had a brother. Your Grace, the Dorn Knight continued, bowing again, but with renewed resolve. I swear upon my honor as a knight that every word I say is true. 18 years ago, Payne passed through my lands. In a drunken moment, he had a brief affair with a free woman. That should have been the end of it, but the woman became pregnant. She later married, but after her family went bankrupt, she ended up as a dependent farmer. The child was raised in poverty, growing up in a peasant household. He paused, lost in memory for a moment. Before continuing, Payne was not a heartless man. Before his death, he entrusted me with the care of this child, making me swear to raise him well, so he could grow into a man who could stand on his own. His eyes swept across the room, meeting the gaze of Marquis Walker and the others. That's why I brought him with me on this campaign. You understand, this concerns my knightly honor. I trust in your sense of justice and honor, and I believe you will not force me to break my promise to my late cousin. His words rang with unshakable conviction. I beg you, do not take him away. If you do, I would be betraying my cousin's last wish and my own honor as a knight. Roland, standing nearby, couldn't help but feel a grudging respect. Payne had long since passed away, and there was no evidence left to prove or disprove the story of an illegitimate child. Roland's own parents had died years ago, leaving nothing to confirm or deny these claims. Even the old baron who had once given Roland his nickname, Brand, was long dead. There was no one left to verify any of it. By the timeline, Paimeng had been just a baby then, incapable of knowing any of these secrets. No wonder the Dorn Knight could deliver his story so calmly and confidently. He didn't need evidence, there was no one left who could contradict him. And with his knight's honor as a shield, swearing everything was true, he left no room for doubt. Given all this, unless there was some extraordinary reason to suspect otherwise, no one would question his motives. Why else would a knight care so much about a peasant's child? Unless he truly was Payne's son. To be honest, Roland almost believed it himself. At that moment, Baron Brunner finally understood why the Dorn Knight had been so unwavering in his faith last night, trusting the message delivered by the dog without any tangible proof. So, it turned out there was actually an uncle-nephew relationship between them. The Marquis of Walker was a little surprised, but he also felt a sense of relief. Just moments before, he had almost misunderstood his knight, thinking he had found a new favorite. Now that he knew they were relatives, everything made sense. No wonder the knight had been so confident in the information Head shared last night, unwavering in his conviction. The Marquis didn't think much of it after all. Illegitimate children were hardly uncommon in this world. Besides, whether the boy was a blood relative or not was irrelevant. There was no reason for his knight to lie over something as trivial as a peasant, so it wasn't worth digging any deeper. What's more, the knight had vouched for the truth of his story with such certainty that pressing the issue would only make the Marquis seem cold-hearted, like a rigid noble clinging to rules. Why waste energy on a matter between a mere serf and a knight about to receive a frontier charter? After all, the knight had done nothing wrong. Turning the matter over in his mind, the Marquis ultimately decided to use this as an opportunity to show generosity. He looked the knight in the eye, nodded slightly, and spoke with a gentle yet firm tone. I believe everything you've said, and I am moved by your efforts to fulfill your cousin's last wish. If my momentary whim were to cause a loyal knight like you to betray the dead or harm your honor, I would regret it deeply. So, I have decided to let the matter end here. My Lord Marquis, your wisdom, generosity, and humility leave me at a loss for words, Sir Dorn said, bowing deeply. At last, the tension Head been carrying melted away. The reason Head dared to make up such a story to stop the Marquis from taking Roland away was that the key people involved were already dead. He was certain that the Marquis would never waste time verifying the details over a mere peasant, especially after the thrill of victory in war. Who would want to stir up such a petty, unpleasant business now? With the Marquis' reputation for kindness and generosity, this could even become a chance for him to win favor by showing magnanimity. And I must congratulate you as well. The Marquis of Walker would never miss an opportunity to display his generosity, he added, waving a hand. I've decided to reward him with 10 more gold coins and a suit of chainmail crafted by the finest armorer in Coldridge. I hope that one day he'll become a true knight, just like his father. Your generosity is beyond anything I could ever repay, my lord, Sir Dorn said, bowing once more. Roland followed suit, bowing respectfully, his joy plain to see. But it wasn't the revelation of his illegitimate birth that made him so happy he didn't care about that. It was the words the Marquis had spoken, since he is not bound to the land. That sentence not only acknowledged that he was no longer a serf, but it was officially witnessed by the Marquis and 8 barons. Inside this tent, he had been formally recognized as a free man. Compared to a special grant, this kind of recognition from those in power carried far more weight and would even save him the 10 gold coins it would have cost to buy his freedom. With this public acknowledgement, he'd never have to pay for his freedom again. After all, true liberty came from the word of the nobles, not from money. Roland smiled faintly, quietly letting out a sigh of relief. With that, the episode of rewards came to an end. Roland followed Sir Dorn out of the tent to the quartermaster's office to collect his gold and chainmail. As they walked, Roland couldn't help but ask in a low voice, Sir, was any of that actually true? Sir Dorn turned to him, his gaze steady. There's no need to doubt. Every word of it is true. He had originally planned to use the Marquis summons as an opportunity to secure a special grant for Roland, allowing him to become a free man. In return, he would gain Roland's loyalty. However, he never expected that the Marquis would insist on taking Roland away, completely disrupting his plans. In the end, he managed to prevent Roland from being taken by claiming him as his illegitimate nephew. Fortunately, Paimon and Roland had very similar hair color, which made the story believable enough. The Marquis didn't press further, and the matter was dropped. Still, he now owed someone a favor. When he first stepped out of the tent, he considered explaining himself to those around him, but soon realized there was no need. Perhaps this outcome was for the best. After all, the bonds of blood were far stronger and more enduring than any relationship built on rewards or favors. The more tangled the lie became, the firmer the loyalty it produced. As long as he himself believed this version of the truth, then it might as well be true. He turned and looked at Roland, his gaze complicated. In the past, he would never have revealed Roland's true identity, knowing that illegitimate children often faced prejudice and unnecessary hardship. In this world, earning respect and recognition as a bastard required far more effort and resilience than most could imagine. That was why he brought Roland along on this campaign, assigning him to the scouts, to give him the chance to prove himself. Now, thanks to his own merits, Roland had shed his past and earned the right to his name. Yes, my lord. Roland hugged his newly issued chainmail and nodded. Deep down, he couldn't help but admire the knight's quick thinking. The story he had told was flawless. Whether the tale of the illegitimate nephew was true or not, it had brought Roland real benefits. At the very least, he was no longer a serf. This was, without doubt, a turning point in his life. Whatever the knight's motives, his help had been invaluable. Since the knight insisted this was the truth, Roland saw no reason to contradict him. As long as the story served them both, he was content to let it continue. Having a name is only the beginning, the knight said as he walked, his gaze growing more serious as he looked at Roland. Remember, noble blood runs in your veins. Your future lies on the path of knighthood. Understand this. For an illegitimate child to reclaim his family name, the price is 100 times higher, and the deeds required are far harder to achieve. Do you understand? I do, Roland replied, his tone respectful. He had to admit, the knight was a master of words. Though he knew this future as a knight was little more than a distant dream, the knight's solemn promises made it feel almost real. Even if it was just an empty vision, Roland made sure to look as earnest as possible, responding again with gravity. Rest assured, I won't disappoint you. Good. I believe in you. The knight's gaze grew even more resolute, as if confirming his own resolve. There's something you need to know in advance. He stopped, turning to face Roland, his serious expression making the air around them heavy. This isn't a secret I need to keep from you. You'll find out soon enough. Listen, I'm about to receive a land grant for pioneering new territory. If I succeed, I promise you this. One day, you'll have your own fief, and you'll fulfill the dream your father never could. Yes, they'll remember your words, Roland said, surprised. He hadn't expected the knight to receive a grant for new lands. Suddenly, the promise of a knightly future didn't seem so far-fetched after all. This was more than just a promise. It could very well be the start of a new life. Details about the southern borders of the Western continent still need to be filled in. This is not just empty talk. Any knight holding a frontier writ who successfully establishes a new territory will be granted the title of baron by the king, becoming a new noble who answers only to the crown. In this world, all nobles are knights, but not every knight is a noble. Those knights who have yet to earn a noble title seize this rare opportunity, as it is their only path to change their fate and rise in status. This is also the king's way of keeping the great nobles in check and weakening their power. By giving you this chance, the king naturally expects your loyalty in return. As winter approaches, Paimon is about to leave. Yet the Dorn Knight continues his journey, his expression growing increasingly serious. He will soon travel south to the free city-states in pursuit of his dream of becoming a musician. I understand and respect his choice. Baron Bruno will send me a new attendant, but they are all outsiders. For now, you are all I have left by my side. As uncle and nephew, we must stick together like wolves if we are to claim new lands and secure our place. Don't worry, I will support you with everything I have, Roland replied with a nod. He understood the deeper meaning behind the Dorn Knight's words. You are all I have left. The king's issuance of the frontier writ was meant to curb the power of the nobles. Still, the nobles would not sit idly by. They would secretly support knights with the writ, giving them money, supplies, and even sending their own younger relatives to assist. If these relatives followed a knight who succeeded in establishing a new territory and became a noble, they too would become fief knights. The relationships among the nobility were complex, full of both rivalry and mutual support. Great nobles often required the younger members of lesser noble families to serve as their squires when they came of age. All these strategies ultimately served to strengthen their own positions. Suddenly, Roland realized why the Dorn Knight wanted him close. To ensure loyalty, he needed someone he could truly trust. Children from other families were hard to rely on, so it was better to nurture his own confidant from the ground up. That was why the Marquis' illegitimate nephew in the tent was merely a temporary solution for the Dorn Knight. Roland's thoughts were straightforward, would never forget the Dorn Knight's recognition and would repay it with unwavering loyalty. Since the Dorn Knight treated him sincerely, he would do the same in return. Roland, you should know there's not much land left to claim on this continent. The Dorn Knight continued, sharing his experience as they walked. It's only going to get harder to expand new territories. That's why you need to treasure every chance to grow stronger. Once this campaign is over, unless you have personal matters to attend to, you must stay by my side and learn the 8 knightly arts. In public, you may call me Dorn Knight, but in private, you can call me Uncle Dorn. I like the feeling of family. Yes, they'll follow your arrangements, Roland replied. The so-called 8 knightly arts are horsemanship, swimming, javelin throwing, swordsmanship, hunting, poetry, chess, and theology. Of these, Roland had little experience with most, especially theology. In this world, mastering the workings of theology could open countless doors and offer immense advantages. People are always drawn to miracles, like when Emperor Gaozu of Han slew the serpent, or the legend of the stone figure with a single eye. When a miracle appears at just the right moment and blends seamlessly into the scene, it can stir up a storm of excitement. However, deep down, Luolin knew he needed something more tangible right now. After a moment's thought, he turned to Uncle Duoin and asked, Uncle Duoin, what kind of achievements do I still need to earn in order to receive the Charter of Freedom? Well, about that, Duoin's expression twitched slightly at the word uncle, clearly a bit uncomfortable, but he quickly regained his usual warmth. Back in the Marquis' tent, you were already no longer a dependent serf. Actually, having an official document can save you a lot of unnecessary trouble. Don't worry, he'll ask the Baron to grant you one. It's not a difficult matter. Thank you. Luolin breathed a sigh of relief, feeling a weight lift from his heart. So, the money he would have needed to buy his freedom could now be saved. What truly decided everything was that charter. It was the most direct and authoritative proof he could have. You've earned it, Sir Duoin nodded, his tone gentle. A short while later, the two of them returned to camp, and everything went on as usual. Luolin continued with his duties as an attendant. Just as Sir Duoin had said, in this world, a bastard could only win real status and respect through his own efforts and achievements. So, even though Luolin's new identity as a bastard nephew tied him to Paiming by blood, it didn't change his current situation. When Paiming learned he had a half-brother, his first reaction was surprise. But what shocked him wasn't that his father had an illegitimate child. That was common enough among nobles, since no one could completely avoid such affairs. What truly amazed him was that this half-brother had been by his side all along, and he had never noticed. Paiming couldn't help but remark, Uncle Duoin really knows how to keep a secret. He stood nearby, watching Luolin water the mules, a complicated look in his eyes. No wonder Uncle Duoin has always been so generous with you, Paiming continued. Do you remember that night, when you fought off the barbarian raiders? The way the spoils were divided, 3 to you, 7 to the rest. Even I thought that was unusually generous. It was the first time I'd seen him make such an exception. Luolin gently stroked the mule's long face, looking down at the animal that seemed completely indifferent. Honestly, I was surprised too. This all feels very new to me. He answered truthfully, his brow furrowing slightly as he recalled those events. I see. Paiming gazed thoughtfully into the distance. No wonder he suddenly had you join the scout infantry. Was clearly giving you a chance to prove yourself. You probably didn't notice, but in front of the Marquis, he almost got into a fight with that foolish scout captain, Ike. He trusted the information you brought back about the war dogs without a doubt. It's obvious he already thinks of you as family. Luolin nodded slightly. Maybe so. He thought back to the scene in the Marquis tent, still feeling a bit emotional. But it's exactly because of that trust that I can pursue my dreams without any burdens. I believe you'll succeed, Pei Ming said, his voice full of sincerity and hope. He paused, then smiled at Luolin. It's the first time I've heard you talk about your dreams. I'm truly grateful for your blessing, Pei Ming. Pei Ming wiped the horse's neck and smiled. Everyone expects a knight's son to follow in his father's footsteps. But the funny thing is, I want to be a musician. Luolin looked at him and felt a sense of comfort. Even though Pei Ming's dream was completely different from a knight's life, he still held on to it with determination. Perhaps that was the most worthwhile thing to pursue of all. I really wish winter would come right now. That way, I wouldn't have to see Uncle Dorn's disappointed look when he glances at me anymore. To be honest, I don't want to be the extra grain of sand in anyone's eyes. Rolling turned to look at Paimon and noticed a hint of sadness on his face. He paused, thinking about how to respond to such heartfelt words. That's not really true, Rolling finally said, his voice low but steady. Maybe to the right person, you're not just a grain of sandy or a shining piece of gold. You just haven't met that person yet. Paimon was taken aback, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes. Had never expected such thoughtful words from someone who usually stuck close to the farmhands. Huh, didn't know you could be that comforting, Paimon said, a small smile tugging at his lips as some of the gloom lifted from his eyes. Yeah, maybe my talents just haven't been noticed yet. He grabbed a handful of beans and expertly fed them to another horse, which eagerly munched away. Let me give you a bit of advice to no matter what. Remember to be good to yourself. Thanks, I'll keep that in mind. Rolling nodded seriously. They chatted for a while longer before returning to their work. After finishing up the farm chores, Rolling used his spare time to try on the brand new chainmail the Marquis had rewarded him with. It wasn't a full suit, just a short-sleeved shirt of mail that weighed about 15 pounds. He could hold it up, but with his tall yet skinny frame, the armor looked a bit loose on him. Living on little more than porridge and wild greens, he hadn't had much chance to put on weight. Still, the craftsmanship was flawless. Each metal ring was exactly the same size, gleaming coldly in the sunlight. That chainmail looks great on you, Bill said, coming over to take a closer look. He stared at the armor, then carefully reached out to touch it. It's brand new. This thing must be worth at least 6 gold coins. The Marquis was really generous with you. Then he lowered his voice, leaning in close to Rolling. Did you get the special grant? No, Rolling shook his head, not mentioning anything about what had happened in the tent. He didn't want to celebrate too soon before having the official document in hand. That's not fair. Bill was first surprised, then his face filled with righteous indignation. You've done enough to earn it. He paused, then added, still, your reward should be enough to buy your freedom. Honestly, you could think about buying some land when you get back, maybe find a pretty girl to marry. Not to brag, but I have a cousin. To be honest, I already have someone I like. Rolling cut him off, shutting down the topic, even though in reality, there was no one. At the moment, he had 30 gold, 1 silver, and 60 copper coins, not a small sum. But he knew a basic warhorse cost at least 5 gold coins, with better ones going for much more, and he still needed to keep raising Blackie and Gray. There was no extra money for a wife. More importantly, Rolling had long-term plans when it came to marriage. To him, marriage was a very, very important matter. Serfs married other serfs, freemen married freemen, and knights married noble ladies. If he could become a noble, he could marry into a powerful family. In this world, having a wife with strong connections was almost like being reborn. Political marriages might not be about true love, but Rolling knew that with enough power and wealth, love was never in short supply. After all, illegitimate children were just the products of pure passion. Then you really missed out, Bill chuckled, a mischievous glint in his eye. My cousin is as fair as freshly fallen snow, and her figure would make any man drool. She could turn the heads of a whole crowd of eager young men. With that, Bill laughed slyly, but quickly changed the subject, wisely steering clear of any further suggestive talk. Meanwhile, the Dornish knight was no longer enjoying his usual leisure. He stood inside Baron Bruna's tent, facing his clearly displeased lord. I expect you to consult me before making decisions in the future, Baron Bruna said, his face dark and his voice tight, with suppressed anger. I don't enjoy standing there like a fool, being laughed at. Remember, you are my knight. Your words and actions reflect on me. The Dornish knight immediately bowed his head in respect. My apologies, my lord. Things happened suddenly today, but I will remember your advice. Forget it. It wasn't anything too serious, Baron Bruna replied, his tone softening a little as he stepped forward to help the knight up. His eyes lingered on the knight's face, their closeness making their breaths mingle. Tell me the truth. Is he really the illegitimate son of the Maple Leaf Knight? It's true, the Dornish knight replied, stepping closer, his voice low and sincere. My dear, I would never lie to you. But it concerns my cousin's reputation, so I had to keep it from you. Now, I'd like to ask you for a writ of special freedom. Outside the tent, Paimon dutifully stood guard at the entrance, acting as a human doorstop. Roland and Bill were squatting down, preparing ingredients for dinner. Though it was only afternoon, Judging by the battle prowess of the two inside the tent, they figured the pair might not emerge until evening. However, things didn't go as expected. The Marquis attendant suddenly appeared, breaking the delicate balance. Sir Dorn, the Marquis requests your presence. He's waiting for you. The two inside the tent emerged together. The Dornish knight looked visibly relieved, as if he had just dodged a bullet, and followed the attendant away. Baron Bruna, on the other hand, looked disappointed and barely spared a glance at Paimon or Roland, who was busy scrubbing carrots, before leaving as well. Inside the Marquis' tent, Marquis Walker held 2 glasses of wine as he approached the Dornish knight, handing him one. This is wine from Golden Sheaf City. It's quite a treat. I rarely allow myself even a sip. The implication was clear. The wine was precious, and sharing it meant the Marquis held the knight in high regard. Thank you for your generosity, the Dornish knight replied, accepting the glass but not drinking immediately, silently pondering the real reason for this private meeting. The Marquis seemed to read his thoughts, his tone still gentle. Your nephew, the illegitimate son, is a credit to your guidance. Clearly, you're an excellent teacher. You flatter me. I've only tried to fulfill my duty, the Dornish knight replied humbly. People as responsible as you are hard to find these days, Marquis Walker said, taking a careful sip of wine, his gaze never leaving the knight. Otherwise, the king wouldn't have included your name in the expansion decree. At those words, the Dornish knight unconsciously gripped his glass a little tighter. Indeed, if Baron Bruna could learn news from the capital, the powerful Marquis before him certainly knew even more. Suddenly, he understood the real reason for this summons. She was about to have someone placed under his command. Marquis Walker turned to the map mounted on the wooden stand, his finger tracing over the unexplored regions. In the candlelight, 3 untamed territories were marked clearly: the Frostspine land beneath the northern ridge, the endless Redbone wasteland to the south, and a barren island inhabited by cannibals. Of the 3, Frostspine seems the most suitable for development, don't you think? The Marquis asked, turning his head. You're right, my lord, Sir Dorn replied with a respectful posture. With you guarding the northern front, those barbarians will eventually submit to your rule. Marquis Walker smiled, pacing over to stand before the knight. To deal with barbarians, I need someone as responsible as you. He'll provide you with the funding you need to get through the toughest early days. He paused, then added, and I've chosen a capable assistant for Yumi's son-in-law's nephew, a strong 18-year-old built like an ox. With him at your side, you'll have every chance to succeed. Sir Dorn understood that this favor would need to be repaid someday, but since expanding new lands required resources, he bowed deeply. Thank you for your generosity, my lord. I promise to train your son-in-law's nephew into a true knight. Excellent. The Marquis raised his goblet, his tone meaningful. I expect you to teach this boy as earnestly as you would your own kin. Now, let's toast to the future Baron. I swear I won't fail your trust, Sir Dorn replied, raising his glass in return. Meanwhile, within the camp, Roland and Bill were inventorying their spoils. They found a camp merchant to sell their loot. Roland received 3 gold, 12 silver, and 45 copper coins, while Bill got 1 gold, for silver, and 18 copper. Since they had spent most of their time observing and learning from the battle, they hadn't managed to capture any prisoners. Bill handed over his due share to Sir Dorn, but Roland was exempt, as the knight had promised him full rights to his rewards. At that moment, Roland's total savings had reached 33 gold, 24 silver, and 5 copper coins. Just as he was about to take his 2 dogs to buy some meat as a treat, a new order came from the Marquis. To celebrate their major victory, the Marquis generously rewarded the nobles and knights, and even ensured every camp follower received a bowl of hot soup with meat, a cup of fine malt ale, and a share of the spoils. Baron Brunner was not to be outdone. Halfway through the celebration, he announced his rewards for Roland. I will grant you 50 silver coins, a venison leg, a jug of Golden Ear City ale, and a charter of special freedom. Roland bowed his head slightly and accepted the items handed to him by the Baron's page. A document sealed with red wax, a heavy pouch of coins, a jug of fine wine, and a fresh deer leg. He was inwardly relieved to have the document, as tangible proof far more reliable than a verbal promise. Weighing the pouch, he found the 50 silver coins inside were about equal to 2 gold coins, which gave him a sense of security. What pleased him most, though, was the deer leg at last. Little Black and Little Gray would have a hearty meal. The celebration by the campfire continued. True to form, Baron Brunner disappeared into the Dornish knight's tent, leaving only Paimon and the Baron's page waiting outside, wrapped in wool blankets. Bill, holding a mug of the Baron's malt ale, grinned at Rolling. I knew you'd get the letter of manumission. You're free, now it's time to start planning your future. I will. He'll think it over seriously, Rolling replied, leaning against a tree as he watched his 2 dogs hungrily devour the roasted deer leg. Their obvious enjoyment made his own mouth water, so he picked up the cut of venison head set aside and dug in. As he ate, his mind was already turning over the possibilities ahead. With his newfound freedom and a bit of money in hand, he faced 2 choices: head south and leave the Coldspine region, or follow the Dornish knight to help settle new lands. Each option had its pros and cons. The south promised a milder climate and complete freedom, but he'd be starting from scratch, and the journey was full of uncertainty. Staying here would mean following the Dornish knight as his illegitimate nephew, which might let him climb the social ladder, but it would come at the cost of some freedom, and settling new territory would be fraught with danger. Swallowing the last bite of venison, Rolling patted his two loyal dogs nestled at his side and made his decision. He would stay in the Coldspine region. Only by joining the ranks of the privileged could he hope to gain true freedom. This was a chance worth taking. As night deepened, the two dogs finished off the deer leg and curled up contentedly under Rolling's arm, their heads resting on his chest, soaking up his warmth. To Rolling, these living blankets were far better than any woolen one. Comforted by their familiar scent, he soon drifted into a peaceful sleep. With his new status, even his dreams seemed sweeter. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Garone Bloodthorn knelt in the tribe's shrine, confessing to the shaman with the feathered headdress. "It was my fault. Because of me, our people suffered heavy losses." "This wasn't your fault," said the tribe's only shaman, Tuka Bloodthorn, gently patting his head like a father. "Pull yourself together. The people outside the shrine who follow you don't want to see you so defeated." But Garone looked up at the shaman who once called him the tribe's hope. "After this failure, how can I face them?" Tuka comforted the blood chief and signaled to his son, Kunta Bloodthorn, to act. Kunta immediately dragged a trussed-up wild antelope out of the shrine and hung it from a wooden pole outside. Tuka led Garone out of the shrine, catching sight of the disappointment on the faces of the gathered tribespeople in the firelight. Taking a knife, he sliced open the antelope's belly, pulled out the steaming heart and liver, and began to chant over them. Suddenly, Tuka trembled all over, as if seized by some unknown force. He tore into the animal's organs with his teeth, an ecstatic look on his face. Abruptly, his eyes snapped open, now pure white as snow, and his head turned slowly from side to side, as if surveying all creation. The people around him held their breath, not daring to make a sound. They knew the spirits were about to speak through the shaman. The shaman Tuka's voice was low and heavy, as if some spirit within him was consuming his original consciousness. Suddenly, he spun around to face the south, his voice sharp and oppressive. "Your failure wasn't due to poor planning or lack of courage. It was because of one persona, careful, cautious, and observant individual. His presence has blocked this great plan. And this person is destined to be your lifelong enemy." As soon as he finished speaking, it was as if all strength had been drained from Tuka's body. He collapsed backward, but Kunta, the temple attendant who had been waiting nearby, rushed forward and caught the shaman, steadily carrying him into the temple. Tuka was gently laid on a bed covered with animal skins in the back room of the temple. A moment later, Kunta brought in a wooden basin and some honey water, quietly approaching the bed. "Father, everyone's gone. You can wake up now." Tuka suddenly sat up, spitting out 2 pieces of foul-smelling raw animal heart and liver, tossing them heavily into the basin. He grabbed the honey water and gulped it down, rinsing his mouth thoroughly before spitting it out, repeating the process several times before stopping. Taking a deep breath, he gave a wry smile. "After all these years, I still can't stand the taste. It's disgusting." Kunta shook his head, his tone tinged with helplessness and confusion. "Father, why do you go through all this? I don't understand. You could just say those things. Why eat the raw meat? What do you know?" Tuka's gaze was sharp, his tone brooking no argument. "The reason we eat the best food without ever hunting ourselves is because of this role. Remember, people don't like hearing the truth. They'd rather believe the lies of the gods." Tuka raised his hand and carefully removed 2 thin, transparent white membranes from his eyes, handing them to Kunta. Rubbing his eyes in disgust, he complained, "I told you before to clean these regularly. They were in my eyes, and the dirt was making them sting." Kunta took them and stuffed them into his pocket, still puzzled. "Father, why did you defend Garo? He's so arrogant. I don't like him." Tuka sat up a bit straighter, rinsed his mouth with honey water once more, and after spitting it out, replied, "You don't have to like him, Kunta. But if we want a peaceful life, you need to learn to control him, to make him rely on you. After this, he'll be grateful to us, grateful that we helped shift the blame for his failure onto someone else. Do you understand?" "I understand." Kunta nodded, taking the basin with the discarded honey water from his father. Still unsure, he asked, "Father, why did you describe the person as careful, cautious, and observant? Why not use something else?" Tuka sighed gently, his expression thoughtful as he looked directly at Kunta. "You're slow. Even a lie can't be made up out of thin air. It needs some basis in reality. Think about it. Luo is known for being careful, cautious, and observant. He discovered the secret behind our night attack. This fits the facts and is believable. Understand?" Kunta nodded, admiration shining in his eyes for his father's skillful deception, though some confusion still lingered. "But why did you add lifelong enemy at the end?" A subtle, meaningful smile appeared on Tuka's face. "Remember, as shamans, our words must be shrouded in mystery to be convincing. Calling someone a lifelong enemy makes those who fail believe it wasn't their fault, but rather a matter of fate." He finished the last of the honey water, handed the empty cup to Kunta, and continued, "You still have a lot to learn. By the way, how well have you memorized the recipes for the courage elixir and the forgetfulness elixir? Father, why don't you write down these recipes?" Kunta asked hesitantly, a hint of confusion in his eyes. Fool. Tuka's kind expression darkened instantly as he glared at his son. "If we put them on paper and someone steals them, our entire foundation as shamans would be ruined. These secrets are the very core of who we are." Early in the morning at the camp, when Luolin arrived at the scout infantry assembly point, Zydos was already there, pacing back and forth. As soon as he saw Luolin, he hurried over, his grin almost too big for his face. "Guess what?" Zydos lowered his voice, barely able to contain his excitement. "The Marquis gave me a full 30 silver coins as a reward. When I get back, I'm going to slam that pile of money right on my sweetheart's father's table. I bet the old man's never seen so much money in his life." "Congratulations," Luolin said sincerely, happy for his friend. "With that kind of money, you'll be able to marry her soon. Big or small, it's always worth celebrating when you reach your goals." He paused, then grinned mischievously. "By the way, you should exchange all those silver coins for copper ones. It'll make a louder noise when you dump them on the table." "Great idea." Zydus' eyes lit up as he started counting on his fingers. "How many copper coins would that be?" 3,000. 3,000. Zydos exclaimed, scratching his beard in amazement. "He'll need a big bag just to carry it." He then pulled a barbarian earring from his pocket. "Luolin, this is for you. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have been this lucky. Just a little token of thanks." "You earned it," Luolin replied, waving him off. "I couldn't have finished the mission alone without your help. We've got each other's backs." Zydos put the earring away, a hint of regret flickering across his face. Noticing this, Luolin chuckled as he patted the heads of his two dogs. "But don't forget, you still owe me a drink tonight. And these two deserve some bones." "No problem." Zydos immediately perked up, patting his chest in assurance. "I've got a neighbor in town who works in the noble's kitchen. Getting some meaty bones will be easy." Before long, the newly appointed scout infantry captain arrived and started assigning tasks. The previous captain, Yak, had been demoted and sent off to do menial work. Having learned from past mistakes, the new captain was especially cautious. Scouts were now required to maintain contact with the rear sentries, forbidden to venture too far ahead, in order to report any findings immediately. This approach might not lead to unexpected discoveries, but it was certainly safer. This time, no one rushed out of camp like before. "Yesterday, we killed several hundred barbarian warriors and captured more than 200. Over 30 of their blood guards died as well, and we managed to take 7 or 8 alive." Sidus' face was filled with genuine admiration. Clearly, this counter-ambush dealt a heavy blow to the barbarians. "Those guys won't be coming back anytime soon." He leaned in closer to Roland, lowering his voice. "You should be the captain. You're more than capable. I really don't know what those noble lords are thinking." Roland shook his head with a soft laugh. "I'm not cut out for that. Besides, the new captain is a relative of the Marquis Walker's wife's family. It's just a way to give him a bit of prestige. People like me, a bastard, would never be considered for the job. And honestly, with my current experience, even if they offered it to me, I wouldn't take it." Just then, a burly man approached them. His face was covered in thick brown beard, and at his side trotted a well-built Cuvas dog. The white female dog, which should have looked elegant and pristine, was now dirty and disheveled from spending so much time outdoors, looking more like a ragged Cinderella. Roland studied the newcomer, feeling he looked familiar but couldn't quite place him. Noticing his confusion, Sidus quickly whispered, "That's Barbos, from our own Fontang town. After yesterday's battle, you've become quite the celebrity around camp." Roland thought, it's just a name, but still greeted him politely with a smile. "Hello, my friend." The two dogs at Roland's side, Little Black and Little Gray, immediately grew alert, standing up and eyeing the newcomer warily. Barbos stopped in his tracks, raising his hands. "Hey, I mean your master no harm." His white dog, after meeting Little Black's gaze, quickly lowered her head and shyly hid behind her owner. Barbos looked at Little Black with admiration. "Roland, you've got a fine war dog here, strong build, solid muscle, and those fierce eyes could make anyone's skin crawl. Honestly, I need a favor, and am willing to pay for it." Roland patted Little Black's head to calm him down, signaling him to relax. He couldn't imagine what someone like him, with no power or influence, could do to help, but since there was payment involved, he replied, "Go ahead, I'm listening." Barbos shifted his gaze from Little Black to Roland. "I'm breeding a new line of war dogs, an ID like your Little Black, to mate with my lady. He'll pay you 2 silver coins for it." Sidus raised his eyebrows in surprise at the amount. It wasn't a small sum, but what surprised him more was another thought: if Little Black, with his physique, could mate 4 or 5 times during the breeding season, that could mean a substantial income. Luolin didn't agree right away. He frowned and thought not, because he was worried about Xiaohei's talents being passed on to others, since the rules of the Bronze Hide Book were clear. Only the war dogs he personally raised could be empowered. Instead, he was weighing the situation in his mind. Xiaohei, a Meng sign dog, had excellent physical qualities, along with courage, alertness, and tracking abilities. On the other hand, Barboss Cuvas female, lady, was also strong, gentle, intelligent, and easy to train. If these two dogs were bred together, their puppies would likely be healthy and free of recessive diseases. Their combined strengths would probably raise the new dog's physical abilities and skills. With the added empowerment from the bronze hide book, they'd become even more formidable. In light of this, the 2 silver coins Barbos offered were hardly the most important part of the deal. Seeing Luolin hesitate, Barbos quickly changed his tone and showed a sincere expression. Luolin, if you think it's not enough, he was prepared for this and immediately made his final offer. I can go up to 4 silver coins. That's all I have right now. I really don't have any more. 4? Zaida's eyes widened in surprise at the increased offer. He wasn't doubting Xiaohei's value as a stud, but he couldn't help but start calculating on his fingers, 4 or 5 times a month, for silver coins each time. Luolin raised his hand to interrupt the math, choosing to respond with honesty. I know breeding new dogs isn't easy, so I want to take more than that. Let's stick to 2 silver coins. Seeing Barboss' surprised expression, he added, however, after the puppies are born, I want to pick 2 for free. Of course, that's no problem. Barbos clapped his hands in excitement. He had expected Luolin to ask for puppies, but hadn't thought he'd insist on the original price. Such sincerity deserved friendship. He immediately held up 3 thick fingers and said heartily, I like straightforward friends like you. If the breeding is successful, they'll give you 3 puppies. That sounds great. Luolin nodded with a smile. He had already planned to buy a female dog for breeding on this trip after all. Autumn was the second heat season of the year. A mature war dog suitable for the battlefield was hard to come by, even at the market. This was a rare opportunity. Most importantly, whether the breeding succeeded or not, he wouldn't lose out. Luolin considered. To be honest, I didn't plan to take any money, but I can't let Xiaohei work for nothing. After such a strenuous activity, he'll need extra nutrition. And I don't have to worry about losing touch with Barbos, since he and Zydos both live in Fontaine Town. Afterward, the 2 left the camp and finalized the timing for Xiaohei and Lattice pairing while out on patrol. The next day, they each brought their dogs to a quiet, pleasant spot. According to Barbos, dogs can be affected by stress, so they both stayed close to keep things calm. At first, Xiaohei seemed a bit reluctant, maybe just awkward. But his instincts soon took over, and he became quite enthusiastic, handling everything well. Both owners were pleased with the result. Not bad, not bad, Barbos said, raising an oak bowl full of barley wine to those around him. If all goes well, the puppies will be ready to go home and raise in about 4 months. When the time comes, come find me in Fontaine Town. I'll make sure to treat you well, my friend. It's a deal, Luolin replied, raising his own oak bowl to clink against Barbos. Hey, race to a good partnership. To a good partnership. They toasted, wishing each other success. In the blink of an eye, more than 20 days had passed as the army marched northward. The counter-ambush that night had dealt a heavy blow to the barbarians, leaving them too shaken to launch another attack. Along the way, they saw only traces of hastily abandoned tribal camps, with no further skirmishes breaking out. That morning, Luolin finished his final lap around the camp. He slowed his pace, catching his breath, and glanced at Xiaohei and Xiaowei, who were both panting heavily at his side. After 30 consecutive days of 3-kilometer runs, he had finally met the prerequisite for the rebirth talent recorded in the bronze tome. Luolin crouched down behind a low shrub and pulled a pouch from his pocket. He now had a total savings of 35 gold coins, 26 silver, and 5 copper. He took out a gold coin and pressed it into the slot on the bronze tome. Instantly, the words rebirth on the page became clear and solid, then glowed softly before splitting into 2 points of light that sank into Xiaohei and Xiaowei. The results were immediate. Both dogs' fur turned sleek and shiny, and their bones, muscles, and organs grew much stronger. Their ability to heal from injuries also improved dramatically. Just then, a new talent option appeared at the bottom of the bronze tome, Divine Gift. According to the page, each dog had a unique divine ability, but he would need to raise a total of 5 dogs to unlock this feature, and activating each dog's power would cost 2 gold coins. This marked the end of the current talent tree, but also the beginning of a new chapter. As Luolin was figuring out how to acquire 3 more dogs, he heard Bill calling from the edge of the camp. Luolin, Lord Dorn is looking for you. Luolin put away the bronze tome and hurried back to camp with his 2 dogs. Inside the tent, he found the Dorn Knight, with the help of his squire, Paimon, fastening his chainmail. Starting today, you don't need to go out with the scout infantry anymore, Dorn said as he adjusted his cuffs. The barbarians have taken a beating and vanished without a trace. The Marquis will soon declare the campaign over, which means he'll save some money. Luolin nodded silently. He understood the reason behind it. Vassals were only required to provide free military service to their liege for 40 days. If the campaign continued, the liege would have to either give a bigger share of the spoils or pay actual money. Now that there were no barbarians left to fight, the promise of loot meant nothing, and pushing on would only increase the cost for the noble knights and their retinues. After so many days, the conscripts had long since finished their own rations. Now that the campaign's objective had been achieved, There was clearly no reason to push any further. It was only then that Luolin realized the Marquis' cunning in launching the expedition in autumn had used the 40 days of free feudal service to drive the barbarians northward, and with the free service ending in mid-autumn, the army could immediately begin the harvest upon returning. This strategy squeezed every last drop of value from the commoners, both in war and in labor, a true capitalist at work. Go learn to ride with Paimon, the Dornish knight said sternly. You need to get familiar with horses. One day, you'll have your own warhorse. Yes, sir, Luolin replied, recalling what had read in the Bronze Book. Unlocking the warhorse talent required first raising 10 war dogs. At the moment, he only had 2, meaning he needed 8 more, plus a horse. The daily expenses for all those animals suddenly made his 30-odd gold coins seem woefully inadequate. He was short on money, serious shortage. He had to find a way to earn more. Paimon led Luolin out of the tent to fetch the travel horse. Ever since learning about Luolin's background, Paimon's attitude toward his half-brother had changed a little, though he still maintained his usual arrogance. There's a lot to learn, so don't waste too much of my time. Don't worry, Luolin said, following alongside. Studying this brother, he could never quite figure out. You could call Paimon timid, yet had dared to head south alone in pursuit of his dreams. Call him brave, but on the battlefield, he was nearly invisible. Suddenly, a saying came to mind. There are no cowards in this world, only people whose reasons for fighting you don't yet understand. After several days of intensive training, Luolin finally managed the basics of riding, though he was still a long way from being a competent horseman. Just then, the Marquis gave the order to end the campaign. The whole camp erupted in celebration, making it home alive was cause enough to rejoice. 2 days later, the army crossed the Hungduan Mountains and returned to the Cold Ridge region. However, the Dornish knight didn't head straight back to his fief, but instead followed the Marquis' retinue to Cold Ridge City. He was certain he'd receive a pioneer's charter, so he needed to purchase a group of slaves to work the new lands. According to him, the slaves would undergo a period of training to establish who was in charge and to weed out the truly capable workers. The rest would be resold. Luolin began making plans of his own. In a big city like Cold Ridge, there was sure to be no shortage of dog traders perfect for finding companions for Blackie and Gray. More importantly, he could visit the horse market and, if lucky, buy a horse of his own. Head started late and faced many obstacles, so he needed to work twice as hard to catch up. With late autumn approaching and the turnips in his fields almost ready to harvest, he knew that the wild rabbits deprived of berries and fresh grass would soon be coming for his crops. You should know that turnips are the main food that ordinary people rely on to survive the long winter. For the crops, however, they are nothing short of a disaster. What makes this disaster even worse, aside from the harsh natural environment, is the issue of hunting rights. To hunt on a lord's land or in the forests, you must first obtain a permit. Without it, hunting animals like deer or rabbits, which can devastate the fields, is considered illegal. At best, you'll be fined. At worst, you'll be branded a poacher. Last year, because Sir Dorn returned late from his campaign, he wasn't able to organize a group hunt in time. On his own, he simply couldn't handle it, and the crops suffered greatly. After paying taxes, food became a real problem. That winter sometimes there was enough to eat, sometimes not. This time, when he returns, he has to deal a serious blow to those deer and rabbits. Today is different from before. They must learn where the boundary lies. As for wild boars, extra caution is needed. They're tough to hunt and can't be ignored. They have to be dealt with carefully. Uncle Dorn had gone to Coldridge City on business and had other matters to attend to. Paimon glanced at his half-brother, who was following behind, and explained quietly, he's going to pick someone a man who's the nephew of the Marquis of Walker's youngest daughter's husband. The Marquis recommended him as a retainer. He's another gilded youth. If he turns out to be difficult, you'll need to be on your guard. As for me, he'll soon be free. Roland wasn't worried about the new retainer. In his mind, he simply thought, this is just mutual restraint, each side keeping an eye on the other. To put it plainly, the Marquis of Walker had long since planted his own man at Sir Dorn's side. After all, whoever gets the pioneer's charter will become a baron directly under the king, and the letters in his possession could bring news of the king's intentions. The key point is, this spy is being placed out in the open. As Sir Dorn, he can't refuse, and even has to thank him politely. Of course, this isn't the only spy. Along the way, they'll also stop at Black Wolf Plains to pick up another retainer assigned by Baron Bruna. He couldn't help but recall the saying, the world isn't just about swords and bloodshed, it's more about the web of interests that bind people together. Meanwhile, in a barbarian tribe in the Frostlands, another kind of exchange of interests was unfolding inside a tent made of animal hides. Garong Shueji sat in the center of the animal hide tent, his sharp gaze sweeping across the room as he waited for a special guest to arrive. The tribe's core members were lined up on either side, their faces solemn. Only the shaman, Tuka, was seated like the blood lord himself, his wrinkled face unreadable, with his son Kunta standing behind him, the young man destined to inherit the shaman's mantle. Outside, a guard announced quietly, then lifted the heavy hide curtain. A Luoi merchant entered, his face beaming with a practiced smile as he bent low in greeting. He gave a deep bow to the Blood Lord, his grin almost too wide to be genuine. Garong barely lifted his eyelids, nodding at the newcomer. Your presence here means that Old Walker has already led his men back to Cold Ridge. So what have you brought us this time? 10 horses loaded with damaged arrows and broken weapons, replied the Luoi merchant, Wilson, gesturing toward the tent's entrance before straightening up and bowing again. You must understand, every time I come to do business with you, I risk losing my head. I took the same hidden trail this time, and it almost went wrong. A black creature killed one of my horses. So, you'll need 2 bags of gems, 1 red and 1 blue. Of course, that's not a problem. Garong smiled, though inwardly he cursed. Last time, Wilson blamed a broken horse's leg. Now, he had invented some monster attack, always angling for more payment. If there really was a monster, it ought to be someone as greedy as this merchant. Garong longed to end him with a single stroke. But for now, he had no choice. Iron ore was scarce in the Frostlands, and they had to trade with men like Wilson. Garong signaled for someone beside him to fetch the gems, keeping his smile as he continued. Were you able to find out why our night raid failed the other day? I wouldn't dare forget about that, Wilson replied, putting on a look of exaggerated difficulty. You have no idea how hard it was to get any information. It took a lot of effort, and more than a little money. I won't let your work go unrewarded. Garong saw through the act easily. This was just another ploy for more pay. Money, always money. One day, this man would die for it. He motioned to a subordinate to give Wilson an extra small pouch of gems, suppressing his impatience and anger. Let's hear it, my friend. Your generosity shows your greatness, Wilson said, unable to hide his delight as he took the 3 palm-sized hide pouches filled with gems and tucked them safely away. Only then did he continue. The reason for your narrow defeat this time came down to a single person. Narrow defeat. Garong caught the merchant's careful choice of words. A single person? Garong's heart skipped a beat. This matched almost exactly the guidance the gods had given after Shaman took his divination. The others in the tent began whispering, their eyes darting between the merchant and the shaman. Only Kunta, standing behind his father, managed to keep a calm expression, though inside he was more shocked than anyone knew. His father had made up the story, and yet somehow, it had turned out to be true. The group's attention shifted from the impassive shaman Tuka back to the Luoi merchant, all of them waiting for a more detailed explanation. Yes, Wilson replied, his small eyes darting as he realized just how important this news was to his audience. He regretted not asking for more, but decided he'd have to make up for it elsewhere. He went on. It was a Luoi reconnaissance infantryman who uncovered your plan. Without him, I'm certain your operation would have gone smoothly. A reconnaissance infantryman. Almost everyone in the tent exclaimed at once. Garong suddenly stood up, the muscles in his thick arms tensing as his sharp gaze locked onto the shaman Tuka. In that instant, his mind flashed back to a dark night a month ago when Tuka, sitting by the campfire, called upon the gods and received their cryptic guidance. Your failure was not due to poor planning or a lack of courage. It was because of one persona, careful, cautious observer. The air inside the tent seemed to freeze. The other tribal warriors instinctively turned to the old shaman, their rugged faces etched with shock. The words of the Luoi merchant matched the god's prophecy exactly. In the corner, Kunta stole a glance at his father, the shaman, who sat calm and unmoved, as if nothing could disturb him. The old man's weathered face betrayed no emotion, as though everything was under control. Kunta felt both awe and admiration. His father's improvisation was flawless. Tuka maintained his usual composure, eyes half closed, silently assuring everyone that all was as he had foreseen. In truth, he was quietly pleased with his own pragmatic approach. Indeed, sticking to facts and careful analysis was the true path of a shaman. I'm going to kill him. Jarong's hand unconsciously gripped the hilt of his knife at his waist, his knuckles whitening. Another phrase from the god's message echoed in his mind. This person's presence not only thwarted your great night raid, he will be your lifelong enemy. Jarong's eyes snapped to the well-dressed Luoi merchant, his voice low and dangerous. Find out everything you can about him for me. I promise you'll be well rewarded. A glint of cunning flashed in Wilson's eyes as he quickly sized up everyone in the tent. The hatred these barbarians felt for that mysterious figure was nearly palpable. It was clear if not for that person, these simple-minded warriors might have actually succeeded. Wilson could practically smell the money in the air. Noble blood chief, Wilson said smoothly, bowing slightly, I'd be happy to do this for you. But even if I find out who he is, killing him won't be easy. Why? Jarong's eyes burned with murderous intent, fixed on Wilson. The other warriors tensed, watching the merchant closely. How hard can it be to kill a man? To be honest, Wilson replied calmly, bowing again to the young blood chief. With the autumn harvest coming, Marquis Walker will be doubling patrols along the border. Your people stand out too much. It's nearly impossible to slip in for an assassination. Garong narrowed his eyes, understanding at once this merchant was angling for more money. Still, that was fine. Their warriors had already suffered heavy losses. He couldn't risk any more lives. If someone else was willing to take on the task, all the better. A rare smile appeared on Zhurong's face. So, are you willing to do it? Bring him to me alive, or bring me his head, and our tribe will reward you handsomely. Wilson didn't answer right away. His eyes narrowed as he weighed his options. Hiring a few desperate men to kill someone wasn't difficult, and there was profit to be made here. But he couldn't appear too eager in front of these barbarians. After a moment of feigned contemplation, he spoke. He'll do everything in my power to get this done and give you a satisfactory answer. But he'll need some expenses to get started. Don't worry, my friend. Zhurong interrupted impatiently, eager to end this conversation before his urge to skin the slime merchant became uncontrollable. He gestured to a nearby warrior, who immediately handed over a small leather pouch, the clear clink of gems sounding from within. If you succeed, our tribe will reward you generously double, even. I look forward to working with you. Likewise, the merchant replied with a smile, accepting the deposit and weighing the pouch in his hand. The deal was sealed. Traveling with the Marquis party had its advantages, and chief among them was comfort. No petty thieves would dare to ambush a marching party of nearly 100 knights. If anyone were foolish enough to try, they must be completely out of their mind. 8 days later, the group passed through a sparse grove, and at last, the outline of Hanji City appeared on the horizon. The city was cleverly built on a high ground where the river curved, making it easy to defend and hard to attack. In the surrounding fields, golden wheat stood tall and ripe, almost ready for harvest. The layout of the farmland reflected a clear social hierarchy. The best fields belonged to the marquis and were worked by slaves planting high-quality wheat. The next tier grew rye, tended by freemen and serfs, and some plots were reserved for beets and other crops, as the marquis specially required. Whenever the Marquis banner passed by, the laborers in the fields would immediately set down their tools and bow deeply, not rising until the flag had disappeared from sight. Watching those bent backs, Roland couldn't help but see a reflection of his former self. As they drew closer, the city's features became more distinct. The outer walls stood about 6 meters high, built from granite and limestone blocks reinforced with mortar. The outer city housed artisans, merchants, and freemen. The inner city was the Marquis' stronghold, with walls rising to 8 meters, constructed from smoothly cut stone, giving it a uniform, imposing appearance. Inside the castle, a tall main tower loomed above a cluster of corner towers, flanking towers, and arrow towers, forming the city's most formidable defenses. By comparison, the Dorn Knight's own stone manor, protected only by a 4-meter wooden palisade, seemed almost shabby. Roland. Bill nudged his companion and whispered, "Tonight, we'll be staying at an inn. Watch out for those flashy women. Just a few sweet words, and they'll have your coin purse emptied. Don't worry, he'll keep a tight grip on it." Roland replied with a nod, though he thought to himself that his purse was destined to be emptied not by a charming woman, but by the ever-hungry copper book. Before entering the city, Little Black and Little Gray were collared and leashed. They could run free in the wild, but inside the city, they had to behave. As they passed through the gate, a heavy stench of manure filled the air. In this era, only the main road leading to the Marquis castle was paved with bricks. The rest were just muddy tracks. Soon, the group arrived at the Hanji Travelers Inn. The choice wasn't for luxury, but because the inn was actually owned by Marquis Walker. As Knights of Hanji, staying here was a matter of social etiquette. "Paimon, you and Bill stay here and watch the luggage," the Dorn Knight said after settling the horses. "I'm taking Roland out for a bit." "Yes, sir," everyone replied in unison. The Dorn Knight wore a white and green surcoat embroidered with his crest, chainmail sleeves showing underneath. Roland, too, donned a short-sleeved chainmail hauberk and carried a leather-wrapped hardwood shield on his back. Both wore swords and daggers at their waists, a necessary precaution against city thieves. Little Black and Little Gray followed close behind, their fierce looks making bystanders move out of the way. "I promised you a reward beyond your share of the spoils," the Dorn Knight said as they made their way through the streets. "Today, I'm giving you a gift." "Thank you for your generosity, my lord," Roland replied, wondering if the gift might be a slave. "You've already done more than enough for me. I really can't." "Did you forget what I told you?" the Dorn Knight interrupted. "When we're alone, you can call me uncle. It's perfectly normal for an uncle to give his nephew a gift. Besides, you saved my life. I owe you that much." "They'll do as you say, Uncle Dorn." They turned a few more corners, and suddenly the strong smell of horse manure hit them. Roland realized they weren't heading to the slave market, but to the horse market. His heart skipped a beat. Was the Dorn Knight planning to give him a warhorse? Looking up, Roland saw that the spacious grounds were lined with horse pens standing side by side. The marketplace was bustling with noise and activity. People gathered along the fences, watching and pointing out the fine horses inside. Small groups of merchants and buyers haggled in low voices, while not far away, a wandering knight and a hired knight were arguing heatedly over a horse, their faces flushed with excitement. The nearby horse traders watched with amused smiles, waiting to see who would offer the highest price. Roland's attention was drawn to a horse that looked as powerful as a giant beast. This Shire horse stood about 1.8 meters at the shoulder, its massive build resembling a stone wall. Anyone standing next to it appeared instantly dwarfed. The Dornish knight noticed Roland's gaze and explained, "It may look impressive, but it's not suited for fast maneuvers in battle. It's better for farm work." Roland nodded humbly, thinking to himself, ordinary Shire horses might only be good for labor, but with the help of the copper skin book, maybe things could change. Still, it was best to play it safe for now. Buying a horse was a serious business, paid for in gold coins. Once he had some extra money, perhaps he could give it a try. The Dornish knight led Roland through the market, introducing the horses with obvious pride. "Over there are the Genoa horses favored by noble ladies. Here are the strong, reliable Ross horses for plowing and hauling. Those Barb horses are best for long journeys. And that's a hackney, often used by royalty in ceremonial processions." His words came faster and faster, clearly caught up in his passion for horses. "Oh, my distinguished friend." A plump, middle-aged man in a pale green wool coat strode over, a fawning smile visible beneath his thick brown beard. "Sir Dorn, it's wonderful to see you again. I heard you won another brilliant victory recently." "Sam, your information is as sharp as ever," the Dornish knight replied with a slight nod. Sam, the horse merchant, glanced at Roland, realizing he wasn't the usual attendant. Testing the waters, he asked, "And who might this be?" "My nephew, Roland," the knight said, patting Roland on the shoulder. "This is Sam, the most successful horse trader in Coldridge." "I'm honored by your praise, sir," Sam replied with another bow, then turned to Roland with a compliment. "Your nephew certainly takes after Yoha. Has a heroic air. I'm sure he'll achieve great things, just like you." Roland smiled politely. In his year in this world, it was the first time anyone had called him heroic. Clearly, Sam's flattery was meant for the knight. "What brings you here today?" "It's my honor to be of service," Sam asked eagerly. "I'm looking to buy a war horse for my nephew," said the Dornish knight, still resting his hand on Roland's shoulder. "Preferably a young one." "Absolutely, of course. I have just what you need." Sam nodded enthusiastically, delighted by the prospect of a sale. He knew well that while knights were common, titled knights were a different matter entirely, especially one who had earned his reputation through victories on the battlefield. Doing business with someone like that was where the real profit lay. Deals involving noble families and hired knights didn't interest him at all. He usually left those to his assistants. Sam gave a slight bow and made an inviting gesture, then turned to lead the way. "You've come at just the right time. We've just received a new batch of colts a couple of days ago. Whether you buy or not, it's already my honor to have you visit in person." Following behind the Dornish knight, Roland listened to the horse trader Sam's stream of polite flattery, and couldn't help but recall the time he bought Little Black at the fief. Thinking about the allure of status, wealth, and power, he realized that perhaps it wasn't so unreasonable after all. "Hey, pour the Dornish knight and his handsome nephew the best southern wine, and bring it to the backyard," Sam instructed, his tone confident and friendly. He continued to lead the two of them to the back, where the scene was completely different from the front. The front yard was elegantly decorated for receiving guests, while the backyard was filled with horse pens of various sizes, about a dozen in all, each holding one or two fine horses. Most of these new colts were top-quality war horses, just over a year old and easy to care for, making it easier for them to bond with new owners. As they walked, Sam gave a careful introduction. "As you know, these young horses are already quite manageable and can quickly adapt to new environments and owners." He pointed to each horse, smiling as he spoke. "This one's an Aber, fast and enduring, smart and gentle. That's an Andalusian. Just look at its build. You can tell it's built for stamina. And Hayrace a Frisian, muscular and steady on its feet. I'm sure you've seen one before." Roland listened quietly, memorizing each horse's name and qualities, wishing he had a notebook to jot them all down. As the trader spoke, his gaze lingered over every horse, with only one thought in his mind: wanted them all. But reality reminded him that, for now, he could only choose one. Just then, Roland's eyes were drawn to a particular horse. Its head was straight and broad, its coat jet black, and its large, bright eyes fixed on him with a deep, inky gaze. "You have a good eye," Sam said, instantly noticing Roland's interest and grinning even wider. He pointed to the horse and continued, "That's a Percheron. Strong, sturdy hooves, and unmatched in both endurance and impact. Your uncle's Percheron warhorse was bought from me as well in the charge. It can smash enemies to pieces. But it's not just a symbol of brute strength, it's also intelligent and gentle. If you rode it down the street, who knows how many noble ladies would fall for you." Roland smiled slightly, inwardly admiring Sam's skillful salesmanship, though his face remained calm and composed. He had to admit, the horse trader's gift of gab was impressive. Sweet as his words were, he knew this was just good business sense. The Dornish knight gazed at the horse, nodding with clear satisfaction in his eyes. "Not bad. It reminds me a bit of my old steed, Rock." He then turned to ask, "Roland, what do you think?" "I trust your judgment." Roland nodded slightly. He knew little about horses, but seeing the knight's trust, he didn't dare say much. "It looks good. If you say it's a good horse, I believe you." He could only agree. The Dornish knight smiled and didn't press the issue. After all, he wasn't much of an expert when it came to horses either. Sometimes, it's best to trust others. With that, he turned to the horse trader, his tone turning firm. All right, let my nephew take it for a test ride. Let's see what it can really do. Of course, no problem at all. The horse trader, Sam, felt a wave of relief. Today's business was as good as done. Dealing with titled knights was always straightforward. Transactions were quick and smooth, with no unnecessary haggling. He scolded the server carrying drinks. You slowpoke. Move like you're twice your age. Go fetch a new saddle now, hurry. He shot a glare at the server, who was shuffling along. You eat enough for 3 men, but you work like a snail. Keep this up, and he'll send you back to the countryside. Flustered, the server didn't even dare set down the drinks and rushed off to get the saddle. Sam muttered a few more curses under his breath, tapping his foot impatiently. When the saddle arrived, he immediately opened the horse's mouth, lifted its hooves, and parted the hair on its neck, signaling the knight to inspect closely. The Dornish knight circled the horse several times, his sharp gaze taking in every detail. He nodded, clearly pleased. Roland, give it a try. Once the saddle was in place, Roland swung himself onto the horse. Just as the trader had promised, the horse was gentle and easy to handle. As he rode a few laps, he felt an unexpected sense of connection with the animal, almost as if Head known it for years. It reminded him of the first time Head met his old horse, Shadow. Looks like a fine choice, the Dornish knight said, shifting his attention from Roland to Sam. Sam, name your price. Sam smiled, his tone warmer than before. To tell you the truth, Sir Dorn, I'd ask anyone else for 15 gold coins. But you're not just a regular customary or a friend. 8 gold coins is all it'll take. Deal. The Dornish knight smiled, glancing casually toward the horse pens. He'll be back soon to pick out some draft horses. Make sure you have a few ready for me. Sam froze for a moment, quickly doing the math in his head. Draft horses? That was an unusual request for most knights. Draft horses were rare among war horses. Clearly, the knight had bigger plans. Realizing this, Sam smiled again and gestured at the saddle. Sir Dorn, since your nephew is picking out his first horse, let me offer you this saddle as a small gift. Please, take it. My nephew will accept it with thanks, the Dornish knight replied, nodding with a hint of a smile. Impressive, Roland thought to himself. So even a casual comment from the Dornish knight hinted at his future status. Sam was quick to pick up on it too, offering a gift right away. No wonder he owned the largest horse pens in Coldridge. The entire deal went through without a single moment of haggling, and they even got the saddle for free. Roland made a mental note. I learned something today. He sincerely thanked them. Thank you. No need to be so polite, Sam replied, watching them leave. The server, still holding the drinks, couldn't help but ask, Uncle Sam, that saddle is worth 30 silver coins. You just gave it away? I've never seen you so generous. Sam shot him a sideways look and replied with disdain, you fool. Mark my words, it won't be long before he's not just Sir Dorn the Knight, he'll be Baron Dorn. Looks like he's got a land grant. Really? How can you tell? The server asked, clueless. Do you think you could ever be a baron? Stop wasting time and get back to work. After leaving the horse market, Luolin led his horse, following behind the Dornish knight. He glanced back at the saddle on the horse, and, seeing the knight's relaxed demeanor with the land grant, secretly breathed a sigh of relief. One less expense to worry about. As for his newest companion, the black horse, Luolin didn't have many concerns. Both Little Black and Little Gray, his 2 dogs, showed no hostility. Instead, they seemed curious, circling the horse as if sizing up this new friend. The black horse seemed a bit irritated by their antics and suddenly snorted at them. Little Gray jumped back in surprise, while Little Black straightened up, baring its teeth at the horse in a show of warning. In the end, though, they all walked obediently alongside Luolin. Luolin thought to himself that, in order to activate the warhorse's bronze book talent, he would need to buy 8 more dogs. It was probably time to look into that. Just then, Paimon approached, accompanied by a servant from the Marquis' youngest daughter's husband's household. The servant carried an invitation and delivered a message. The steward of Hanji City, Viscount Belena, had invited the Dornish knight to a banquet. Luolin, you can go explore on your own, the knight said before leaving. Just make sure to be back at the inn before nightfall, and stay safe. I understand, Luolin replied, nodding as he watched the Dornish knight walk away. At formal occasions like this, it was only proper for the legitimate son to accompany the knight. As for Luolin, an illegitimate nephew, he clearly wasn't included, at least, not for now. Still, he felt a sense of relief. He finally had the chance to wander around on his own. Leading his horse and accompanied by his 2 dogs, Luolin headed straight for the dog market. Along the way, he turned to pat the horse's cheek, admiring its sleek, glossy black coat. You're my first horse in this world, but the name Little Black is already taken. Since you're so dark, they'll call you Nightshade, he said softly. The black horse snorted, apparently indifferent to its new name. Luolin knew he hadn't built much rapport with the animal yet. The snort was probably just the horse's way of shooing away a pesky insect. Little Black, Little Gray, Luolin called, smiling as he pulled out some jerky and handed it out to each dog. Before leaving, Head told them to behave, and they'd obediently stuck close to him the whole way. ignoring all the distractions around them. They were unusually well behaved. As Little Black chewed its treat, it shot a challenging look at Nightshade. Not to be outdone, Little Gray glared at the horse as well. Luolin just smiled, saying nothing, but his attention was quickly drawn to Little Gray, who seemed about to pee right by Nightshade's front hoof. Hey, that's a bit much, he scolded softly. Soon, they arrived at the dog market. Sure enough, the bustling scene from the horse market continued here. Dog traders had set up their stalls, and the variety of dogs on display was dazzling, from massive guard dogs to tiny lap dogs, and even a few dopey-looking ones sitting perfectly still. Come here, Little Black, Luolin said, squatting down to cradle the dog's head and looking into its eyes with a touch of affection. Today, you get to pick a new companion. If you think someone will make a good friend, I'll make it happen. Got it. Little Black tilted its head, staring at Luolin for a long moment, a hint of confusion in its eyes. After a moment's hesitation, it reached out its tongue and gently tapped Luolin's palm. Luolin chuckled. I guess you didn't quite get that, huh? He squatted down and patiently repeated himself a few more times. Maybe Little Black got tired of hearing it, because it finally stopped hesitating and gave his palm a quick lick with its tongue. Luolin's eyes lit up, and he patted Little Black's head with a smile. All right, since you've made your choice, let's go meet our new friends. Perhaps dogs understand other dogs best. When it comes to choosing a partner, there's no need to pick the strongest. What matters is finding one you both appreciate. That way, future cooperation might be even closer. Xiaohe walked confidently among the other dogs, scanning the crowd with sharp eyes. Each time it glanced at another dog, it would quietly move away, as if nothing met its standards. Suddenly, it stopped, its gaze fixed on a particular spot. Following Xiaohe's line of sight, Luolin noticed a mongrel dog. Its coat was smooth, its eyes lively and bright, and its frame was well proportioned. Though a bit thin, overall it looked quite impressive. It seemed Luolin's decision to let Xiaohe pick its own companion was the right one. Just then, Xiaohe lowered its head and darted forward. It rushed straight toward the mongrel, heading right for its rear to sniff. The other dog jumped away, but Xiaohe kept up, continuing its investigation. When the mongrel dodged again, Xiaohe pressed on, persistent in its pursuit. Luolin paused, suddenly understanding what was happening. I told you to find a partner, and you're taking it literally looking for a mate. He couldn't help but smile wryly. Still, since Xiaohe had the right to choose, as its owner, he should support its decision. While Luolin was lost in thought, a dog trader nearby, busy haggling with others, noticed the commotion. His face darkened as he strode over to complain. Whose dog is this? Get it away from here. Sorry about that. Luolin quickly hurried over, crouched down, and pulled Xiaohe back, apologizing repeatedly. I wasn't paying attention. Sorry for the trouble. The trader shot him an annoyed look, but as his eyes drifted over Luolin's gear, the fine chain mail, sword and dagger at his waist, the crossbow bolts, 2 dogs at his side, and a sleek black horse with an ornate saddle, his expression softened. With a sudden change in tone, he smiled and said, Sir Knight, you have some fine dogs there. Is there anything I can help you with? Knight. Luolin was momentarily surprised, then realized the mistake. Being taken for a knight wasn't important. He pointed to the dog Xiaohe had been chasing. I'd like to buy that one. It would be an honor for this dog to serve as a war dog for a young knight like yourself, the trader said, bowing slightly before squatting to inspect the dog. He pried open its mouth, checked its paws, and even lifted its tail. See, young and healthy. If you're interested, the regular price is 2 silver and 15 copper. But for you, let's call it even 2 silver coins. How does that sound? Luolin examined the dog carefully. If Xiaohe had chosen it, it must be the right choice. The price was reasonable, too. Deal. Thank you. The trader agreed enthusiastically, throwing in a new collar for good measure. Thank you. Luolin paid, took the leash, and as he did, a faint light flickered from the dog's body, flying straight into the copper-bound book on Luolin's chest. Bonding complete. At the same time, a light shone from the copper book and entered the new dog, granting it the same abilities as Xiaohe and Xiaowei. Just then, Xiaowei seemed to sense something. Its gaze swept over to a white dog. Lowering its head, it circled the white dog quietly, then suddenly squatted down and began sniffing at its rear. The white dog noticed and quickly dodged away, but Xiaowei chased after it without hesitation. Luolin quickly grabbed it back, giving its head a light smack in exasperation. Look careful, if that's a male dog, just like you. Xiaowei blinked, turned its head to look at the white dog, and stared with wide, round eyes. Luolin sighed and patted its head again. Clearly, seeing Xiaohe successfully find a mate had inspired Xiaohui to try its luck as well, but in its excitement, it had made a rather comical mistake. Leading his horse and the 3 dogs, Luolin continued on, letting Xiaohe keep searching for a suitable mate. He was already planning ahead when they returned. He intended to hunt rabbits, deer, and other animals that damaged the crops, so choosing the right dogs for the job was important. Xiaohe was fierce, but its large size made it slower, unable to keep up with fast prey. Xiaohui was better suited for the task, but 1 dog wasn't enough. On this trip, Luolin planned to buy a few more dogs that specialized in speed and endurance. However, after finding a mate, Xiaohe was entirely focused on its new companion, paying no attention to anything else. Now it was Xiao Hu's turn to choose, though Luolin didn't hold out much hope. This dog couldn't even sniff out the right target, so he didn't expect too much. Up ahead, a well-dressed young maid was haggling with a dog merchant, holding the leashes of two tricolored dogs, black, white, and yellow. These are purebred beagles, only 5 silver coins for both. If you use them for breeding, you'll make a good profit, the dog merchant promised confidently. But I need to make some money too, the merchant argued, pointing to the dogs. Look, their ears are badly injured and still bleeding. Maybe your mistress just told you to get rid of them, and now you're trying to sell them to me. Giving you 1 silver coin is generous. You just don't recognize quality, the maid said irritably, pulling the dogs away and turning to try her luck elsewhere. Luolin followed with his horse and 3 dogs, his eyes drawn to the 2 injured beagles. Both were about 40 centimeters tall, shorter than Xiaohui. They had long necks with a bit of loose skin, sleek and well-muscled bodies, strong backs, straight forelegs, powerful hindquarters, and thick, padded paws. Their coats were short, dense, and glossy black, with white on their chests and legs, and yellow on their heads, shoulders, and rumps. If not for their injured ears, they would have been adorable. The 2 dogs seemed unaware they were about to be abandoned or sold, still wagging their tails cheerfully as they followed the maid. After a closer look, Luolin confirmed they were indeed purebred beagles. Just then, one of the beagles suddenly stopped and looked back at Luolin and his pack, tilting its head curiously and meeting his gaze. As if drawn by some invisible force, it refused to go any further. The other dogs soon turned to look as well. For a moment, the 2 dogs and Luolin locked eyes, quietly observing each other. You 2 are completely unwanted, the maid snapped, yanking the leash so hard that both dogs stumbled. If I can't sell you, they'll throw you out in the wild and let the wolves eat you. If you don't want them, they'll take them, Luolin said, stepping forward and meeting her eyes. The maid stopped and turned, surprised to see a young knight, with a black horse and 3 dogs. You're a knight? Clearly, she was captivated by Luolin's handsome appearance. It was the start of a classic romantic tale, a chance encounter between a knight and a lovesick maiden. Luolin simply shrugged, ignoring the admiration in her eyes, and pointed at the beagles. I want them. You can have them, but... The maid was so distracted by the young knight that she could barely think straight. You just need to pay 1 silver coin. Deal. Luolin handed over the coin, took the leashes, and walked past her with the 2 beagles. Xiaohe seemed to dislike the maid, growling low at her and making her step back in fright, clutching her skirt. The 3 big dogs immediately gathered around their new companions, gently licking the wounds on their ears. Xiaohe took a turn, then Xiaohui, and even the unnamed mongrel joined in. Watching them, Luolin couldn't help but smile. He knew that dogs licked each other's wounds to help clean and heal them, though he wasn't sure exactly how it worked. Maybe it was also their way of comforting and showing love. After making a round of the market, Luolin decided not to buy any more dogs for now. He planned to head back and reconsider if he came across a suitable one later. By the time he returned to the inn, the sky had already turned dusky. Nightshade was tied up in the stable, so Luolin gave it some extra feed and spoke to it softly. Sensing his mood, Nightshade suddenly nudged him with a loud snort. Luolin chuckled and patted its cheek. He went into the tavern's kitchen and bought some leftover food, then spent a few copper coins on a piece of meat, which he chopped into small pieces. Carrying the wooden basin, he headed to the backyard and squatted beside the stable to feed the 5 dogs. Contrary to his expectations, there was no fighting over food. Instead, after Little Black took a bite, it stepped back on its own, giving the others room to eat. It seemed calm and mature, almost like a big brother. Watching this, Luolin couldn't help but stroke its head. Not bad, he said, deciding to spend 2 gold coins to see what kind of talent it had. Little Black didn't seem to understand Luolin's words, but kept eating and even reached out to lick his face. Luolin dodged, laughing in mock annoyance. Enough of that, he said, then pulled out 2 gold coins and placed them into the slot in the copper-bound book. The coins vanished instantly, and a new line of text appeared on the page. Gifted ability, Night Spirit. Speed and strength are doubled at night, and movements become completely silent. Luolin was taken aback. He had expected a physical enhancement, maybe stronger muscles or tougher bones, but this was something different, almost supernatural. Doubling speed and strength at night, plus moving in total silence. This wasn't just a talent, it was evolution. Luolin let out a quiet breath, a spark of excitement in his eyes. Clearly, the 2 gold coins had been well spent. Just then, as Luolin stood in surprise, Little Black took the opportunity to lick his face again, wagging its tail happily. Luolin wiped his face, patting the dog's head, feeling a deep sense of satisfaction. Meanwhile, Little Gray was busy gobbling down food. Luolin walked over and picked it up. With its upright ears and alert gaze, Little Gray licked the crumbs from its lips the moment it was lifted. It looked at Luolin with a puzzled expression, then quickly turned its head toward the food bowl. Don't worry, it'll be your turn soon, Luolin said, smiling as he gently squeezed its cheeks. Little Gray was an Icod dog, bred for tracking and hunting large prey, and often used as a sled dog. Luolin was eager to see its talent, so he decided to spend another 2 gold coins. He repeated the process, dropping the coins into the copper-bound book. They disappeared, and a new line appeared. Gifted ability, hyper-olfaction. Can clearly distinguish complex scents. Sense of smell is immune to interference. Effective range up to 2 kilometers. Luolin was genuinely surprised. Hyper-olfaction. Had heard of bloodhounds tracking scents for up to 10 kilometers, and while Little Gray's range wasn't quite that far, its immunity to interference made its ability truly formidable. He'll need to tailor some training to suit this talent, Luolin thought, already planning how to make the most of Little Gray's gift. He shook Little Gray's head gently and smiled. Go on, eat. Little Gray pulled away, slipped out of Luolin's hands, and hurried back to the food bowl, eating eagerly. Its fluffy tail swept dust across the ground with every wag. At first, I thought the biggest one, Xiaohei, would be the biggest eater, but to my surprise, the real big eater turned out to be the seemingly gentle Xiaohui. As for Xiaohaiwal, there he was again, nosing around another dog's rear, even licking his lips as if he'd gotten a taste of something meaty. You really can't hide your true nature, can you? Come here. Luolin pulled the newly joined mongrel pup into his arms, shooting Xiaohei a warning look. Time to eat. Try doing something useful for once. Remember, lust is a double-edged sword. Wolf Xiaohei reluctantly shuffled over to his food bowl, lowering his head to join the pack, but his eyes kept sneaking glances at his owner, as if hoping for something. What should I name you? Luolin looked down at the dog in his arms, his fingers gently stroking the soft fur along her back. Suddenly, inspiration struck. You're the first female dog here, and still so young. Let's call you Hey May Blackberry. Woof. Blackberry let out a bark, as if she understood perfectly, and immediately nuzzled up to Luolin's face, giving him a wet lick. Clearly, she liked her new name. Luolin chuckled, patting her head, then took out 2 gold coins and slipped them into the slot on the copper-bound book. The pages slowly opened, and beneath Blackberry's portrait, a line of text appeared. Heaven's gift, strong offspring. Any pups she bears will be robust and healthy. Luolin drew in a sharp breath, his eyes lighting up with delight. As expected of a heaven's gift, never a disappointment. Strong offspring was a genuinely valuable trait. Xiaohei, eat up. He glanced at Xiaohei. You and Blackberry have a little task later. With that, he gave Blackberry another affectionate rub and praised Xiaohei. He's a handsome and responsible guy, you can trust him. Next, he called over the 2 beagle mixes. They sat in front of him, back straight and eyes fixed on their owner. One had half of its right ear missing. The other, a notch out of its left ear, both faces marked with old claw scars. Their previous owner had abandoned them because of these injuries, but now they gazed at Luolin with quiet determination. It must be fate, Luolin murmured, reaching out to gently rub their heads. Now that you're part of this family, you'll never be left behind again. He glanced at their damaged ears and smiled. You'll be Xiao Zhua, and you'll be Xiao Yu. Perfect. Woof, woof. Xiao Zhua and Xiao Yu barked together, as if they understood, their tails wagging furiously. They pressed in close, one on each side, nuzzling against Luolin's hands with all the enthusiasm of 2 fluffy balls of energy. Moved by their affection, Luolin took out 4 more gold coins and slipped them into the copper book without hesitation. The pages opened once more, and beneath each beagle's portrait, the same line of text appeared. Heaven's gift, no escape for the hare. Any rabbit they chase will grow weaker the longer it runs. Not bad. Luolin nodded approvingly and nudged them back toward their food bowls. Keep eating. Beagles are natural trackers, especially skilled at hunting rabbits. But even for a sighthound, catching prey every time isn't easy. Even in perfect conditions, it takes effort. In rough terrain, it's even harder. Now, with this gift, Xiao Zhuo and Xiao Yu's success rate would skyrocket. They'd gone from talented to downright unbeatable. No escape for the hare. The wild rabbits had better watch out. As Luolin watched his dogs devour their meal, he reached into his money pouch, only to find it almost empty. Head started with over 30 gold coins now. Just a little more than 20 remained. That copper-bound book really was a gold eater. Night soon fell. The Dornish knight didn't return to the inn until midnight, carrying a gift box that was clearly a token of support from the Marquis Walker's youngest daughter's husband. Arranging a place for his nephew naturally required a bit of money. As for that nephew, he hadn't been able to come in person and was said to be heading straight to the Dorn fief from Vanilla Town. Morning arrived quickly. Now, the knight and Roland set out together for the slave market. On the way, the knight explained the art of buying slaves in a calm, methodical tone. Buying slaves is a skill in itself. Roland led Xiaohei beside him, listening carefully and nodding from time to time. As the conversation went on, the topic drifted from buying slaves to the 8 knightly arts, and then to the history of the Loi kingdom. Roland learned that many years ago, the Loyans landed on the eastern shores of the Avister continent. With their sturdy metal armor and cavalry, they conquered the native Nords. Most Nords chose to submit and became new citizens of Loy. A few stubborn Nords resisted to the end, retreating deep into the mountains, becoming known as mountain folk or highland clans, scattered across the continent. The ancestors of the Dornish Knight were these Nords who had pledged allegiance. The Loyans themselves were the long-standing rulers of the Avister continent. As for the so-called barbarians, it was said they had lived on the frozen lands long before the Loyans arrived and had clashed with the Nords in the past. After the Loyans' arrival, these barbarians were forced to retreat north of the mountain ranges. The conversation soon returned to daily matters. "I see you've bought 3 more hunting dogs," the Dornish knight remarked, glancing at Roland with a hint of warning in his voice. "Hunting is one of the knightly arts, but remember, you can't take your hounds with you everywhere. Riding, swordsmanship, and throwing, those are the core skills of a knight. Only by becoming strong yourself can you truly face any danger." Roland nodded, taking the words to heart. The Dornish knight clearly cared about him, and Roland knew he should work even harder to live up to that trust. Before long, they reached the slave market. The place was bustling with activity. Roland reminded Xiaohe to stay calm and quiet. The condition of the slaves was plain to see. Unlike the comfort of horses, they stood exposed, pressed together, linked by a single chain, iron collars locked around their necks. The slave owners watched with cold eyes as the auction began. On stage, the slaves wore various expressions. Some bowed their heads, others looked nervous. A crowd of buyers gathered below, waiting for the bidding to start. The first to be displayed was a sandmanskin dark from the sun, short hair, solid build. The slave owner cracked his whip and pointed to the man's muscular arms, shouting, "Look at him. Strong muscles. Sandmen can handle the heat, working under the sun all summer long." Starting at 3 silver coins. Bidding started at 3 silver coins, voices rising one after another. In the end, the Sandman was sold for 15 silver coins. The Dornish knight didn't join the bidding, instead leading Roland to a more private area of the market, reserved for important clients. Lord Dorn, still as imposing as ever, a tall, burly slave owner, greeted them. His face bore a hint of menace, and his deep voice carried a weight that was hard to ignore. "I heard from your cousin yesterday that you bought a fine perchy foal from him?" "That's right," the Dornish knight replied coolly. "I'm looking for slaves from Pandra. Do you have any?" At that moment, the atmosphere in the market grew more tense. Every detail, every word, was thick with the scent of business. "Of course there are." Slave Master Tam led the Dornish knight and Luolin through the front courtyard, greeted his servants, and had them pour fragrant wine for the guests before taking the 2 of them straight to the backyard. He gestured to the other servants, who immediately grabbed their whips and ordered the slaves huddled in the corners to stand up, forcing them to show off their scarred but still sturdy bodies. Tam strolled over to the Dornish knight and explained obsequiously, "My lord, as you know, these slaves brought over the sea from the continent of Pandra cost much more than the local ones. Of course, there's a reason for the higher price. Local slaves might try to escape, but the ones from Pandra wouldn't dare." "I know," the Dornish knight replied with a slight nod, his gaze passing over the slaves, one by one, carefully evaluating their worth. Luolin stood to the side, listening intently to the negotiation. He knew that Pandra lay to the east of Avist, separated by the vast expanse of the Mirror Sea. That continent was about twice the size of the northern lands. Indeed, these foreign slaves rarely tried to run away. They were strangers in a strange land, and even if they did escape, it would only lead to certain death. After a round of selection, the Dornish knight chose 20 slaves who still looked fit for labor and handed Tam 15 gleaming gold coins from his leather pouch. The slave master immediately ordered his men to brand the new slaves using a red-hot iron to burn the knight's personal mark onto their skin, then applying ointment to prevent infection. With this mark, even if a slave tried to escape, they'd be easily identified. With their new slaves in tow, the group made their preparations and left Hanjicheng, heading east. Drawing on his experience as a scout and eager to practice his riding, Luolin took the lead on his Black Knight Shadow horse, leading the gray pony, Xiaohui. His 3 wolfhounds Xiaohe, Blackberry, and Little Left kept a watchful eye on the weary new slaves as they guarded the procession. The group traveled for 3 days, stopping for a day at catfish fields to restock supplies before continuing their journey. After 4 more days, they arrived at Black Wolf Plain. As expected, the Dornish knight paid a visit to the local lord, Baron Bruna, and the group stayed there for 3 days. During their stay, Luolin applied for and easily received a hunting permit from the Baron. With this document, he could legally hunt on the land. Otherwise, he'd be considered a poacher and punished accordingly. Of course, after a successful hunt, a portion of the game had to be paid as tax, usually in coins since fresh meat was difficult to store. After setting out again, the group gained a new membrane dachshund, a squire recommended by Baron Bruna to the Dornish knight. 17 years old, with brown hair falling to his shoulders and a build similar to Pei Ming, Rain already had a face full of stubble and a noticeable scar on his left cheek. He wore an heirloom chainmail shirt and rode a gray horse, looking spirited and ready for the journey. On their way back, Luolin took every opportunity to train Xiao Hu's extraordinary sense of smell. He would hide a stone carrying his own scent in areas filled with different smells and command Xiao Hui to find it. These exercises not only sharpened the pony's abilities, but also strengthened the bond between them. And so, the group pressed on, stopping and starting as needed, until one evening they finally set foot on the lands of the Dornish fief. Luolin nudged Night Shadow up a low hill, gazing across the villages and the nearly ripe fields that would soon be ready for harvest. As autumn approached, the serfs were busier than ever. They needed to guard the fields, clear weeds, and reinforce the fences to keep livestock and wild deer from damaging the crops. These fields represented a year of hard work and would be the main source of food for the coming winter. Looking to the left, Luolin saw his own plot of land in the distance. Besides the crops grown specifically for the knight and the lord, his field also held turnips, beans, and grains to last through winter. Someone was in his field, working intently to reinforce the fence. It was none other than Finchao, a simple, kind-hearted man who, after tending to his own land, always helped his friends with theirs. Finchao gripped the wooden stick, driving it deep into the soil as he checked the sturdiness of the fence. Satisfied, he nodded to himself. Just as he was about to inspect the next section, the sound of hoofbeats suddenly reached his ears. Instinctively, he turned and saw a tall black horse approaching. Swords, a bow and crossbow, and a shield hung from its sides. Finchao's heart skipped a beat. Perhaps this was a knight. Wanting to avoid unnecessary trouble, he quickly lowered his head and busied himself with his work. With a sudden thud, the rider leapt lightly from the horse, landing nimbly on the ground, and strode toward Finchao with a friendly smile. Finchao froze, his hands stilling mid-movement. That voice, it sounded familiar. Forcing himself to look up, he squinted into the sunlight and saw a face he knew all too well. Standing before him was someone his own age, dressed in leather armor and grinning widely. Finchao's mind went blank, and he stared in shock, stammering, "Lao Lao Tai? That's right, isn't it?" Luolin marched up to the fence, arms wide open, his smile even broader. "Finchao, it's been ages. Don't I get a hug?" Eyes wide with excitement, Finchao grabbed the fence, as if about to vault over, but hesitated, worried he might break it. He laughed anxiously, blurting out, "Wait, don't rush. This fence is old, the lower parts all rotted out. If I try to climb over, it'll collapse. Let me find a way around." He finally made his way around to a gap in the fence, and the two embraced warmly, clapping each other on the back. "You're finally back." Finchao beamed, thumping Luolin's chest. "I was about to die of boredom here by myself. And you've managed to get leather armor? Come on, tell me what happened while you were away." "No rush, we've got plenty of time to talk." Luolin laughed as he swung down from his horse, rummaged through a nearby bag, and pulled out a smoked venison leg, handing it to Finchao. "I picked this up for you when I passed through Black Wolf Plain. There's good wine, too. We'll drink together tonight. But first, I need to report back to Lord Dorn. See you this evening." All right, all right." Finchao lowered his head and took a deep sniff of the venison, the rich aroma making his mouth water. He was already planning to parade this prize around the village before heading home. Now he felt like a prosperous serf hand. His father always called him foolish. This time, Head slammed that venison down on the table and show his father he was worth something. But then, Finchao paused, second-guessing himself. He gently set the venison down, worrying that their old, rickety table might break under its weight, and Head be in for a scolding. Suddenly, a question popped into his mind. He spun around, watching as Luolin rode off into the distance. Whose horse was that, anyway? He wondered. Meanwhile, Luolin returned to the group, escorting a team of slaves to Lord Dorn's manor. The knight ordered the servants to prepare a lavish dinner. By the time the meal was finished, the sky was full of stars. Luolin mounted Nightshade, rounded up his dogs, and headed back to his thatched cottage. Finchao was already waiting outside, holding 2 chickens his friend had given him. Once inside, Luolin brought out the Baron's malt beer and a leg of lamb Head bought on the way home, setting it over the fire to roast. That was really something, Finchao said, listening to Luolin recount his adventures. He lifted an oak bowl to his lips, gulping down the malt beer to steady his nerves. They chatted about the interesting things that had happened in the village while Luolin was away, enjoying meat and malt beer as they talked about everything under the sun. Meanwhile, in a dimly lit room elsewhere in the village, 2 figures were deep in discussion, plotting together. The team of Dorn Knights had just returned to the fiefdom at dusk. A burly, bald man sat at the table, his sharp, triangular eyes sizing up the well-dressed merchant across from him with suspicion. "Are you sure that Tenant Farmer really has 30 gold coins?" The bald man rubbed his shiny head, doubt in his eyes. "We've worked together plenty of times. When has my information ever been wrong?" Wilson, the merchant, shot back, skillfully turning defense into offense. For him, finding out who had received a reward was no difficult task. Wilson was calculating in his mind. He hadn't told the fugitive in front of him that there was another reward from Jurgong, the barbarian bloodlord, waiting for him, a reward he intended to keep for himself. Sending this outlaw to do the dirty work would not only achieve his goal, but also allow him to take a cut of the tenant farmer's gold coins. Profiting from both sides was, in his eyes, the ultimate business move. Wilson pulled a rough beast-tooth necklace from inside his coat and handed it to the burly man, giving careful instructions. Once it's done, be sure to leave this barbarian necklace at the scene. Let them blame it on the barbarians. Heh, you always think of everything. The rough man grinned, quickly tucking the necklace away. They'll go get my men ready. You need more men? Wilson frowned, a hint of annoyance flashing in his eyes. The more people you bring, the less gold there'll be to split. There's not that much to go around. He let out a mocking chuckle. You really need half a dozen men just to deal with one guy? Of course, if you're scared of his 2 dogs, just forget I said anything. To be safe, they'll need at least 3 people, the bald man insisted. Luolin leaned against the woodpile, his gaze falling on Fun Xiao, who was so full he looked about to burst. Luolin couldn't help but worry the dog might actually eat himself sick. Fun Xiao had devoured most of a leg of lamb in one go. Cluck, cluck. Luolin turned to look at the 2 chickens who had activated the bronze skin book. Their feathers were sleek and glossy, proof that Fun Xiao had been feeding them well. The chickens were pecking intently at a carrot in the coop on the left side of the room. The right corner, which used to be a sheep pen, was now piled with all sorts of odds and ends. Luolin had already made up his mind to clear out the old sheep pen tomorrow and build a comfortable kennel for his 5 dogs. In these times, serfs and most tenant farmers lived in simple houses with only a door and no windows, just a few small vents, and shared their living space with their animals. This wasn't just for convenience in caring for their precious livestock, but also for security and warmth. More importantly, the lord controlled all the forests and land. Even collecting firewood for cooking meant paying a wood tax, and using timber from the woods to build a house required a materials tax. For people who struggled just to eat, there was no way to spare money to build separate shelters for their animals. Iron, you're someone important now, Fun Xiao said. You ought to buy some land and build a big house, so you don't have to crowd in here with all these chickens, ducks, and dogs. It's not proper. Maybe one day, Luolin replied. He had thought about buying land and building a home, but it's not the right time. Soon, they'll be following the Dorn Knights to settle new lands. My future home will be somewhere else, so there's no point spending money on this place now. Fun Xiao rubbed his stuffed belly and watched as the black dog nestled into Luolin's arms, his voice soft and lazy. That dog really brought you luck. If those dog traders and hunters heard about what it's done, they'd be kicking themselves with regret. Maybe so, Luolin said, ruffling the little black dog's head. If the 2 chickens with the bronze skin book were lucky charms, then this black dog was a true blessing. Fun Xiao looked at the pack of dogs with envy as they crowded around their master, wagging their tails and licking Luolin's hands. He couldn't help but shake his head and sigh. They sure are attached to you. Suddenly, the smile vanished from Luolin's face and his expression turned serious. Luolin glanced at the circle of dogs wagging their tails around him, feeling the rhythmic lick of their tongues on the back of his hand 3 times in a row. This wasn't an ordinary lick. It was the sense of killing intent. Why would there be such a feeling? This wasn't the Frostlands. He quickly collected his thoughts and turned to Fun Xiao beside him, murmuring, Lao Tai, don't just stand there, retake this. Luolin handed the loaded wooden crossbow to Fun Xiao, then whispered, aim here, pull the trigger here, and stand behind me, ready. To be honest, no matter who was harboring this killing intent, Luolin didn't want Fun Xiao to get involved. Fun Xiao was his best friend, simple, kind, and someone who only cared about farming. But it clearly wasn't the right time for him to leave. The 3 dangerous presences outside wouldn't care what kind of person Fun Xiao was. Fun Xiao still hadn't figured out what was happening. He glanced nervously at his friend, confusion written all over his face. But he didn't ask any questions. As always, he simply trusted Luolin. In fact, he trusted him now more than ever. Luolin placed the leather-covered wooden shield at Fun Xiao's feet, signaling for him to use it for protection if needed. Then he picked up his hunting bow and, with Fun Xiao, slowly backed up until they were pressed against the wall. At the same time, Luolin swept his gaze over the 5 dogs, signaling them to hide and wait for his command. Outside, the cold wind under the moonlight carried a faint aroma of roasted meat into the yard, teasing the noses of 3 uninvited guests. The scent of meat still lingered in the air. The burly, bald man sniffed quietly, then stood behind the fence and stole a glance at the thatched hut in the yard. He quickly ducked back down and glanced at his companions. Are you ready? Been ready for ages, replied the man with a crooked smile, patting his arm with a sly grin. 2 layers of animal hide are enough to keep the dogs from biting through. Remember, I've caught wild dogs to eat before, did it plenty of times when I was starving. If one bites my hand, they'll just finish it with my knife. The man with rotten teeth thought for a moment. Should we make some noise first, draw the dogs out, and deal with them? You idiot, the bald man rolled his eyes. If we make noise, he'll be ready for us. No, not like that. There are 3 of us, and only one of him. Let's do this quickly, don't drag it out. The Dorn Knight's residence is nearby, can't make too much noise, the bald man ordered quietly. Bust down the door, split up, take care of the dogs, and he'll take down the kid. Got it. Got it. The 2 men nodded, quickly pulling black cloth sacks over their heads, leaving only their eyes and mouths exposed. Once everything was ready, the 3 of them climbed over the fence and moved swiftly toward the weathered wooden door. The bald man lifted his foot and kicked the door open with force. As the door slammed open with a bang, the 3 of them rushed inside without hesitation. But when they saw what was waiting for them, they froze. The 3 men in black hoods found themselves face-to-face with 2 people aiming crossbows directly at them. The man with rotten teeth stared in shock. 2 people. Where are the dogs? The man with the crooked smile added, equally confused. Bang! With a loud crash, Xiao He slammed the door shut behind them. At that moment, Luolin and Fun Xiao both fired their crossbows. One arrow struck the rotten-toothed man in the left shoulder, while the other hit the man with the crooked smile in the stomach. The burly, bald man barely had time to react before a black dog leapt out and clamped its jaws on his forearm, tearing through the 2 layers of animal hide and sinking its teeth deep into his flesh. As he struggled violently, trying to fight back, another strong black dog bit down on his other hand. Before he could even react, the big black dog yanked him off balance and sent him sprawling to the ground. His eyes widened in terror. How could a dog have so much strength? Standing nearby, Luolin watched as his nightshade hound, Xiao He, pinned the intruder to the ground. He couldn't help but be impressed. Gifted with supernatural abilities, Xiao He's strength and speed doubled at night. Right now, the dog looked more like a powerful tiger, muscles rippling and brimming with energy. A deep howl echoed as Xiao Hui and Xiao Zuiyu shot out from the darkness like 2 streaks of gray lightning, lunging straight at the man with a crossbow bolt in his shoulder. Xiao Zuiyu's sharp teeth tore into the man's calf, while Xiao Hui clamped down on the arm holding the dagger, its steel-like jaws biting right through the animal hide sleeve. The sounds of flesh ripping, mingled with the fierce growls of the dogs and the invaders' screams, rang harsh and sharp against the night. Fun Xiao gripped his wooden crossbow tightly, back pressed to the wall, breath coming in quick gasps. He glanced at his best friend Luolin, watching as Luolin charged into the fray with his sword, moving with the ruthless precision of a wolf. Luolin first slashed open the throat of the man with the arrow in his gut, blood spraying in the moonlight. He spun, sweeping the sword tip to sever the tendons in the legs of the man being mauled by Xiao Hui and Xiao Zuiyu. Finally, he stepped forward, pressing the blade to the throat of the bald man pinned by Xiao He and He Mei, the steel gleaming coldly under the moon. If Luolin hadn't told them to keep someone alive, Xiao He would have torn this man's throat out already. The fight was over in a flash. Fun Xiao looked at Luolin's calm expression, stunned. Was this really the same friend who always complained of back pain while digging or shoulder aches when plowing? After this expedition, he seemed like a different persona, stronger, calmer warrior. Fun Xiao, get the rope, Luolin said quietly, his voice steady and low. Oh right. Fun Xiao carefully set down the crossbow and rummaged through the room for a coil of hemp rope, fumbling as he tightly bound the 2 surviving intruders and sat them down on the floor. As for the one who was already dead, there was no need to tie him up. Luolin stepped forward and yanked the black hoods off their heads. One was bald, the other's mouth full of rotten teeth, but both wore the same painful grimace. The rotten-toothed man, his shoulder pierced by an arrow and his legs and arm riddled with wounds, looked up at Luolin and rasped, "Didn't you only have 2 dogs?" Luolin raised an eyebrow. Even now, this guy was more concerned about the details than his own fate. In a way, it was almost admirable. Luolin didn't bother with small talk, pressed the sword to the man's throat and asked coldly, "Who sent you?" "Him." The rotten-toothed man shuddered as the cold blade touched his skin, and without a second's hesitation, jerked his head toward the bald man, making his answer perfectly clear. The bald man's face twisted in shock. He clearly hadn't expected his companion to betray him so quickly, without a moment's pause. Seeing how cooperative this guy was, Luolin decided to push further. "Why did you come to kill me?" "Money," the man replied bluntly. "How do you know I have money?" "I don't," the man blurted out, glancing at the bald man again. "He said you had a lot." "Honestly, I just came to kill the dogs, not you." Luolin thought to himself that this guy clearly wasn't the brightest. Then again, if he were, he probably wouldn't be a bandit. Even if he was telling the truth, what difference did it make whether he killed the dogs or their owner? Back to the matter at hand. Luolin knew that the Marquis reward wasn't exactly a secret, but only those who went on the expedition were aware of it. Of those from Dorn's fief who went, there were 4, and Luolin was sure the other 3 wouldn't betray him. That only left outsiders. He turned to the talkative man. "Have you ever been to the Frostlands?" "No." The man shook his head, glancing at the bald man again. "He hasn't either. Someone else told us about it." "Someone else?" Luolin's brow furrowed. He was certain it wasn't the dead man on the ground. That meant there was someone else involved. Luolin's brows tightened. He quickly moved to the tightly shut door, pressed his back against it and held his breath, listening intently for any sounds outside. Xiao He and the other 5 dogs only sensed murderous intent from the 3 men, which meant the other person either hadn't shown up yet or was waiting further away for the right moment. He turned back, his gaze sharp as he looked down at the man with rotten teeth, who was already paralyzed by fear. Who is that person? What's his name? Luolin's voice was low and calm. I don't know. The man shook his head, his eyes darting. Then, as if it were the most natural thing in the world, he nodded toward his tied-up companion. Ask him. You idiot. Coward. The bald man finally snapped, veins bulging on his face, furious that had been betrayed so completely by his partner. He lifted his chin and stared at Luolin with a look of defiance. I'm not afraid to die. You'll never get anything out of me. Luolin didn't waste time on the bald man. He refocused on the man with rotten teeth and changed his approach. What was your plan? Kill you. Take the money, get out. The man's tone was flat, as if he were discussing the weather. Luolin understood. This man answered every question, but he was clearly just a pawn. He didn't know anything useful. It looked like the answers would have to come from somewhere else. Search them. Luolin crouched down and quickly searched their bodies. Other than a plain-looking coin pouch and some odds and ends, he didn't find anything that looked like a clue. He shook the pouch. There was no sound of coins clinking, which made sense. They were here to kill and rob. Why would they bring money? But there was something inside. Luolin could feel it. He squeezed the pouch and pulled out its contents. A rough beast tooth necklace, a typical piece of barbarian jewelry. Swish. Luolin raised his sword, the cold tip pressing against the man's throat as he dangled the necklace in front of him. You said you've never been to the Frostlands. Then where did this come from? This isn't mine, I swear. Feeling the sword tip at his throat, the man instinctively leaned back, trying to put as much distance as possible between his neck and the deadly blade. In a panic, he turned to his companion. I remember now. It was that other guy who gave it to him, said he wanted to frame the barbarians. Shut up, you fool. The bald man was livid, slamming his head toward his partner. But the other man dodged nimbly, avoiding every furious blow. The bald man grew even angrier and finally spat at him in disgust. Xiao Hui, Luolin called, turning and holding the beast tooth necklace under the dog's nose. Catch the scent. Find the other person. Understand? Woof. Xiao Hui responded. Had been trained all along to use his sense of smell. He pressed his nose to the necklace, nostrils flaring as he sniffed carefully. Gifted with an extraordinary sense of smell, he quickly sorted through the different scents, picked out the new one, and then moved to the door, sniffing along the crack at the bottom. Suddenly, Xiao Hui turned and licked Luolin's palm affectionately, signaling that had found the target. Good. Luolin's eyes flashed coldly. I've got you now. Far away, among the low hills, Wilson was hiding in the shadows, hugging his arms against the chill. The autumn night winds of the northern lands made him shiver uncontrollably. Even so, he kept his eyes fixed on the distant thatched hut, its faint light barely visible, and kept a wary watch on the 3 fugitives lurking in the shadows. From this distance, he could only make out vague shapes, but he didn't dare look away, afraid to miss any sign of movement. The plan was simple. Once the outlaws finished their job, he would rush into the hut, cut off the occupant's head, and bring it to the Bloodlord Garone. Of course, capturing the target alive would earn him more money, but that was far too risky. Dead men couldn't cause trouble. Wilson had already planned out what he was going to say, ready to exaggerate the danger and difficulty of the job to ask for a bigger reward. Thinking of the money, he reached for the 4 small animal hide pouches of gems he carried. With the payment he'd receive, plus these gems, he could bribe a noblewoman in Crownlight City and buy himself an honorary Titlia ticket to the upper class. They should be making their move by now, right? Wilson pulled himself out of his daydreams and kept watching. He saw 3 blurry figures enter the courtyard, kick open the door, and rush inside. The door swung shut behind them. Waiting is one of the most agonizing things in the world. Wilson felt this more deeply than anyone. Leaning against the rough trunk of a tree, he absent-mindedly rubbed his hands together, trying to calm his nerves. The ground beneath his feet was already worn smooth from his constant pacing. He was certain that 3 fugitives could handle 1 man and 2 dogs without any trouble. They should have finished the job by now, right? Wilson muttered under his breath, his brow furrowed. A while ago, had heard a few barks in the distance, but then everything went silent. Time ticked by, but the news of victory he expected never came. It's been so long. Did something go wrong? Wilson clenched his fingers even tighter, his knuckles turning white. After waiting a bit longer, he finally decided he couldn't stand around any longer. He reasoned that if the 3 had succeeded, there was no need to bring back the man's head. Once word got out that the target was dead, he could still collect a reward from the barbarians, even if it would be less. If they had failed, there was still enough time to escape the Black Wolf Plains. With that thought, Wilson turned and hurried down the slope, not daring to slow his pace for a second. Moments later, Luolin arrived at the same tree. He quickly noticed the fresh, smooth circle in the dirt, crouched down, and ran his hand over it. These were recent tracks. He scanned the area, gently stroked the head of the dog beside him. Little Gray, and said quietly, "It's up to you." Little Gray lowered his head, sniffed the ground, his nose twitching rapidly. After a few sniffs, he locked onto a direction and set off down the hillside with steady steps. Luolin followed close behind, with Little Black alertly at his side. Meanwhile, Blackberry and Little Left stayed home to guard the two subdued fugitives. As for the mastermind behind all this, Luolin was determined it had to catch him today. In the wilderness, Wilson quickened his pace, glancing over his shoulder every now and then. Suddenly, he stumbled over a protruding stone and fell hard. His knee struck a sharp rock, sending a stabbing pain through his leg. He gritted his teeth, not daring to make a sound, and sat up to gently rub his injured knee. Just then, he heard a rustling noise behind him. Wilson froze, instantly ducking into the low bushes by the path. In the moonlight, he looked back up the bare hill head just descended and spotted a shadowy figure moving, along with the shapes of two dogs. Damn it! Wilson's heart pounded, cold sweat beading on his forehead. He quickly stripped off his coat, wrapped it around a rock, and threw it far off to the right as a decoy. Then, fighting the pain in his knee, he slipped away to the left. With the assassination plan in shambles, he cursed the three fugitives as useless fools. Back on the trail, Little Gray suddenly stopped, glancing left and then right, as if unsure which way to go. Luolin crouched down, cupped Little Gray's head in his hands, and looked the dog in the eyes. "Two people?" Luolin asked quietly. Little Gray whimpered and shook his head. "Same scent, two directions?" Little Gray let out a soft howl and licked his owner's palm, confirming Luolin's guess. "Got it." Luolin immediately understood the man had realized he was being tracked and set up a decoy. An ordinary hunter and dog might fall for the trick, but not a pair with such a deep bond. Especially since Little Gray had a supernatural sense of smell, unaffected by outside interference within a 2-kilometer range. Luolin pressed his forehead gently to Little Gray's, softly stroking the dog's back as he spoke in a low voice. "Listen, relax now. Tell me, which scent is moving fastest?" Little Gray gazed into his eyes, as if absorbing the words. Then he let out a low growl, lifted his head, and sniffed the air on both sides, his nostrils flaring. His bright eyes flashed, and he turned his head confidently to the left. "Good boy," Luolin praised, rubbing Little Gray's head. Now that he was sure there was only one person and the target was aware, there was no need to stay hidden. Looking at his loyal dogs, he gave a clear command. "Full speed ahead. Don't engage when you catch up, wait for me." With a guttural growl, Xiaohe could no longer hold back. He lunged to the left with lightning speed, leaving Xiaohui far behind. It was obvious that, blessed by the night spirit's power, Xiaohe was frighteningly fast, almost like a streak of lightning. The two dogs raced across the moonlit fields, their barking echoing through the night, tearing the silence apart. Wilson's heart pounded in his chest, threatening to burst free. The pain in his knee was long forgotten. All that mattered now was escape. But the barking behind him grew louder, sharper, closing in with every step. The two dogs weaved through the tall grass, crashing through low shrubs with a series of rustling sounds. Damn it! Wilson cursed inwardly, furious. He had been so careful, kept his distance, convinced he could avoid pursuit, yet had still been found. How was that possible? Those three fugitives couldn't have known he was following them, let alone where he was hiding. Where had it all gone wrong? How could those dogs track him so precisely? Was their sense of smell really that sharp? No, that couldn't be it. He had never set foot in that thatched hut, never left a trace behind. There was no way they could pick up his scent. Unless the beast tooth necklace? Damn. Wilson's heart raced even faster as his limbs grew heavy and exhaustion set in. He couldn't help but glance back and saw the two dogs, one of them hurtling toward him like a wild beast, as fast as a horse. No, he couldn't let himself get caught. Couldn't lose everything now. Wilson's mind spun in panic. His strength was nearly gone. Summoning the last of his energy, he crashed through a patch of low shrubs, skidded to a stop, drew his sword, and started frantically digging at the base of a tree. With shaking hands, he pulled out 4 palm-sized leather pouches and stuffed them into the hole, his eyes flashing with determination. No matter what, those gems could not fall into anyone else's hands. He added 2 small coin pouches, tossing them in as well. Suddenly, he hesitated, uncertainty flickering in his eyes. In the end, he retrieved the coin pouches and shoved them into his pocket. Without a second thought, he filled in the hole, packed down the earth, and covered it with dead leaves, making sure nothing was left exposed. He turned and ran again, the sound of barking and his own harsh breathing ringing in his ears. Suddenly, a black dog sprang out from the side, its fierce gaze locking onto Wilson, blocking his path and baring its sharp teeth. Wilson skidded to a stop, veered left, and took off down another path. But almost immediately, a gray dog appeared, cutting him off and forcing him to stop. Desperate, Wilson spun around, trying to find another escape route. After a short sprint, he realized the dogs weren't rushing in to attack. Instead, they kept their distance, deliberately herding him, like well-trained hunting dogs, expertly driving him toward the hunter's trap. These dogs, they were almost as clever as people. A chill ran through Wilson. His strength was spent, his vision blurred, and his breathing was ragged. He knew that if he kept running, he'd either collapse from exhaustion or be caught and killed. Planting his feet, he gripped his sword tightly and faced the two dogs. Then, without hesitation, he charged at the gray one. It nimbly dodged back, refusing to engage. Wilson turned and rushed at the black dog, but it too leapt away, keeping its distance. They seemed to anticipate his every move. Damn it, Wilson cursed, and suddenly let out a bitter, mocking laugh. Come on then. Ha. Had never felt so foolish. This disaster was all because He'd been greedy over a measly 30 gold coins. He shouldn't have recruited just 3 outlaws. He should have brought more people, to be safe. Just then, he caught sight of a figure in the distance, drawing closer the very person He'd once planned to assassinate, whose head had hoped to trade for a reward. Seeing that familiar silhouette, a wave of frustration washed over Wilson. This guy, he really was a tough one to deal with. Who's behind this? Luolin leveled his wooden crossbow, his gaze sharp and unyielding as he aimed at the man before him. A flicker of panic crossed Wilson's eyes. He was sure He'd never mentioned the Blood Lord of Jaren to these outlaws, but he knew all too well that if he didn't die at Luolin's hands tonight, He'd still face the judgment of the Manor Knights. Slowly, Wilson released his grip on his longsword, letting it sink straight into the muddy ground. If you let me go, I can pay you, he said, trying to sound calm as he pulled a pouch from his coat and gave it a gentle shake. The crisp sound of coins rang out. He tossed the pouch forward, then quickly produced a second one. This is just a small sum, Wilson continued. I have much more enough for you to live in luxury for several lifetimes. I can take you to the town to get it. Luolin scoffed inwardly. If Wilson really had that much money, why risk his life for this handful of gold? He kept a wary eye on the sword planted in the dirt, seemingly harmless, but brimming with danger. I can also tell you the truth, Wilson said, his hand slipping quietly inside his coat, this time gripping a throwing knife. The reason someone wants you dead, it's not just about money. As he spoke, he tensed, ready to throw the blade. But the moment Wilson made his move, Luolin was already prepared. He dodged to the side and fired his crossbow. The bolt struck Wilson square in the chest. In the next instant, Luolin's 2 hounds lunged, pinning the wounded man to the ground. Wilson collapsed in a pool of blood, coughing and grinning with a twisted smile. The people who want you dead cough. It's not for money you might escape tonight cough, but you want run forever. They never give up. With his eyes wide open, he died, as if determined to haunt Luolin's dreams forever. Luolin picked up the money bags and tucked them away, unimpressed by the dying man's warning. He knew not to disturb the scene. He'd have to wait for the Dorn Knight to investigate. More importantly, Finchao was still guarding the other 2 outlaws. After returning home and making sure Finchao was safe, Luolin rode Nightshade to the Dorn Knight's residence. With Luolin's help, the knight dressed quickly and, with his attendants, headed to the scene. Luolin then led others to collect another body. As dawn approached, the Dorn Knight stepped out into the yard, looked at the corpses, and said to Luolin, "The 2 inside are both wanted criminals from Mistvale City. The bald one's worth 3 gold and 20 silver, the other, 30 silver and 80 copper. Too bad we can't identify the 2 dead ones, otherwise, there might be more reward." Luolin hadn't expected these outlaws to be such valuable fugitives. By noon the next day, the court of the manor had been set up on the village threshing ground. The jury consisted of free citizens from the manor and a nearby church priest. As the barons appointed authority over justice in the manor, Ser Dorn held the right to preside over the trial. With plenty of evidence, both the interrogation and sentencing went quickly. The verdict was unanimous. The 2 fugitives were sentenced to death by hanging. However, since they were wanted criminals from Mistvale City, the court decided to contact Mistvale's authorities for further consultation whether to carry out the sentence there or extradite the prisoners for execution elsewhere. Go get some rest, Ser Dorn told Rollin. After the court was dismissed, he called Rollin over. Starting tomorrow morning, come to my estate and train with Lean. I'll do as you say, Rollin replied, though his eyes flickered with uncertainty. Clearly, rest wouldn't come easy for him. But I'm afraid I can't rest just yet. I still have to tidy up my house and clean out the kennels for the dogs. At that moment, 4 horses appeared in the distance, emerging slowly from a trail of dust. Rollin recognized one of them, loaded with baggage and supplies. A bob horse, bred for long journeys and carrying goods. Alongside it was another of the same breed, ridden by a servant in plain clothes. The most striking figure, however, was on the front rider Ross horse carrying a mysterious rider cloaked in black, a felt hat pulled low, their entire form hidden except for a tired, slightly resentful face. Following behind was a Frisian horse, its rider armored in chainmail and holding aloft a long, rectangular red banner. Embroidered on it was a proud golden warhorse, the symbol of royalty, and a narrow red streamer fluttered from the top of the pole. The sight of the banner stunned Rollin. It was the royal standard. He had never seen such an emblem before, but he knew exactly what it represented. That's the royal banner? Lean could barely contain his excitement. I've memorized every detail of the Loy Kingdom's Cresty could recite the family's history by heart. So many times, I've dreamed of one day having my own coat of arms, written into that great book. A golden warhorse, head held high the royal family never bows, Lean went on enthusiastically. Legend says the late king rode this very horse to conquer the continent. Hemin, however, just snorted dismissively. We all know the truth. That horse was just painted gold. That's nothing but a rumor, Lean protested, eyes wide, clearly unwilling to hear such talk. Believing that would be an insult to the king. Hemin shot Lean a sideways glance and replied quietly, you know those are just rumors too. Saying more won't change anything. His tone was cool, leaving Lean momentarily speechless. Maybe you still have more to learn about what it really means to hold your head high. Ser Dorn suddenly interjected, his gaze turning stern. Lean's face fell, and he immediately lowered his head. Luolin gave Pemmin a look, signaling him to let it drop. Pemmin only smirked, clearly enjoying the moment. I say at last, the black-cloaked figure on the Ross horse spoke, his voice tired but steady. Which one of you is Ser Vic Dorn, known as the Black Wolf? Ser Dorn stepped forward, bowing slightly. I am Vic Dorn, he replied politely. With the help of his attendant, the man in the black robe slid off his horse, his body as stiff as a rotting log. Once he hit the ground, he supported his waist and managed a wry smile. Forgive me, I need a moment to recover. After more than 50 days on horseback, I have no desire to repeat the experience. Still, to deliver the charter to a knight as distinguished as yourself, I have no complaints. The Dorn knight smiled and nodded, the messenger's arrival confirming his suspicions. Go back and prepare food and drink, he instructed. Paimon answered and rode off toward the knight's manor. The Dorn knight stepped up to the envoy and made a graceful gesture of invitation. Please, allow me to escort you to the manor for some rest. Supported by his attendant, the envoy glanced toward the distant manor. To be honest, I'd love a drink to numb these aching bones. But business comes first. Please get ready for the ceremony only, then can I relax and enjoy myself. As you wish, the Dorn knight replied with a smile, turning to give Lauren a look. You're coming too. Lauren nodded and followed. Unlike the banquets at Coldridge, here the Dorn knight was master of his own lands. The group entered the manor hall, where the envoy was already waiting to begin the ceremony. With the help of 3 retainers, the Dorn knight quickly donned his polished armor. He walked into the hall, unbuckled his sword, and placed it solemnly on the wooden table before the envoy holding the charter. Standing nearby, Rain whispered an explanation to Lauren. This is the ritual of laying down the sword, a sign of absolute loyalty and submission before the king. Paimon rolled his eyes at Rain's tendency to show off, but Lauren listened attentively. Please take the oath, the envoy announced, holding out the charter. The Dorn knight retrieved his sword, knelt with his left knee on the ground, right knee raised, and placed both hands on the hilt. Looking up at the charter in the envoy's hands, he solemnly pledged, to his majesty, my liege, I swear by my honor as a knight, I will be loyal and true, never deceiving you. On the road to expansion, I will face any challenge with courage and never retreat. I will use my sword to defend your honor and dignity, win new lands for your glory, and spread your fame far and wide. I will treat everyone with justice, protect the weak and the innocent, and uphold the knight's code. Humility, integrity, compassion, and valor. May the gods grant me strength to fulfill these vows, and may I dedicate all I have to you and the kingdom. Receive the charter, the envoy said, stepping forward to present the document. The Dorn knight bowed and pressed a respectful kiss to the royal seal on the wax. Congratulations, Sir Dorn. The envoy exhaled deeply, finally allowing himself a relaxed smile. He reached out to help the knight to his feet and handed him the charter. Inside you'll find His Majesty's expectations and the direction for your expansion. There's also a bank draft from the royal treasury as a sign of support, and an immigration document. His Majesty has assigned you 100 pairs of bonded farmers. After the autumn harvest, they'll travel north with their supplies and tools. You may use this document to take charge of them. The moment the charter was in his hands, the Dorn knight became a true noble. His rank was still modest, but it was a genuine leap in status, the result of years of struggle and sacrifice. It meant his family crest would be entered into the rolls, and his banner would change from a pennant to a swallowtail flag. Let's celebrate, the envoy said, visibly relieved after handing over the documents. When the first harvest from your new lands reaches the capital, you'll be a baron in your own right. Either way, tonight we drink to the future baron. The banquet began. During the feast, the envoy and the Dornish knight reached an agreement. Paimon would accompany the delegation to the south. Thanks to the knight's generous hospitality, the celebration lasted late into the night before finally coming to an end. The envoy's group was then offered rooms to stay in the manor overnight. Early the next morning, Luolin took out a dagger he had taken from the Frostlands and handed it to Paimon. Though the sheath was plain, Paimon accepted it solemnly, turning it over in his hands before tucking it inside his coat. He took a deep breath and leaned in to whisper in Luolin's ear, "It's never easy to blaze a new trail. Always keep your guard up." "I will," Luolin replied with a nod, then helped Paimon pack his belongings. Since Paimon was determined to leave his past behind and start anew, he didn't bring much. Everything fit on a single pack horse. Once everything was ready, the envoy bid farewell to the Dornish knight. Go see him off, the knight told Luolin, pressing a pouch of coins into his hand. Give this to him once you're out of the fief. Tell him it's from you. I understand, Luolin replied, then mounted his horse and followed the group south. After passing through the farmlands and reaching the main road, Luolin caught up with Paimon and rode alongside him. He handed him the pouch and asked, if I told you this was from me, would you believe it? Paimon accepted the pouch and, for once, managed a faint smile. Luolin smiled back. Luolin watched as the envoy's party disappeared down the dusty road before turning to head back. In the distance, 5 dogs were running wild in the grass, marking their territory, chasing and tumbling over each other, sometimes crashing together when they turned too quickly. Watching them fall and then scramble back up to play again, Luolin couldn't help but smile. As Paimon set off on a new life, Luolin sensed a turning point in his own as well. Just as he was about to spur his horse into a gallop, Little Gray suddenly stopped, sniffed the ground, and then raised his head as if searching for something. Luolin dismounted and crouched beside him. What did you find? Little Gray responded by licking Luolin's hand and palm. This was unusual, never been trained to signal this way. While there was always a bond between dog and master, it was usually the master guiding the dog, not the other way around. You smell something familiar? Luolin guessed. Little Gray let out a low growl and kept licking his palm, as if confirming Luolin's guess. All right, lead the way, Luolin said. With the command, Little Gray immediately set off in a specific direction. Luolin mounted up again and followed with the other dogs. Before long, he realized Little Gray was leading them right to the spot where he had killed the outlaws the previous night. At last, Little Gray stopped beneath a large tree surrounded by low shrubs and began sniffing around the trunk. Suddenly, there was a rustling noise from the bushes. Suddenly, Little Gray began digging frantically with its front paws, nose twitching as it searched for something. Clumps of dirt flew out from between its hind legs, landing right on Little Black, who was watching nearby. Little Black quickly jumped aside, shaking itself vigorously, a low growl rumbling from its throat and a look of annoyance flashing in its eyes. Seeing this, Luolin immediately dismounted and stood aside, watching closely. Before long, Little Gray had dug a small hole with its paws and started to unearth several palm-sized pouches made of animal hide. Each time a pouch rolled out, a crisp metallic clinking could be heard from within. After the 4th pouch was uncovered, Little Gray stopped, sniffed carefully around the hole to make sure nothing was left behind, then turned and looked up at its master, tail wagging happily to show that everything had been found. What's this? Luolin crouched down and picked up one of the pouches. It felt heavy in his hand. He brushed off the loose earth and examined it closely, immediately recognizing the unique style favored by the barbarians. He remembered finding similar loot on the bodies of barbarian scouts and bloodguards he had killed during the battle at Frostlands. Luolin suddenly turned to look in the direction of the fight with the outlaw, which was not far from here. Could it be that guy who buried these? But why would he have barbarian goods on him? He opened the pouch and pulled out a stone, holding it up to the morning light. Gemstones. Luolin confirmed he was indeed holding gemstones, and there were 4 whole pouches of them. One pouch held roughly cut stones, their surfaces rough but with few impurities. The other 3 contained raw gemstones still encased in rock. So many back in the Frostlands, even barbarian earrings were considered valuable. Judging by the size and quantity, these 4 pouches must be worth. Luolin couldn't even begin to estimate. Strangely, Luolin didn't feel any excitement at this unexpected windfall. Instead, his confusion only deepened. Why would barbarian goods end up here? He pulled out a beast tooth necklace from his coat and held it together with the gemstone pouches in front of Little Gray. Same person, same scent? Little Gray sniffed both items carefully, then licked Luolin's palm, confirming his suspicion. Luolin tightened his grip on the gemstone pouches and took a deep breath. He looked again toward where the outlaw had died, recalling the words the man had spoken before he died last night. The people who want you dead aren't after money, even if you escape this time. Can you really run forever? Those people don't let things go. Those people don't let things go. Luolin closed his eyes, connecting the clues. The people who hold grudges are the barbarians. The gemstones belong to the barbarians. Someone used the gemstones to hire an outlaw to kill him. If they fail this time, they'll try again. In the eyes of the barbarians, he's marked for death. Fuck. As Luolin opened his eyes, he had the eerie feeling that countless eyes were watching him. If his reasoning was correct, how did someone as insignificant as him end up on the barbarians' hit list? A reward. The barbarians had dealings with the outlaw, which meant they had ways of finding out why their night raid failed. And the answer would point to just one person himself. Fuck. Luolin clenched the pouches tightly. In a battle between armies, how could victory or defeat be pinned on a single person? The barbarians were being absurdly petty. Then again, it made sense if not for him. Their sneak attack that night might really have succeeded. They really hold a grudge. Do they think I'm some sort of nemesis? Luolin tucked the pouches safely away, filled in the hole, and after a wary glance around, mounted his horse and led the dogs home. All the way back, he wondered why the barbarians were so obsessed. As soon as he got home, Luolin was summoned by the Dorn Knight. When he arrived at the manor, he saw the village elder leaving just as he walked in. Luolin, I have something terrifying to tell you. After seeing the elder off, Lean hurried over, speaking in a mysterious and dramatic tone. The village chief said one of the villagers went to town to get his donkey's hoofs fixed, had a few too many drinks at the tavern, and by the time he came back, it was dark. Passing through the old wood, he ran into some kind of monster. It killed his donkey, and he barely escaped. Makes you want to see it for yourself, doesn't it? Ever heard those stories about heroes fighting demons? Luolin noticed that Lean was utterly fascinated by tales of the supernatural. If there were a dragon here, he'd probably draw his sword and try his luck. Anyone who's scared out of their wits will see monsters everywhere. The Dorn Knight appeared at the hall in trance, glanced at Lean, then fixed his gaze on Luolin. Still, you both should get ready. I've decided we'll go on a hunt the day after tomorrow to thin out the wild beasts that are ruining the crops. He shot Lean a meaningful look. Maybe we'll even come across that monster you mentioned. Lean, I've already instructed Chief Xiaoya to inform the villagers and hunters about the group hunt. After speaking, Sir Dorn stepped down from the platform and walked toward the training grounds outside the manor. His stride was steady and powerful, each step revealing the composure of a seasoned warrior. If there really are monsters out there, all the more reason to hone your combat skills. Otherwise, if you run into one, you'll only have yourself to blame if your legs aren't fast enough. My lord, you can count on me, Lean said, his hand resting on the hilt of his sword as he straightened his back. My blade is always ready. I swear on my family's honor I will never run away. Sir Dorn walked past the two of them, heading through the gate in the fence. His voice was grave and low. No matter who you are, you must be accountable for what you say. But before you take responsibility, you need the skills to back it up. I promise I won't let you down, Lean replied, quickly catching up. Sir Dorn suddenly stopped and turned to look at Lean. Remember, don't let yourself down first. And you should know there aren't many dead men in this world who are remembered. Lean was momentarily at a loss for words, unsure what he had said to strike a nerve. He could only lower his head and reply, I'll remember your lesson, my lord. Sir Dorn then turned to his nephew, his tone even more stern. You need to remember this as well. Yes, sir. I won't forget, Roland nodded solemnly. Over the past few days, he had come to understand that when it came to matters of war and training, Sir Dorn was uncommonly strict. Pei Ming, who had already set out on the King's Road, was the first to experience this firsthand. After all, a knight personally training his squires was no small matter. They were future key allies, and there was no room for carelessness. The training grounds were set in an open area outside the manor. Barriers and ditches for riding practice surrounded the field, and straw dummies stood ready for mounted combat drills. The grounds were divided into sections for swordsmanship, spear throwing, archery, and close combat. Broken targets and wooden posts were lined up in the distance, with climbing frames and smooth training stones nearby for physical conditioning. Benches lined the edge of the field, offering a place to rest between drills. The three of them donned their chainmail and began the day's training. As Sir Dorn demonstrated sword swings, he explained, training in full gear is about getting your body used to the weight. It helps you move more fluidly in real combat, and it also teaches you your limits so you don't waste strength when it matters most. For Lean, these basics were second nature. Had been a page to the Baron since he was 7, and started sword training at 13. 4 years of foundational drills had given him strength well beyond others his age, and today's exercises felt a bit tedious. Roland, on the other hand, understood how crucial these basics were for real combat. Back in Frostlands, he had already learned the fundamental swings, slashes, thrusts, and how to channel power from Sir Dorn. As the knight often said, these were the building blocks of fighting and had to be practiced relentlessly. I've always believed that the basics are the foundation, Sir Dorn said at the end of training, handing each of them a blunt practice sword. He reached into his pocket and took out a silver coin, tossing it onto the wooden table in the resting area. The coin spun a few times on the surface before coming to a steady stop, glinting coldly in the sunlight. Now, let me test your fundamentals. Whoever can withstand 2 of my strikes gets to keep this silver coin, and it'll be the same from now, a known coin a day. It may not seem like much at first, but it adds up over time. I'll go first. Lean gripped his training sword tightly, twirling it to show off his skills. The blade traced a graceful arc through the air, and his eyes sparkled with excitement. This was the part he enjoyed most. He glanced at Luolin, a confident smile tugging at his lips. My friend, this coin is as good as mine. You might go home empty-handed, but at least you'll get to witness my family's time-honored blocking technique. That's something worth seeing. Then he'll congratulate you in advance, Luolin replied with a shrug, saying nothing more. Memories of the Frostlands flashed through his mind, recalled the Dornish knight facing off against the Bloodguard. The knight had blocked those heavy blows every time, proof of his incredible strength. True, he hadn't blocked the last one, but that was purely by chance. Sir, I'm ready. Lean stepped up to the knight, feet shoulder-width apart, sword raised in a defensive stance. He rolled his neck, preparing to meet the challenge. Whenever you're ready. Swish. The Dornish knight swung his sword in a clean, diagonal slash, no flourishes, just pure efficiency. Lean raised his sword with both hands to block. Clang. The blunt training blade was knocked right out of Lean's grip, spinning through the air before sticking into the ground several paces away. Lean stared at his empty hands in disbelief, eyes wide. For years of training, and he hadn't managed to block even a single strike. He stood there, stunned, recalling his earlier bravado, his face flushed red with embarrassment. If you want to be a knight, the first thing you need to do is hold onto your sword, the Dornish knight said, pointing his blade straight at Lean. I'm sorry, sir. It was my mistake. The reprimand snapped Lean out of his daze. He rushed to retrieve his sword from where it had landed, then stood off to the side, the confident smile from earlier gone without a trace. Luolin knew it was his turn. He stepped forward, planted his feet, and took up a defensive stance with both hands gripping his sword. Sir, I'm ready. Swish. Without any visible emotion, the Dornish knight swung his sword in the same diagonal arc as before. Luolin raised his sword to block. Clang. Sparks flew as the blades met. Even though Luolin had braced himself, channeling all his strength into his arms and grip, the sword was still knocked from his hands, as if it weighed nothing. The force of the blow shot through his hands and forearms, leaving them aching and numb, as if had been struck with a hammer. This is the difference between a battle-hardened veteran and a rookie, Luolin thought to himself. Just one exchange had taught him the gap between them. First, strength needed to work on that, which meant more physical training and better nutrition. Second, technique relying on brute force to block wasn't sustainable. Maybe, in that duel with the Bloodguard, the Dornish knight hadn't relied on sheer strength, but on a skill honed only through real combat. Luolin retrieved his sword and waited for the knight's feedback. The Dornish knight sheathed his blade and turned to Lean, whose face was still red with embarrassment. What did you learn? Sir. Lean hung his head, forcing out the words. I learned not to underestimate my opponent. The knight simply grunted, not commenting on the answer, then turned to Luolin. And you? Not enough strength, lacking technique. I need more time to improve, Luolin replied, sharing his honest assessment. He knew there was a significant gap, even between him and Lean. Perhaps Lean had just underestimated the challenge, despite his years of training. Suddenly, another thought occurred to him. Maybe I should also learn how to redirect force. The Dornish knight nodded, the corner of his mouth lifting in the faintest hint of approval. He picked up the silver coin and flicked it to Luolin. The coin arced gracefully through the air and landed in Luolin's palm. You need to build up your body. You're too thin. After training, you'd better get ready for the hunt the day after tomorrow. It's your best chance to get some meat. Thank you for your guidance, sir. Luolin nodded, running his fingers over the coin. At least one part of his answer had been right. This exercise was to show you that whether you're facing an enemy or a friend, you should always remain humble. The Dornish knight said, laying the blunt training sword across the table before heading back toward the manor. Without looking back, he added, after this hunt, it'll teach you my family's nightly breathing technique. Lean's face turned crimson once more at the knight's parting words, and he stared down at the ground, too ashamed to look up. Breathing technique? Luolin thought. This was definitely the first time he'd heard of such a thing. After the knight left, the two of them tidied up the training ground together. Servants weren't allowed to be present during lessons like this, since any hint of secretly learning could lead to punishment. Lean held the heavy long sword in both hands, his brow furrowed as he stood in silence for a long time. His gaze lingered on the blade, catching a faint glimmer of light. Looks like I need to get stronger, he finally said, his voice carrying a fresh sense of determination. Now that he understood the reason for his failure, the gloom on his face vanished, replaced by renewed confidence. Roland, I promise you. Lean looked him straight in the eye. One day, he'll take that sword strike and earn that silver coin. You will, Roland replied, bending down to set an overturned bench upright and dusting off his hands. But it's not just any silver coin. During the training earlier, that coin had come to represent far more than its face value. It was a symbol of the knight's respect and recognition. Thank you for believing in me, Lean said earnestly, then broke into a relaxed smile as he fell and stepped beside Roland. I'm going to learn Sir Dawn's breathing technique too. As you know, every fighting style that's been passed down has its own unique strengths. His words came faster now. Maybe my failure just now wasn't entirely my fault. It could be that Sir Dawn's breathing technique happens to counter my family's blocking method. Roland simply nodded in response to this attempt at self-consolation, choosing not to comment further. Some things were better left unsaid. Once everything was put away, the two of them returned to the knight's residence. Roland said his goodbyes to Sir Dawn, then mounted Nightshade. Hooves kicking up a trail of dust, he galloped home. Although training was over, Roland's day was far from finished. There was still a mountain of chores awaiting him, tidying up the house, cleaning the dog kennel, and one crucial task. unlocking the talent for the 2 lucky star hens at home. Back at the house, Roland quickly cleaned up, then set about preparing dinner. He took down some cured meat head bought at Black Wolf Plain, chopped it into pieces, and tossed it into a pot of porridge simmering over the fire, adding in some diced turnip as well. That big pot would be dinner for both Roland and his 5 dogs. The amount of food they went through was staggering. What used to last 5 or 6 days was now gone in one. Luckily, he still had some money left. Otherwise, just feeding so many mouths would have been a headache. Still, Roland knew he needed to find a way to earn more soon, or he'd run out of resources before long. As for Nightshade, the horse had already enjoyed a meal of hay in Sir Don's stable. Roland planned to give him some beans later for extra nutrition, with more food before nightfall. After all, a war horse needs careful attention. A horse grows strong without a good evening feed. Once the porridge was ready and the kennel cleaned, Roland knew the dogs probably wouldn't sleep in their kennel anyway. They much preferred curling up with their owner. Roland finished his meal, dipping a piece of dark bread into the thick, hot porridge. The dogs, now full, lounged nearby in a lazy doze. Next came the important step. Roland grabbed a handful of oats and scattered them for the hens, then took out a silver coin and used it to unlock the first talent for domestic chickens in the bronzed book. As the silver coin disappeared, the words "Big Egg" under the chicken's portrait in the book glowed brightly. 2 wisps of light rose from the page, drifting toward the hens and merging into their bodies. At the same time, new lines appeared beneath Big Egg. Basic level, Big Egg unlocked. Basic level, 1 egg per day. As long as they're well fed, each adult hen will lay 1 egg per day during laying season. Roosters not included. Requires 2 hens and 2 silver coins to unlock. Perfect, Roland murmured, his eyes lighting up. Without hesitation, he pulled 2 more silver coins from his pocket and slotted them into the bronzed book. This was a no-brainer. From today on, he'd keep up his physical training and, besides willpower, good nutrition was essential. Meat, eggs, and milk would all have to be balanced. No milk means at least 2 eggs a day, Luolin thought to himself. After granting his chickens the 1 egg per day talent, his plan became even clearer. Raising more chickens would not only solve his family's food problems, but the extra eggs could be sold for profit, at the very least covering the cost of feed. As the silver coins vanished, 2 faint beams of light floated toward the flock, merging into the bodies of 2 hens. The moment the talent took effect, both chickens abruptly stopped pecking, their bodies stiffening as if jolted by electricity. Flapping their wings anxiously, they rushed toward the coop, as if something inside them was about to burst out. That was fast. Luolin was surprised by how immediate the talent's effect was. He considered following them, but decided it was better to wait outside. After all, it was their first time laying eggs, and they needed a quiet, private space. Especially with the large egg talent, they might need some time to adjust. Just then, the first intermediate chicken talent appeared on his panel. Big-breasted chickens you raise will gradually develop larger breast muscles and more tender meat. Unlock conditions. Walk the chickens for 5 days, 1 hour each day, plus 5 silver coins. Luolin rubbed his hands together in excitement. This talent was incredible. True broiler chickens were a modern specialty breed, unheard of in ancient times. Even then, those chickens weren't good layers. With this talent, his chickens could both lay plenty of eggs and grow plump, absolutely perfect. When the 2 hens returned to peck at their feed, Luolin couldn't wait any longer and hurried to check the coop. The 2 eggs he found were astonishingly large, much bigger than regular eggs, and even duck eggs would be put to shame. Even a goose would probably feel threatened seeing them. Roughly estimated, each giant egg was worth 3 normal eggs. Luolin immediately boiled the eggs and tasted them. By the time he finished his meal, the sun was setting. With the autumn harvest approaching, crops in the fields had become the top priority. To guard against wild boars and deer, every farmer in the fief was out watching their own land. Only the dawn nights could sleep soundly. Luolin rode Nightshade to the edge of the fields, accompanied by 5 dogs. Dismounting, he checked the fences. Though the dung ladle was wedged in place pretty well, it probably wouldn't last long against a large wild animal. In the moonlight, small groups of villagers stood guard at the field's edge, chatting as they held pitchforks and sticks. "Lao Tai, try my new radish, crisp and juicy," the dung ladle said, handing over a chunk of radish. "Thanks. Hey, raise something tasty for you," Luolin replied, unconcerned about the nickname, and handed over one of the eggs. "Is these a goose egg?" the dung ladle asked, puzzled as he examined it. "It's a chicken egg." "A chicken egg? This big?" The dung ladle scratched his chin and joked. "Have your chickens been hanging out with the geese lately?" Just then, the urgent sound of a bucket being struck rang out, followed by someone shouting, "Monster! Monster! Monster!" Fan Shao paused mid-peel, half an eggshell dangling from his fingers, and craned his neck in the direction of the shout, curiosity flickering in his eyes. Even as he hesitated, his companion was already strapping on chain mail, swinging into the saddle, and urging his hound toward the source of the commotion. Fan Shao glanced down at the half-peeled egg in his hand, caught in indecision. In a split second, he bit off the exposed half, stuffed the rest still in its shell into his pocket, and broke into a run, shouting, "Wait for me," as he chased after his quickly disappearing companion. The cries in the night rippled outward, drawing every watchman and tenant farmer from their posts. Luolin was the first to arrive. He reined in his horse with practiced ease, dismounted, and strode past the smoldering wet logs meant to ward off wild boars and deer. Firelight revealed a man lying on the ground, drenched in blood and writhing in pain, while another knelt beside him, frantically trying to staunch the bleeding and whispering, "Don't be afraid," over and over. Years of night watch had taught Luolin to always keep clean linen in his saddlebag, seen too many villagers mauled by wild boars. He quickly pulled out a strip, tore it in two, and pressed them firmly to the wounds on the man's left calf and arm. A closer look showed the victim's limbs and shoulders were slashed, leaving him almost unrecognizable beneath the blood. "You'll be all right," Luolin assured him, signaling to his 5 dogs. They immediately formed a protective circle, tails in and heads out, guarding their master and the wounded man. "It was a monster, the injured man gasped, repeating the words despite his agony. Luolin looked up at the man tending the wounds. "What did this to him? Wolves? Leopards? Which way did it go? How many were there?" "It was a monster," the man replied, terror etched across his face. He wiped the cold sweat from his brow with a trembling shoulder. "I swear, it wasn't a wolf or a leopard. When I heard the noise and ran over, I saw a beast covered in dark, grayish fur, tusks jutting from its mouth, massive forelegs, and ears sharp and upright like blades. It was bigger than your largest black dog. There was only one," he added, pointing north. It ran toward the old woods. By then, Fan Shao and the others had arrived, gasping at the blood-soaked man. "The poor soul, those are serious wounds. May the gods protect him." "Fan Shao," Luolin called, "go alert the Knight of Duoin right away." "On it," Fan Shao replied, taking off at a sprint toward the knight's manor. Luolin stepped aside, letting others take over the bandaging, and kept the eyewitness close. Whatever this monster was, beast or something unknown, it had attacked a man, and that sealed its fate. The Knight of Duoin would surely gather a hunting party to track it down and end the threat for good. Luolin stood still, watching the survivor. As one of only 2 people who had witnessed the monster tonight and escaped unharmed, this person had to stay and wait for Uncle Dorn's questioning. Once the others had carried the wounded away, Luolin finally spoke. "Try to relax and recall exactly what happened. Lord Dorn will be here soon to ask for details." The man nodded slightly in agreement. He was well aware that this young man before him was no longer just a former serf, but a trusted confidant of Lord Dorn and, rumor had it, his illegitimate son. Luolin gave a brief nod, then called over Little Gray, crouching down to stroke the dog's head. "Have you memorized the scent here?" Little Gray let out a soft whine and licked his master's palm, a familiar gesture that meant he remembered. "Well done." Luolin pulled a piece of jerky from his belt pouch and rewarded him. "Remember this scent. We'll be counting on you later." Little Gray whined again and licked Luolin's hand once more. Before long, Dorn arrived on horseback with Lean, both fully armed. Their horses carried bows, spears, and shields. Dorn questioned the witness thoroughly, but the account matched what had heard earlier. Dorn remained skeptical about the word monster. Experience had taught him that so-called demons and beasts were often exaggerated by frightened people. He recalled someone once claiming to see a fallen dragon, which turned out to be nothing more than a massive crocodile. Even so, he couldn't ignore the fact someone had been seriously hurt. Dorn glanced around at the gathered freemen, hunters with their hounds, and strong, dependent farmers, before finally settling his gaze on Luolin. "It's time for your war dog to prove himself." "Don't worry," Luolin replied with calm confidence, trusting in Little Gray. Just then, a teenager clutching a pitchfork approached Luolin, his eyes filled with a mix of grief and hatred. "I've always admired you and your dog. Please, you must find that monster and avenge my father." "You have my word," Luolin promised solemnly, finally understanding the source of the boy's hatred. His father was the one who had been wounded. Lean drew his longsword and assured the boy, "I'll cut off the monster's head myself. It will pay for what it's done." "Let's find it first," Dorn said, remounting his horse and handing out spears to those present. He then looked at Luolin. "Let's move." A group of more than 20 set off northward, led by Little Gray, with the other hounds following close behind. They searched from night until dawn, but found no trace of the creature. The group finally paused when disagreements arose about which direction to follow. Thick forest leaves made the trail difficult to read, and the dogs circled in confusion, picking up scents on both the left and right. There was another source of disagreement. 2 days earlier, an attack had taken place near the old woods on the right. Some hunters believed that could be the monster's lair and wanted to search right. Others argued it was just a passing trace and insisted on heading left. After listening to both sides, Dorn leaned down from his saddle and looked to Luolin. "What do you think?" Luolin didn't answer right away. Instead, he focused intently on Xiao Hu's reactions. This was a crucial moment. He couldn't risk distracting the dog while it was carefully distinguishing the scents. Xiao Hui needed to be completely relaxed to make the most of its extraordinary sense of smell. The Knight of Dorn took this matter very seriously. In his view, handling this attack properly would not only build authority among the tenant farmers, but also lay the groundwork for recruiting people for the spring expedition to the frontier lands. After all, talent was the foundation for establishing any foothold. Leaning forward in his saddle, the Knight of Dorn brought his lips close to his nephew's ear and whispered, "This is critical. We have to get results. I'm counting on you. Don't worry. He'll make a careful judgment," Luolin replied solemnly. He crouched down and gently stroked Xiao Hui's neck to help it relax. Suddenly, Xiao Hui pulled back its outstretched neck, licked its master's hand twice, then growled softly to the left. It licked his hand 3 more times and growled to the right. Luolin looked surprised. Through training, he knew that when Xiao Hui licked his hand, it meant it had found a target. This was clearly different from the way it would wag its tail, slap its master, and lick his hand to warn of murderous intent. Sensing his master's confusion, Xiao Hui repeated its actions, growing restless. Luolin stared into its eyes and immediately understood there were targets on both sides. This wasn't just one monster. There were 2 on the left and 3 on the right, 5 in total. Just then, a free hunter stepped forward and addressed the Knight of Dorn. "My lord, I have a suggestion. No offense to your followers' abilities, but time is short. We have over 20 people here. Why not split into 2 teams to track them?" "We can't split up." Luolin stood up and objected immediately. He was about to explain when Xiao Hui suddenly licked his hand vigorously and growled to both sides before whipping around and smacking Luolin's calf with its tail. This wasn't the usual warning for murderous intent, since the other 4 dogs weren't reacting the same way, but Xiao Hui would never act out without good reason. People around them grew impatient, thinking Xiao Hui was just playing with its master at a critical moment. "My lord, this is hardly the time for the dogs to be playing around. It's no joke." The Knight of Dorn looked at his nephew. "Luolin?" It was clear the crowd needed an explanation. Luolin held Xiao Hui's head and looked it in the eyes. "They're moving this way, aren't they?" Xiao Hui immediately licked his palm excitedly, confirming his suspicion. "We can't split up." Luolin stood up and addressed the mounted knights. "There are 5 monsters in total, and they're all heading straight for us." "What?" People around him stared in disbelief. 5. And they're coming our way? Are you sure you're not making this up?" The Knight of Dorn said nothing, but simply gazed into Luolin's eyes, seeing nothing but certainty there. Thinking back on the good fortune his nephew had brought, as well as the achievements of his war dog, Sir Dorn decided to trust his judgment. When Roland confirmed with certainty that there were 5, Dorn didn't doubt him for a moment. Little Grey's remarkable sense of smell had proven itself many times before. What truly troubled him, though, was the intent of these 5 creatures. They were up against a group of over 20 people, along with a dozen well-trained hunting dogs. These monsters were either unbelievably foolish or possessed a terrifying strength. "Everyone!" Sir Dorn swung off his horse in one swift motion and issued his orders in a low, commanding voice. "Form a circle. Spearmen, plant your stakes in the ground. Archers, ready your arrows. Keep the hounds in the center." A look of hesitation crossed the faces of the group, as if they wondered whether the knight had been drinking too much. Just then, the underbrush rustled with urgent, rapid movement. The sound of leaves and dry grass being trampled drew closer from both sides, interspersed with low, guttural growls. "Light all the torches and set them around the perimeter." Sir Dorn kept his composure, the calm of a seasoned veteran. Years of battle had taught him that this was probably some kind of predator. The firelight would both deter the beasts and help mark their positions, reducing the risk of friendly fire. Seeing the others still frozen in place, he barked, "Now!" The sharp command snapped everyone to attention, and they quickly followed his orders. Soon, a ring of torches burned brightly at the edge of their formation. At the same time, Little Black, Blackberry, and Little Left all gathered by Roland's feet. They wagged their tails and took turns licking the back of his hand. Little Left even jumped up to reach him. Each dog licked exactly 5 times, confirming Little Grey's warning. A deep roar grew louder as the beasts approached. 5 massive creatures emerged at the edge of the firelight. Their shoulders nearly reached an adult's armpit, and their broad foreheads were topped with pointed ears. Narrow, glowing eyes shone from each side of their heads. Their forelimbs were thick and almost deformed, while their shorter hind legs looked incredibly powerful. Their filthy, dark gray fur glistened strangely in the firelight, and their mouths revealed jagged, uneven fangs. Dire wolves? The word flashed through Roland's mind, but he immediately realized that the legendary beasts were said to be even bigger and more ferocious than these. My God, what are those things? Ryan, ever the scholar, gripped his javelin tightly, eyes wide. In all the books he had read, he had never seen anything like these creatures. Archers, ready. Sir Dorn drew his own javelin and glanced at his nephew, who held a wooden crossbow. Don't rush in. I'm here. Understood, Roland replied steadily, keeping his crossbow trained on the beasts. He understood the deeper meaning in his uncle's words. Don't be afraid, it'll protect you. Suddenly, the 5 monsters seemed to have grown accustomed to the firelight, or perhaps they had finished sizing up their prey. As one, They leapt over the ring of torches and charged at the group. Fire! At Sir Dorn's command, arrows and bolts shot through the night, the sound of their flight piercing the darkness. The seasoned hunters, along with Luolin, who had practiced with the crossbow for days, faced their monstrous foes at close range. Given the size of these creatures and the hunter's skill, every arrow was bound to find its mark. Arrows whistled through the air, striking the 5 charging monsters with unerring accuracy. Though the beasts flinched, they seemed unfazed by pain, roaring as they pressed their attack. Fire! Came the command. Another volley of arrows rained down, followed by spears hurled by the knights. The sharp weapons pierced the monsters again, slowing them but not stopping their relentless advance. Open fire at will. Spearmen, hold your ground, the Dornish knight ordered, drawing his sword as he stood behind a small phalanx of a dozen men. His presence at the rear reassured the soldiers, letting them know their commander was with them and there was no need to fear. Luolin gripped his sword tightly with both hands, glancing at his 5 dogs. Don't get tangled up. Wait for my signal. You two, hang back, he instructed the smaller ones. The 5 dogs growled in unison, fearless by nature and ready for battle. Hold steady, the Dornish knight said, locking eyes on the approaching monsters. Hold steady. Boom. Crash. The monsters slammed into the ranks, snapping spear shafts as their tips drove deep into the beasts' thick hides. Warriors were thrown aside in the chaos. The monsters tore and mauled, while the defenders fought back with blades and spears. Most of the dogs bravely protected their masters, though a few fled with whimpers. The Dornish knight slashed at a monster's forelimb, ducked under its swiping claw, and drove his sword into its side, piercing through its body. He drew his blade out and moved swiftly to the next target. Luolin dodged the lunge of a monster whose belly was already split open and bleeding. With a quick upward slash, he split the creature's jaw. Xiao He charged from the side, ramming into the monster and knocking it off balance. In the darkness, Xiao He's Nightborn gift made him twice as fast and powerful. While the beast staggered, Xiao He struck again, toppling it completely. Bite its legs, then fall back, Luolin commanded. The 3 big dogs, armed with razor-sharp teeth, latched onto the monster's legs, the sound of cracking bones ringing out. As soon as they succeeded, they released and retreated as ordered. The monster struggled to rise, but with broken legs, it couldn't support its massive weight. There was a sharp snap as a bone gave way, and the beast collapsed to its knees. With a shout, Luolin raised his sword and brought it down hard on the monster's neck. The blade jammed in the bone, not quite severing the head. I've got it. Lean stepped forward, swinging his sword down, but he, too, couldn't finish the job. The Dornish knight strode over and, with a single swift motion, sliced the monster's head clean off before moving on to the remaining 3 beasts. Where even neither of us got through. On to the next one, Luolin said, pulling his sword free and following the knight. He sheathed his blade, grabbed a spear from the ground, and charged into the fray. Nearby, 4 men surrounded another monster. Though it was riddled with wounds, it still managed to knock one man to the ground and lunged to bite. Seizing the moment, Luolin plunged his spear into the gaping maw, driving it deep into the throat. The beast thrashed, but Lean darted in and stabbed it through the neck another tie. Luolin allowed himself a faint smile and glanced around. Only one monster was left standing on the battlefield. Seeing its companions fall, it seemed to lose heart and tried to flee, barreling through the crowd. Don't let it escape. Arrows. Spears. Hold your fire, the Dornish knight barked, eyes fixed ahead. In a flash, Xiao He charged like a stallion, his bones as hard as steel thanks to his unique gift. Empowered by the knight, he crashed into the wounded monster, sending it sprawling. Whoa! Lean exclaimed in awe, turning to Luolin. Are you sure that's a dog? Of course, Luolin replied, sprinting over, sword drawn. He slashed the monster's throat, stepping aside as blood poured out. Lean shrugged. All right, you win. Don't just stand there, get the fires going and treat the wounded. The Dornish knight ordered, sending men to keep watch. He checked on his 2 attendants, confirming they only had scrapes, then turned to his nephew. Come with me. Luolin followed as the knight led him into the midst of the group. Grasping Luolin's wrist, the knight raised his arm high. If not for Luolin tonight, we would have suffered far greater losses. Let's give him a cheer. The crowd erupted, weapons held high and wounded soldiers clapping from the ground. The 5 dogs danced around their master, tails wagging. Smiling amid the cheers, the Dornish knight turned to those beside him. Can you recite the knight's oath? You have 1 day to prepare. Only a knight can confer knighthood upon another. Roland silently recited this ancient rule in his heart. Although he had never personally taken the knight's oath, the words of Uncle Dorn's pledge at the ceremony to announce the expansion order were still etched clearly in his memory. If the need arose, he could simply substitute the word king, and polish the rest a bit. It should be sufficient. At that moment, the old hunter stepped forward, bowed his head, and spoke with an apologetic tone. I apologize for doubting you earlier. I hope you can forgive me. There's no need for that, Roland replied with a slight nod. meeting the weathered hunter's gaze with calm reassurance. Given how complicated and urgent the situation was, no one could have acted flawlessly. Your advice showed your sense of responsibility. Without your support, we wouldn't have achieved what we did tonight. Standing nearby, Sir Dorn nodded quietly in approval. Clearly, the first lesson he had given his nephew on the training grounds had been taken to heart. That was good. It's an honor to work alongside someone as open-minded and courageous as you, the old hunter said, bowing again. He placed his rough hand over his chest in a gesture of blessing. The gods will surely watch over you. Thank you, Roland replied with a smile. The gods will also bless hardworking people like you. The old hunter offered a respectful nod to Sir Dorn, then stepped back and left, glancing once more at Roland with a look of genuine respect. Sir Dorn reached out to pat his nephew on the shoulder, the firm grip conveying his approval. At that moment, he felt the conditions were finally right for a major decision. Knighthood for Roland would be the first step, but as a newly established noble, he couldn't bestow knighthood as freely as the old aristocratic families. Dorn recalled his days as a page, attending a feast with the old baron at Ashenford, hosted by the earl. During the banquet, a young noble told a joke that sent the room into laughter, and the amused earl knighted him on the spot. This incident caused considerable resentment among knights who had earned their titles through military merit. So, this matter had to be handled with care. Traditionally, those who were knighted had to complete one of three trials: military achievement, a special task, or the demonstration of knightly virtue. In this recent hunt to rid the fief of a dangerous beast and protect the villagers, Roland had played a crucial role, earning the recognition and praise of those around him and displaying the true spirit of knighthood. Combined with his actions during the expedition to Frostlands, he had already fulfilled all three requirements. Dorn believed that knighting his nephew now would set a high standard for his own investitures and leave no room for criticism. Only then could he move on to the next major decision. What kind of creature is this, anyway? Soon, everyone who needed to was done with their tasks. Those still able to move gathered around the monster's corpse, some crouching, some standing, all eager to share their theories. One particularly bold villager reached out and touched the creature's body, then looked back at the others, curiosity shining in his eyes. Do you think this meat is edible? Many who had been speculating about the creature's species were immediately drawn into this new discussion about how to cook it. Roland wasn't surprised by their reaction. For most tenant farmers and smallholders, the only meat they usually ate came from animal organs. The chance to enjoy a proper meal of good meat was rare indeed. Their simple hopes were completely understandable. This thing looks so strange. I bet it was abandoned by the gods, one villager said, frowning. For it to grow like this, it must be unclean. Probably not safe to eat. We must never eat anything unclean. If we do, we too will become unclean. The voice sounded by the campfire. Roland had been about to warn everyone not to eat this unfamiliar creature, but after hearing the discussion, he chose to remain silent. His concern, however, was different from the other. She worried these strange beasts might carry deadly bacteria or toxins. Suddenly, a sharp, pained scream cut through the campfire's crackle. Someone was pressing a heated iron sword to a window, primitive but effective way to treat injuries. Afterward, the injured man skillfully applied badger fat ointment. Fortunately, most of the wounds from the earlier fight were scrapes, bruises, and broken bones from being knocked over or trampled by the monsters. Very few had been bitten. Roland examined the monster's corpse closely. The more he looked, the more it reminded him of a much smaller dire wolf. He recalled descriptions from old story. Wolves were enormous creatures, larger even than warhorses. If they had encountered a real dire wolf tonight, the casualties would have been far worse. These things are hideous, Rain said, standing nearby. He poked at the creature's mouth with his spear, then pulled back with a look of disgust and wiped the tip on the ground. I've read so many books, but I've never seen any mention of a beast like this, not even in tales about demons. Where could they have come from? Roland thought for a moment. Judging by everyone's reactions, no one here had ever seen such creatures before. Even Rain, who was well-read, had never come across anything similar in his books. The answer seemed obvious. Could they have come from Pandela? Someone asked. No way, another replied immediately. Even the barbarians' freaks don't show up there, let alone these things. Speaking of freaks, someone else chimed in. Remember that traveling show that came to town a few years ago? There was a man with 16 fingers and 3 ears, supposedly the child of a barbarian and a mountain dweller. You think these things might be some kind of freaks born from wolves or other beasts? It's possible. Either way, freaks are even less fit to eat. Rain hugged his spear, gazing thoughtfully at the sky. There's nothing like this in the east, in Pandela. To the west and north, it's just endless stormy seas no ship can cross. That's why they call it Shipwreck Bay. As for the Isle of the Forsaken, if creatures like this lived there, the cannibals wouldn't need to eat each other. Roland knew the continent's southern edge was also bordered by sea. There was only one way to find the truth. Then we need to find their lair, said the Dawn Knight, making the decision. But for now, we have wounded to care for, and we need to bring news of the monster's defeat back to the fief to reassure the people. One step at a time. Everyone agreed with the knight, and soon they began discussing how to dispose of the monster corpses. Someone suggested burying them on the spot, but Roland recommended burning them instead. He didn't explain that he feared the spread of disease after all. People in this era had no concept of such things. These things are all unclean. If we leave them here, other animals will eat them, and soon the entire forest will be tainted. The land itself will become impure from the rot. It's best to burn everything until nothing remains. Everyone nodded in agreement, recognizing the sense in these words. Without delay, those who were uninjured got to work. They found a natural hollow nearby and dug it deeper, then dragged the monster corpses into the pit. They stacked dry wood and freshly cut branches on top, and set it all alight. Flames roared up, consuming the foul remains until nothing but ashes were left. By the time everything was finished, dawn was breaking. The group, filled with the joy of victory, lifted the injured onto makeshift stretchers and began the journey home. On the way back, the Dornish knight riding ahead glanced at the little gray dog trotting alongside and asked Roland, who was riding next to him, how did it know there were 5 of them? And how did you know what it was thinking? Roland had already prepared a half-true explanation. Ever since I brought him home, I've been giving him special training every day. He went into detail about the training methods and concluded, from what I've observed, Little Gray is far smarter than most dogs, a truly exceptional hunting hound. As soon as he finished speaking, the dog seemed to pick up on the conversation. Little Gray wagged his tail proudly, clearly delighted, while the other 4 dogs, running at various paces, rolled their eyes at their master in mock annoyance. Oh, if that's the case, he's even smarter than Little Black, the Dornish knight remarked. Yes, just a bit smarter, Roland replied, then glanced at Little Black with a meaningful look. Don't worry, it's all just for show. Everyone knows that ordinary dogs are clever and learn to read people over time, especially those with a special bond. Living with them means always paying close attention to their needs. The group returned to the manor around noon. News of the monster's defeat spread quickly, and everyone breathed a sigh of relief. With the harvest season approaching, wild beasts had already been a headache for the villagers, and the appearance of man-eating monsters had only increased their anxiety. But now, thanks to the knight and his companions, 5 monsters had been slain, and tales of their heroism began to circulate. The Dornish knight wasn't about to let this opportunity slip by. He immediately ordered honey wine and cured meats to be brought from the manor, and a victory celebration was held on the village threshing ground. Thank you for avenging my father, said the young man who had wielded the pitchfork the night before, approaching Roland with genuine gratitude. He had already learned everything that had happened near the old wood. Believing Roland most deserving of thanks, he offered a small jar of honey as a gift. It came from his family's beehives, usually sold to make ends meet, with a little kept to brighten up their meals. This was all the honey his family had. I appreciate your thanks, Roland replied with a warm smile, noticing the boy's eyes were still red from crying the previous night. He patted the boy's shoulder. You should sell the honey. Your father needs better care. He's already gone to the embrace of the Earth Mother. He's no longer in pain, the boy said, his eyes now resolute. He'll remember his last words and strive to be strong and brave. He insisted on offering the honey. Please take it, or I won't be at peace. All right. What's your name? Glenn. He'll keep it, Glenn. Roland accepted the jar. Luolin came over, sitting beside Roland with a cup in hand. He watched the boy walk away, then took a drink. That's the way of the world. No one can predict their fate. The choices you made last night will be remembered by everyone here. If only I'd racked up more glory before I became a knight. I'm sure I'd have won Lady Weathery's heart by now. You'll have your chance. By the way, have you prepared your knight's oath? Of course. I can say it to you first, and you can give me some advice. I'd be happy to listen. Before they knew it, the next day had arrived. The manor's reception hall was filled with people, the priest from the church, the steward and servants, and respected freemen from the fief, all forming a semicircle. In the center, Roland stepped forward, hair neatly groomed and clad in shining chainmail. The Dornish knight wore chainmail beneath his heraldic cloak, standing before the assembled group. Roland knelt on the ground, his back straight and gaze unwavering. The Dornish knight, holding his spurs, spoke in a low and solemn voice. Do you swear, in the name of knighthood, to fight for me and protect my honor and the people of my lands? Without hesitation, Roland replied, I do. The sword gleamed, its blade shining like fire. The Dornish knight raised his sword, pointing it at Roland, his voice thunderous. This sword is called Oathkeeper, forged by the smiths of Coldridge Fortress in the flames of the fire god. It may only be drawn against 3 kinds of people: those who prey on the weak, traitors who betray their lord, and heretics who blaspheme the gods. He gently set the spurs before Roland, then touched the tip of the blade to Roland's left shoulder, speaking slowly. If you use it to kill the innocent, it will turn against your very soul. Roland clearly felt the sword's tip brush his right shoulder. Each touch weighed heavily on his heart. The blade moved again, resting lightly against his chest, as the knight's deep voice rang out once more. If you flee the field, it will rot and rust away in its scabbard. If you break your oath, it will pierce your heart and your name will forever be a mark of shame." Clenching his fists, Rolling silently recited his vow, looking up at the resolute knight before him. He answered, "I, Rolling of the Dorn Fief, swear before the gods, the crown, and my honor I will wield this sword to defend the fields and hearths under Vic Dorn's rule. I will follow Vic Dorn, across every mountain, valley, and forest he chooses. I will use my body to shield your people from all harm. Should I break this oath, may the gods bring down their wrath upon me." As his words faded, the entire hall seemed to hold its breath. The air was heavy with anticipation. The Dornish knight raised his sword, its blade flashing in the sunlight streaming into the hall. Then, lowering it gently, he tapped Rolling's shoulders with the flat of the blade. "Rise." Rolling stood slowly. The Dornish knight sheathed his sword, then presented it to Rolling with both hands. "From this day forth, you are a knight of Vic Dorn." The priest stepped forward, draping a cloak over Rolling's shoulders, white with the emblem of a pine cone. Traditionally, this honor would fall to the knight's lady, but as the Dornish knight was unmarried, the priest fulfilled the role instead. He whispered softly, "May the gods watch over you. Go forth bravely, and may your cloak never bear the stain of cowardice. Raise your cups." The Dornish knight called, lifting his goblet and sweeping his gaze over the crowd, his eyes finally resting on Rolling. "To Sir Rolling, may his spurs always point toward glory, and may his blade forever drip with the blood of his foes." The hall erupted in a unified cheer to the knight. Rolling took a deep breath, repeating silently to himself, "To a new life, a new journey." As the ceremony and celebration drew to a close, only 3 people remained in the great hall. The Dornish knight leaned back in his chair, fingers interlaced, thumbs touching, his eyes fixed on Rolling. His tone was calm. "You should have a squire. At the very least, someone to handle the small things so you can focus on your duties as a knight." Rolling frowned slightly. "I don't have one. No one in mind." The Dornish knight raised an eyebrow. Rolling met his gaze honestly. "In the fief, the person I trust most is Finchao. He wants to farm and has no interest in fighting. As his friend, I respect that. His greatest ambition is to become a steward overseeing the serfs." "Oh." The Dornish knight nodded. "That's certainly interesting." The steward, who had been waiting quietly at the side, finally saw his chance to speak. Calm and collected, he said, "I do have someone in mind." He had served the Dornish knight for many years, handling every aspect of the fief's affairs with order and efficiency. As the steward of the fief, he knew everything about the land like the back of his hand. At that moment, he stood respectfully beside the Dornish knight and said in a steady voice, "If you permit, I have someone I'd like to recommend." "Let's hear it," the Dornish knight replied, turning his head with a hint of an interested smile. "It's young Glenn," the steward continued. "He's 15 this year, clever and hardworking. Last night, his father was killed by a monster, leaving him an orphan. If you make him the young master's attendant, you'll not only save his life before winter sets in, but the tenant farmers will also appreciate your kindness." The Dornish knight nodded slightly, clearly approving of the suggestion. He turned to his nephew. "Roland, what do you think?" Roland recalled the boy who delivered honey yesterday, remembering the determination and courage in his eyes. "If he's willing." "Good," the Dornish knight said, rising from the table and instructing the steward, "See to it. If the boy has other wishes, don't force him. Roland, come with me." After the steward left, the uncle and nephew made their way to the study. In this era, books were mostly handwritten on parchment and highly valuable, which was why nobles were well educated while most commoners remained illiterate. The Dornish knight unfurled a parchment map and pointed to a corner in the north. "This is the area the king has tasked me to develop south of the Eastwatch Mountains, west of the Rocky Shore Peninsula. The land is barren, but barbarians rarely venture there. However, further north in the forests, there are said to be mountain clans." Roland nodded, already suspecting why had been called in private. As the most capable scout in the fief, this task was clearly meant for him. The Dornish knight continued, "The autumn harvest is coming, and I must remain here. Besides, the royal edict for expansion doesn't take effect until spring. By law, I can't leave the fief before then. But if we wait until spring to act, it will be rushed and well lose valuable time. So, I'm entrusting you with an important task, one that will shape our future. I await your orders." Roland felt that a simple scouting mission hardly seemed so significant, but given the serious tone, he didn't protest. "Tomorrow, during the monster hunt, I'll hand over half the men and the slaves we bought from Coldridge to you," the Dornish knight said, glancing out the window at the Pendraw slaves in training. "You'll lead them to the new lands and begin the settlement." Roland's heart skipped a beat as he immediately understood his uncle's intentions. From scouting and purchasing slaves to the hunt in the Old Wood, every step had been designed to showcase his abilities and earn respect. Once he returned, he would be knighted and given legitimate authority to lead the new settlement. "You haven't disappointed me," the Dornish knight said, patting Roland on the shoulder. "That's why I'm sharing the entire plan with you." The two talked until sunset, and Roland found himself seeing his uncle in a new light. This was no ordinary man. "I've already arranged for freemen and hunters willing to settle the new lands," the Dornish knight said, pointing to the map with a final reminder. Remember, don't take unnecessary risks. You have two main goals: find high ground like Coldridge to build a wooden fort, and clear enough land to ensure next autumn's harvest. I understand, Roland replied, nodding firmly. In his heart, he knew this was both an opportunity and a challenge. Opportunity favors those who are prepared. Roland was well aware that he was not yet ready. He needed to make further arrangements, which meant spending more money. Clink, a heavy pouch of gold coins, was placed on the table by Sir Dorn. The mouth of the pouch was slightly open, and the coins gleamed in the sunlight. He pushed it toward his nephew, speaking calmly. There are 50 gold coins here. As we've planned, you'll be in charge of distributing them and purchasing supplies from the villages along the way. Remember, keep a low profile only, send 1 or 2 people out at a time. As for the rest, Sir Dorn continued, that will be the wages for the freemen. I've already promised them the right to cultivate land they can claim as much as they're able to work, with only a fixed tax to pay. So, giving them 1 silver coin every 7 days is already quite generous. Roland gripped the pouch tightly, securing it close to his body, his mind alert. This operation had to remain discreet after all. Sir Dorn was not the only one in the north who had received a land grant. The starting point was simply the direction of expansion. True control over the land would ultimately determine who owned it. Some baronies, though less prestigious than counties, had become far wealthier because of the vast, resource-rich lands they controlled. There's one more thing, Sir Dorn said, rising from the table and moving toward the window, motioning for Roland to follow. Outside, a few slaves were hard at work. He nodded toward them, indicating with his chin, I'm granting you special authority. When necessary, you may be generous with them. But remember, generosity must have its limits. On this land, slaves can earn favor through their dedication. Roland glanced at the slaves outside, hesitating for a moment before nodding. Put simply, Sir Dorn went on, when a man is hungry and you give him bread, he'll be grateful. But once his hunger is satisfied, that same gift might feel like an act of arrogance. Do you understand? I'll do my best to learn, Roland replied, his eyes still on the slaves, his words uncertain, but the lesson firmly lodged in his mind. Good. Sir Dorn nodded with approval. These things take time to master. Just remember one thing. He turned back, picked up a cup of mead from the table, and smiled slightly. Treat the people around you well, especially those who prepare your food, fetch your water, or keep watch for you at night. No matter how high your rank, never forget this. Roland was silent for a moment, then nodded solemnly. The advice reminded him of the emperors who ruled the world wielding absolute power, yet bringing calamity upon themselves by mistreating their servants. Some had survived such missteps, but the warnings they left behind were lasting. Even if those people don't plot against you, they can still retaliate in subtle ways. Not every traitor is tempted by gold sometimes. Loyalty is lost simply because their hearts are broken. Sir Dorn paused, his tone turning graver. But you must also maintain your authority. You are my knight, always carry yourself with dignity. Otherwise, you're no different from a common mercenary. Roland frowned slightly, feeling the weight of the words. He understood that being a knight required not only authority, but also kindness toward those around him, a delicate balance that was not easily achieved. Power and compassion often demanded a careful touch. I will remember, Roland replied quietly. There are things I'll explain to you in detail later. Sir Dorn turned to the window, took a deep breath, then picked up the knight's sword from the table, his tone becoming urgent. Time is short. Now, you'll learn the ancestral breathing technique from me. Remember, ancestral is not just a word, it's a skill passed down through generations of our knightly family. Roland nodded, ready for the next stage of his training. He understood that the journey ahead was not just about physical strength, but about integrating practical skills into future battles and survival. And this time, the real challenge was only just beginning. The practice of the breathing technique involves many elements, including strengthening the body, regulating breath, generating force, and releasing it. The Dornish knight took off his shirt, revealing rock-solid muscles covered with more than a dozen scars. He began to demonstrate the power-generating technique within the breathing method. Inhale. As he spoke, his shoulders dropped, shoulder blades pulled back, and his chest visibly expanded. Facing a kite-shaped wooden shield hanging on the wall, he swung his longsword so quickly the movement was almost invisible. In a single breath, the blade fell, slicing the shield cleanly in two. This is the explosive force of the breathing technique, the Dornish knight explained as he sheathed his sword and turned to his nephew. The movement must be smooth and quick, driving the power straight to the target. Without pausing, he pointed the sword hilt at a wooden table. As he inhaled, his arm relaxed. The moment he exhaled, his muscles tensed and the hilt slammed down. The tabletop showed only a shallow dent, but a sharp crack sounded from beneath. When Luolin bent down to look, he saw the wood grain on the underside had splintered and burst outward. This is penetrating force, the knight continued. The power drives in like a nail, breaking the structure from within. It looks simple, but it takes years of hard training before your breathing and force become fully integrated. Luolin carefully memorized each detail. No wonder the knight had to demonstrate shirtless. Every joint and muscle in his body shifted precisely between tension and relaxation with each breath and movement. Though this breathing method wasn't some mystical art, mastering it could produce extraordinary results. Uncle Dorn, is there a written record of this breathing technique? It's a family tradition, passed down face to face, the knight replied as he put his shirt back on. Lauren understood. This kind of oral transmission, like the way nobles monopolized education, created a nearly insurmountable barrier between commoners and aristocrats. The Dornish knight took a roll of parchment from the wooden rack and laid out the basics of swordsmanship. Well into the night, Lauren practiced under his guidance, gaining a preliminary grasp of both explosive and penetrating force, and learning the fundamentals of swordplay. The parchment included not just written explanations, but also simple diagrams breaking down each movement. Before Lauren left, the knight repeated the key points to remember during practice. Riding Nightshade and accompanied by his 5 dogs, Lauren headed home, already planning to visit the market the next day to buy dogs and chickens. The money had to be spent. In the blink of an eye, it was the next day. Roland didn't wake up naturally. Instead, he was roused by the enthusiastic licking of 5 dogs. As he opened his eyes, he felt his face was wet. The 5 hounds were gathered around his bed, their bodies tense, all growling softly in the direction of the door, their low voices tinged with menace. Someone's there? Roland's heart skipped a beat, and any trace of sleep vanished instantly. The words of the fugitive from the night before still echoed in his mind, and with the bag of gems now in his possession, he had remained on high alert. Thankfully, the 5 dogs had a keen sense for hostility. Otherwise, these days would have been filled with paranoia and sleepless nights. Judging by their reaction now, whoever was outside the door bore no ill intent and had only just arrived. Roland got up quietly and peeked through the ventilation hole of the thatched hut. Outside the fence stood a young man with a pack slung over his shoulder, slender but sturdy, with anxious eyes. It was Glenn. He straightened the chainmail he hadn't taken off all night. Though not clumsy, Glenn knew his aptitude lagged behind others, so he made up for it with diligence. Only by training longer in armor could he hope to adapt to the battlefield sooner. The sky was still gray, and dew clung to the blades of grass as Roland opened the wooden door. Hearing the sound, Glenn hurried forward, but when he saw the 5 hounds with their fierce eyes, he froze, stepped back, and bowed awkwardly. "Good morning, Master Roland. From today on, I will serve by your side. Whatever you need, I will do my best to accomplish it." Roland nodded slightly and reached out to calm the wary hounds. Being called master for the first time felt strange, but he said nothing. Clearly, the estate steward had explained things thoroughly. "You're here early. Sorry to disturb your rest," Glenn replied, a bit nervous but always polite. His voice was steady. "Last night, the steward told me that as a squire, I must always be ahead of my knight to avoid mistakes. So I came before dawn, planning to wait until sunrise to greet you. I didn't expect to wake you as soon as I arrived. I apologize. I was about to get up anyway." Roland's gaze fell on the pack on Glenn's back, small, but heavy enough to make him stoop. "Bring your things inside. When the sun is up, we'll head to the market." "As you wish." Glenn bowed again. Though he agreed, he didn't move right away. The hounds were still watching him closely, unwilling to let him out of their sight. Roland signaled to the dogs. "That's enough. Be gentle with him." The dogs seemed to understand immediately, scattering from his side and returning to their playful antics in the yard. Only Xiao He remained by Roland's feet, ever the loyal guardian, eyes fixed on Glenn's every move. Just as the steward had said, Glenn was clever and hardworking. After setting down his pack, he said nothing more and quickly got to work building a fire and preparing breakfast in front of the house. Roland stood in the yard, facing the distant low hills. He took a deep breath, raised his Oathkeeper sword, and began practicing his breathing technique. According to the Dornish knight's instruction, training began with the basics: repeated swings, learning to coordinate breath with strength. Hundreds, thousands of times, there was no secret, only relentless practice and forging muscle memory. Soon, breakfast was ready. Glenn worked swiftly and efficiently. Clearly, he was used to cooking. His mother had died young, and had cared for his ailing father ever since. The resilience forged in those years was now etched into the calluses on his hands. "In the future, you'll need to learn to handle things for me," Roland said. In that moment, he had already accepted this young man in his heart. After breakfast, Luolin handed a small pouch of coins to Glenn. As a knight's squire, Glenn was responsible for a host of tasks, often acting as a steward and handling daily affairs. Luolin saw this as good training for him. Since they needed to buy supplies along the way, Glenn would be a reliable helper. "Thank you for your trust. I promise I won't let you down," Glenn said, bowing respectfully as he accepted the money pouch. Luolin gave a few brief instructions about preparing to leave before turning to go. Glenn then picked up the leashes, getting ready for the dogs. The 2 beagles, quick and energetic, were harnessed in no time, one on each side. Little Hui was relatively well behaved, but Glenn hesitated when it came to the 2 large mongrel dogs. He paused for a moment, then steeled himself and approached. Xiao He bared its teeth, watching him warily, and Glenn instinctively stepped back. Luolin noticed this and gave a subtle look to Xiao He and He Mei. "Cooperate, please," he said. It seemed the two mongrels understood their master's intention, and only then did Glenn manage to get their leashes on. With all 5 dogs ready, Glenn led them out the gate, but the moment they stepped outside, the dogs bolted forward, nearly pulling him off his feet. "If you were any lighter, they'd carry you off like a kite," Luolin joked, watching Glenn struggle to keep up. Soon after, they arrived at the local market. Luolin headed straight for the dog merchant with a clear purpose in mind. The merchant recognized Xiao He immediately and had already heard of its recent accomplishments. Looking up at the knight, he gave a slight bow and said, "Sir Knight, I told you before this dog was well trained by me. See, I wasn't wrong." The merchant smiled, though he felt a pang of regret inside. If he'd known Xiao He would turn out so impressive, he never would have sold it for just 1 silver and 60 copper. He silently vowed to make a better deal this time and not lose out again. His smile widened as he gestured to the wooden stakes behind him. "These hunting dogs all came from Blackbird Town. Please, take a look." Luolin glanced at Xiao Hui and gave a signal. "Go ahead." Xiao Hui responded instantly, almost before Luolin finished speaking, slipping into action. Both the merchant and Glenn looked surprised, the merchant especially so. In all his years of business, had never seen a buyer let their dog pick its own companion. "That's a smart choice," the merchant couldn't help but praise. "This female is 1 year and 2 months old. You're a regular customer, so we'll give you a good price, 1 silver and 80 copper. What do you think?" Luolin nodded slightly. "That's reasonable." He looked at Glenn, signaling him to pay. Glenn took the cue, walked over, and handed the silver to the merchant. The merchant's smile grew even broader as he lowered his voice. "I heard you're tracking a monster's lair. On a journey like that, hunting dogs will be invaluable. You should bring as many as you can." His tone was eager, clearly hoping for more business. Glenn was not pleased, but kept his feelings hidden. Luolin, on the other hand, found the merchant's business sense amusing, clearly knew how to seize an opportunity. Perhaps, Luolin thought, there could be more deals between them in the future. Luolin continued to make his selection, ruling out many dogs simply because they were too old. Eventually, his gaze settled on a young black dog. The moment their eyes met, an inexplicable sense of connection welled up inside him. This black dog stood about 70 centimeters at the shoulder, its short, black fur revealing a lean frame beneath. Despite its thinness, the broad face, thick lips, and fierce eyes set deep in its sockets all spoke of the signature ferocity of the Cane Corso breed. Its ears had been expertly cropped, resembling 2 broad daggers set horizontally, a sign that its previous owner was likely wealthy or of high status. "This dog has quite a background," the merchant remarked, noticing Luolin's interest. He shook his head with a sigh. "I was too greedy for a bargain and bought it off that scoundrel of a steward for just 2 silver coins. Only later did I find out it has stomach problems. Look at it now, nothing but skin and bones." "He'll take it," Luolin decided immediately. "Really?" The merchant's eyes lit up with surprise. "If you want it, I'll let it go for 80 copper coins." "Deal." The merchant took the money from Glenn with satisfaction, glad to recoup at least some of his losses. Glenn led 7 dogs behind the knight. Thinking their shopping was done until the knight also bought 8 chickens. Glenn had assumed the chickens were meant for soup, but to his surprise, the knight took both the dogs and chickens out for a walk. Glenn couldn't help but stroke his chin and think, this knight truly is one of a kind. Fallen autumn leaves covered the ground as Luolin looked at the gray Airedale, which was about a year old and mostly gray in color. "They'll call you Cinderella," he admitted, a little resigned to the fact that he was running out of name ideas and had to borrow one. Turning to the skinny Cane Corso, Luolin could sense faint glimmers of light merging into its body, granting it a high-level, transformative talent. "Right now, all you've got left is that big head with a little flesh on it. Let's hope you recover soon. I'll name you Black Iron. May you be as tough as steel." Upon hearing its new name, a light flickered in Black Iron's eyes, and it reached out to lick Luolin's palm. Luolin then began to activate the divine gifts for both dogs. After 2 gold coins were swallowed by the copper-bound book, Cinderella gained the deer's despair ability. Her bark could send prey fleeing in panic. This was quite similar to Xiao's We Use Rabbit's Doom, though its true effectiveness would have to be tested in the field. When it was Black Iron's turn and 2 more gold coins vanished, it acquired a unique divine gift. Whenever it encountered wolves in the wild, it would feel an overwhelming urge to challenge them unknown, and its fighting power would surge to the limit. This ability made Luolin both excited and worried. Given Black Iron's current condition, it would be hard-pressed to win against a wolf. "You need to get healthy and strong as soon as possible," Luolin said. "Otherwise, the wolves will laugh at you." The moment this thought was shared with Black Iron through their silent connection, its eyes sharpened and it began to scan its surroundings warily, as if already searching for potential wolves nearby. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye, and finally, the hunting party assembled to track down the beast that had been attacking people. This time, a large number of people joined the effort. Both the free farmers and tenant farmers in the manor could see that Knight Dorn was taking this matter seriously. Judging by the ample supplies the group carried, this would be a prolonged hunt, which meant there was no need to worry about the beast destroying the fields for a while. Even better, when the hunt was over, everyone might get a share of the meat. For the farmers, this was the most anticipated time of the year. You're bringing chickens with you? Rain glanced at the pack horse behind Luolin and raised an eyebrow in confusion when he saw at least 10 chickens shut inside wicker cages on either side of the horse. Luolin paused, then smiled as if he'd just remembered something, and replied cleverly, "You guessed right. I'm using these chickens as bait." "You're half right, but actually, they're not bait." Luolin brushed off the question with a smile. "These chickens have been empowered by the bronze book now. They lay a big egg every day, so they're an important source of nutrition for us." After the brief conversation, the group finished their preparations. As they left the village, Finchao came forward with a basket of fresh carrots. "Take some extra this time. Don't worry, they'll look after your crops," Finchao said with a grin. "I'm counting on you." Then, Luolin replied, patting Glenn on the shoulder to signal him to take the carrots and hang them on the pack horse. It was clear that Finchao was becoming a prosperous farmhand. The party left the village, and as the sun climbed higher, afternoon approached and they entered the wilderness. Along the way, the hunters pursued game, but the hunting wasn't too intense. Everyone hoped to get a taste of fresh meat, but since both the wild animals and the land belonged to the Baron, there were strict limits on how much could be hunted. The true purpose of the hunt was not just to provide food, but, more importantly, to drive the beasts away from the manor. After 3 days of tracking, near midday, the group reached a low, rocky hill. The hounds caught the scent of the monster and began barking wildly. Little Gray and the other dogs soon found a cave. The entrance was 2 or 3 meters high and about 3 or 4 meters wide. "Sir Dorn, do you remember this bear cave?" The old hunter walking beside Knight Dorn asked, pointing at the entrance. "I remember," Dorn replied quietly, his gaze thoughtful. 2 years ago, we organized a group hunt here to deal with a male bear. We used a sheep as bait and set traps. Even then, the bear injured 2 people. In the end, both the bear's pelt and head were sent to the Baron. The hunters lit their torches and entered the cave. Knight Dorn remained at the entrance, silently waiting. He kept his nephew Rain close by. Clearly, a knight of his rank wouldn't personally explore a cave like this. Standing outside, Luolin could smell the stench of decay in the air. The damp, rotten odor was almost overwhelming, but he forced himself to look inside. The cave was narrow at the entrance and widened further in. With every step, their feet crunched over scattered animal bones and the remains of half-eaten carcasses. Among them was a donkey, with only the upper half of its body left, clearly the same donkey that villagers had taken to the town to have its hooves trimmed a few days ago, only to be attacked by the beast on its way back late at night. "Look over there," one of the hunters called out, holding his torch high and pointing to a corner of the cave. Lying there in the damp shadows was the shriveled, black-gray carcass of a wolf, the smell especially pungent in that spot. Even though the body had shriveled to such a state, its massive size was still evident. A Frostland direwolf. The Dornish knight's eye twitched almost imperceptibly at the sight, but his voice remained steady. "I thought this species was extinct." Rolling stepped forward, studying the wolf carcass closely. To be honest, he was stunned by its sheer size. The wolves he'd seen in captivity in his previous life were tiny by comparison, like pups next to this beast. "Those monsters must be its mutated offspring," Rain said confidently, still covering his nose. No one objected. Most people seemed to agree with his assessment. Ordinary gray wolves or jackals couldn't possibly produce such monsters. The Dornish knight didn't rush to a conclusion. Instead, he turned to the old hunter. "Anything else?" "I checked the body, Sir Dorn. It's a female," the old hunter replied, holding up a few tufts of fur. "I found these in the cave. They match the monsters that attacked us the other day. I'm sure they're the same. Those direwolf mutants weren't fully grown yet. Luckily, we killed them before they could become a real threat." "That's settled, then. We have more important things to do," the Dornish knight said, giving the carcass one last glance before heading for the mouth of the cave. The real goal of this hunt was not to study mutant direwolves. There was a greater task at hand. Once outside, the group gathered to build a fire and prepare lunch. Rolling leaned against a rock, his thoughts still circling the direwolf's corpse. Mutant offspring were not unusual in the animal world. Even dogs occasionally gave birth to deformed pups, though it was rare. But an entire litter of fierce, healthy mutants? That was something else entirely. As he pondered, Xiaohe brushed past his feet. Suddenly, Rolling remembered someone Barbos, who'd bred Xiaohe with a white dog in the Frostlands, hoping to create a new breed. If he applied the same reasoning, perhaps the direwolf in the cave had mated with another kind of wolf to produce a new hybrid. "There's no need to dwell on this," the Dornish knight said, coming over and noticing Rolling frowning toward the cave. Guessing what was on his mind, the knight tossed him a ripe late autumn pear and put an arm around his shoulders, steering him away. "Curiosity is natural when you're young. I was the same, dreaming of hunting legendary beasts and earning fame. But remember, there are more important things to do." Even if dire wolves aren't extinct, they're no threat to us, and they certainly can't stop us from accomplishing our goals. I understand, Rolling replied, gripping the pair. He agreed with the knight. In this world, apart from the forces of nature, almost nothing could threaten humanity. And if there was a threat, it would come from their own kind. In a while, they'll split the group into 4 teams to search the area, the Dornish knight said quietly, glancing around to make sure no outsiders were nearby. Once we split up, it'll be months before we meet again. Remember what I told you that night? The place we're heading is unclaimed land. Law doesn't apply there. If you need anything, tell me now. I have nothing for now, Rolling said, shaking his head. Everything that could be prepared had already been done by the uncle standing before him, within the limits of his ability. Asking for more was simply impossible. As Luolin looked at Sir Dorn's tired yet resolute face, he understood that all that was left was to brace himself for the challenges of the no man's land. Uncle Dorn, Luolin suddenly remembered something. I've entrusted the harvest from my land to my friend, Finchao. He's always dreamed of becoming a prosperous serf, and this time, I'm sure he'll finally achieve it. Sir Dorn removed his rough hand from his nephew's shoulder, a flicker of approval in his eyes. With a friend like you, he's a lucky man. With that, he turned and walked toward the others, quietly giving out final instructions. Lunch ended quickly, the simple meal filled with a sense of anticipation. Sir Dorn rose to his feet and issued new orders in a commanding voice. The group was divided into 4 teams to search the area and check for any signs of direwolves. If any were found, they were to light a bonfire to send a smoke signal. If not, they were free to hunt and drive away wild animals as needed. Once the orders were given, the 4 teams, each led by Sir Dorn, Luolin, Lean, and the old hunter, set out in different directions. Luolin, leading his own group, headed north, moving through dense woods until they reached an open stretch of wilderness where they waited. Before long, another team emerged from the forest, making their way toward Luolin's position. At the head was the old hunter, Harry Hunt, moving with a nimble and steady gait. When he reached Luolin, he bowed respectfully. Master Luolin, everyone who's joining you to explore the new lands is here. We're ready to set out, Harry said, his voice filled with anticipation and respect. Then let's get going, Luolin replied simply, tossing the half-eaten pear in his hand to Glenn, who was leading the horses. Turning around, Luolin saw 20 men and women in coarse linen, loosely lined up. Behind them stood 10 freemen, each with a short sword at their waist, a crude spear in hand, and a hunting bow slung across their back, eyes alert and scanning their surroundings. In the center of the group, Lucius Hippo, the priest's favorite apprentice, was quietly praying to the gods for protection over the expedition. 7 hunting dogs darted through the scrub and woodland on either side of the party, occasionally sniffing the ground or pausing to keep watch. Looking at the group he was about to lead, Luolin felt a surge of determination. A new journey was about to begin. The Nyoji Mountains are snow-capped all year round, forming a towering white wall that blocks the fierce winds blowing in from the storm sea to the west. Thanks to this natural barrier, cold firs, larches, and beeches grow quietly on the eastern slopes. Disang Shueji was the first to rush down the low hill, his boots crunching through layers of dry twigs and fallen leaves. Behind him, his tribesmen followed closely, struggling to carry a makeshift stretcher as they panted for breath. As soon as they entered the tribal camp nestled in the forest, Disang bent over, gasping, and reported to Blood Chief Gurong. Chief, you must come see this for yourself. Before long, a crowd had gathered in the central clearing of the camp. All eyes were fixed on the strange corpse lying on the stretcher, a body curled up, covered in a thin layer of frost. The dead man wore a crude iron helmet with a bizarre hooked blade on top, and his body was protected by rough armor fashioned from scraps of metal. His exposed skin was dark brown, cracked and rough like decaying flesh, covered in wart-like growths, and the frozen ooze leaking from the splits in his skin added to the grotesque sight. Gu Rong studied the corpse, then turned to Di Sang. What happened here? Chief, Di Sang replied, gesturing first to the stretcher and then to the snowy peak of the Nyoji Mountains visible above the forest. We found this body in a cave at the base of the mountain. He squatted down and picked up a roughly made long knife. This was his weapon. We searched him, there was nothing else. Gu Rong took the knife, frowning in disapproval. Such poor craftsmanship, a waste of good steel. Then he ordered, take off his helmet. Let's see his face. It's frozen to his head, Di Sang said, grabbing a wooden stick and tapping around the helmet until he finally pried it off, pulling away some scalp and hair with it. When the corpse's face was revealed, the crowd gasped in shock. Children shrank back in fear, and even Gu Rong's grip on the knife tightened. The face was horrifying. A sloping forehead, pronounced brow ridge, eye sockets sunken deep like bowls, a flattened nose, and a wide mouth with upper canines pressing against the lower lip. The remaining teeth were black and rotten, and the whole face was twisted and deformed, like a filthy rag. This guy's hideous looks like a beast abandoned by its own mother. Even wild animals look better than him. He's definitely not a Luo-e, and not one of the mountain folk either. As the crowd murmured and speculated, all eyes eventually turned to Tuka, the tribe's most knowledgeable shaman and the one who could commune with the gods. Gurong looked to Tuka as well, as if awaiting a divine sign. Tuka's pointed ears twitched. The thought of having to eat raw animal organs for divination made his stomach churn, but after studying the corpse closely, he said, "No need to trouble the gods. I can confirm this isn't one of our people, nor a Luo or a mountain dweller. Still, it's a human being, with hands and feet, just not a very friendly-looking one." He couldn't help but recall those men from the northern tribes and the monstrous offspring born from their unions with the mountain folk. The shaman immediately provided an explanation. "This is the abomination born of the northern tribes and the mountain people. I have always warned you never become intimate with the people of Luo or the mountain folk, or our bloodline will be tainted. Now you see it for yourselves. This is the price of corruption." Those around him nodded in agreement, deeply convinced by his words. Gurong fixed his gaze on the corpse before him, trusting the shaman completely. After all, the shaman was said to commune with the gods themselves. His words could not be wrong. Without hesitation, he pointed at the body on the wooden rack and instructed the tribesmen who had brought it back, "Take the corpse far away and burn it. Remember to remove the iron first. It can be used to make weapons." Di Sang and the others nodded silently and began stripping the iron from the corpse. Then, dragging the body, they headed out of the settlement and disappeared into the distance. Farther away, Sir Dorn was speaking with Lean, explaining the real reason for Roland's departure. As someone close to the Baron, he saw no need to hide the truth. After all, they would need the Baron's support in the future. "My lord," Lean replied, understanding the sensitivity of the matter. He accepted Sir Dorn's explanation that Roland was lost to a hunting accident. After all, everyone knew about the monsters in the area, and accidents were only to be expected when people split up. Still, Lean voiced his own thoughts. "I could handle this task as well." Sir Dorn nodded politely, though he had his doubts. "Regardless," he reassured him, "I know you're capable. But you're not family to the baroni, can't let you take the risk. I have a more important job for you." "A more important job?" Lean's determination reignited. "I promise I won't let you down." Sir Dorn patted his shoulder, his tone full of approval, but inwardly he wavered. Someone this emotionally unstable might not be the right choice. Perhaps Roland should have taken on this responsibility. He said nothing more, only sighing silently to himself. His gaze drifted northward, toward the wild lands. On the northern frontier, the old hunter Harry pointed toward the woods ahead as he spoke to Roland, who was on horseback. "Master, once you pass through that forest, you'll leave the lands of Baron Bruna and enter the Noman's land." "Oh." Roland followed Harry's gesture, his eyes calm. "After that, it's your uncle's territory, Sir Dorn's land." Harry nodded. "That's right. There are no clear boundaries between noble estates. Natural features like mountains, rivers, forests, or even a large boulder serve as markers. Once you cross that forest, you're in unclaimed territory." Roland's interest was piqued. "Noman's land? What kind of place is it?" Harry smiled slightly, leaning in. "Master, no need to be so formal with me. After that night, when the beasts attacked, I gained real respect for you. You're polite, humble, and brave. Who wouldn't want to have you around?" He grew serious as he recalled his experiences. "When you hunt on the Baron's land, you only need to worry about wild animals. But there are so many rules and taxes that you're left with barely enough to live on. That's why my old friends and I often cross into the Noman's land to hunt. It's dangerous, but the rewards can be great." He paused, his expression turning grave. "But remember, the Noman's land isn't for everyone. It's a haven for the most ruthless and desperate. Many bounty hunters have met their end there." Roland nodded, making a mental note of his words, and listened as Harry continued. Harry's gaze grew more cautious. "The Noman's land is a wild place. There are wastelands, forests, swamps, and occasionally a hill or mountain. The mountain clans live deep in the hills and only come down to trade with merchants now and then. They're a strange bunch, blunt, with little regard for manners or customs." Roland took a deep breath. This, he realized, would be his greatest challenge yet. Sir Luolin was preparing to resume his studies. After the temporary camp had been set up, Lucius Hippo, a disciple of the church, approached him holding an old parchment-bound book titled The Gods and All Things. Lucius had a clear purpose for his journey. As soon as he heard from his mentor, the priest, that a knight from Dorne would be selecting someone from the church to join the expedition, he immediately volunteered. He had two reasons. First, traveling to a new territory would speed up his chances of promotion within the clergy. Second, he didn't want to wait in the manor for his robust mentor to return to the embrace of the earth god before he could compete for advancement. Although he knew well the dangers of settling new lands, he was determined to take the risk for the chance to lead his own congregation. Luolin nodded to Lucius. As the only church member placed in the group by his uncle from Dorne, Lucius' responsibilities went far beyond providing spiritual comfort. He was also a healer with a keen sense of history, and, more importantly, he was tasked with teaching Luolin to read and write, as well as introducing him to the gods and the creation of Ivist and Pandra. The written language of this world bore some resemblance to the pictographs Luolin remembered from his previous life, yet it was interwoven with unique symbols, forcing him to start learning from scratch. Fortunately, he had always enjoyed studying. Yesterday, we covered the three creator gods. Do you remember how to write their names? Lucius asked. I do, Luolin replied. Thanks to his foundation in learning, he quickly picked up these concepts. Compared to myths from his previous life, the three creator gods here wisdom, will, and earth were quite distinct. Interestingly, none of the gods in this world had personal names. As Lucius explained, the gods who created the world have no need for empty fame. Since mortals can only witness their miracles from afar, how could we ever call them by name? Luolin found this reasoning quite convincing. By the light of the campfire, they studied late into the night, focusing this session on learning how to write the names of the gods of abundance, spring winds, and gentle rain. At dawn the next day, Luolin stepped out of his tent, Oathkeeper sword in hand, and faced the gray sky to begin his daily breathing exercises. Limited by his current physical condition, he could only complete 100 repetitions of the most basic breathing and sword movements. Though he could push himself further, he kept in mind the Dorn Knight's advice. Breathing techniques must be practiced gradually to avoid harming the body, much like the principles of physical training. Overdoing it would only lead to muscle injuries and joint problems, and the future balance was key. Master Luolin, your diligence will surely yield great rewards. As he finished his exercises, the old hunter Harry, who had been quietly observing, stepped forward with a respectful smile. For days now, he had watched the young knight stick to his routine of practicing the breathing technique 3 times a day. Such self-discipline couldn't be faked. It was no wonder the Lord of Dorn had chosen him for the team, nor that had spent 5 gold coins to hire Harry, a former mercenary, to train him. Luolin thanked Harry. It wasn't until the 3rd day of their journey that he learned the old hunter had once been a member of a mercenary company. The expert marksmanship Harry displayed when they hunted the giant wolf mutant that night was proof enough. In recent days, training in swordsmanship under Harry's guidance, Luolin gradually realized how different these techniques were from what Uncle Dorn had taught him. Like Uncle Dorn, Harry's moves were sharp and direct. Never flash, each strike was precise and deadly. Luolin didn't know how much it cost to hire Harry, but he was sure it wasn't cheap. Training began quickly, but this time, instead of the camp, they moved to a woodland near the encampment. After a round of sparring, Luolin finally understood why Harry had chosen this spot. Clearly, Harry didn't want the newly appointed knight to embarrass himself in front of the slaves. As a beginner, Luolin felt just how weak he was. The early drills left him feeling powerless. By the end of practice, he was weighed down with the knowledge that he needed to work even harder and never slack off. After breakfast, the group pressed on, finally leaving the Baron's woodland behind and stepping out into a barren landscape. Around them stretched a desolate wilderness, where sparse trees, low hills, and marshes blended into a lonely scene. Harry rode an old Andalusian horse, trailing beside Luolin with a serious tone. From here on, we'll need to be even more cautious. I remember your advice, Harry, Luolin replied with a nod. With you here, this journey will go much smoother. Looking at Harry, he felt a deep sense of gratitude. You're humble and always willing to listen. I truly respect that. Harry bowed his head slightly, answering with modesty. I'll do my best to ease your burdens. Honestly, Luolin thought to himself, getting along with others is truly an art. As they traveled, Harry arranged for extra guards at the front and rear of the group. The scouts kept a safe distance from the party, close enough to spot danger early, but able to provide support if needed. Luolin also reminded himself to keep Xiaohui alert. Specially trained, this dog's keen sense of smell could detect movement within 2 kilometers. She was their greatest asset in the wild. After several days of training, Xiaohui's nose had grown even sharper. He ignored the common sense of wildlife, only reacting when unfamiliar odors appeared, quickly pinpointing their direction and number. He had become the group's canine radar. In the afternoon, the group paused for a quick meal before moving on. As the sun dipped low, Harry relied on his experience to pick a patch of woodland for their temporary camp. The chill of night forced them to set up quickly, and even the slaves now had their own tents. Luolin knew the slaves were responsible for clearing land in preparation for spring planting, so he made sure their health was looked after. Once everything was ready, Luolin seized the chance to pick up his sword, Oathkeeper, and resume his training. He knew improving his combat skills was his top priority. He'd still need to raise 3 more dogs to unlock his warhorse talent. For now, he only had 1 night black steed and a pack horse from Uncle Dorn, far from enough. At that moment, Xiaohui came over and licked Luolin's hand, then gently licked his little finger twice. Luolin smiled. Is there something going on between you two? He paused, recalling the past few days of training. Xiaohui's behavior was exactly what they practiced. Woof. Xiaohui gave a low bark and licked Luolin's palm, confirming his thoughts. Just then, a signal came from the scouts. A Hito whistle sounded, and the guards sprang into action, a sign that someone was approaching. Old Harry immediately informed Luolin. sending 2 Freeman hunters to investigate while he stayed by the knight's side. Glenn nervously placed his hand on the short sword Luolin had given him for protection. Realizing how flustered he must have looked, he quickly grabbed his rawhide shield and stood beside the knight. "Don't worry, kid," Harry said, his sharp gaze quickly noticing Glenn's anxiety. "Not everyone in this world is a threat. We're prepared, so just stay calm." Glenn nodded and sneaked a glance at Luolin. The young knight gave him an encouraging nod, his eyes full of reassurance and approval. Feeling that trust, Glenn straightened his back, determined not to let Luolin down. Soon, the 2 bounty hunters reached the camp. After a brief conversation, one of the Freeman hunters hurried back with a report. "Sir Luolin, those 2 are bounty hunters and wish to see you. As you instructed, I didn't reveal your identity as a knight." Roland nodded in understanding. Before their departure, Uncle Dorn had instructed them to present themselves as traveling merchants. His gaze drifted into the distance, where 2 figures had just dismounted and were now standing, watching their group from afar. The 2 seemed to notice Roland's attention and nodded in his direction from across the field. At some point, Little Black had come to sit quietly by Roland's side. Roland reached out to stroke the dog's fur. The dogs were only on guard. They didn't sense anything unusual. "What do you think?" Roland turned to old Harry, the experienced elder at his side. This wasn't the time to show off a knight's decisiveness. Using the strengths of others to make up for his own shortcomings was the wiser choice. Old Harry narrowed his eyes, first examining the newcomers' clothing, then their gear, before making his judgment. "From the look of them, they're probably bounty hunters." He paused, then added, "Whether they're good or bad, since they've come here, we should at least find out who they are. Better to know what we're dealing with." Roland nodded, understanding the wisdom in knowing both friend and foe. "You're right. If they're decent people, then there's nothing to worry about. But if their intentions aren't so pure, at least the dogs will remember their scent. When traveling, it never hurt to be cautious." Roland signaled to the Freeman hunters ahead, "Let them come over." Soon enough, the 2 strangers approached. The dogs watched them warily, eyes fierce and alert. "Easy, dogs, we mean no harm," one of the bounty hunters said, stopping at a safe distance, clearly wary of Little Black and the others. One of the men gave Roland a polite nod. "Hello, I'm Morrison, and this is my friend Carl. Thank you for taking the time to meet with 2 strangers like us. They're still in training, so they don't quite know how to behave with strangers yet," Roland replied, rubbing one of the dogs' heads and nodding in return. "On the road, it's only right for good people to look out for each other. Edward, please, tell me why you're here." As he spoke, Roland sized up the 2 men. The one on the left, Carl, had a beard that nearly covered his whole jaw. Though he tried to hide it, Roland noticed his eyes scanning the camp. Morrison, on the right, had a head of brown, curly hair and was smiling at Roland. "As your people told you, we're bounty hunters," Morrison explained. "We picked up Baron Darian Notting's bounty notice at Red Crab Beach. We're after Bloody Hammer Albert. You might have heard of him." Roland gestured for him to continue, though had never heard the name before. Absent-mindedly, he scratched Little Gray's head and caught its eye, silently signaling, "Remember their scent." Little Gray licked his palm, as if to say, "Understood." Their bond had long since developed into wordless understanding. "We've gathered information and tracked him this far, and we're certain he's hiding somewhere in this unclaimed land," Morrison said, tracing a path in the air with his hand. "But we still need to keep searching. As you know, it's dangerous to spend the night out in the wild, so I was hoping we could join your group tonight if that's all right with you." "I see," Roland replied, nodding without giving a direct answer. As his gaze fell on the bearded Carl, he saw that the man had stopped scanning the camp and was now looking at Roland again, wearing a polite smile. "We know it's a lot to ask," Carl finally spoke up. "We promise not to cause any trouble." Just then, the dogs' tails thumped against Roland's leg as they licked his hand and let out low, warning growls toward the 2 men standing before them. The pack of dogs suddenly showed signs of aggression, licking their paws and staring intently at the 2 people in front of them. Startled by this abrupt change, the pair instinctively took a few steps back. "Sorry about that." Luolin remained calm as he soothed the restless dogs and explained, "As I mentioned earlier, they haven't been fully trained yet. Please don't take it to heart." "Not at all. Of course not," the 2 quickly replied, eager to show their understanding. "Their vigilance just proves they're good dogs." "Thank you." Luolin smiled in response, though he had already pieced together several things in his mind. First, the dogs' aggression only seemed to be triggered when they sensed hostility from others. Second, it was clear these 2 had made up their minds after scoping out the camp. Most notably, despite being outnumbered, they still dared to harbor ill intentions, meaning they must have something to rely on. Luolin analyzed the situation quietly. This initial exploration was a secret mission, and aside from those in the camp, only Uncle Duo-in, the steward, and the priest knew about it. That meant these 2 were most likely professional bandits, highly skilled ones, adept at hiding their true intentions. Since they were good at acting, Luolin decided to play along. He immediately put on a hesitant, conflicted expression. Noticing this, Morrison, the brown-haired man, quickly spoke up. "I understand your concerns. If I were traveling with so much cargo, I'd be wary of strangers too. That's right, Carl chimed in. There are too many dangerous people these days. Good folks like us have to be careful around each other. Morrison continued, we won't enter your camp. We'll just find a spot nearby to rest for the night. I promise we won't cause any trouble, and if anything happens, the two of us could lend a hand. Luolin couldn't help but admire their skill. They weren't reckless like typical bandits. Instead, they scouted out the situation first and waited for the right moment. If the dogs hadn't sensed something was off, their act would have been flawless. Now, Luolin was faced with two choices. He could confront them directly, but that might alert them and cause problems. Or he could play along, let them stay, and keep things under control. If this is causing you any trouble, we can leave right now. We don't want to make things difficult for you, Morrison said apologetically. Luolin silently praised their tactic of retreating to gain advantage. But letting them go didn't seem wise. First, with night falling, it was safer to keep them where he could see them. Second, the unfamiliar terrain around the camp made it risky to try and track them down. Third, within Xiao Hu's range of super-sensitive smell, there were no other scents nearby. At that moment, the old hunter Harry gave Luolin a subtle nod, clearly wanting to keep the two men around as well. Luolin didn't know exactly why, but their thinking was clearly aligned. Repelling offered the two bounty hunters a friendly smile and spoke in a gentle tone. As you said, there's strength in numbers out here. You're welcome to spend the night near our camp. Morrison bowed his head slightly. The gods can witness your generosity. We won't disturb your rest. With that, the two of them found a spot nearby to set up their camp. Old Harry moved closer to Repelling, his eyes still warily watching the two men tying their horses under a tree in the distance. Master Repelling, there's something off about those two. Oh, tell me what you think, Repelling asked, already suspecting something, but curious to hear the seasoned hunter's judgment. Old Harry pointed to the man with the thick beard. Since they arrived, that one's been secretly watching our camp, his eyes never settling. He paused, then continued, more importantly, why would they trust us so easily in a place like this? Either they're as naive as children, or they have other motives. Repelling nodded in agreement. Just then, Glenn approached with an oak mug filled with ale, making their conversation appear more casual. So why did you suggest letting them stay? Repelling asked in a low voice. Old Harry took a sip of his drink and explained, if they're decent men, our kindness will earn the gods' favor. If they have other plans, there's no way it's just the two of them. Letting them go means losing a chance to gather information. Besides, it's too dangerous to travel at night. Repelling considered his words carefully, glancing at the two men building a fire in the distance. He could already sense their hostility, and combined with Old Harry's analysis, he knew the night would bring trouble. Keep a close eye on them, he murmured. I'll watch them myself, Old Harry replied solemnly. If anything happens, I'll make sure you're safe. Lord Dorn gave me his word. After Old Harry left, Repelling called Little Ash over and gently stroked its head. You'll need to stay sharp tonight. Little Ash licked his palm and wagged its tail to show it understood. Repelling trusted Little Ash's keen sense of smell to alert them to any threats. Now, the key was to figure out how many reinforcements the enemy might have, when they would arrive, and from which direction. While Little Ash could easily lead everyone away to safety, running forever wasn't a solution. He couldn't abandon this untamed land, nor could he accept sneaking home in defeat. For now, they held the advantage. The enemy still believed they were unprepared. The real question was, just how many were out there? There are 24 of us, more than enough. Carl, with his thick beard, tossed another log onto the campfire, raising an eyebrow as he glanced toward the merchant camp not far away. Keeping his voice low, he said, those are clearly slaves from Pandela. No more than 10 of them could actually fight. I'd bet they wouldn't dare hand weapons to those slaves. Who knows how much those people resent their masters. Morrison dipped a piece of bread into his malt beer to soften it, nodding as he ate. Let's stick to the original plan. Wait until deep into the night, when everyone's asleep. Then you sneak out and fill Albert in on what's going on here. He'll stay to keep up appearances. If anything changes, he'll get out right away and warn you. I'm worried about those dogs, Carl muttered, glancing at the pack clustered around the young men inside the camp, his brow furrowed. When our people show up, those dogs will definitely notice. They've got sharp ears and will start barking like crazy. That's when I put on a show. Morrison grinned, revealing a mouthful of yellow teeth. Once the dogs start barking, they'll get up and say I'm just getting up to take a leak, so no one needs to worry. You really do have a quick mind, Carl chuckled, popping another piece of bread into his mouth. As he chewed, he looked up at the slowly darkening sky. It's taking forever to get dark. Late at night, Morrison gave his sleeping companion a gentle kick. If he didn't, the man would sleep right through until morning. Awakened, Carl shot Morrison an annoyed glare, still groggy, but his anger faded as he remembered the plan. Hunching low, he slipped quietly out of the camp, moving backward to avoid drawing attention. Morrison leaned back against the tree, eyes half closed as he watched the camp. The guards hadn't noticed Carl slipping away. Everything was going smoothly. Satisfied, he shut his eyes again, pretending to sleep. As expected, a civilized, humble thief is much easier to blend in, makes the job simpler, he thought to himself. For some reason, he suddenly felt something approaching on his right. He snapped his eyes open and looked over, but saw nothing out of the ordinary. After checking the camp once more and spotting no issues, he closed his eyes and leaned back against the tree. Suddenly, Morrison's eyes flew open. A fierce black dog was standing right in front of him, baring its fangs and growling low. What the? Before he could shout, he felt the cold touch of a sword pressed against his neck. Looking up, Morrison saw the young man gripping the sword and glanced around at the others, all armed and alert. Finally, he put on an innocent, bewildered expression. My friends, what's going on? Are you bandits or something? I always thought you were decent people. Luolin ignored him and signaled for the others to tie him up and take him away. Trussed up tightly, Morrison realized the plan had failed, though he had no idea where things had gone wrong. After all my work perfecting my civilized act, how did they see through me so quickly? He wondered. Dragged back to the camp, Morrison was roughly tossed to the side. Had already made up his mind no matter how they threatened or tortured him, he would never reveal his companion's whereabouts or the plan for tonight. Not a single word. Even a bandit had to have a code. Open your mouth. Someone stood over him. Morrison glared up, assuming they were about to knock out his teeth as a form of torture. He turned his head away and clamped his mouth shut. A moment later, he felt someone grab his head and pinch his nose. The suffocating lack of air made him struggle, and finally, he had no choice but to open his mouth. Before Morrison could feel the sharp pain of a hammer striking his teeth, a piece of sweat-stained burlap was shoved roughly into his mouth. The next moment, he was thrown unceremoniously into a tent. Morrison frowned. Confusion etched across his face as he glanced around, trying to make sense of the situation. He couldn't help but wonder, was he not even worth interrogating? Keep still, or I'll put this knife through your heart, Glenn said coldly, gripping his dagger tightly and staring Morrison down from inside the tent. This was the first important task Sir Roland had entrusted to him, and he couldn't afford to let his guard down for a second. Morrison turned his head, craning his neck to listen for sounds outside. All he wanted to know was what value he held to them, and why he hadn't been questioned. The voices outside grew clearer, breaking the tense silence inside the tent. Young Master Edward, they're coming from the east, Old Harry reported breathlessly, urgency in his voice. Morrison's eyes flashed with confusion. How do they know our people are in the east? His heart skipped a beat. How many of them are there? At least 20, Old Harry replied, and the air inside the tent seemed to freeze for a moment. Morrison's face was now a picture of unease and bewilderment, his earlier composure completely gone. They knew too much, even his own movements. In that instant, he finally understood. He was never considered important enough to interrogate. The dirty rag in his mouth was simply there to keep him from speaking out of turn. If you try eavesdropping again, they'll cut your ear off, Glenn threatened, his voice icy as he silently moved the dagger to Morrison's left ear. Morrison grunted twice in protest, nodded, and lowered his head, though his eyes were still full of questions. The conversation outside continued, laced with anxiety and confusion. We can send 10 men at most. How are we supposed to deal with over 20 enemies? One voice argued. Give weapons to the slaves? Another voice objected, clearly dissatisfied. Absolutely not. If they turn on us, we're finished. Young Master Edward, we're here to do business, not to die, a fearful voice pleaded. What about the man inside? Came a mocking laugh. Kill him? No way. If he dies, those bandits will hunt us down for sure. Morrison couldn't help but let out a cold laugh. Their fears were not unfounded. If they killed him, all that would follow was relentless pursuit and revenge unless they could somehow vanish from this place overnight. Don't let him freeze to death, came an urgent command from outside. As the tent flap was yanked open, Morrison caught a glimpse of chaos outside. People were frantically packing their belongings. Someone hurriedly tossed firewood onto the campfire, afraid the flames might die out. Near the fire, discarded food and scattered coins glinted in the flickering light. Morrison felt a heavy sense of dread settle over him. He tried to get up and move closer to the fire, but his legs were tied so tightly he couldn't stand. Helpless, he resorted to scooting himself along the ground, inching toward the warmth. The late autumn chill made him shiver, but at least the fire's glow offered a bit of comfort, even with the filthy rag still in his mouth. Still, the stench was unbearable. Morrison struggled, but he couldn't dislodge the burlap from his mouth. He shut his eyes, trying to ignore the nauseating taste and smell. Later that night, Carl led a small group cautiously through the dense forest, heads down so as not to be seen. When they reached the camp and saw the mess, some muttered curses under their breath as they stooped to pick up copper and silver coins, their eyes gleaming with greed. The half-eaten porridge and scattered bags of nuts, all illuminated by the dying fire, silently told the story of a camp once bustling with activity, now reduced to panic and desolation. Scattered around the camp were supplies and bundles that couldn't be taken with them. Morrison's eyes were wide with anxiety as he watched his companions desperately rummage through the mess for loot. His mouth was tightly gagged, rendering him completely silent. He could only stare on helplessly. Albert, the leader, strode over and quickly yanked the cloth from Morrison's mouth. How'd you end up tied up? Where are they? Albert's voice was low and urgent. Morrison took a deep breath, his body tense, relief flickering in his eyes now that he could finally speak. He lifted his head slowly, just about to answer, when a faint whistling sound pierced the air. Suddenly, an arrow shot through Albert's throat, and blood spurted out like a fountain. Albert's mouth fell open, the metallic tang of blood filling the air. He reached up to the wound in shock, staring at his blood-soaked hand, swaying on his feet, but not collapsing right away. Carl! Morrison screamed, his voice ragged and desperate. He looked over to see Carl searching through a leather pouch. Carl glanced back coldly, then returned to his task. Get Albert to untie you. But before he could finish, another arrow thundered through the air and struck Carl in the head. Carl froze in that instant, motionless. Morrison stared blankly at Carl's body, the arrow lodged deep in his skull, blood splattering everywhere. He could hardly believe what he was seeing. It felt like a steel hook was tearing at his heart. In that moment Carl turned. Morrison thought he saw a final, pleading look in his eyes. Summoning all his strength, Morrison cried out, "Ambush!" Suddenly, a rain of arrows fell silently from every direction, swift and deadly. The dark forest surrounding the camp seemed to harbor unseen hunters orchestrating the attack. Those who had been swaggering moments before now scattered like terrified rats, panic shining in their eyes. Morrison watched as his companions scrambled, completely forgetting he was still tied up, leaving death to circle behind them like a shadow. That's when he understood. This was all part of that man's Edward's plan. Had been made to witness it all, to taste helplessness one more time. While he was still reeling, those fleeing into the forest never looked back. No one even tried to untie him. He had been abandoned. Completely. A savage howl suddenly echoed from the darkness. One of the men hiding in the woods tried to double back, only to be slammed to the ground by a massive black hound. Morrison watched in disbelief. Was that really a dog? Its thunderous barking shook the night, its fury echoing through every shadow. After a long while, the screams faded away. At last, a familiar figure appeared before Morrison. It was Edward. He was busy talking with his men as reports came in. Lord Roland, we've counted 23 in total. Not a single one escaped. Morrison froze, staring at Edward, his heart hammered by a sudden chill. Lord Roland, there are a few wounded bandits. Should we keep them or send them to the embrace of the Earth God? Old Harry asked cautiously. Prisoners are useful. The wounded will only slow us down, Roland replied. His voice cold and decisive clearly made up his mind. Morrison looked down and realized he was sitting on the ground. The young man in chainmail, sword stained with blood, was Roland all along. Had hidden his true identity, pretending to be Edward. The entire plan had been Roland's elaborate trap from the start, and Morrison was nothing more than a pawn. Lord Roland, 3 of our men are wounded, but it's nothing serious, Old Harry reported, gesturing at Morrison. What about this one? Should we send him to the Earth God as well? Him? Roland fixed Morrison with a cold stare. Ask him where their hideout is, and how many are left. If you want talk, send him to the Earth God. He'll tell you. Morrison felt as if a boulder was crushing his chest. He jerked his head up, terror and despair flooding his eyes. He'll talk. Just don't send me to the Earth God, he'll tell you everything. Eliminate the roots when you cut the weeds. If you leave seeds of vengeance behind, they will eventually take root and grow. Roland sat steadily on the wooden crate Glenn had brought over, surrounded by a group of energized free-folk hunters. Having just come through a fierce battle, there was a new edge to their presence. The way they drew their bows and wielded their blades was nothing like ordinary free-folk. They moved like seasoned warriors. Considering Old Harry's past as a mercenary, perhaps these men had shared similar experiences. Uncle Dorn's arrangements seemed even more impressive now. Old Harry, standing nearby, turned to the bound bandit and asked, "How many of you are left? Give me a moment to catch my breath, just a moment." Morrison slumped to the ground, eyeing the captives warily. This is no ordinary trade caravan. His gaze swept the area before settling on the only young man seated and guarded by the others. And look at that young man, he's got the bearing of a noble, not a merchant's son. He paused, mind racing. This one clearly held some status, spoke decisively, and left the details to his followers. Morrison swallowed hard, realizing that if he didn't tell the truth, he wouldn't survive the day. Even if he confessed, there was no guarantee he'd live, but he was willing to take the chance. If I speak, you'll see my sincerity. He looked at the young knight. After our defeat, I can tell you're both brave and clever. You'll need someone who knows the Noman's land inside out, and that's me. Roland showed no reaction to the hopeful bandit, his attention instead shifting to the 4 dogs. Dogs, horses, those were what interested him. He stood up and spoke quietly to Old Harry. Head to the bandits' hideout. If anyone resists, shoot them on the spot. I don't want to see our people hurt. As for the dogs, keep them. As you wish, Sir Knight, Old Harry replied, a hint of a smile in his eyes. The young knight's clear orders made things easier for those who had to carry them out, and Old Harry knew he genuinely liked dogs. At dawn, the sky was still gray. By the wooden fence in the valley, a steaming yellow stream trickled down. Abbott stood atop the wooden watchtower, tilting his head back and closing his eyes, letting the relief shudder through him. Suddenly whip. An arrow struck him squarely in the chest. Abbott froze. Head never imagined he'd be shot while relieving himself. A moment later whip. Another arrow pierced his throat. His hands were still at his trousers, and for a split second, he didn't know what to do with them. His body slumped, face pressed to the ground, a look of shock still on his features. The guard dogs in the yard erupted into furious barking. With effort, he looked up to see two men vaulting over the fence, dropping into the yard and unlocking the gate. A powerful black dog followed, leading a pack straight for the kennels. Then 7 or 8 more figures rushed inside. Abbott could even hear their footsteps drawing closer. He realized was already dead. Luolin followed right through the gate into the yard, spotting the naked body of a bandit sprawled on the ground. The man was clearly dead, utterly lifeless. Luolin glanced at the corpse, reaffirming as though that absolutely had to learn Old Harry's archery. He paused, surveying the yard with a calm, steady gaze. Old Harry had already led the men, dividing them into 3 groups to kick down the doors and storm a row of wooden cabins. Looking to his right, Luolin saw 7 dogs surrounding 4 others, the tension thick in the air. Every dog had its hackles raised, eyes glinting with menace, and low, threatening growls rumbled from their throats, forming a tight, uneasy standoff. One of the 4, a black dog, dug its hind legs deep into the fallen leaves, scoring the ground with its front paws. A thunderous growl rolled from its throat as it locked eyes with Xiao He, the largest dog on the other side. Xiao He, silent and composed, watched its opponent's every move with steely focus. Suddenly, the black dog let out a piercing howl and lunged at Xiao He's throat with explosive force. Xiao He reacted with astonishing speed, darting to the side so quickly it was almost a blur, tilting his head just enough to evade the attack. At the same time, he clamped down on the black dog's foreleg with precision, his muscles tensing as he shook his head violently, flinging the other dog several paces away like a rag doll. Before the black dog could scramble up, Xiao He was already upon him, pinning him down with his powerful body and sinking his jaws into the scruff of the dog's neck, issuing a low, primal growl that radiated dominance. No matter how the black dog thrashed and kicked, Xiao He's grip was unyielding. Standing at a distance, Luolin watched quietly. He understood this was a battle for dominance, the outcome deciding the hierarchy of the pack. Interfering would be a mistake. Still, before the assault, Head made sure to tell Xiao He to show restraint. Otherwise, the black dog would have suffered far worse than just a bite to the neck. With a fierce shake of his head, Xiao He dragged the black dog around until it lay limp and helpless, completely subdued. At last, a faint whimper escaped the black dog. Xiao He immediately let go and tossed him aside. The defeated dog lay on the ground, ears drooping, whimpering softly as he rolled over to expose his vulnerable belly, his tail sweeping the dirt in a show of submission as he looked up at Xiao He with a mixture of fear and respect. Xiao He barely spared him a glance before turning to the other 3 dogs. They instantly lowered their heads and ears, tails sweeping the ground cautiously, casting nervous glances at the undisputed victor. Satisfied, Xiao He turned to look at his master in the distance, head high and chest out, as if to declare the mission accomplished. Luolin met his gaze with approval. You did well. You'll get an extra treat later. The dogs are taken care of. What about the bandits? Luolin asked. All dealt with, sir, Old Harry reported, approaching with a bloodied sword. For bandits dead, 1 left alive. No casualties on our side, except for 1 poor soul who hurt his big toe kicking in a door. Good news, to found food in the cellar out back, and Lucius is tending to a few unfortunate captives. Thank the gods. Luolin sighed in relief, the phrase having become second nature since he arrived in this new land. Their first challenge here had ended well with no serious injuries, aside from the unlucky man's toe. No one's had a proper rest since last night. Luolin continued, turning to Old Harry. Tell everyone we'll stay here tonight, so the men can recover. I'll need you and Brother Lucius to inventory everything we've gained. I don't want our people's efforts to go unrewarded. Also, have the maids prepare a feast victory calls for celebration. As you wish, sir. Old Harry bowed his head. Victory deserves celebration and rewards. They'll see to it right away. One more thing, Luolin added. I want a detailed record of everyone's contributions in this fight. Understood. Old Harry nodded immediately. He knew how important such records were. Rewards based on merit left no room for complaints. He was impressed by the young knight's thoroughness. He'll make sure it's done properly. After Harry left, Luolin glanced at the 4 dogs cowering in the corner. Clearly, they weren't ready to accept a new master just yet. It would take time. Still, a little strategy would help. Glenn, don't feed those 4 dogs for now, Luolin instructed the man at his side. Every plant needed a bad guy. He continued, give my war dogs something special they did well. Slice some smoked lamb for them, but not too much. It's a treat, not a meal. I've got it, sir. Don't worry. Glenn liked this night. For some reason, following him made Glenn feel safe. He also admired the war dog's smart and fierce. Even the little ones had bravely bitten the bandits' ankles during the night. He couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy, hoping he might one day have a ward dog of his own. Still, a question nagged at him. Sir, what if those 4 dogs get really hungry? Should we still not feed them? Let them go hungry for now. Make sure no one gives in. Luolin looked over at the 4 dogs, a hint of a smile on his lips. In this little strategy, he'd be the good guy later. With any luck, hunger would do its work soon enough. After giving instructions about feeding the dogs, Roland pointed to the chicken coop made of willow branches, signaling Glenn to let the chickens out for a run. He reminded Glenn to keep an eye on them, but said he was free to do as he pleased with the rest of his time. Glenn bowed slightly in response, though he couldn't help but wonder why a knight always traveled with chickens. Now he finally understood. The chickens weren't just a source of food, their eggs provided the knight with daily nourishment. Glenn, too, received an egg from Roland every morning. For his daily training and duties, the knight needed at least 6 eggs a day. Sir Roland, Lucius Hippo came from the backyard to the front, lowering his head slightly in greeting. Lucius' tone carried a hint of deference as he gestured to someone behind him and continued, "As you instructed, the person kidnapped by the bandits has been given food and has left on his own. However, this young man wishes to thank you in person." The man standing behind Lucius was tall and thin, with stubble on his face. Because of the bruising and swelling, it was hard to tell his exact age. It was clear he had suffered greatly at the hands of the bandits. He bowed deeply, his voice hoarse but sincere. "Cruiser from Red Crab Beach extends his deepest gratitude to you. As Mr. Lucius said, you are a savior sent by the gods, and the gods will surely watch over you." Roland glanced at Lucius and smiled inwardly, thinking the young priest truly had a gift for preaching. In just a few words, had managed to win Cruiser's unwavering belief. Roland nodded slightly and replied in a warm tone, "May the gods watch over you as well." He then turned to Cruiser. "They'll have someone give you some food for your journey home." "Thank you for your generosity, but I don't need it," Cruiser declined. After a brief pause, a determined light appeared in his eyes. "I want to follow you, to become your attendant." Roland didn't agree right away. He simply glanced at Cruiser. He knew he needed more help. As Uncle Dorn had said, to stand on your own, you must have people you can rely on. But not everyone was suited to join him. Glenn, being from the fief, was naturally trustworthy. But someone met by chance on the road needed to be understood and observed first. "Tell me how you were captured by the bandits," Roland asked calmly. Cruiser straightened up and looked Roland in the eye, a hint of pride on his face. "I'm a bounty hunter," he said quietly, his tone resolute. Roland didn't respond immediately. A bounty hunter captured by bandits now, that was a true case of venturing deep into enemy territory. Cruiser explained further, "A friend and I were hired to track down Bloody Hammer Albert. The bounty was posted by the Baron at Red Crab Beach. We tracked him to this area, but ran into him unexpectedly. My friend managed to escape during the fight, but I was captured." After speaking, Cruiser looked somber. He paused before continuing, "I have a deep hatred for the evils of this world. That's why I want to follow you, to become your attendant and help protect the weak and the innocent." Lucius couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. Roland noticed this subtle reaction and immediately drew his own conclusions. It seemed this 19-year-old future priest hadn't yet forged an unwavering faith. At the same time, it was clear to Roland that Morrison's ability to obtain the bounty notice from Cruiser must have something to do with Lucius. The courage to hunt down a notorious criminal alone was more than just recklessness, there was something deeper at play. Luolin gazed into those blue eyes, filled with longing and innocence, and gently tapped his chin. "Since you're so determined, you can start as my assistant. Do you accept?" Lucius, standing nearby, turned his head. The warrior, who had recently regained his divine nature, wasn't surprised by the knight's decision. Still, he couldn't help but think that such a gesture tapping one's chin at a commoner seemed a bit out of line with knightly etiquette. "They'll follow your orders and complete any task you give me." The young Kulus bowed again, his voice trembling with excitement. Luolin nodded in approval, then entrusted Kulus to Glenn's care. If he wanted to be valued, he'd have to prove himself first. Luolin then turned his attention to the black hound at the base of the wall, still curled up defiantly after being defeated by Xiao He. He glanced down at Xiao He by his side, giving him a look that said, "As the victor, you should comfort the loser." Xiao He cocked his head in thought, then walked over to the black dog. As he approached, the black dog instinctively shrank back. Xiao He stopped in front of him, raised a paw, and gave the black dog's head a gentle pat, then turned back to his master as if to say, "Comfort delivered." Watching the black dog flatten to the ground by the slap, Luolin shook his head with a wry smile. This kind of comfort seemed a bit too forceful. After nightfall, the hall was filled with laughter and the clinking of mugs. Everyone was drinking mild ale and feasting on smoked meat, blood sausage, regular sausage, and a variety of nuts and dried fruits from the cellar. Old Harry read out the list of achievements, and besides the usual rewards, Luolin added some special bonuses. After all, new lands needed extra motivation. The crowd raised their cups, saluting the knight. When the banquet ended, Old Harry took charge of the night watch rotations. Glenn then approached Luolin, pointing to the 4 dogs in the yard. Sir, as you instructed, I watched them every time I fed your war dogs. I chased away the 3 that tried to eat, just as you ordered. Well done, Luolin praised sincerely. Glenn had played the role of the villain perfectly in this little scheme. Now it was time for Luolin, the good guy, to take the stage. Go help me tidy my room. Once Glenn left with Kulus, Luolin carried a wooden bowl over to the 4 dogs and called out kindly, "Come eat." The 3 dogs crept closer, hesitant and cautious. They kept glancing nervously at the black hound by the wall, clearly still wary of the one who used to bully them. Luolin understood and signaled to Xiaohe, "Teach him some humility." Xiaohe got up and slowly approached the wall. The black hound immediately dropped to the ground, letting out a whimper of submission. The 3 dogs cautiously approached the wooden basin, keeping a wary eye on Luolin before slowly lowering their heads to eat. Luolin put on his leather gloves and gently reached out to stroke their heads. Almost instantly, 3 wisps of light floated up from the dogs and drifted into the copper-bound book on his chest. The book then glowed in response, sending the same light back to the dogs, completing the empowerment process. "Take your time, there's no rush," Luolin said softly. He then walked over to the stable, reaching out to stroke Nightshade's mane. After glancing around, he took out the copper-bound book and saw a prompt: 10 vicious dogs, 1 gold coin to unlock the warhorse talent tree. When a gold coin was absorbed by the book, the faded image of a warhorse inside immediately lit up. Wisps of light also rose from the heads of Nightshade and the pack horse beside him, flowing into the book. 2 small horse icons appeared beneath the image, representing Nightshade and the pack horse. Luolin suddenly understood. This talent system didn't distinguish between warhorses and pack horses. It benefited any horse that had bonded with him. However, the 5 horses seized from the bandits couldn't enjoy this benefit yet, as no bond had been formed. As for the 6 mules, they were a different species and not eligible for horse talents. Flipping through the pages, Luolin noticed a 3rd beast category marked only with, making it clear the copper book still held its mysteries. Setting aside the puzzle for now, Luolin focused on the task at hand. The book displayed the first talent, basic, fearless charge, allowing his horses to charge into battle without needing to be blindfolded. It required only a single silver coin to activate, which Luolin offered without hesitation. Next was basic, absolute loyalty, costing 2 silver coins, followed by intermediate, unshakable courage, which needed 4. Each talent made the horses braver and more reliable, and Luolin activated them one by one. The last talent shown, intermediate, kindred spirits, required 1,000 spoken exchanges with the horse plus 4 silver coins to unlock. Luolin put the book away and gently stroked Nightshade's cheek, beginning a casual conversation. "You're beautiful, no, you're handsome," he corrected himself with a smile. Meanwhile, Glenn and Caruser stood by the doorway, having finished tidying up the room. "I told you," Glenn said, leaning against the doorframe. "Our lord is a true knight. Look how he treats his horses as if they were his own children." "I see," Caruser mused, folding his arms. "I didn't expect such a young and accomplished knight to already be a father. His wife must be quite beautiful." Glenn shook his head slightly, realizing the new attendant had misunderstood. Not far away, old Harry, who was organizing the night watch, looked over at the stable and watched the young knight still keeping his warhorse company late into the night. He couldn't help but think to himself, now that is the mark of a true knight. Dawn had not yet broken, and the sky remained a hazy blue-gray. Clad in chainmail, Luolin stood quietly beside the stables, practicing his breathing technique over and over. The air was cool, the grass still damp, and morning dew reflected faint light off the stones at his feet. With each punch and strike, a gentle warmth spread through his muscles as if some dormant power within him was slowly being awakened. This was a sign that the breathing technique was beginning to harmonize with his body, just as Uncle Dorn had once explained. Physical adaptation meant true progress in training, and this was only the beginning. With a sharp, clean motion, Luolin finished his last strike, slicing through the morning stillness and bringing his practice to an end. He turned to Ying, his horse, ready to continue their unfinished conversation. To keep his mount from growing restless, he spoke while deftly tossing fresh hay into the trough, a skill had mastered long ago. In his earlier years, when talking to Xiaohe, chores often forced him to pause their conversations. But things were different now. Even with a dry throat, he could keep talking as long as he liked. He had spoken with Ying late into the night, and now, again, all morning. Eventually, the horse began to show signs of impatience, tossing its head and trying to avoid his hand. "Come here," Luolin said calmly, producing a juicy pear and slicing off a piece with his knife before holding it out to Yi Ying's nose. "Just one last thing, I promise." Had learned this trick while caring for warhorses. Fruit had to be cut into pieces to prevent choking, and such treats should be offered sparingly, just for variety. After a moment's hesitation, the horse gave in to the pear's sweet aroma and gently took the fruit. Luolin seized the chance to stroke its cheek, setting the stage for their final exchange. Then, biting into the rest of the pear himself. He finished it off after all. Everyone knew horses shouldn't have too much fruit. Yi Ying's gaze lingered on the pear, watching his master walk away and finish the treat in a few quick bites, the longing in its eyes slowly fading. Luolin tossed the core into a nearby bucket, pulled out his brass-bound book, and turned to the inner pages. He slipped in 4 silver coins, activating his warhorse's second mid-level skill mind link. A soft glow spread across the page, and a wisp of light drifted from the book, merging into the foreheads of both Yi Ying and the pack horse nearby. Then, a new high-level skill slowly appeared. Basic, Fearless Charge unlocked. Basic, Absolute Loyalty unlocked. Intermediate, Unyielding Courage unlocked. Intermediate, Mind Link unlocked. Advanced, Bone-Crushing Hooves. The horse's kicks gain tremendous power. Almost nothing can withstand their force. Requires 2 horses and 10 silver coins to activate. With the conditions met, Luolin immediately produced 10 more silver coins, feeding them into the book. As the light gathered, the advanced skill Bone-Crushing Hooves was unlocked. Soon after, the final advanced skill appeared. It bore the same name as the dog's last high-level skill, though with slightly different details. Advanced, Rebirth requires riding the trained horse for 5 kilometers daily over 30 days, plus 1 gold coin to unlock. Seeing these requirements, Luolin breathed a sigh of relief. All he had to do was ride unlike with the dogs. He didn't have to run alongside them himself. That seemed fair enough. Just then, Old Harry approached, lowering his voice. Master Luolin, as you ordered, those 2 bandits have been kept separated since last night. With that, he began to report the spoils from their recent raid. The haul was impressive. 3 longswords, 5 machetes, 3 axes, 13 daggers, 6 spears, 4 warped longbows, 3 hunting bows, 63 intact arrows, and 28 more in need of repair. There were also 9 wooden shields, plus a number of crude stone spears and axes, though those weren't counted in detail. In his youth, Old Harry had been a seasoned mercenary, and even now, he retained his sharp eye and efficient habit sorting and categorizing the weapons with practiced ease. He flipped open the small parchment booklet in his hand and continued. We have 5 complete sets of upper body leather armor, 8 that need repair, and 1 chainmail shirt that also requires fixing. There are 3 pairs of iron bracers, 4 pairs of iron greaves, and some leather gloves and other protective gear. Roland showed no surprise at this report. To be honest, these bandits weren't particularly formidable, but the loot they managed to seize was already quite impressive. At least this time, they hadn't suffered any significant casualties. The supplies they captured were enough to fully equip a small squad. Unfortunately, what they lacked most right now was manpower. In the cellar, there was smoked meat, smoked fish, hickory nuts, hazelnuts, dried fruit, even some dried mushrooms, along with 2 sacks of salt. With their existing reserves, this would be enough to feed everyone including the slaves for at least 70 days. The treasury had also yielded a decent haul, 13 gold, 12 silver, and 90 copper coins. After last night's rewards had been handed out, they had 33 gold, 15 silver, and 34 copper left. Old Harry flipped through the parchment and continued. As you instructed, after dividing up the spoils and converting them to cash for distribution, we have 26 gold, 22 silver, and 27 copper remaining. Lucius has tallied these numbers. Thank you for your hard work. Roland acknowledged their efforts and then instructed Old Harry, bring the other bandit over. I have some questions for him. Right away, Old Harry replied, hurrying off. Roland sat aside, pulled out a sheet of parchment, laid it across his thigh, and began sketching something. He glanced around the bandit stronghold, feeling a twinge of regret. The wooden stockade was a ready-made base, but the surrounding terrain was far from ideal. Deep in the mountains, the land was rugged, and the flat ground below wasn't nearly wide enough. It might be possible to clear a bit of farmland, but it wouldn't make much difference. In the spring, Uncle Duin would arrive with 100 serf families assigned by the king, 100 households, not even counting the freemen yet to be tallied or any slaves purchased in the future. Such a large population could never be supported by this limited land alone. So, their new settlement needed to meet not only the current needs of the people here, but also the future expansion for others yet to come. Eventually, this land would have to grow into a proper town, to gather more people and establish a solid foundation. The next priority was to gather food along the way as winter reserves. Nuts, wild berries, mushrooms, these could all serve as valuable food sources. Lucius approached and saw Roland absorbed in his sketching, so he didn't interrupt. As a learned tutor, had always been curious about what Roland was drawing on his parchment. Leaning forward for a look, he quickly realized it was a map far more detailed than the one Lord Duin had provided. He couldn't help but marvel. Your work is incredibly detailed. I must say, this is the most accurate map I've ever seen. Thank you. Roland put the parchment away and nodded to him as he stood up. Roland didn't directly admit it, but he knew well that his past lives' geography classes had given him plenty of practice drawing maps. The scale might not be perfect, but each sketch could provide useful information. Head marked travel times, the route from the low hills to the woodland, and other key features. If only he had more time to measure, he could have made it even more precise. Knight Luolin, I have a suggestion. Lucius noticed that the knight was not only drawing a new map, but also marking more details on the one he already had. This showed Lucius that the man possessed not only patience and attention to detail, but also independent insight. Lucius understood that such actions reflected independent thinking. After a moment of silence, he finally spoke, his tone somewhat cautious. My suggestion might go against Lord Dorne's plans. Luolin liked hearing suggestions, especially from those who held key roles in the expedition. Only those who dared to voice their true thoughts could help ensure that the team's goals and actions remained aligned. So, instead of refuting Lucius, he simply waited quietly for him to continue. Lucius lowered his head slightly before looking up to meet Luolin's gaze, his voice serious. Lord Dorne's plan for our base is flawless, but you've experienced these past few days yourself. We haven't found a single place that fits his criteria. If we don't find a suitable spot soon, the land will become as hard as stone once winter sets in. That will slow down our progress and could dampen the team's morale. He paused, choosing his words carefully. Perhaps you could take the initiative and loosen some of the requirements, so we can move forward more quickly. Luolin considered this and nodded slightly in understanding. He didn't dismiss Lucius' concerns. Uncle Dorne specifically instructed us to use Coldridge City as a reference for the ideal site. A flicker of memory crossed his eyes. Coldridge City had left a deep impression on him. The city was built on a small rise, surrounded on three sides by rivers, with farmland all around. The rivers provided water and a natural defense. The design took both the present and future into account. Clearly, Uncle Dorne's plans were thoughtful. Still, Luolin recognized that Lucius' concerns were valid. The issues he raised were very real, especially as the team ventured deeper into the unclaimed lands. Old Harry's help was becoming increasingly limited, and the maps and information they relied on now seemed outdated. The situation in the unclaimed lands has changed a great deal, Luolin finally decided. Old Harry's experience is valuable, but we can't depend solely on what he knows anymore. We need more up-to-date information. He paused, then added, this might offend Old Harry, but I don't think we should rely entirely on his routes from now on. Lucius fell silent, standing quietly by and waiting for Luolin's decision. It was a critical moment for choosing the path ahead. Just then, Old Harry arrived, dragging a bandit named White with him. White's hands were tightly bound, and he hung his head, clearly unwilling, his voice trembling. I'm not really a bandit. I was forced into this. I'm an honest man. I've never done anything wrong. Old Harry shot him a cold glare, cutting him off. Every criminal claims to be innocent. He heard it all before. Luolin had no patience for White's excuses. He got straight to the point. Where's the nearest river? His tone was calm, but there was an unmistakable firmness in his words. White was startled, clearly not expecting such a direct question. He answered cautiously, I know exactly where it is. Head north, and you'll see a place called Wild Boar Hill. Don't be fooled by the name. There aren't any wild boars there. The rocky hill just looks like one from a distance. Once you reach it, head west, and at your pace, you'll get there in half a day. He hesitated, then added, but whatever you do, don't go east. That's one-handed Kevin's territory. I know you're strong, but that swamp is dangerous. Some parts can swallow a manhole. Luolin nodded and signaled for Cruiser to take White away. Then he turned to Old Harry. Bring me the bandit named Morrison. Before long, another bandit Morrison was brought in, escorted by the old hunter. As soon as Morrison entered, he glanced around nervously, but Luolin's sharp gaze quickly caught his attention and made him uneasy. Where is one-handed Kevin? Luolin's question was blunt and to the point, his voice devoid of any emotion. Morrison seemed reluctant to answer, but seeing that Luolin would not back down, he finally lowered his head. He's in the southern swamp, not far from here. Morrison paused for a moment, a flicker of doubt passing through his eyes. Looking for Kevin the one-handed? He wondered silently. Are these people a bounty hunter group, led by a knight? No, their demeanor doesn't match. He kept his expression neutral as he continued. Head north, and you'll come across a rocky hill shaped like a wild boar. From there, turn east. At your pace, you'll reach a marshland by midday. That group is hiding on a dry patch in the marsh. He grew more serious as he added, but if you're planning to wipe them out, I'd advise you to think carefully. Luolin didn't respond immediately. He stood and walked over to Glenn and Cruz, quietly instructing them to keep the two bandits separated. Standing nearby, Lucius watched the young knight's every move, his eyes full of approval. He realized that Luolin was already making new arrangements even before he could offer any suggestions. This convinced him that their expedition would succeed. Silently, he prayed that the gods would watch over the night. Soon after, Luolin set out on horseback with only Old Harry for company, along with two hunting dogs, Blackie and Gray. Master Luolin, Old Harry said cautiously, keeping close. Even though their stories match, we still shouldn't trust them completely. That's exactly why we're going to check their claims, Luolin replied. Understanding why Uncle Dorne had insisted on sending Old Harry with him, the old man was steady and cautious, always reminding him to watch out for danger. Luolin continued, even with a knife at their throats, you can't always force the truth out of people. Taking a large group to investigate would waste time and could lead to other risks. Leaving them in the wooden camp keeps things safe, and we can move much quicker. You've thought it through, Old Harry agreed, though his face still showed concern. Two people traveling alone was risky. He couldn't help but wish he knew the area better. Don't worry, Roland reassured the old hunter, sensing his unease. With Gray here, nothing within 2 kilometers will escape its notice. If it weren't for this dog, I wouldn't take the risk. Before long, they spotted the rocky hill that resembled a reclining wild boar. Turning left and heading onward, their 2 horses raced swiftly without the burden of a large group. After alternating between galloping and pausing, the distant river soon came into view. Just as the bandits had said, a large group would indeed need half a day to reach this place. It made sense in an era where everything depended on physical endurance. Both people and horses needed to rest. No one could travel nonstop. What's more, marching usually involved surveying the terrain, looking for arable land, assessing soil fertility, many factors that slowed their progress. It seemed the bandits had, in fact, told the truth. Old Harry gazed at the distant river, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. He believed the plan was feasible, and Roland nodded in agreement before pulling out a piece of parchment to sketch the terrain. To prevent the 2 bandits from colluding, they were held separately for questioning. Although Roland wondered if he was being overly cautious, he couldn't risk being led into another gang's territory or a dangerous area. Once his sketch was complete, the 2 of them rode slowly along the right side of Boar Mountain. When the distant marshland finally came into view, they turned back. At least this reconnaissance made one thing clear. From here, they could only move left or forward. Regardless of whether there were bandits, the marshland on the right made passage impossible. Time was tight, so Roland immediately instructed Old Harry to prepare supplies and organize the team. As they moved forward, Roland would take Xiaohe and Xiaowei out for long-range scouting at every temporary camp. To improve efficiency, he convinced Old Harry that they should split up. The directions given by the 2 bandits proved accurate. There were no more encounters with thieves or brigands along the way. One day, as Roland returned from another scouting trip around noon, he had just taken a wooden bowl of porridge from Glenn when Old Harry came riding back in high spirits. Even before his horse had come to a stop, he jumped down, his face alight with excitement. "Master Roland, you have to come see this." Roland handed the bowl back to Glenn, swung himself onto Nightshade brought over by Cruzerand, together with Xiaohe and Xiaowei, raced after Old Harry out of the woods. They crossed a small stream and climbed a low hill. At the top, Old Harry pointed ahead, barely able to contain his excitement. "Look, an entire beech forest. And the branches are heavy with nuts. That's a rare sight, surely the blessing of the gods." Roland stared at the abundant beech forest below, deeply moved. He knew these trees had irregular fruiting cycles. Some years the branches would be laden, other years there would be nothing. But this was truly a stroke of luck. Old Harry was beside himself with joy. "This is wonderful. They'll go tell the others at camp right away." "Wait," Roland stopped him. "Let everyone eat first. We'll focus on gathering this afternoon and set up camp here tonight." With that, he rode down the hill to inspect the forest. The shorter trees could be climbed for picking, the taller ones would need long poles to knock down the nuts, and the towering 30-meter giants were simply out of reach, not worth risking anyone's safety for a few nuts. Roland tore his gaze away from the treetops, glanced at Nightshade, then looked at a medium-sized beech tree. Suddenly, he remembered Nightshade's special ability, iron hooves that shatter bone. His eyes lit up. He patted the horse's neck and leaned in to whisper in its ear. Nightshade paused for a moment, shook his head, and turned to look at the tree his master was pointing at. Then, twisting his body, he flattened his ears against his neck and let out a clear, ringing neigh. He pawed at the ground with his front hooves, sending up a spray of fallen leaves as his muscles tensed beneath his glossy coat. Nightshade glanced back at the beech tree behind him, snorted loudly, then suddenly relaxed his muscles. His hind legs shot out like springs, delivering a powerful kick that landed squarely on the trunk of the knot-thick beech. Bang! The impact reverberated up the trunk, making the whole canopy shake violently. Countless prickly nuts broke free from the branches and rained down. Instinctively, Luolin raised his arm to shield himself, while Nightshade snorted proudly, as if to announce a job well done. Nearby, Little Gray darted back and forth, nimbly dodging the falling nuts, while Little Black sat calmly under Nightshade's belly, tilting his head to watch Little Gray's frantic movements with a look of pure mockery. Incredible! Once the nuts stopped falling, Luolin turned to inspect the spot where Nightshade had kicked the tree. The bark had split open, the wood beneath shattered, and a deep crack was starting to show. Before long, a crowd arrived, drawn by the commotion. Lucius' face lit up with barely contained excitement when he saw the ground covered in beech nuts. He raised his hands and called out through the woods, "The gods have blessed us. This must be a miracle. The gods have sent a gift to our knight Luolin." Luolin smiled faintly. He knew that if Lucius kept this up, it was still uncertain whether he could become a priest under Uncle Don, but within Luolin's own domain, Lucius would certainly make an excellent clergyman. Remember, Old Harry addressed the assembled slaves sternly. Master Luolin has ordered that no one is to climb the big trees. Don't climb too high on the smaller ones, either mainly use long poles to knock down the nuts. Don't hurt yourselves, or anyone else. How much you gather will directly affect whether you have enough to eat. Just then, Caruser led over a bandit named White to Nightshade's side, and reported to Luolin, Master, this guy says he has something important to tell you, but I think he's just trying to get out of work. Seated on his horse, Luolin turned to look at the bandit White, and signaled for him to speak. Noble knight, you have to believe me, White said, his eyes darting nervously, his posture hunched as if terrified. It only came back to me when I reached these woods. There's a monster nearby. A truly terrifying monster. Smack. Caruser, disgusted by such wicked lies, slapped White on the head. You wretch, how dare you try to scare our knight with tales of monsters? Enough. Luolin stopped Caruser from raising his hand again. It was normal for his new follower not to know about the existence of monsters, but Luolin understood the implications. He turned to the bandit and asked, how can you be sure? Your follower is really heavy-handed, White muttered, then looked up and pointed his bound hands toward the depths of the woods. Last winter, my companions and I hunted through these woods. When we didn't catch anything, we thought we'd try fishing through a hole in the ice. Then we spotted a fat elk and readied our bows to shoot it. But you wouldn't believe a pitch-black monster appeared on a rise by the riverbank. The elk must have been scared out of its mind and ran onto the ice, slipped and fell on its back, and the monster pounced and bit its neck. They'll never forget how terrifying that thing looked. It does sound terrifying. Luolin recalled his own encounter with the monster wolf and felt a chill run down his spine. He continued, you said there's a river through the woods? And a high bank by the riverside? Yes, White nodded quickly. That's exactly what I said. What else is around the riverbank? Luolin turned his horse to face the bandit. Is it flat and open? There's nothing else. White shook his head, then corrected himself. Well, not nothing. There's a lot of nettles in the summer. Really good for stopping bleeding. A rise, a river, open ground, and nettles. Luolin tightened his grip on the reins and, after a moment's thought, called Old Harry over, then led White deeper into the woods, preparing to check the area himself. Where nettles grow, the soil is usually fertile. Sir Knight, I really don't think you need to go see it yourself. As White the bandit spoke, his face was etched with worry. He had hoped that by acting eager and cooperative, the young knight might loosen the ropes that bound him so tightly. But the knight's growing interest at the mention of a monster only made White more uneasy. It's huge and terrifying, White whispered. I saw it once, and had nightmares for 3 days straight. Old Harry, still on horseback, looked down at the stumbling bandit with amusement. Is the monster you're talking about like this? He gestured with his hands in the air. Does it look like a wolf, with strong forelegs? Yes, that's right. White turned around in surprise, nearly tripping over a fallen branch. Exactly like you said. How do you know? Have you seen it too? Old Harry glanced at the knight beside him, and after getting a nod of approval, pulled a leather cord from under his collar. Hanging from it were 3 teeth, each as thick as a pinky finger. He dangled them proudly in front of White. The knight and I have hunted 5 of those monsters you mentioned. 5. White stared at the menacing teeth, stumbling a bit. Though he remained skeptical, the sheer size of the teeth was beyond any ordinary beast. Still, he insisted, maybe you killed a different kind. The one I saw had even bigger, longer teeth than those. Watch your step, Roland said coldly. White replied, and as he turned, he walked straight into a beech tree. Ow, ow, he yelped, groaning in pain. Sir Knight, I'm so dizzy I might not be able to lead the way, but for you we'll try. At that, Old Harry sheathed his sword with satisfaction. Roland signaled to his horse, Ash, telling it to stay alert for any sign of wild beasts. The warhorse was well trained and never mistook a hare for a predator. It's just up ahead. After a while, White pointed forward with his bound hands. Pressed against a thick beech tree, he cautiously peered around. Roland noticed the change in the bandit's expression. The genuine fear was hard to fake. Still, Ash showed no sign of alarm, suggesting there were no large predators within a couple of kilometers. They emerged from the woods into a wide, open area overgrown with wild grass. The chill of late autumn had left the plants yellowed and withered. In the distance, a river curved gracefully through the land, its banks dotted with a few crooked willows whose branches drooped lazily toward the water. Downstream, the river widened into a small lake. At its narrowest, the river was about 30 meters across. At its widest, nearly 50 sizable for a mid-sized river. My goodness! Old Harry suddenly exclaimed, his finger trembling as he pointed toward the distant hillside across the river. Master Luolin, look at those Dahirian larches. This time of year, their needles turn a brilliant gold, as if the hillside is covered in treasure. It's truly a gift from the gods. Luolin followed Old Harry's gaze. His eyes swept over the calm river, across the open ground along the bank, and then up the gentle slope covered in dry grass. The incline rose gradually, dotted with clusters of hornbeam. Finally, his attention settled on the highest part of the slope, where a striking patch of gold stood out, several Dahurian larches growing among other conifers and broadleaf trees. As an experienced carpenter, Luolin understood exactly why old Harry was so excited. Dahurian larch not only grows tall and straight, but is also prized for its strength, durability, and fine grain, making it an exceptional choice for building houses and crafting furniture. Magnificent. Even Caruser, who was supposed to be watching the thieves at the forest's edge, couldn't help but be drawn to the golden hue. If only that was real gold, muttered White, the thief hiding behind a tree. He was immediately rewarded with a sharp slap from Caruser. It wasn't just out of disdain for the thief. Caruser was also annoyed that White had spoiled his fond memories of the towering larch in his own backyard. Suddenly, old Harry swung off his horse and nimbly jumped into the dry grass by the riverbank. He crouched low, carefully extracting a cluster of yellow-green plants with his knife. Nettles, he called out, then dug up another. And plantain. Luolin dismounted at once to take a closer look. He examined the dark soil clinging to the roots, his eyes growing brighter the deeper the soil, the more fertile it tended to be. Old Harry, brimming with excitement, darted back and forth across the open ground, pointing at the abundance of nettles and plantains. Master Luolin, they're everywhere. Where you find these plants, the land is always rich and fertile. The two dogs seemed to share in their master's delight, bounding playfully across the clearing, sometimes diving into the grass, sometimes poking their heads out. Luolin did his best to contain his excitement, knowing a more thorough survey was still needed. I get it now, White remarked thoughtfully to Caruser, watching the two men examining the nettles. You're actually herbalists, aren't you? And that knight is just a hired guard? Keep talking and you'll regret it, Caruser warned, glaring at him. Caruser, keep an eye on him, Luolin called back, then swung himself onto Nightshade. With the two dogs and old Harry, he continued upstream along the river, pressing on with their exploration. Because there was no bridge, the only way to see what lay beyond the hillside was to follow the river upstream. The water flowed gently as the two of them walked slowly along the bank, until they finally found the best vantage point at a bend in the river. Before them stretched another vast, gently sloping hillside, mirroring the one they had seen earlier. Where the two slopes met, they formed a natural plateau. Looking around, they saw the base of the slope was surrounded by low hornbeams and thickets, but the most pleasing sight was that the ground along the river remained open and clear. Luolin turned to old Harry, his expression thoughtful. When he saw the look of anticipation in Harry's eyes, he announced with conviction, "This is the place." Uh-huh. Old Harry let out a hearty laugh, as if a great weight had finally been lifted from his shoulders. The days of wandering, dodging danger, and searching for a new place to settle could finally come to an end. This was not just the end of their journey. It meant he had completed half of Lord Dorne's mission. All that remained was to help this knight put down roots here and keep him safe until spring arrived. With this in mind, old Harry immediately mounted his horse and rode through the woods back to the group, ready to give new orders. Soon, Lucius emerged from the trees and stood at the river's edge, gazing at the golden land before him. He raised his hands to the sky and shouted excitedly, "This is truly a land blessed by the gods." But Wyatt, the bandit crouched at the edge of the woods, frowned in disbelief. To him, it was unthinkable that anyone would choose this spot to settle. In his experience, if you wanted to stake a claim in unclaimed lands, you would either pick a spot halfway up a hillside, preferably a steep one, or find a place with rolling terrain, surrounded by tall trees, and ideally bordered by a marsh for extra protection. The thought made Wyatt smirk. If these people were planning to become bandits, they were by far the most clueless group he had ever seen. The bird's-eye view of the settlement will be updated with more buildings in the future. So, this is the place you said had monsters? Kuruz glared at the bandit, gesturing around him. Where are the monsters? The bandit, White, stared upstream, his gaze stretching into the distance as if trying to recall something. He blinked. Maybe I remember last year, there wasn't a lake here. Did I get the wrong place? Despite his words, he couldn't admit he was mistaken. He glanced at Lucius, who was cheering nearby, then quickly made up an excuse. Maybe they're just not here anymore. They could have moved somewhere else. Like that kind man said, this place is a gift from the gods, isn't it? After speaking, his eyes wandered back to the far riverbank. Rolling remained cautious as he walked steadily along the riverbank with old Harry. Whenever they passed a tree near the shore, they would stop and examine it carefully. Although the water was ideal for irrigation, he knew the water level during the rainy season was crucial. He had to understand the floodline here. He could judge it by the watermarks on the trees or by the debris, twigs, and weeds trapped around the roots. These materials, washed down from upstream and caught at the base of the trees, offered valuable clues. Without modern methods, they had to rely on accumulated experience. There wasn't just one way to make these judgments, there were many. Each method was backed by countless trials and observations. Master Rolling, look here, old Harry said as he crouched down, brushing aside the weeds to reveal a stone beneath. He pointed to a dark brown ring-shaped stain. This is water rust. Looks like this is where the water reaches during the rainy season. He stood up and continued walking. Let's go a bit further. Rolling followed closely, observing everything around him. Whether it was the soil, the trees, or these subtle hydrological clues, he didn't dare be careless. If they chose the wrong spot, the newly cultivated land could be flooded when the rains came, a total disaster. They moved forward at a steady pace. After a while, Rolling's eyes caught movement. A sudden shadow darted out from the grass. Wings flapped, skimming the tops of the grass, and a harsh, rattling call pierced the silence. Soon, several more dark shapes burst from the grass, flying toward the river. Damn! Old Harry, a seasoned hunter, was used to wild animals, but the sudden commotion still made him tense up. The dogs, startled, crouched low and barked furiously at the birds, as if venting their frustration. When they finally saw the birds settle on the water, old Harry turned to the young knight, who was also a bit startled, and spoke in a calmer tone. Master Rolling, those are moorhens. They're probably residents here. If we find their nests, we'll know where the water reaches during the rainy season. Rolling nodded and called softly, Xiaohui. He gave his dog a look. Xiaohui immediately understood, sniffing the air as he moved ahead. Just as old Harry had said, these birds usually build their nests at the water's edge, choosing spots just out of reach of the summer floods. Finding their nests would give a good estimate of this year's high water mark. Rolling understood that combining clues from both living creatures and inanimate objects gave the most accurate picture. Trees and stones told the land's history, while the birds reflected nature's changes. By comparing both, they could predict the water levels more reliably. Xiaohui, find it. Rolling ordered softly. The dog responded right away, bounding ahead through the grass. Soon, he stopped and looked back at his master, as if to say, this is the spot. Lord Luolin had just arrived at Xiaohui's location when he saw old Harry parting the tall grass to reveal a waterfowl's nest. After a careful inspection, Luolin turned to survey the riverbank behind them. Upon thorough evaluation, they determined that the highest summer water level would extend roughly 20 meters out from the river's edge. To be safe, they decided to clear land for farming 60 meters from the riverbank, leaving a 40-meter buffer zone. However, their most pressing concern was how to cross the river. They were currently at the outer curve of the river bend, while the opposite bank sloped inward. Without hesitation, old Harry took off his trousers and, holding a long pole, waded into the water to probe the depth. When the water reached his thighs, he stopped and continued to test the depth with the pole. It's already as deep as a man here. Old Harry called back to Luolin on the shore. It'll only get deeper in the middle. There's no way we can cross on foot. Someone will have to swim across, tie a rope to trees on both banks, and then we can use a raft to ferry people over. People can hold onto the rope and slowly bring supplies across. As he returned to the shore to put his trousers back on, old Harry looked at the two horses with a worried expression. The horses and mules will be a real problem, he said. Luolin glanced at his own steed, Nightshade, and nodded in agreement. You're right. It's one thing for people to stand on a raft, but horses and mules will panic at the slightest wobble. The risk is just too high. Although the copper-bound book had gifted his warhorse with the trait of fearlessness that mainly applied to wild animals and sudden frights. If a horse or mule drowned, it would be a huge loss. Lord Luolin, old Harry said as he tied his trousers, studying the river, for safety's sake, we'd better check upstream and downstream. Maybe we'll find a better solution. None of these animals have been trained to swim. Luolin immediately mounted his horse and tightened the reins, looking downstream. Good idea. You check upstream. I'll head downstream. Make sure to be back before the sun sets behind those woods. If you run into danger, pull back immediately. Don't take any risks. After old Harry rode off upstream, Luolin set out downstream with his two dogs. As he passed the edge of the woods, he instructed Lucius, who was still marveling at the scenery, you're in charge of the camp and gathering for now. He then told Cruiser, take the bandit White with you to gather beech nuts. We don't need him here at the moment. Before long, Luolin reached a small lake. The widest part was about 200 meters across, but something seemed off. Although the terrain here wasn't much lower than the upstream riverbank, the lake water had already seeped into the dry grassland, and the further he went, the stranger things became. The water had spread into the surrounding low shrubs, which was unusual for a permanent lake. These terrestrial shrubs shouldn't be able to survive underwater. Suddenly, the sight ahead made Luolin pull his horse up short. A cluster of conical tree stumps appeared on the ground before him. Looking farther into the distance, the stumps stretched deep into the woods. This sight made Luolin dismount and walk over to a few of the tree stumps for a closer look. The marks on the stumps weren't from an axe, but looked more like they had been gnawed by some kind of animal. Luolin's mind raced. Could it be? He quickly mounted his horse again and continued forward with his two dogs. At last, in the distance across the lake, he spotted a dam made of trees and mud. The truth became clear. This lake may have existed before, but never on such a grand scale. Its current size was obviously the work of nature's master dam builders, beavers. The dam was their home, and their labor had blocked the flow of water, slowing it down and allowing the lake to expand, flooding the nearby forest and turning it into a vast wetland. Behind the dam, the water was either sluggish or completely stilled. Luolin rode closer, stopping to confirm his suspicions. The water behind the dam moved slowly, the river narrowed, and muddy banks were exposed on both sides. This dam was clearly new. For now, it was easy enough to cross the shallow water on foot. Luolin couldn't help but marvel. Had been thinking about chopping trees and building a raft across the river, but the beaver's home had solved the problem for him. By now, the sun was setting. Old Harry stood by the shore, overseeing as everyone waded across. Moments ago, they'd considered swimming, tying ropes, or building a raft, but after seeing the dam, he couldn't help but laugh. Lucius walked over for a closer look and, in his usual theological way, said, "Sir Luolin, this dam, like that beech forest, is a gift from the gods." Luolin glanced at the sky, then at the distant hillside, and ordered, "We'll make camp tonight on that high ground. And remember, no one is to harm the beavers here. I have plans for them." "Yes, sir," Old Harry replied, bowing his head before crossing the river with the rest of the group. Still, he wondered to himself, what use could beavers have? Their tails, at least, were quite tasty. Luolin turned back to Lucius and, smiling, reminded him, "Lucius, even during your fasting period, you can't eat them." In this world, the church held fasting periods during which clergy couldn't eat meat, but fish was allowed. Over time, to avoid monotony, the rules had expanded so that all aquatic animals counted as fish, making beaver tails a legitimate fasting food. Luolin pointed to the river. "There are real fish there." "As you wish," Lucius nodded, though he wasn't sure what Luolin intended to do with the beavers. One thing was certain, there would be no delicious beaver tails on the menu for now. Before long, they had set up a temporary camp in the cold larch forest atop the hill. Luolin didn't stop to rest. Instead, he continued up the slope until he reached the summit. From there, he looked down at the land beyond the Rivera broad, flat expanse covered with low shrubs and tangled grass. Staring out at the landscape, all of Luolin's doubts faded away. The terrain was more than suitable. Even if it couldn't become the next Hanji city, it could certainly support a thriving town. Such a prime location, yet no bandits had claimed it as a base. On reflection, the requirements for a bandit hideout and those for a town were quite different. Different purposes meant different ways of life. Suddenly, Little Gray ran up to Luolin, alert and growling low. Luolin dropped his hand, and Little Gray licked his hand, and then his pinky finger, glancing forward with suspicion. "Not one of our people alone." Figure approaching. "Woof." Little Gray licked Luolin's palm again, as if confirming his suspicion. "Absolutely right," Luolin murmured, his gaze sharpening as a faint sense of unease crept into his heart. Ao raised his head and gazed into his master's eyes, a sudden flicker of understanding passing through them. He turned and looked toward the north, where a faint, low howl could be heard in the distance. The north. Roland remembered that when he had surveyed the area earlier, that side was an open field, broken only by sparse shrubs and tall grass. Without sense of smell reaching up to 2 kilometers, if someone really was approaching on horseback, they'd be moving fast enough to appear in sight at any moment. Roland quickly returned to camp. Just as he stepped into the circle of firelight, Old Harry hurried up to him. "Master Roland, I was just about to look for you. The sentries say they spotted a figure in the distance, coming this way, and it looks like they're on horseback." "On horseback?" Roland mused, his mind racing. No wonder the sentries noticed so quickly. The sun was already slipping toward the ridge, about to disappear into the shadows of the forest. Old Harry pointed to the sky, brow furrowed, eyes never leaving the blurry silhouette on the horizon. "Riding alone out here takes guts," he muttered, voice low and tense. "Something about this doesn't feel right. Should we intercept them and find out what's going on?" "No need for now," Roland replied calmly, shaking his head. "Whoever it is, there's no sense in giving away our position or identity. We've just picked this spot, and the defenses aren't even set up yet. It's best to avoid contact with outsiders for now. No need to invite trouble." Old Harry nodded, clearly agreeing with Roland's caution. After a moment's thought, he turned to the others and gave a quiet order. "Keep the fires low. Stay inconspicuous." Roland glanced at Old Harry, feeling a sense of relief at the hunter's careful approach. But it wasn't enough. Quietly added, "If that person stumbles upon us by accident, just stick to the usual story. We're traveling merchants." He made sure to look at each of his companions. "Remember?" They all nodded, understanding without needing further explanation. Roland kept thinking. Old Harry was right. Someone riding alone through the wilderness was bold enough to make anyone suspicious. He decided to double-check their surroundings and make sure everything was ready for any eventuality. Turning to Caruser, he ordered, "Bring the bandit over. I want to question him." Caruser walked over to the tree where White was sitting with a few Pindra slave women. His hands were tied, and he was using a stone to crack open beech nuts, dropping the shells on the ground and tossing the kernels into a sack. White looked up, his grin undiminished as he reminisced. "I once killed a bear," he said, his mouth curving with pride. "I strangled it with this very arm." He raised his arm with a touch of swagger. "Now you know why I'm tied up, right? They're afraid he'll lose control." He laughed. "I know you don't believe me. Go on, Feel it, see for yourself how strong it is. Just then, Cruiser smacked White on the head. Master Roland wants to see you. White tried to rub his head, but with his hands bound, he couldn't reach the sore spot. He gave a wry smile and gave up, bowing his head respectfully. Honorable knight, whatever you want to know, I'll answer truthfully. I promise. There was a hint of mockery in his eyes. The last questions were too easy, no challenge at all. Are there any other bandits or outlaws nearby? Roland asked quietly, his gaze cold. White shook his head immediately. No. White replied without hesitation, there's nowhere good to hide around here. Those bandits wouldn't set up camp nearby. Honestly, I wanted to remind you today, if you want to settle down in the wilderness, you need someplace remote, ideally with mountains and rough roads. Roland waved a hand, signaling Cruiser to toss White back to his work. He paid no further attention to the bandits' talk about a good place to settle. That idea meant nothing to him. At that moment, Little Gray, who had been crouching nearby, slipped through the crowd and nuzzled up to Roland, licking the back of his hand and then his thumb. That was their secret sign from training danger, a beast nearby. A beast? Before he finished speaking, a guard came running over, gasping for breath and pointing frantically toward the north side of the slope. I think I know why that man was riding so fast. He'll be at the bottom of the hill soon. But that's not the point, something's chasing him. There's a monster right behind him. A monster? Old Harry's eyes narrowed and he shot to his feet, instantly alert, but still skeptical and stern. Just one monster? Why the panic? Lead the way. Roland nodded, understanding Harry's strictness. The sentry had panicked too easily, which could spread fear among the group. Out here, the last thing they needed was for panic to catch on. But now wasn't the time to dwell on it. At Harry's order, everyone readied themselves, grabbing swords, bows, spears, and shields, and moved toward the edge of the slope. They took cover behind the large trees, holding their breath as they peered out onto the clearing. In the silent wilderness, the sound of hooves was still clear even as the rider drew closer. Soon, the man came into view, his horse galloping at full speed, both of them breathing hard. What kind of monster is that? Looks a lot like the ones we killed the other night. No, it's different. This one's bigger. Almost the size of that horse. Weapons gripped tightly. Everyone's attention shifted from the fleeing rider to the pursuing beast. Roland's brow furrowed in thought as he took a closer look. As the others had said, this creature was different from the 5 frost wolves they'd fought before. It was even larger than those they'd found in the cave, and its build was more like a true direwolfugly, savage, almost like a filthy orc's mount. A sense of foreboding settled over Roland. This was no minor threat. If they really wanted to settle here, this monster had to be dealt with. The camp couldn't always stay together. People would need to go out to gather and hunt. As long as this beast was around, anyone leaving camp was at risk. It had to be eliminated, otherwise it would be an endless danger. Master Roland, old Harry quickly moved to his side, speaking in a low voice. Should we help that poor man? Lucius turned as well, looking to Roland. This is the perfect chance to show our chivalry. ITLL earned everyone's trust. Of course we help, Roland replied, scanning the terrain below and glancing toward the river. He already had a plan. If we're going to act, it needs to be foolproof. Harry, any advice? Old Harry smiled slightly and nodded. Best leave this kind of work to the professionals. Soon, everyone was ready. As the rider and the monster drew closer, those on the slope could finally make out the creature. That's it. White, hiding behind a tree, pointed at the charging beast, his eyes wide with fear. That's the one. I told you it was nearby, it's terrifying. Cruiser snorted and shot White a look. Go choke that monster to death, and I guarantee Master Roland will set you free. God help me. White pressed himself against the tree, glancing back at his mockers, sweat beading on his forehead. Listen, kid, let me tell you, no one can choke a monster like that. That's just common sense. Bjorn squeezed his legs around the horse's flanks, pressing his boots firmly into the stirrups. He released one hand from the reins and patted the horse's neck. Easy, boy. Hold steady. With that, he let go of the reins entirely, reached to his side for his hunting bow, and knocked an arrow in one swift motion. Twisting sharply in the saddle, he drew the bow and took aim at the monster that had been relentlessly pursuing him through countless woods and low hills. The horse's gallop made the bow shake, but Bjorn steadied his breath, held it, and let the arrow fly. The arrow whistled through the air, striking the bulging muscle of the creature's left foreleg. It pierced the flesh, but barely sank deeper than the skin and did little real damage. The monster roared, unfazed by the minor wound, and charged on, bellowing as it closed the distance. Damn it, Bjorn cursed, slinging his bow back and grabbing the reins. When he looked ahead, his already furrowed brow tightened even more. There was a river just up ahead, blocking his path. He knew there was no hope in running any further. But despite this, his rugged face, chin adorned with a tuft of golden beard, showed no trace of fear. Instead, he looked up at the sky and smiled resolutely. Looks like today's the day I enter the Hall of the Gods. Bjorn yanked the reins, turning his horse to face the monster heathen. Only those who meet death bravely are worthy of entering the temple of the god of war. Hey, over here. Suddenly, a shout came from his left. Bjorn turned to see a young man in leather armor waving at him from the edge of the trees below the slope. This way. Run over here. He couldn't make out the exact words, but the gesture was clear enough. Bjorn glanced back at the monster, its mouth full of fangs, thick drool flying as it ran, and made up his mind. Today is not the day for the haul. With his decision made, Bjorn quickly wheeled his horse and charged toward the youth. The monster behind him tore through the dry grass, changing direction to give chase, its eyes burning with hunger and rage. A flurry of whistling sounds came from the slope to his left. Bjorn looked up to see a group of people emerging from the woods, bows drawn, arrows aimed right at the monster behind him. A moment later, the dull thuds of arrows sinking into flesh echoed through the air. Bjorn glanced back and saw 3 or 4 arrows lodged in the creature's left side. It dawned on him the youth had been directing him to lure the monster to the edge of the slope, right into the archer's line of fire. He realized, with a surge of relief, that the gates of the God's Hall would remain closed to him today. The monster, suddenly beset by arrows, skidded to a halt with a low growl, abandoning its pursuit of Bjorn and turning its attention to the archers above. Another volley of arrows rained down, striking its limbs and back. The creature's thick hide and powerful muscles absorbed much of the impact, and even an arrow to its head only lodged in the skull without piercing through. With a furious roar, the monster turned and fled. More arrows flew, a few finding their mark in its right side, but even these weren't enough to bring down its massive form. It kept running. We can't let it escape, Bjorn thought, certain that they had to stop the monster before it got away. If we can't kill it today, it will keep hurting people in the future. Bjorn watched helplessly as the monster bit off his companion's head before the poor man even had a chance to show any bravery. He knew what that meant. His friend's soul would never ascend to the sacred hall, doomed instead to wander forever as a lost ghost. Just as despair was about to set in, Bjorn spotted a horse as black as midnight charging down from the forested hillside. On its back sat a young man clad in chainmail, spear in hand, his expression focused and calm. Beside the black steed, a gray pack horse followed closely, and a pack of a dozen hounds howled as they began to cut off the monster's escape. Suddenly, Bjorn understood the boy from earlier had lured the monster into the archer's range on purpose. These people had already anticipated that they might not be able to kill the creature outright, so they'd arranged this careful ambush and blockade. The level of planning was astonishing. The hounds had now surrounded the monster, but all kept a safe distance, ready to retreat if needed. One black dog, its frame thick but so thin it looked half-starved, stood its ground, barking furiously at the monster. It showed no fear, baring its teeth, clearly ready to leap in at any moment. If its master hadn't called it back, Bjorn was certain the dog would have attacked the beast without hesitation. The ferocity and fearlessness in its eyes were unmistakably real. Witnessing this, Bjorn felt a wave of shame when faced with death. Even a dog had more courage than he did. He quickly tightened his reins, preparing to join the fight. At that moment, the monster suddenly lunged at the black horse. The horse let out a shrill whinny, rearing as if startled, turning its back to the beast, as if to flee. Bjorn's heart sank, worried the young man's horses would panic and fall into danger. He spurred his own mount, rushing to help. But what happened next left him speechless. The monster, jaws gaping and fangs gleaming, launched itself at the black horse. But rather than fleeing, the horse stopped short. Its muscles tensed like coiled springs, and in the next instant, its hind legs shot up like a leaping fish, iron hooves smashing down with perfect aim onto the monster's open jaw. A heavy thud, then the sharp crack of breaking bone. The monster's jaw snapped shut from the impact, caving in and going slack. Its massive head was knocked upward by the force, throwing its body off balance as it stumbled on all fours. In that split second, the plain-looking gray pack horse, as if anticipating its moment, pivoted from the side and kicked out with its hind legs, landing a powerful blow on the left side of the monster's head. Another sickening crunch. The beast's head twisted and warped under the impact, its mouth and eyes skewed, one ear torn. At the same time, the young man in chainmail wheeled his horse, tightened the reins, and gave a sharp command. The black horse reared up, then brought its front hooves crashing down onto the monster's spine. Another shuddering crack. Beneath the pounding hooves, muscle tore and bone shattered. The monster, already reeling from the kicks, collapsed, unable to fight back. But the two warhorses didn't let up. Again and again, they stomped the fallen creature with relentless force. 5 times, 10 times the monster's once mighty body was reduced to a broken, shapeless heap under their iron hooves. There was nothing left unbroken beneath the crushing hooves of the warhorses. Bjorn felt a chill run through him. The young man swung down from his horse, drew his sword, and drove it without hesitation into the monster's neck, making sure it was dead and its soul sent to the earth god's embrace. Bjorn reined in his horse nearby, staring at the young man in shock. He wanted to dismount and express his gratitude, but the pack of hounds had already formed a protective ring around their master, watching Bjorn with fierce, wary eyes. "Easy," said Luolin, giving a brief command to the dogs. He turned to look at the stranger on horseback, a short-haired man in beast-hide armor, with a neatly braided tuft of golden beard at his chin. The man slid off his horse, walking over as he pulled off his right glove. He spat into his palm, then offered his hand to Luolin. Luolin hesitated. The dogs immediately bared their teeth at the stranger, ready to attack at the slightest sign. Old Harry, huffing and puffing as he caught up, quickly explained to the young knight, "Sir Luolin, this is a mountain clan gesture of thanks. You can be as formal as you like." "Oh." Luolin spat generously into his own palm and grasped the man's hand. "How's that for formal?" Rolling's knowledge of the mountain clans was limited to the fact that they were Nords who had retreated deep into the mountains after the Loi people landed. Those Nords who chose to submit to the Loi had become new citizens, and, over the years, they had long forgotten the traditions of their ancestors. Clasping each other's salivaslicked hands, this was one of those ancient traditions. The longer the handshake, the greater the respect shown. Out of the corner of his eye, Rolling glanced at the sky. The sun had completely dipped below the distant woods, and dusk had settled over the land. Judging by how the other man showed no intention of letting go, this mountain clansman clearly held him in high regard. "My friend, our hands are already dry," Rolling said, feeling the stickiness on his palm. The tall Nord, Bjorn, continued to gaze intently at this young man, who was even more handsome than himself, making no move to release his grip. "I am the son of Thor Eriksson, spear of the war god," he said, his voice as solid as mountain rock, and the next to inherit the title Bjorn Eriksson. "You may call me Bjor. Only my father, mother, and sister call me that. You are the first outsider granted this privilege. Consider yourself honored." Old Harry was right, Rolling thought. The mountain clans folk are straightforward, and their language is just as direct. Understandable. Although the mountain clans were Nords, their language closely resembled that of the Loi, which had always puzzled Rolling. In his previous life, even tiny neighboring countries had distinct languages, yet the Loi and Nordstwo peoples separated by the sea shared so much in common. It was remarkable. Even stranger, the barbarians of Frostland spoke a completely different tongue. No wonder both the Loi and the Nords had little to do with the barbarians. They seemed like outsiders, even in language. Sometimes, Rolling suspected the barbarians didn't truly belong to this continent at all. A title like Spear of the War God belonged only to the clan chief. Clearly, the man before him was the chief's Sona perfect opportunity to forge a connection with the mountain clans. The art of strategy always comes before force. Generations of wisdom had proven that. Rolling, of the Black Wolf Plains, Dorn Fief. Rolling looked up at the tall young Nord, whose full beard made him appear older than he was, and let a small smile play at his lips. "You may call me Rolling. That's an honor as well. Others around here have to use Master Rolling. Thank you for lending a hand and saving my life." At last, Bjorn released his grip and strode over to his sturdy warhorse. He pulled a bulging wineskin from the leather straps hanging by the saddle, then returned to Rolling, uncorking it as he drew a sharp dagger from his belt. The guards around them tensed instantly, fingers tightening on their weapons as they moved closer to their master. The hunting dogs pressed against Rolling's side, baring their fangs. Xiaohei quickly positioned itself in front of Rolling, fixing a steady gaze on the stranger with the knife, the blade's cold glint reflected in its eyes. Its muscles were taut, ready to spring the moment the stranger made a threatening move. It would tear him apart without hesitation. Of everyone present, only Old Harry had some understanding of the mountain clan's customs, though he wasn't entirely sure of his guess. If what he thought was about to happen truly did, it would be an exceptionally good sign. He leaned in and quietly reminded the knight, "Lord Luolin, this might actually be a good thing." Luolin looked puzzled, but he chose to trust Old Harry. He glanced around, signaling to those nearby to stay calm, then reached out and gently stroked Xiaohei's head, letting the little black dog know it was safe. Suddenly, Bjorn tightened his grip on the dagger in his right hand and, without warning, sliced open the thumb of his left hand. Blood welled up instantly. He held his finger over the mouth of the wineskin, letting a few drops of fresh blood fall inside. Those around them, who had been gripping their weapons tightly, immediately relaxed. Their faces showed confusion as they tried to guess what would happen next. Bjorn stopped the bleeding and quickly handed the wineskin to Luolin. "You may be from Luai, but you saved my life. I owe you a debt. I swear, if your life is ever in danger, I will save you, to repay what I owe. Please, respect the fairness I believe in." As soon as he finished, everyone understood this was a gesture of brotherhood and loyalty. Standing to the side, Old Harry quietly reminded, "Lord Luolin, if you accept the oath, you'll need to cut your finger and add your blood to the wineskin as well." Luolin paused, then realized this was a tradition. He didn't hesitate for long. Drawing his dagger, he quickly made a cut on his left thumb. As his blood dripped into the wineskin, he pressed the wound with his forefinger to make it bleed faster. Bjorn took back the wineskin and drank deeply, satisfaction written all over his face. He handed the rest of the wine to Luolin. Without hesitating, Luolin tipped the wineskin back and drank. The taste filled his mouth, a rough mountain brew, sharply astringent, with hints of fruit and herbs, and an aftertaste of rawness and unevenly fermented dregs. The first few gulps were bearable, but as the flavors layered, the last mouthfuls became nearly impossible to swallow. Still, he endured, and when had finished, he handed the wineskin back. Bjorn stared at him in surprise. You only needed to take one sip, you didn't have to finish it all. Luolin smiled, the corners of his mouth curling. Like you, I respect and uphold fairness. Bjorn had thought this knight was just a fool who didn't understand traditions, but after hearing those words, his expression changed subtly. He realized that only someone who truly valued fairness would say such a thing. This man before him was clearly someone willing to live by his values, just like himself. It was as if a spear, long buried underground, had finally been recognized for its sharpness. Bjorn reached out his right hand again, his eyes shining with sincerity. I like you. I'd be honored to call you my friend. Luolin spat into his palm, clapped his hands together, and grasped Bjorn's hand firmly. Bjorn paused, slightly confused. You don't need to go that far to be friends. For the best of friends, it's only right. Luolin shrugged, easing the awkwardness. True respect is the foundation of real friendship. Bjorn nodded. He knew there wasn't really a tradition like this, but he felt Luolin's words made sense. Only a fool would say otherwise. So, he followed suit, doing the same. Standing off to the side, old Harry's eyes glinted with satisfaction. He believed this was indeed a good thing. Meanwhile, Lucius watched the young knight from afar, his gaze and thoughts quietly shifting once again. He was certain that this knight was destined for extraordinary things. Everyone's attention returned to the creature. Bjorn couldn't hold back and began recounting his ordeal. My clansmen and I were heading down the mountain to the market when we encountered this beast. It tore the heads off my people. I wanted to fight it to the death, but my horse panicked and bolted uncontrollably. It took a long run before I could regain control. I swear, my horse is well trained, but it had never seen anything like that before, which is why it was so terrified. Because of that, I couldn't show the courage I should have. Rolling nodded. Maybe it was this very creature that led you here, so we could become friends. Bjorn looked surprised for a moment, then broke into a smile. You're right, my friend. Rolling went on. As for horses, when I visited the horse market in Coldridge City with Uncle Dorn, he told me that horses are extremely sensitive animals. Even with training, unfamiliar beasts, smells, or sounds can easily frighten them. Lucius watched the young knight thoughtfully, silently admiring the tact in his words. New, bolder ideas began to form in his mind. Master Rolling, old Harry said, pointing to the creature on the ground. I believe that the deformed wolf cub we found in the cave was likely the offspring of this beast, or something very much like it. It's a reasonable guess. Rolling nodded and explained to the curious Bjorn, we once discovered some ice wolves and managed to hunt 5 of them down. They're probably extinct now. Bjorn was astonished. Stroking his beard, he thought for a moment and said firmly, neither I nor my people have ever seen an ice wolf. We always believed they'd died out long ago. But this ugly creature there's no record of anything like it in our ancient tales. Maybe it's a mutated ice wolf. That's certainly possible, Rolling replied. But whatever it is, it's nothing to worry about. As Uncle Dorn always says, no matter what it is, it can't truly threaten us. Just look at this wolf, crushed under iron hoofs. That's proof enough. Our most urgent task now is to develop new territory. As long as we stay alert, there shouldn't be any real trouble. Rolling lowered his head in thought. While that was what he told himself, he couldn't help but see things from a new perspective. The appearance of this creature might not be such a bad thing. It sent a clear message to the slaves and bandits. The price of escape is going up. Everyone saw what happened in the fight. Just now facing this kind of monster alone only leads to one end. Returning to the embrace of the earth god. Bjorn turned to his new friend and gestured toward the darkening night. My friend, there's no way he'll make it home tonight. Looks like he'll have to spend the night here with you. And he'll be having some of your food. But don't worry, I won't eat too much, just enough to fill my belly. I'm sure you won't turn me away? Of course not, Rolling replied with a smile. As your friend, I should be honest, food isn't exactly plentiful here. You might not have much to choose from, but I promise you'll get enough to eat. Bjorn paused, then grinned. Life isn't easy for you either, is it? He looked at Rolling with genuine admiration. Compared to the smooth-talking merchants from the Loy Trading Company, he much preferred a friend like this, straightforward and sincere. Don't worry, I'm not picky about what you have. That's great. Rolling laughed, leading him up the slope. Night had fallen. Lucius Hippo lifted his oak mug, filled to the brim with ale, the orange glow of the campfire flickering across his face. The duty he was about to fulfill mattered not only now, but was tied closely to the future, or perhaps it was entirely for the sake of what lay ahead. He walked over to Sir Luolin and lowered his voice. Sir Luolin, I am not only tasked with teaching you the ways and knowledge of knighthood, but also with reminding you that, at times, certain things must be done. Normally, you wouldn't need to speak much with these people, but out here in the wild, as we set out to claim new land, they need encouragement, something to lift their spirits. Luolin nodded, understanding flashing in his eyes. I will, he replied. He knew exactly what Lucius' mentrallying words were crucial. Lucius raised his mug, letting his gaze sweep over every face illuminated by the firelight. His voice was strong and warm as he called out, "Everyone! Everyone!" Gradually, the crowd quieted down. "I see the joy on your faces, blessings from the gods, and the protection of Sir Luolin, who has led us to this land. I also see your worries fading away, because you've witnessed it yourselves. The bandits from before, the beasts from today, all have fallen before Sir Luolin's courage and wisdom." He paused, looking first at Luolin, then at the crowd. "So, whatever hardships we may face, we have Sir Luolin to protect us. Let us all raise our mugs to the night." To the night. The crowd rose as one, mugs held high, their faces glowing with respect and hope in the firelight. In this world and era, lords and knights were, in another sense, the bodyguards of their territories or fiefs, a relationship of protector and protected. Because of this, freemen, especially bonded peasants, held a natural reverence for their protectors. Even when oppressed to the extreme by a lord, most freemen would choose to wander and seek a new lord, while some bonded peasants risked their lives to escape and pledge themselves elsewhere. All of this was made possible by the close cooperation between the church and those in power, and by the deliberate withholding of knowledge, which meant that few among them could ever develop the kind of independent thinking that would question the social order. Instead, those who dared to take risks usually ended up as bandits, outlaws, or pirates, driven by necessity rather than ideology. Luolin raised his mug to the crowd, a gentle smile softening his solemn expression. "Let's also drink to Lucius, who, though not a priest, has prayed for us and tended our wounds like one, to old Harry, who's guided us safely through dangers, and to all of you who have fought alongside me against bandits and beasts." His eyes found a burly man standing in the crowd. "And to Fetelistos." Laughter erupted at the knight's jest, all eyes turning to the unlucky fellow who had injured his toes kicking down the bandit's door. Far from offended, Fitili was honored that the knight had remembered something so trivial about him. It was more than he could have hoped for. Luolin's smile faded as he grew serious again, raising his mug high. "And above all, to this new land beneath our feet, a place that will carry our sweat and our hopes for the future. To the new land. To the night." The crowd echoed, raising their mugs in unison. At the edge of the gathering, two captured bandits, Morrison and White, sat beneath a tree. Firelight flickered on their faces through the gaps in the crowd as they watched the people and the young knight at their center. "That was beautifully said." White stared intently at the knight, his expression complicated. "He almost makes me want to join them. Honestly, Morrison, if that guy ever became a bandit chief, I'd gladly work for him." "He's a knight," Morrison replied, glancing around and lowering his voice. "He's not going to trust us easily. We should look for a chance to get out of here. Escape." White whipped his head around, staring at his companion like he was crazy. "I can guarantee you, I'm safer working here than trying my luck outside. Did you already forget about that monster we just saw?" "I was just saying." Morrison sighed inwardly, realizing how much his former bandit friend had changed in the past few days. Even if he was planning to run, he wouldn't confide in him now. He was afraid White might turn him, and bandits would do anything for their own interests. "I was just talking. I never seriously thought about running away. You can go if you want." "I promise I won't rat you out," White replied, his gaze still fixed on the knight by the campfire, chatting and laughing with the mountain clansmen. "That was a good speech." Bjorn turned to his friend. "When someone from our clan ascends in victory to the sacred hall, as friends, we gather around his body, sharing stories from his life, his deeds, and his triumphs. We say things to stir the heart." "That's a great tradition," Roland said, raising his cup for a toast. "Are you planning to settle down here?" Bjorn asked, his tone serious. "That's right. This is the place," Roland replied directly. Since they'd shared blood wine, he chose to be honest. Bjorn grinned. "That's great. They'll be able to come by and drink your wine whenever I want. I love the wine you brew. It goes down so smooth. Buying it from the traders isn't cheap, you know." "You're welcome anytime," Roland said, raising his cup again. The wild berry wine and barley ale had their differences, and it really wasn't a bad business. Maybe it was the relief from a tense day, or the half bag of wine had shared with Bjorn, but Roland felt both excited and a little groggy. Before he knew it, dawn had broken. Lick. Roland was roused by the enthusiastic greetings of his dogs. He found himself lying inside his tent, his memory of the night before a bit hazy. After giving the dogs a few pats, he stepped outside. The sky was already light, and he looked around for any sign of Bjorn. "Good morning, Sir Roland," Glenn called out. "Your friend left before sunrise, but he asked me to give you a message." "What did he say?" "He said he'll make sure you're satisfied, and that you have to keep your word, no backing out." Roland was baffled, trying to recall their conversation, but his mind felt sluggish. He rolled his neck to shake off the fog and asked, "Do you remember what I said to Bjorn last night?" Glenn looked a little awkward. "You sent me away at that point, so I didn't hear anything." Roland nodded, then drew his sword to begin his breathing exercises. He told himself he ought to cut back on mountain clan liquor. It really could knock you out. Hopefully, nothing too important had come up between him and Bjorn the night before. When he finished his training, old Harry joined him for their usual sword practice. After breakfast, the ceremony for breaking new ground officially began. Lucius led everyone to the fallow land at the foot of the slope, praying to the gods for a smooth start. The freeman hunters and Roland, as their protector, all took part. When the prayers were over, Lucius handed a hoe to the knight standing at the front. Sir Roland, please turn the first soil for our new land. Taking the hoe, Roland walked 40 meters from the river, raised it, and brought it down, breaking the ground for the first time. The blade bit into the earth, lifting the dry grass, and the soil that turned over was as rich and deep as the effort he put in. For the new land. With the first shovelful of earth turned, the land clearing officially began. Luolin gripped the hoe, digging into the soil to complete this symbolic gesture. Behind him, 20 Pandra slaves and 2 captured bandits, each equipped with tools, busied themselves within the marked boundaries. Luolin looked up at the sky. It was a cloudless, brilliant blue, another perfect day for clearing land. He handed the hoe back to Glenn, who was standing at his side, knowing well that as a knight, his true responsibilities lay in constant training, strengthening his martial skills, and protecting and managing his territory. As Lucius once said, becoming a knight meant leaving these mundane tasks behind. Master Luolin, Old Harry reported respectfully, pointing to the area marked with sharpened wooden stakes. I checked this patch this morning. The soil here is softer than elsewhere, with only some shrubs and tall grass to clear. It shouldn't be too difficult. As long as no one slacks off, we should be able to clear 10 acres today. Very good, Luolin replied with a nod. He knew that, in this world and age, the requirements for land clearing and farming were simple and divided into 3 main steps. Old Harry turned to the laborers, calling out loudly, all of you, before the sun is high, cut down and gather all the shrubs and tall grass within the marked area. Pile them over there for firewood. Dig a path along the boundary I've marked. This will serve as a fire break when we burn the brush later. And keep your eyes open. Don't let the fire spread beyond the line. This was the first step in clearing new land. Luolin understood well that the ash left after burning served as excellent potash fertilizer, enriching the soil. The high heat of the fire would also kill pests and their eggs, as well as destroy most weed seeds. While it wouldn't eliminate them completely, it would do away with the majority. Still, Luolin saw no need to rush the burning. If they finish 10 acres today, they'll add some smoked meat scraps to their porridge tomorrow, he thought to himself. Hard work required not just strength, but also endurance. From his previous life to now, Luolin knew that good food not only replenished energy, but also boosted morale. When people are down or troubled, a hearty meal can be a source of comfort. Even if it can't heal the spirit, at least it adds some flesh to the bones, never a bad thing. Then, Luolin turned to Caruz and instructed, stay close to Old Harry and learn from him. Keep an eye on who works the hardest. He'll reward the most diligent with an extra egg. Over the past few days, there had been a surplus of eggs left after daily meals. The gifted hens never slacked off in laying. Normally, chickens lay fewer eggs in summer and winter, and only modern intervention can keep production steady. But here, these one-egg-a-day hens had no off-season, making them standouts among their kind. Truly extraordinary chickens. I'll do as you command, and complete your orders, Caruz replied respectfully, his mind focused on one thing, fulfilling any task given by this knight. If he could rise from servant to squire, he'd have the chance to learn swordsmanship. If he could someday earn merit in battle alongside a knight, perhaps even better days awaited him. If only better days would come. Snap! Old Harry's hand landed heavily on Caruz's shoulder as he spoke quietly to the knight. Don't worry, we'll make sure to teach him well. I trust you. He paused, then added, by the way, you have more important things to take care of in a few days. I'll follow your arrangements, Roland replied simply, then nudged a clump of grass head just dug up, knocking the soil loose with his foot. The second step in reclaiming wasteland is leveling the ground. Using hoes and other tools, you clear out any remaining shrub roots, grass, and stones from the soil. Uprooted plant roots can be dried and used as fuel, or piled up with dead leaves for compost. The stones can reinforce field boundaries and mark out plots. Roland glanced at the busy workers, mentally reviewing each step. Sir Roland, it's time for your lessons. Lucius stood nearby, holding a copy of the Gods in All Things. There's nothing more for you to oversee here. It's better to leave it to them. Shall we go? What's on the agenda today? The god of agriculture, Roland replied with a smile, his gaze drifting over the group clearing the land. It seems today really is a good day for reclaiming fields. Sir Roland, there's one more thing, Old Harry said, catching up and sounding a bit troubled. We can't delay reclaiming the land. It's not the rainy season, so we can put off building the log houses for a couple of days. But the wooden fortifications for defense can't wait. The problem is, we need people for both guard duty and supervision. His meaning was clear, there simply weren't enough hands. After listening, Roland glanced at the busy workers, then looked at Old Harry. I understand your concern. He paused, then pointed to those cutting down the shrubs. Since we've just arrived, we have to be extra cautious. Have them clear the brush, then take a short rest before heading up the slope to start chopping trees. Like I said earlier, Save the burning for dawn. You understand? He turned and nodded to old Harry. Since we're new here, it's better to be careful. Cooking fires can be controlled easily. A simple smokeless pit can be dug, but burning 10 acres of wasteland is much harder to manage. If we do it at dawn, while everyone is still asleep, it's less likely to be noticed. If we can't even manage that level of caution, it would be dangerous. That's why I don't think we should rush the burning. Old Harry listened quietly, quickly grasping the knight's intent. He looked at Roland and nodded firmly. Don't worry, we'll see to everything. I trust you. Roland nodded slightly, then turned and followed Lucius up the slope to begin his lesson for the day. After taking a few steps, his thoughts drifted back to the final stage of reclaiming the land, plowing the burned field with a wooden plow. Tilling in late autumn allows the freeze-thaw cycle of winter to improve the soil structure, making it looser and better for crops to take root in spring. The colder temperatures also help kill off insect eggs and pathogens, reducing pests and disease the following year. Meanwhile, organic matter in the soil has plenty of time to break down. As for old Harry's concern about being short-handed, Roland did the math in his head. With only their current group, it really wasn't enough. Even with the 2 bandits, they still couldn't manage all the tasks. Just as Head once worried about money, now he found himself troubled by a lack of manpower. Sir Luolin knew well that shrewd men like Lucius never let any opportunity slip by. Once his name became widely known and his reputation celebrated, the refugees would swarm to him like ants to honey. But before that happened, it was crucial to acquire more knowledge. As the sunlight grew stronger, the morning study session came to an end. Glenn carefully selected the best-looking iron bracers and greaves from the captured gear and helped the knight put them on. He knew it was time for the knight's routine dog training. How long has that one been hungry? Luolin swung himself onto his horse and took the riding crop Glenn handed him. It's been 2.5 days since its last meal, sir. You can rest assured I followed your instructions to the letter. Glenn immediately understood Luolin was referring to the stubborn black hound. Luolin nodded slightly and glanced at the black hound, which was staring at Glenn with a resentful look. He turned his horse and gave a subtle signal to Xiaohe. Years of companionship meant Xiaohe instantly understood his master's intentions. The dog approached the stubborn hound, fixing it with a commanding stare. Under Xiaohe's overwhelming presence, the defiance in the black hound's eyes quickly faded. Let's go. Luolin spurred his horse forward, looking for a secluded spot to awaken the natural talents in the 3 more docile dogs and to train the stubborn black hound. Nightshade snorted softly and made its way down the slope at a steady pace, the pack of dogs forming a protective circle around the horse. Xiaohe led the way, keeping a close eye on the black hound beside him. In the distance, White, who was cutting grass, watched the knight's party disappear into the depths of the woods, his eyes filled with envy. He turned to his companion, a bandit who had already started slacking off. Morrison, it was smart of you to give up on escaping. That horse could kill a monster with a single kick. If you tried to run, your head would be crushed for sure. Morrison stared blankly at his companion, silently praying for the god's protection. Within the forest, Luolin rode Nightshade as he surveyed the area, partly to fulfill the prerequisites for awakening his extraordinary abilities, and partly to let Xiao Hui use his keen sense of smell to scout the surroundings. Once he was sure the area was safe, he crouched by a large tree and called over the 3 newly tamed hounds. Thanks to Glenn's careful grooming, these Gascony Blue Basset hounds had shed their former scruffy appearance from their days in the bandit camp. Though still a bit thin from malnutrition, their smooth coats and tidy look were already showing the makings of true hunting dogs. As he looked at the 3 dogs, well suited to navigating rough terrain, Luolin considered what to name them. Wanting something practical and easy to tell apart, he decided to draw inspiration from their Frankish heritage. They'll call you Louis XIV, Louis XV, and Louis XVII, Luolin said, naming the dogs one by one. As for why there's no Louis XVOL, his fate wasn't exactly a lucky one. The 3 Lewis brothers were very pleased with their new names. They wagged their tails and gently licked their owner's palm. After spending the past few days together, any sense of unfamiliarity or distance had long faded away. After all, they were naturally gentle dogs. Rolling pulled out 6 gold coins from his pocket and slipped them into the copper-bound book, activating the Lewis brothers' divine gift. As the coins vanished between the pages, 3 of the pages in the book began to glow, each displaying the same ability. Divine gift, Deer Chaser. When pursuing deer or similar wild animals, their speed, strength, and agility are doubled. Rolling couldn't help but smile at the coincidence. The Lewis brothers' divine powers sounded exactly the same as their names, even if the characters were different, which he found amusing. He turned to them and said, "Excellent. From now on, you and Cinderella will make the perfect team." He pointed to Cinderella, who was playing nearby with Little Gray. Like the Lewis brothers, Cinderella was an ACOD dog, and thanks to Little Gray's incredible sense of smell, she had become the family's radar. Cinderella's deer's dread ability terrified deer, leaving them nowhere to run. It was clear that combined with the Lewis brothers' Deer Chaser power, they would work together seamlessly. The 2 young beagles dashed around Rolling, chasing each other so fast they nearly knocked him over as he crouched down. Nearby, Little Black, who had been lying down, immediately lifted his head in alert, but seeing his owner was fine, he settled back down and nudged Blackberry with his head. Black Iron, the Castro dog, remained quietly at the side. Perhaps due to his improving health and appetite, he was starting to fill out a bit. Though not yet robust, he no longer looked thin, and his black fur shone steadily in the sunlight. His large size did nothing to dull his alert gaze. With the divine power of a wolf, he was always watchful of his surroundings. Then there was the stubborn black dog with the serious face, sitting silently on the outskirts. His dark expression gave him a unique presence, making him seem almost like an outsider in the family. Rolling smiled and pulled out a piece of jerky he had taken from a bandit's hideout, waving it toward the dog. This black dog's courage had left a strong impression on Rolling. He had once gone head-to-head with Little Black, and his size had given him quite an advantage. Standing nearly 68 centimeters tall, his coat wasn't entirely black. Most of it was a tawny color mixed with some black, with the darkest fur concentrated on his stern face. This black-faced dog had always been the main patrol of the house. His high vigilance and sharp instincts made him the perfect guard. Because of his perpetually serious expression, Rolling had early on named him Blackface. Blackface sniffed the air, stretched his neck forward, and cautiously sniffed at the jerky, planning to snatch it and dash away as usual. But Rolling wasn't going to fall for that trick again. Just as Blackface lunged for the treat, Rolling quickly pulled his hand back, leaving the dog snapping at thin air. A whimper escaped from Blackface's throat as he tilted his head and looked at his owner in surprise and confusion. Rolling chuckled, cut off a small piece of jerky with his knife, and tossed it into the air. Blackface hesitated, a flicker of doubt in his eyes, but the temptation of food finally won him over. He spun around and leapt up, catching the jerky in his mouth. Rolling tossed another piece, and Blackface jumped up to catch it, growing more skilled and starting to wag his tail with pride. Knowing the time was right, Rolling gave a command, "Sit." Without hesitation, Blackface sat down. The moment his hindquarters touched the ground, the confusion in his eyes was replaced by a clear sense of satisfaction, had clearly realized he had been won over by his owner. Immediately, a piece of jerky was handed over. The black-faced dog took it without hesitation and swallowed it in one gulp. Roland gently rubbed its head. The dog's ears perked up and it tilted its head back, nudging his palm with its forehead as if responding to its master's affection. At that very moment, a faint glow rose from the dog's head, piercing the air and sinking into the cover of the bronze-bound book. All done, Roland murmured to himself, then opened the book. The black-faced dog's portrait appeared on the page. As 2 gold coins were dropped in, they vanished instantly, replaced by a newly appeared line of text. Gift of the gods, Overseer. It possesses heightened vigilance and can immediately spot anyone slacking off or shirking their duties. An overseer? Roland wasn't surprised. In his previous life, farm owners in America often trained German shepherds or Dobermans to watch over slaves, keeping them from idling or running away. Clearly, this dog's divine gift meant it was destined for a very specific role. He gave the black-faced dog another approving pat on the head. Good job. Just then, Little Gray suddenly bounded over, licking Roland's right hand. Roland reached down to scratch its head. Let's go. He swung himself onto his horse. The dogs that had been playing immediately stopped their games. Some followed after Little Gray, sniffing keenly as they headed deeper into the woods. Little Black and Blackberry took up positions at Roland's sides. They moved through a wide oak grove, the massive canopies arching overhead like umbrellas. Branches and leaves intertwined above, allowing sunlight to filter through in scattered patches, dappling the forest floor. The oak's strong roots left open spaces beneath, with hardly any shrubs competing for nutrients. An acorn fell from a branch, gently striking a hard, gray-brown antler with a crisp pop before landing among the dry leaves. It bounced slightly, then settled into the forest's quiet. Suddenly, the sharp whistle of an arrow split the air in the distance. The arrow struck a deer squarely on the haunch. The deer shuddered, leaping up like a startled acorn, all 4 hooves off the ground, then bolted to the right. As it fled in panic, a piercing bark rang out, slicing through the air and straight into the animal's core. The deer's escape path faltered. It veered sharply left, terror written across its face. Moments later, a pack of hounds descended on it, pain driving the deer forward. The Lewis brothers' 3 hounds blessed with the gift of deer-chasing lunged at the prey. Their jaws were razor-sharp and precise, clamping onto the deer's legs with swift, calculated bites. Instead of holding on, they darted away, keeping the pressure on their quarry. A gray dog's fierce barking finally broke the deer's spirit. In the blink of an eye, more than a dozen hounds closed in, surrounding it. The deer lowered its head, antlers ready, and tried to charge with its remaining strength. But the hounds quickly fell back, giving it space. Out of the corner of its eye, the deer suddenly caught sight of a black warhorse. The horse charged forward like a shadow, wheeled around, and kicked out powerfully with its hind legs, striking the deer with a heavy thud. The impact knocked the animal off balance and sent it crashing to the ground. 9 powerful hounds swarmed over it, overwhelming the deer in an instant. As their jaws tore into its legs, the sharp crack of breaking bones echoed. The deer's limbs could no longer support its weight. 2 beagles darted nimbly through the chaos. Though unable to get a clean bite, their anxious barking rang out without pause. Roland dismounted, drew his dagger, and with a swift, precise motion, struck the deer's neck, ending its suffering. Warm blood flowed as the animal fell. Venison was a precious prize, but to keep the meat fresh, Roland's first task was to bleed it. At the bottom of the slope, Old Harry spotted Roland returning and hurried over. Master Roland, your mountain clan friend Bjorn is already waiting at the temporary camp. My word, that's a huge deer, what a haul. Congratulations. Take care of it, Roland said, nodding toward the deer being dragged along, though his gaze shifted up the slope. Bjorn's already there, waving at us. Bjorn stood at the edge of the slope, waving his arms. My friend, come on over. We have a promise to keep. Don't tell me you've forgotten. Coming, my friend, Roland called back, thinking to himself that this so-called promise would no doubt turn into another ancient tradition or ritual. No matter the tradition, whenever drinking with the mountain clans was involved, Luolin decided he would only take a single sip. This would be his principle from now on. My friend, you left in quite a hurry this morning. Luolin reached out his right hand to shake Bjorn's, the gesture more like a friendly slap than the formal handshake of his previous life. Bjorn let out a long sigh, looking heavy-hearted, as if he had suffered a great setback. He shook his head. I'm afraid I've let you down. I couldn't convince my sister. She absolutely refused. As he finished speaking, a new thought seemed to strike him. But first, let's have a drink. Isn't that your custom? Right, your sister? Our agreement has something to do with her? Luolin kept his smile, giving Glenn a subtle signal to pour 2 drinks. His tone was light, offering comfort to Bjorn. It's all right if you couldn't persuade your sister. We're friends, and no matter the outcome, it won't affect our friendship. You're right. Bjorn's face brightened at Luolin's words, a genuine smile breaking through the gloom. So, I tried someone else. I want to talk to my mother. Oh, your mother's involved in this too? Luolin was momentarily surprised, trying to recall what exactly had happened the previous night. Bjorn's smile grew more triumphant. The good news is, I succeeded. She agreed. She's promised to give me her horse, Iris, in exchange for yours. A horse trade? Luolin accepted the oak cup Glenn handed him, piecing together the conversation. He now had a rough idea about last night's agreement, must have traded Nightshade for another horse. Bjorn took his own cup, nodding his thanks to Glenn before turning back to Luolin. I still prefer your Nightshade. She's truly one of a kind. Unfortunately, my sister wouldn't let me have her dayway, so I can only offer Iris in exchange. He pointed to a chestnut packhorse tied nearby, his voice full of genuine affection. Bjorn loved horses, especially those that were brave and strong in battle. Last night, out in the wild, he had witnessed his dream horse's Nightshade and the chestnut one-face monsters without fear, agile and fierce. Their swift kicks and bold stomping had captured his heart, prompting him to propose the trade. He hadn't expected Luolin to agree so quickly. Bjorn felt a surge of excitement. As soon as his friend had gone to sleep, he rode at full speed back to Longhalberd Mountain, waking his sister from her slumber. Though she refused, he barged into his parents' room and eventually convinced both his father and mother. They were still half asleep, but agreed to his request. And now here they were. I see. Luolin's expression gradually calmed as he pieced together the whole story. Still, he was curious. So where's Iris? Looking around, he didn't see any other members of the mountain clan nearby. Bjorn noticed Luolin's confusion, thinking perhaps his friend found the trade unfair. He quickly explained, among our people, we always trade the best we have. Since I can't offer you the very best, they'll trade you my second best horse. I promise I'm not cheating you. Iris is just as smart and beautiful, you'll see for yourself soon enough. With that, Bjorn raised his left hand and let out a sharp, clear whistle between his thumb and forefinger. Luolin was a bit surprised. Was this really how the mountain clans summoned their people? The sharp whistle did sound a lot like a bird call. As he wondered about it, Bjorn raised his hand and pointed toward the slope ahead. Look over there. Following Bjorn's gesture, Luolin peered through the gaps between the tall trees, but saw nothing at first. Just as confusion set in, he caught sight of a flash of gray and white circling in the air. The bird spread its wings and hovered steadily, then suddenly shot forward like an arrow, swooping down the hillside and diving straight toward them. That's the new spear falcon my mother trained this spring. Her name is Yilisi, Bjorn said confidently. Luolin watched the falcon with interest. Its feathers were a mix of gray and white, and its beak was as sharp as a steel hook. As it darted through the air, he could feel the raw power in its flight, almost as if it could tear through the sky itself. The falcon dove swiftly, then landed with precision on Bjorn's thick, fur-covered arm guard. She's 60 centimeters tall, with a wingspan of 130 centimeters, Bjorn added, his face full of pride. Every movement the falcon made was agile and calculated, each tiny adjustment as precise as if measured by an expert. Luolin was amazed to see the bird turn its head to nearly impossible angles, scanning its surroundings with a field of vision close to 270 degrees. So it's a spear falcon, Luolin nodded. Also known as a gerfalcon. Ulysses is a great name. Bjorn offered a sheepish smile. Deep down, he knew this falcon wasn't the best among the clan's hunting birds. But he also knew that Luolin had a discerning eye, anyone who could train such powerful horses and hunting dogs wouldn't be bothered by a falcon's rank. So he decided to boast a little. Don't be fooled by Ulysses' size. She's a large female, but she's just as fast as any male, maybe even faster, Bjorn said, exaggerating a bit. Look at those talons, sharp enough to rip through lynx or wolf-fox hide. To her, rabbits and foxes are like dry autumn leaves, crumbling at the slightest touch. And her beak? Like an iron hook. She could pierce a bear's skull without breaking a sweat. Luolin didn't know everything about spear falcons, but had heard that males were typically faster and more agile. As for piercing a bear's skull, that was clearly an exaggeration. Still, when Ulysses turned her head and their eyes met, Luolin felt an unexpected sense of connection with those clear, brown eyes. She really is a fine bird, Luolin said with a nod. Bjorn let out a relieved sigh, silently hoping the god of war wouldn't hold his boasting against him, and wishing for safe passage to the war god's hall after death. He told himself this would be the last time he bragged. Bjorn took a thick falconry glove from his belt and handed it to Luolin with a smile. You'd better put this on, or Ulysses' talons might leave you some scars. Luolin accepted the glove without hesitation and pulled it on. This falcon was not only Bjorn's prized bird, but also an opportunity to test the beast-taming skills had learned from the bronze book. Maybe Ulysses would bring some unexpected surprises. From now on, Ulysses is yours. And just remember, that chestnut horse of yours is mine, Bjorn added with a grin. No problem, Luolin replied with a nod. Bjorn then took a leather hood from his saddle and carefully placed it over Ulysses' head, covering her sharp eyes. Once he was sure it was secure, he gently transferred the falcon onto Luolin's gloved hand. He also handed Luolin a fur vest and instructed him seriously. When you're feeding or training Ulysses, it's best to wear this. It'll help her recognize you as one of our clan. Don't worry, she'll accept you as her master. I trust your skills. After all, you're the one who trained those horses so well. Don't let me down. Don't worry, we'll be careful, Luolin replied with a confident smile. He didn't rush to touch the falcon, instead choosing to wait patiently. This was something that needed to be done slowly, step by step. Although Bjorn said this, he still fastened a leather hobble, linked by a fine iron chain, securely around one of Iris' legs, then fixed the other end of the chain firmly to a sturdy wooden stake. Next, he carefully set Iris down on the ground and quietly reminded her, I don't doubt your skills, but you need to be careful. It's extremely fierce. If it hasn't fully accepted you, don't be overconfident. Otherwise, you might end up like one of our clansmen who got his eyes pecked out, and that's not something you want to experience. He paused, his gaze growing serious. He said himself that the world suddenly turning dark is truly terrifying. Roland nodded. After spending time with Bjorn these past 2 days, he had come to understand this mountain clan a bit better. They might be blunt, even a little rough around the edges, but when it came to their work, they were remarkably meticulous and patient. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to manage the demanding task of training falcons. So does it belong to me now? Bjorn asked, his eyes still fixed on the chestnut packhorse. Does it have a name? Since it's yours now, you can give it a new name, Roland replied. Great. Let me think. Bjorn furrowed his brow, muttering under his breath. After a moment, he snapped his fingers. I've got it. Its main color is chestnut, so we'll call it Cinnamonos. When Roland heard the name, he wasn't sure what it meant, but it sounded impressive, carrying a sense of unique dignity. His impression of Bjorn deepened at that moment. Dawayer, Iris, Cinnamonos, and Little Black, Roland murmured, a smile tugging at his lips. Little Black has a friendlier ring to it. Bjorn walked up to the chestnut horse. The rough man's tone softened as he said gently, Hello, my Cinnamonos. From today on, you're my partner, and he'll take the best care of you. I believe you'll become the mightiest warrior and help me conquer anything in our path. As he looked at the horse, a rare tenderness flickered in his eyes. But Cinnamonos tossed his head, warily dodging Bjorn's hand and letting out a heavy snort. His tail lashed sharply, clearly threatening to kick. Sensing this, Bjorn quickly stepped back and laughed. That's good. You've got a real fighting spirit. I like you even more now. He patted the horse's back. No rush. We can take our time. No one accepts a new master right away. But I promise, they'll treat you better than your last owner ever did. Roland understood this was the result of the horse's innate, unwavering loyalty. It would never betray him. The hawk that Bjorn had given him was a rare and invaluable gift. As friends, sincerity must be met with sincerity. More importantly, he needed to make sure the horse could adapt to working with others. If it couldn't, it would be a serious problem when forming heavy cavalry in the future, because his men wouldn't be able to use it. Maybe I should say something to him, Roland murmured to himself, then walked over to Cinnamonos' ear and whispered, You must obey all his commands. Absolute loyalty and obedience. Bjorn stepped forward again, slowly approaching Cinnamonos and reaching out to gently stroke his head. Relax, Cinnamonos. This time, the chestnut horse didn't react as fiercely as before. Instead, he simply watched the stranger quietly, still a little aloof, but no longer hostile. At least things were much better. Now there were no more aggressive moves like twisting its body or raising its front hooves. Relax, I mean you no harm. Bjorn turned to look at Luolin, his surprise plain to see. He patted Cinnamon's neck gently, soothing the chestnut warhorse, then carefully grabbed the saddle, preparing to mount. As he did, Luolin shot the horse a meaningful look, silently commanding, "Obey my orders, listen to his instructions." Sensing its master's intent, the chestnut horse relaxed its tense muscles and did not resist when this stranger climbed onto its back. Bjorn nudged the horse's sides, and Cinnamon stepped forward immediately. The rider's face broke into a brilliant smile, joy radiating from every expression. I did it. Soon, the trial was over. Bjorn slid down from the saddle and stood shoulder to shoulder with Luolin, both men gazing at the chestnut horse. Bjorn shook his head in admiration. Honestly, what did you just say to it? Just one simple sentence. That's incredible. But you don't have to tell mates every beast trainer's secret. I want pry. In case you're worried it'll learn enough to outdo you. It's not really a secret, Luolin replied with a smile. Seeing Cinnamon obey his command and let Bjorn ride eased all his worries. Building a unit of heavy cavalry was entirely possible now. In his mind, he pictured the future. Cavalrymen riding horses that only obeyed their true masters even if the tide of battle turned or the rider lost his nerve. These mounts would not retreat in fear, but would follow their real master's orders, charging forward without hesitation. That was true unity between horse and rider. Luolin's heart raced, but he kept his composure and spoke plainly to Bjorn. All I did was tell the horse to follow your orders from now and nothing more. To be honest, I don't buy it, Bjorn admitted, unable to believe it could be that simple. Still, while he doubted a single phrase could have such power, he trusted his friend. He spoke from the heart. If all the horses in our clan were as brave and clever as yours, would have no trouble defeating those damned raiders. Luolin was stirred by his words. Calmly, he asked, what are your people busy with at this time of year? What else? Getting ready for winter hunting, gathering. Bjorn didn't find the topic especially interesting, but he was happy to chat with his friend. He nodded toward the people working the fields below. We grow a bit of grain, but not much. We trade with those crafty merchants for supplies, salt, wool, clothes, that sort of thing. As a friend, we'll tell Yue buy iron tools from them, too, though they sell those under the table. Luolin understood well enough. Some merchants, eager for profit or nobles wanting to fund their own lavish lifestyles would partner up to sell weapons to barbarians, mountain clans, and even raiders. What started as a way to make easy money had grown into a whole underground industry. But Luolin had something else on his mind. Bjorn, how about another fair trade? Another one? Bjorn was surprised, but also intrigued. My friend, tell me if what you offer impresses me. We'll give you not just my sister's dowager, but my sister herself. Just kidding, of course. I can help you train your warhorses, Luolin said directly, knowing that honesty worked best with this friend. Bring me as many as you like. For each horse I train, you lend me 3 clansmen to help with my work. How does that sound? Honestly, my friend, Bjorn turned to face Luolin, his eyes steady. I have no doubts about your skills. Hearing your offer makes me want to hug you. But I'm not the clan chief, I can't make that decision. I'll have to ask my father. But can you really guarantee you'll train them all well? Absolutely, Luolin replied, meeting his friend's gaze. But my methods are very particular. Until the training is complete, neither you nor your clansmen can have any contact with the horses only after I'm done. I agree, Bjorn said, thinking the terms were fair. His friend would train their warhorses, and his people would help with chores in return. Then he turned toward Cinnamon. He'll head back now and bring you 3 horses to start. I trust you, but I want my father to see it's worth it. No problem, Luolin smiled, adding, 1 horse, 3 people, don't forget to bring 9 clansmen. I know how to count, my friend. Excellent. Luolin's plan was simple. Help his friend train a few warhorses, and at the same time, solve his own shortage of manpower for now. Sincerity for sincerity would never take advantage of a friend. I won't agree to this. Asmund Eriksson shook his head, his expression darkening with displeasure. He had no interest in his son Bjorn's request. In fact, he thought it was downright foolish. Yes, that Lorien saved your life, but you've already sworn an oath with him. By our traditions, he's no longer an outsider. Besides, Loriens have never been trustworthy. That horse you brought back could very well be something he trained just to trick us. You need to remember, the blood of a Lorien runs with cunning and greed. But Father Bjorn accepted the bowl of stew from a servant with a polite nod, but his gaze remained steady and determined as he looked at the man who was once the clan's mightiest warrior. You don't understand. That Lorien's ancestors are just like ours, descendants of the god of war, the Nords. You should eat first. The mistress of the house, Adelapana, spoke in a cool, clear voice. Sitting across from Bjorn, she swept her soft green eyes over both father and son, her gaze gentle yet impossible to ignore. I don't want to see arguments at the dinner table. Asmund didn't reply immediately. He scooped up a spoonful of stew and brought it to his lips. Glancing briefly at his son, his mouth twisted in disdain. Those Nord traders who surrendered to the Lorians are cowards, he said, his eyes flashing with contempt. Take my advice, make friends with braver men. The more time you spend with Lorians, the more you'll become like them. Fury flashed in Bjorn's eyes. He slammed his wooden spoon down into the bowl, the impact sending a sharp clatter through the room. Cowards? He glared at his father, anger brimming in his voice. Questioning my choice of friends? That's going too far. M18, you still think I'm a child? The room fell silent, the tension thick in the air. Asmund froze, his face darkening further. He slammed his hand on the table, cracking the bowl and sending hot stew splattering across the surface, steam rising between them. Damn it! He roared, his voice deep and thunderous. This isn't the same thing at all. How did I end up with such a fool for a son? Adela's expression hardened, her brows drawing together as anger flickered in her downcast eyes. Still, she remained calm, her tone even and unyielding. You should watch your words, she said, her gaze settling on Asmund with an icy authority. Bjorn is no longer a child. One day, he'll take your place as clan leader. You can't protect him forever. He needs to experience pain and joy for himself if he's ever to grow. Asmund fell silent for a moment. Though he still clung to his beliefs, his tone lost some of its edge. He took a deep breath and turned to Bjorn. Bjorn, I'm not against you making friends, and I won't stop you from doing what you want, he said, his brow furrowed and his voice grave. But the most I can give you is 3 horses. For everything else, you'll have to do as I say. Bjorn knew all too well that, as long as he wasn't the clan chief, his options were limited. He clenched his jaw and nodded. Fine. He'll do as you say. Bjorn, who knew his father's temperament better than anyone, returned to the clan after presenting Mosinus and immediately requested 6 horses without hesitation. Even though he knew his request would probably be cut in half, he still asked anyway. Growing up, his father had never once praised him, no matter what he did. All his efforts had only ever been met with cold stares and harsh criticism. Today, his only hope was to prove his worth by taming 3 horses to show he was capable, independent, and no longer the child his father saw him as. More than anything, he wanted to prove to the spear of the war god that he could accomplish something on his own. To buy his friend some time, he added, but this will take a while. It's not something I can finish by tomorrow. I know training horses isn't easy, Bjorn added quietly. You know as well as I do, the no man's land lies in the cold spine. Outlaws, criminals, and ruthless raiders often roam those wilds. Asmund Eriksson glanced at his son, his tone as stern as ever. Once, there were people with dreams just like your new friends, hoping to settle there. They're all dead now. You'd better pray the war god looks out for your friend a little longer. After all, I don't want to lose my war horses. I will. Don't worry, Bjorn replied, finishing his stew. As he stood up, he nodded to his mother, then glanced at his father, who offered a cold, almost gleeful smile. Bjorn couldn't help but ask, but what if I succeed? Asmund saw the determination in his son's eyes and knew he was serious about this. Still, he understood that training horses was no simple task. It could take weeks, even months. Suddenly, he slapped the table and said in a low voice, if you succeed, they'll let you train every horse in the clan. They'll even have everyone help you build up that little place of yours. He paused. Remember what you just said, spear of the war god. Bjorn said nothing more, simply turning to leave. As he walked out, he couldn't quite hide the mix of doubt and frustration in his heart. He'll remember, he replied softly, but his father's stern gaze stopped him. But don't go out tonight. Wait till morning. After Bjorn's figure disappeared outside the door, Asmund let out a quiet sigh and turned to Adela, a hint of grievance in his smile. See, dear, didn't I cooperate well? I really do want to be a kinderfather, but you always make me play the bad guy. It's exhausting. Adela slowly withdrew her gaze, looking down at the stew on the table. Making you be the bad guy isn't easy for me either, she sighed. But you'd better finish your stew. Don't waste the beast god's gift. Asmund looked down at the soup, rolled his eyes after a moment's silence, and said, how am I supposed to eat it? It's spilled everywhere. Sip first, then lick, Adela replied, a faint smile flickering in her eyes. As night fell, Luolin sat on a hillside, carefully cutting venison into small pieces to feed the dogs gathered around him. They formed a semicircle, waiting patiently and not fighting over the food. Before dinner, Luolin had warned them, no fighting. Had hesitated for a while about feeding them raw or cooked meat, but ultimately decided on cooked. Though these dogs had wild instincts and strong survival skills, their digestion had adapted to living alongside humans. They did better with cooked food. Raw meat, after all, could lead to malnutrition and was full of bacteria and parasites not ideal for regular meals. Take it easy, no rush, Luolin said, patting the head of a black-faced dog. It stared hungrily at the meat, as if hoping to fill days of hunger in a single meal, but Luolin patiently fed all the dogs before heading toward Iris, the goshawk perched on a wooden post. For Iris, Luolin knew raw meat was best. Hawks were wild by nature, and their digestive systems handled raw food well. As he removed the leather hood from Iris' head and offered her a handful of meat scraps, he remembered Bjorn's advice. Always wear clan clothes when feeding Iris, and let her see who was feeding her, so she'd gradually accept him as her handler. Iris pecked at the meat, then turned her sharp gaze on Luolin. Suddenly, a faint light flared on her head, and in a flash, the glowing spot shot into the bronze-bound book at Luolin's chest. That's it. Luolin blinked in surprise at how quickly it happened. He hadn't expected such a swift response, but felt a wave of relief. Guess that wasn't so slow after all. Rowling quickly realized that this might not be a true bond, but rather that the bronze-covered book had only registered the goshawk because he had just fed it. Still, it marked the beginning of a new chapter in raising combat animals. He finished feeding the remaining scraps of meat, carefully placed the leather hood back on Elise, then moved the short wooden perch carrying her into the tent. His eyes fell on a wooden fruit tray nearby, and he casually tossed a pear to Glenn, who was busy arranging candles. I'm going to get some rest now. You're free to do as you like, Rowling said. Glenn caught the pear, bowed in thanks, and quietly slipped out, making sure to close the tent flap securely behind him. Rowling was about to take a bite of his own pear, but after a moment's thought, decided to save it for 2 days later. Inside the tent, he took out the bronze-covered book. When he opened it, a series of finely drawn raptors appeared under the combat animal raising branch. Below was a note detailing the requirements to unlock the raptor talent tree. Raise 10 horses and pay 1 gold coin. Including Nightshade, the 5 captured horses, and Mausinus, he now had 7. Just 3 more, and the raptor talents would be unlocked. The moment he lay down on the wool felt mat, the dogs immediately gathered around him. Little Black nestled under his left arm, Little Gray took the right side, and the rest found their own comfortable spots, snuggling close to their master. The tent was soon filled with the sound of steady breathing and the strong scent of animals, but the sense of safety from being surrounded by the dogs was indescribable. On top of that, a truly fearless warhorse stood guard outside the tent. At dawn the next day, the sky was pale but not yet fully light. The dogs woke Rolling, with Little Black licking his face and 2 others bouncing on his chest until he sat up. After a restful night, he felt refreshed and full of energy. Suddenly, Little Gray licked the back of his left hand and gave 2 short barks. Rowling pointed to a fur vest hanging near a gift from Bjorn. Little Gray licked his palm in response, confirming the message. You're up early, Rowling said, standing and brushing dog hair from his clothes. He drew his sword and stepped outside to practice his breathing exercises. Glenn and Carruth were already preparing breakfast, using 2 separate pots, one for the night and one for his dogs. Before long, Old Harry arrived to report on the camp's progress. Sir Rowling, as you ordered, we finished the controlled burn before dawn. Yesterday, we cut down 6 cold climate larches, for spruces, for firs, and several other trees. I've set the men to plowing the burned land and breaking new ground as planned. That means the progress we made today with chopping trees and digging trenches probably won't meet your expectations. After swinging his axe and pausing for a moment, Luolin said, if all goes well, you'll have 9 more people helping you today. 9 people? Old Harry couldn't hide his surprise. 9 extra hands would definitely boost efficiency. But he looked at Luolin, still full of doubts. Where are they coming from? No matter how much I respect you, I have to ask. Just then, one of the lookouts came running over, pointing to the north. A group of people is approaching. Looks like your friends, Lord Bjorn. Luolin smiled slightly and gestured toward the newcomers. Bjorn is the son of the mountain clan chieftain, and he's a friend of mine. Of course he's here to help. It was only proper for these people to address Bjorn as Lord. They're here, Luolin said to Old Harry, his tone growing more serious. These people you're getting are from Bjorn's clan. Remember, don't treat them like slaves, show respect. After all, they're only here to help temporarily. Don't worry, they'll handle it properly, Old Harry replied. Soon after, Bjorn arrived with 9 clan members. He greeted Luolin warmly, shaking his hand and thumping his chest, then handed the 9 over to Old Harry. Turning to his clansmen, Bjorn spoke in a firm tone. Remember what I told you on the way today is a fair exchange, something we agreed to. So when we work, we keep up with everyone else. We're not just good at fighting and drinking, we can work just as hard. He pointed to the busy workers, his voice rising. If they don't rest, neither do we. If they take a break, we keep going. Show them our strength. Listening to this, Old Harry felt conflicted. He silently recalled Luolin's instructions, then couldn't help but glance at him for guidance. Lord Luolin, what should I do? Luolin met his gaze and gave a slight nod. Use your own judgment. Old Harry left with the clansmen, and Luolin turned to Bjorn with a faint smile. Looks like your father agreed to the exchange. Bjorn grinned, scratching his ear, a flicker of nervousness in his eyes. Of course. When I showed my father Mausinus, he was amazed. He even praised me for making a good friend. Don't worry, he's more than happy to let you have those 3 horses. But Luolin, please don't let my father down. Luolin raised an eyebrow, sensing that Bjorn was acting a bit off today. Really? Because you don't sound quite like yourself. You're scratching your ear, your eyes are shifty, you're stumbling over your words. and you keep saying, That's all 4 signs of lying. Bjorn froze, staring at his friend for a moment, as if realizing had been completely seen through. With a helpless sigh, he admitted, this is actually my first time lying. He paused, his expression turning complicated. To be honest, my father doesn't trust you. He doesn't believe you can train those 3 horses into powerful war horses in such a short time. That's what I expected to hear, Luolin replied calmly, as if had anticipated this all along. A slight smile tugged at his lips. It's true normally, no one would trust a stranger. Bjorn knew all too well that it was nearly impossible to train powerful war horses in such a short time. But as the chieftain of a mountain clan, he understood that these words needed to come from him, not from a friend. Still, he worried that speaking the truth might hurt his friend's feelings, so he quickly relayed his father's promise instead. My father said that if you can train these 3 horses, all the other horses in the clan will be handed over to you as well. And he'll also help you develop this land. Hearing this, Luolin felt a spark of interest. This was worth doing as long as he didn't go too far and make it seem unbelievable. First, head focus on these 3 horses, the rest could wait until later. He looked up at Bjorn, his eyes resolute, and spoke softly, Don't worry. I won't let you lose face in front of your father, and I won't let you down. Bjorn met his friend's gaze and suddenly felt a wave of warmth in his heart. He realized this friend was not only open-minded but also deeply trustworthy. Seeing Luolin's determined expression, he finally relaxed, pointing eagerly to the 3 horses. Tom's not on our side. We'd better start training them right away. What's your plan? Luolin smiled slightly and replied, First, we let them go hungry. Bjorn's eyes widened in surprise. Let them go hungry? But they'll have no strength left for training. Trust me, this is my special method, Luolin answered with a hint of confidence. It usually takes 15 to 30 days for horses to bond with a new master. To speed up the process, we need to put them under a little pressure. Once they recognize me as their owner, training them will be much easier. He waved Glenn over and signaled him to begin. Same old method, just follow it. Understood, Glenn nodded, immediately leading the 3 horses away. It truly was the same old method. Glenn knew this routine inside and out. No one understood its nuances better than he did. Watching Glenn lead the horses away, Bjorn grew even more puzzled and couldn't help but ask again, Can your assistant really handle this? To be honest, without him, it wouldn't work, Luolin replied with a smile. Relax, just wait for the good news. Day by day, as Bjorn's clansmen joined in, Luolin's plan unfolded step by step. Land was cleared, trees were felled, and trenches were dug all at once. In just 2 days, a patch of trees on the hillside had been cut down, and part of the wooden stockade was already standing. The 3 horses, meanwhile, were being looked after with great care by Glenn. Every night, when Glenn fed Nightshade and the other horses, he would deliberately play tricks in front of the 3 new horses, placing food right in front of them, but not letting them eat. He would even wave fresh carrots before their eyes, relishing the way they watched longingly. Whenever they were starving and their stomachs were empty, Glenn would feed the other horses instead, letting their sense of despair and helplessness slowly build. The horses couldn't understand why their lives had changed so suddenly, nor why they had been abandoned and labeled as useless. Every time hunger gnawed at them, only one person would appear, Luolin, the young knight, who came every evening with hay and beans, approaching them gently. While feeding them, he would softly stroke their necks. I can tell your previous master has given up on you, Luolin murmured, gently patting their heads. Most people are like that, always chasing something new. But I'm different. He'll treat each of you fairly and care for you. In that moment, the 3 horses seemed to sense a long-lost kindness. They snorted softly, flicked their tails, and even nuzzled the warm hand that reached out to them. Suddenly, 3 faint lights drifted from the horses' heads and entered Luolin's chest. In that instant, the horses seemed to understand something new, accepting their changed fate. The task was complete. Back in the tent, Luolin slipped a gold coin into the groove of the bronze book. The book instantly reacted, a line of text appearing on its page. Combat Beast Taming, Raptor Talent Branch officially activated. Luolin carefully removed the leather hood from the head of the spear falcon, Ulysses, then placed some chopped meat in his gloved palm and offered it to her. Although their days together had built a basic sense of familiarity, Luolin remained cautious, slowly raising his hand to tentatively touch Ulysses. He meant to say something gentle to strengthen their bond, but just as his fingertips brushed the feathers on Ulysses' head, a bright flash of light rose from the falcon and shot directly into the bronze book. This time, the light was even more brilliant than before, because it wasn't just confirming the beast's category, it was Ulysses recognizing him as her master. On the Raptor Branch page, a vivid portrait of Ulysses' little head appeared. Beneath it, a new line of text read, Beginner, Battle Formation Raptor. All tamed raptors are fearless. Requires 1 silver coin to unlock. Without hesitation, Luolin fed a silver coin into the groove. The cost didn't bother him, still had plenty left from the bandits' loot. As the coin disappeared, the newly unlocked Battle Formation Raptor talent sent a glowing point of light into Ulysses' portrait. Luolin watched as another talent appeared, Beginner, absolute loyalty. Requires 2 silver coins to unlock. He immediately fed in 2 more coins. With the successful activation, the first intermediate talent surfaced. Intermediate, razor-sharp talons. Tamed raptors have talons like iron hooks, able to tear through tough hides and flesh with ease. Requires 4 silver coins to unlock. Luolin dug into his pouch for 4 silver coins and dropped them in all at once. The light again flowed to Ylis's portrait, marking her talons as especially deadly. Then, the second intermediate talon appeared. Just as expected, it was a trait shared by all battle beasts. Intermediate, perfect understanding. Requires 10,000 spoken exchanges with your raptor and 4 silver coins to unlock. You're beautiful. When it came to the prerequisite for perfect understanding, a full 10,000 spoken exchanges Luolin had learned from his experiences with Xiaohe and Nightshade. As long as he kept it to 2 words per sentence, each counted, saving him a great deal of time. The dogs lying nearby perked up at the sound of his voice, watching curiously as their master chatted with a bird. After a moment, they laid their heads down and went back to sleep. Their master could talk to just about anyone. Late into the night, the dogs still couldn't fall asleep, not because anything was bothering them, but because their endlessly chatty master wouldn't stop talking to the bird. They watched as Ylissi, who had tucked 1 foot beneath her and stuck her head under her wing to sleep, was repeatedly roused by Luolin's persistent chatter. With her keen hearing, Ylissi woke at even the slightest sound, let alone clear, deliberate speech. Though she could balance on 1 leg with ease, exhaustion finally made her sway. Perhaps she would never understand why humans went to such lengths to torment a bird. Go to sleep, Luolin finally said, uttering the last sentence. As if granted amnesty, the falcon promptly leaped off the low wooden perch and landed in the hay piled beneath the felt mat, which kept the ground from being too hard for the knights to sleep on. Ylissi settled herself in the hay, curling up and tucking her head beneath her wing without a moment's hesitation. Luolin paused to observe the sleeping posture of the goshawk, Ylissi. These raptors usually have 2 ways of resting, either standing on 1 leg with their head tucked under a wing, or curling up with their whole body, head hidden beneath their feathers. Ylissi clearly preferred the latter, curling herself into a quiet, solitary ball. Not wanting to disturb her sleep, Luolin took out a coin and slipped it into the slot of the copper-bound book, activating the heartfelt connection, goshawk ability. Instantly, a faint glow rose from the inscription and drifted toward Ylissi, merging into her head as she lay on the straw. Immediately after, the first advanced ability appeared, advanced, steel-beaked skullbreaker. This would grant his raptor iron claws and a steel beak, strong enough to easily shatter an enemy's skull. Unlocking it required 8 silver coins, which Luolin provided without hesitation. Bjorn had once said that Ylissi could crack a bear's skull, and now that was a reality. For any enemy without a helmet, this was a deadly threat. The last advanced ability, Metamorphosis, required 2 raptors and a gold coin to unlock. Luolin put away his coin pouch and the copper-bound book, pondering how to acquire a second goshawk. Ylissi wouldn't lay eggs until next spring, and capturing an adult goshawk was extremely difficult. However, Bjorn's sister did keep one. Perhaps he could arrange a trade. As Luolin lay on the felt mat, he realized that hunting would be much easier with Ylissi. The dogs could handle large prey, while Ylissi could catch smaller animals, a perfect combination. Seeing their master lie down, the dogs around him began to look weary. Meanwhile, Ylissi on the straw alertly pulled her head out from under her wing, turning it mechanically as she listened intently to every faint sound. Before dawn the next morning, Luolin was already outside the camp practicing swordsmanship. Most of the surrounding trees had been used to build a formidable, square wooden fort, 50 paces on each side. This would serve as the core area for the knights, with further expansions planned. For now, only the central section, the inner square, of the fortress was complete. The craftsmen were laying the foundations for the knights' wooden cabins. At that moment, Old Harry approached with a smile, drawing his sword to join the practice. He reported on the construction progress. The palisade had been repaired, the main gate would be installed that day, and 120 acres of farmland had been cleared, with more to be added before winter. He also planned to build semi-subterranean shelters for the slaves to save on materials. After discussing these matters, Old Harry reminded Luolin that they should organize a large-scale hunt to stock up on food and furs for the coming winter. Luolin agreed, then raised his sword to signal the start of their practice. Old Harry immediately launched a surprise attack, thrusting his sword forward. Luolin sidestepped and blocked with his blade, then counterattacked. Although Old Harry managed to parry the riposte, he could clearly feel Luolin's progress. The strike was both heavy and penetrating. Sword practice was over quickly, and breakfast was finished soon after. Roland mounted Nightshade and led the dogs and the 3 mountain clan horses out. His main goal was to train the horses to follow voice commands, spinning in place, jumping, stopping abruptly, kicking out, and other maneuvers were practiced repeatedly. Roland didn't really need this training for himself. He was doing it entirely so Bjorn's people could handle the horses with precision. Since he had promised his friend, he intended to do everything right and live up to that trust. After the training session, Roland led the group back. The mastiff, Blackface, dashed ahead, heading straight for its work post supervising the laborers. It stopped beside two bandits clearing brush, baring its teeth at Morrison and growling low. Morrison was so startled he nearly dropped his tool, daring only to glance at the fierce dog out of the corner of his eye, hardly daring to breathe. Once Roland and the other dogs had moved on, and Blackface turned aside for a moment, Morrison finally let out a long breath and muttered to his companion, "I told you there's something off about this dog. Every time I want to take a break, it pops up out of nowhere like a ghost. The way it looks at you, it's like it can see right through you." "You're overthinking it." Morrison, White, the other bandit, replied, cautiously glancing at the now distant dog. "You're just imagining things. It's gone now. Try relaxing again. I bet it's not as scary as you think." "I'd like to try," Morrison grumbled, though he didn't want to be outsmarted by a dog. Still, he couldn't shake the feeling that there was something unusual about it. Hoping it was just his imagination, he hunched over and pretended to work, sneaking a look over his shoulder at the departing mastiff. Without realizing it, his hands stopped moving. Suddenly, the dog whipped its head around. Its icy gaze locked onto the slacker, baring its fangs and turning toward Morrison, advancing step by step. With each stride, its glare grew fiercer, and a deep growl rumbled from its throat. "God's help me," Morrison cried, snapping back to work and gripping his tool tightly. Now he was sure. There was no way this dog would let him slack off for even a second. In that brief moment of eye contact, he felt a chill run down his spine. "You're slacking off again." Caruser appeared beside Blackface, pointing at Morrison and scolding him. "No food or water for you today. Get back to work." He glared at the two bandits for a moment longer before leading the mastiff away. Once they were out of sight, White tried to comfort his companion. "A day without food won't kill you. Trust me." From a distance, Roland witnessed the whole scene and realized Blackface's talent for keeping the workers in line was truly a gift. "Hey, my friend." Bjorn rode up on Mosinus, still wearing his broad grin. He swung off his horse and, spotting Blackface as it passed by, couldn't help but praise, "That's a smart dog. You've got fears too. Not the prettiest, though." Old Harry, seeing the guest arrive, nodded respectfully to the knight before stepping away to handle other matters. He thought to himself, "Good thing you're the Lord's friend. Anyone else would have been out of luck today." As soon as Bjorn saw the old hunter leave, his smile vanished, replaced by a look of urgency. He quickly turned to his friend and asked, "My friend, how did the horses turn out?" He took a deep breath, his brow furrowed. "These days, not only has my father been mocking me, even my sister has started calling me foolish. Roland, maybe she's long since lost respect for me." Roland replied with a reassuring smile, "When you go back today, no one will call you foolish anymore." Bjorn shook his head, still troubled. "You're too optimistic. I've barely slept these nights, trying to train those horses. Just touching Mosinus' neck drains all my strength, and I can barely speak with any energy left." He paused, his voice dropping lower. "If I can't bring those trained horses back today, they won't just call me foolish. They might just say I'm a complete idiot." "Wait." Bjorn suddenly turned, his eyes wide with disbelief, staring at Roland. "Are you saying you've tamed them?" Roland nodded lightly, the smile never leaving his face. "That's right, I've tamed them." He snapped his fingers toward the three horses grazing nearby and looked back at Bjorn. "You can take them now, but your clansmen will have to stay a bit longer. I still need their help. Don't worry, we'll treat them well. They can stay as long as you want." Bjorn's gaze stayed fixed until he heard the crisp snap. He watched as the three horses immediately stopped grazing, lifted their heads, and looked alert and lively. Bjorn stared in amazement. "It's like they've been reborn." He took a long breath, then spoke more sincerely. "Dear Roland, you've done me a huge favor. I must invite you to visit our clan. You'd better not refuse, or it would be an insult to my sincere invitation." He paused, then added, "Of course, it's also my mother's wish, so you really can't say no." Roland nodded slightly. "All right, they'll come, since you insist." He glanced over at the still-spirited horses, already making up his mind. He continued, "I should go this time not just to train the other horses, but also to meet more people. Old Harry has been praising the Mountain Clan's men, saying they're hard-working and make great helpers." Bjorn smiled, though a hint of hesitation showed in his eyes. "Ah, then maybe we can also see my sister while we're at it, and try our luck at trading for another raptor. That way, I can unlock its new abilities." Roland paused, then asked seriously, "Bjorn, what is your sister like?" Bjorn hesitated, his expression softening, a barely noticeable smile on his face. "Her? She likes sleeping in." The two fell silent for a moment. Then Roland mounted Nightshade, took Glenn and the two horses, and rode out of the camp toward Bjorn's clan. Old Harry watched the departing riders, feeling a sense of relief. The knight had just told him to get ready for more helpers, which would make his work much easier. As the sun climbed higher, Old Harry directed his men to start digging a cellar on the hillside. Before long, a lookout came rushing over. "Old Harry, you'd better come have a look," he said simply. Soon after, Old Harry followed the lookout to the lakeshore, where he met two unfamiliar hunters. They were drifter hunters who didn't want to pay for hunting permits or taxes on noble lands. The two stood as a hunting party, a hint of anxious tension on their faces, as if they were on the run. One of the hunters, a bearded man, glanced at the distant beaver dam and pointed. "Friend, if I'm not mistaken, you folks are refugees escaping hard times. I know the rules in these unclaimed lands: first come, first served." Old Harry smiled slightly and nodded. "Yes, everyone knows the rules. But here, the beavers live in a rare, close-knit family group. Maybe you could name your price and sell them all to us. Or, if you prefer, we could do the hunting and split the meat with you. Honestly, your offer does sound tempting." Old Hallie knew very well that these beavers were off-limits under Knight Luolin's protection. Still, he couldn't afford to turn these men down outright. After all, they spoke of first come, first served. But who knew what they were really thinking? Hallie had been part of hunting parties before and understood how these people operated. To avoid unnecessary trouble, he chose his words carefully. "But my friends, these beavers are our food reserves for the winter. We need to let them put on a bit more weight. Maybe, when the time comes and we're ready to hunt, if you're still around, we'd be happy to trade some of the catch with you." Carouse, who had been standing quietly nearby, thought over Hallie's words. At last, he grasped the underlying message. The right time to talk about this would be when they actually needed to hunt. The bearded hunter seemed to catch on as well. He didn't press the issue, instead making some casual small talk before leaving with his companion. As Hallie watched them disappear into the distance, he quietly instructed Carouse, "Go tell the others we need to be extra vigilant tonight." Once the two hunters entered the woods, they picked up their pace. Pushing aside a bush that blocked their path, the bearded hunter glanced at his companion and asked, "How many people do you think there were back there?" His companion looked toward the distant slope, paused to consider, and replied, "About 40. But those refugees aren't our real target. Did you see those horses and mules?" The bearded hunter followed his gaze and replied offhandedly, "Now those are worth something. Refugees like them don't deserve to own animals like that." More than 20 shabby tents were scattered throughout the woods, their surfaces caked with grime, staining the fresh golden leaves on the ground like filthy rags. Yet despite the squalor, the air was thick with the mouth-watering aroma of roasting meat, a stark contrast to the dirty surroundings. At the center of the camp, dozens of raiders in worn leather armor lounged on the ground, unkempt and filthy, tearing greedily into several golden, juicy roasted lambs. Delmy, who had just spoken, ripped off a large chunk of lamb rib, grease dripping down his beard. He sneered at Blackbeard Juan, who had just returned with news. "Killing them is a waste of effort, Juan. Do you really want us to brag about the pitchforks and that damn manure scoop we stole when we get back?" The raiders around them burst into rough laughter. Everyone agreed refugees were always dirt poor, a fact proven by their past raids. Only the man seated at the very center remained stone-faced. He held a brand new dagger, methodically slicing meat from the lamb leg before him. Without looking up, he addressed Blackbeard Juan in a low, commanding tone. "Juan, your job was to track down the smuggling caravan from the Luolin nobles. Are you trying to pass this off as your report? Or do you have a reason for wanting me to waste our time and strength on this?" As soon as he spoke, the camp fell silent. Everyone held their breath, listening intently. "I understand, Chief Pedro," Blackbeard Juan replied, bowing slightly, a flicker of respect in his eyes. Head followed this chief for years and knew his temper well. He quickly reported, "They're definitely not ordinary refugees. I saw at least 5 fine horses and a few mules. Refugees could never own those. Plus, they had at least 10 armed peasants." "Horses?" The raiders barely reacted to the mention of 10 armed peasants, but the mention of good horses wiped the scorn from their faces. They all knew the value of 5 horses, easy to move, easy to sell. Delmy, who had mocked one earlier, frowned and spoke again. "Maybe they stole those horses. Besides, 5 isn't nearly enough for our 100+ men. We're not slavers, after all." The others nodded in agreement with the second-in-command. Their real targets were the smuggling caravans sponsored by the nobles. From experience, they had little interest in refugees. Capturing them meant feeding, guarding, and transporting them far away to sell. For the meager profit, it was easier just to kill them. They were raiders, after all. They wanted quick money. Only the leader, Pedro Lopez, raised an eyebrow, pausing with his dagger for a moment. 10 armed peasants, that's odd. What does their camp look like?" "They have a wooden stockade on a slope by the river," Blackbeard Juan replied, closing his eyes as he recalled the details. "It's just a circle of logs, not big enough for everyone to live in." "Oh, and they're digging holes outside the stockade loop like they were building earth shelters." "Oh." For the first time, Pedro Lopez looked up, revealing a sharply defined face. His narrow, unremarkable eyes glinted with menace. Twirling his dagger between his fingers, its blade flashing coldly in the firelight, he asked clearly, "So, there's a clear hierarchy?" "Yes, exactly," Blackbeard One replied quickly, as if the chief's question had just made everything clear to him. "That's right, there's a clear division between high and low status. Chief Pedro, you know as well as I, refugees don't make those kinds of distinctions. There were horses and a wooden fortress built on the high ground by the river. Pedro tightened his grip on the dagger, slicing the lamb quickly. Did anyone see a flag? He asked. No, but I can't be sure, someone replied. By the way, did the king of the Loyans issue any new frontier orders this year? Yes. Someone in the crowd stood up confidently, saying, I saw a royal envoy in Catfish Field. He was there to hold a ceremony for the knights who received the new land grants. Word had it that at least 4 titled knights in the Coldridge region had been given such orders this time. After hearing this, Pedro's lips curled into a faint smile. He popped a piece of lamb into his mouth. Looks like luck's on my side. Maybe we've run into a knight sent ahead to claim new land. I heard the king of the Loyans is quite generous with the support he gives these frontier knights. He paused, scanning the group. Well said, Chief Pedro. Delmy, who had just been mocking Blackbeard, now stood up excitedly, fully in agreement. As Delmy rose, everyone around him realized it too. This was a big opportunity. Pedro sliced off a large piece of meat and tossed it to Juan, the subordinate who had been the butt of jokes earlier. You may not have found the smugglers, but the information you brought back is valuable. Pedro's tone was relaxed, but his eyes were sharp. Then he looked around at the others. Looks like the god of thieves has sent us a gift. That's right. Haha. The group was fired up. This was definitely a windfall. Not far off, 2 young men were discussing this gift as well. To be honest, said Bjorn, turning in his saddle to look at his friend, you asked what my sister likes. Are you interested in her? He grinned. You've never met her, but hey, if you think him handsome, just imagine how tough she must be. Rolling was used to Bjorn's bluntness. His friend was wild and carefree, always dreaming of making a name for himself through bravery. Above all, he wanted to wipe out raiders from the land his beloved aunt had been killed by men like Pedro. Rolling knew those people were far more than ordinary bandits. They were ruthless and professional. Look, Bjorn pointed ahead. That's Longspear Mountain, where we live at its foot. He guided Rolling's gaze toward the mountain, its slopes covered in yellowing asters. From a distance, the range looked like a sword blade dressed in white, its ridges capped with snow that never melted. At the foothills, a blanket of coniferous forest stretched out like green velvet. Let's go? Bjorn urged his horse forward in a leap, and Rolling followed close behind. 5 horses and 2 dogs thundered over the dry grass, racing toward the base of Longspear Mountain, the wind at their backs. Overhead, the hawk, Iris, soared high, keeping pace. After passing through the dense woods, the land opened up into a gentle valley dotted with wooden cabins of varying sizes. Smoke curled from chimneys, and brown animal hides hung from racks. Deeper in the valley stood the clan chief's stronghold, built from huge stones and round logs. What did I tell you? Sigrid Eriksson stood with her mother, Adela, at the gates of the stronghold, watching the newcomers approach on horseback. The guards had just reported, and she was already guessing what the visitor might be like. When she got a clear look at him, she let out a faint, mocking laugh, her lips quirking up. Aside from a face that might make little girls swoon, I don't see anything special about him. Look at that skinny frame. I could lift 2 of him with one hand. Standing beside her, Bjorn seemed almost impressive by comparison, and Sigrid's words dripped with scorn. See, next to him, Bjorn doesn't look half bad. Adela glanced at her daughter, who was even more robust than her own husband, secretly wondering how she had ever given birth to such a powerhouse. But she had to admit, Sigrid's strength had earned her a reputation as the clan's mightiest warrior. The spear of the war god had never cared about gender. All right, I know I shouldn't be so rude, Sigrid said, shrugging with a small grin. She respected her mother deeply even though she could defeat 10 men like Pedro without breaking a sweat. In front of her mother, she was always deferential. Under Adela's stern gaze, Sigrid finally relented. Fine. I promise I'll watch my words, and I'll give him the utmost respect. You're the most handsome and impressive man I've ever seen. After greeting her mother, Sigrid turned to Luolin with a teasing tone. Honestly, even a reserved girl like me finds it hard to resist the idea of a romantic adventure with you in the woods. Luolin was momentarily taken aback. Facing this tall, muscular warrior woman, he knew he hardly fit the description of impressive. He was more like a slender sapling at the base of a wall. Her praise was so exaggerated it was almost embarrassing. Looking at Sigrid's sturdy frame, Luolin suddenly understood why Bjorn was always eager to prove himself. His sister could probably take down 3 of him without breaking a sweat. Let's go inside. Adela gave Luolin a warm smile, inviting him into the stronghold. She turned to her daughter with a loving look in her eyes. You did well. Sigrid pretended not to notice her mother's gaze. In her view, she had already shown more than enough respect to a man she could easily overpower. Bjorn, meanwhile, felt quietly relieved. In the past, the friends he brought home rarely got compliments from his sister. Most ended up with black eyes after their first meeting. Just thinking about those childhood memories still made him uneasy. Soon after, Luolin met the clan chief of the Spear of the War goddess Demond Eriksson. As the saying goes, like father, like daughter, though compared to Sigrid, her father actually appeared rather slight. I hear you're quite skilled with war horses? After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Astamond got straight to the point. I'd truly like to see what kind of brave horses a Luolin can train. Astamont. Adela's emerald green eyes flashed at her husband. You'd better watch your words. Luolin is not just Bjorn's friend, he's our guest. She quickly turned back to Luolin, her gentle smile returning. Please don't take it to heart. They're just curious about your skills. You know how every man who loves horses is. Luolin understood perfectly. It was obvious this couple was working in tandem. As the parents of the future clan chief, it was only natural for them to size up their son's friends. I don't mind, he nodded politely. As you said, anyone who trains war horses is always happy to show their work to someone who truly appreciates horses. What a polite and thoughtful young man, Adela said, her expression softening even more. She turned to her husband and daughter. They'll go make arrangements for dinner. You two make sure our guest is well taken care of. Father and daughter exchanged a glance, both with a look that clearly said, she means you. Before long, they arrived at the valley's horse training grounds. News had spread quickly, and members of the Spear of the War God clan formed a thick crowd around the arena. Bjorn mounted a horse his friend had trained and led two others, demonstrating basic commands in the ring. Chief Astamon sat in the stands, chatting and laughing with his clansmen, clearly uninterested in these basic riding skills. Luolin stood at the edge of the arena, focused on every movement within. Move aside, let me through. Sigrid shoved the crowd aside as easily as picking up a chick, her strong frame pushing through until she stood beside Roland, her shoulder pressed against the railing. She gave the tall, lean man a once-over, then raised her clenched right fist in front of him. Do you know what this is? Her voice was laced with challenge. Roland studied the calloused, rock-solid fist, unsure of her intent, so he offered a polite compliment. That's quite a hammer of a fist you have. Sigrid shrugged, seeming reluctantly satisfied with the comment, though it was clear she wasn't here for praise. She waved her iron-hard fist, her gaze sharp and fixed on Roland. It's more than just a hammer of a fist, it's a warning. Her voice was low and firm. You saved my brother's life. He did what he was supposed to do. I've always thought he was a bit weak, but that doesn't change the fact that he's my brother. To be honest, he has a bit of cleverness, but he's also as naive as a fool. She pushed her fist forward. I'm warning you. Don't take advantage of him. These 3 horses had better turn out to be worthy war horses, or you really won't want to find out what my hammer of a fist feels like. Don't worry, I never let my friends down. Roland nodded slightly, thinking to himself that Bjorn was truly lucky blessed to have family willing to stand up for him in this world. A roar of cheers suddenly erupted around the training ground. Roland turned to see Bjorn, riding the war horse, leading the other 2 as they leapt lightly over a row of upright spiked fences. Though these obstacles were not real battlefield defenses, but harmless barriers to test the horse's courage, their performance was still impressive. This is just the beginning, Sigrid said flatly, as if such feats meant little to her. Roland understood these were only the most basic tests. With a sharp snap, Bjorn urged his horse into a charge, his lance striking clean through a straw-stuffed wooden dummy ahead. At the same time, he pulled the reins tight, uttering a command Roland had taught him. Instantly, the warhorse came to a sudden halt, its hind legs kicking high, smashing the dummy with tremendous force. The wooden post splintered with a crack, pieces flying in all directions. The onlookers burst into cheers again, impressed not just by the horse's strength, but by the perfect coordination between Bjorn's thrust and the horse's swift, powerful kick. Anyone could see this warhorse responded to commands at a remarkably high level. At least it's not too bad, Sigrid commented coolly, though a hint of approval flickered beneath her tone. The trials continued. Suddenly, a group of clan warriors wearing wolf head caps stormed into the ring, banging spears against shields and letting out shrill, unsettling cries. Roland knew this was meant to simulate the chaos of battle, testing whether the horses could remain steady amid a forest of weapons and the din of combat. A truly great warhorse had to stay calm and fearless in such turmoil. Bjorn didn't hesitate, guiding his horse straight toward the crowd. At that moment, someone at the back hurled a burning clay pot. It shattered on the ground ahead, creating a low wall of fire, flames licking at the earth, black smoke rising. For most horses, this sudden blaze would have been a terrifying shock. But this was exactly the kind of ordeal that tested a warhorse's gift for fearlessness. Go, Bjorn commanded. His mount, along with the other 2 horses, showed not a trace of fear at the fire. Instead, they accelerated, charging forward and leaping cleanly over the flames, heading straight for the armed testers about to plunge right into the thick of it. Those people immediately rolled to the sides. At the same time, with a sharp command from Bjorn, the 3 warhorses reared up and came to an abrupt halt, narrowly avoiding trampling those who were a bit slower to react. A collective gasp rose from the crowd gathered outside the training arena. Watching the scene unfold, Luolin couldn't help but admire the courage of those testing the warhorse in wrong move, and someone was bound to get hurt. Bjorn, beaming with joy, swung off his horse and waved triumphantly at his friends, his face glowing with pride. He knew the warhorses his friend had trained had passed the test with flying colors, and he strode energetically toward Luolin. Not bad, Sigrid said with a reluctant shrug. her tone carrying a hint of grudging approval. She knew the horses had performed well, but she already had a final challenge in Mindus Spurofemin idea shed just come up with. Turning to Luolin, she said, "I'll admit you're a skilled beast tamer. You trained them well in such a short time, and at least my brother wasn't embarrassed. But a true warhorse must be fearless, no matter what." As soon as her words fell, she raised her left hand, put her thumb and index finger to her lips, and let out a sharp whistle. A piercing eagle cry echoed from high above. The crowd around the arena all looked up to the sky. Luolin tensed, certain that this formidable sister was about to stir up trouble. Suddenly, a brown figure dove from the sky at lightning speed. Bjorn paused mid-step, joining everyone in staring at the shape hurtling toward the three warhorses. He immediately recognized it was his sister's hunting eagle, the golden eagle Daiwayer. Clan Chief Asmund, who had been satisfied with the horse's performance, shot to his feet at this sudden turn. He knew it was his daughter's doing again. Even if the warhorses hadn't been fazed by fire and spikes, the sudden appearance of a raptor would surely startle them. This girl if only shed marry soon. I could finally stop worrying, he muttered to himself, then added, if anyone dares to marry her, that is. With a whoosh, the golden eagle, nearly a meter long and with wings spanning over 2 meters, hovered above the warhorses, preparing to frighten them with its sharp beak and talons. But the three warhorses, bred for fearlessness, only flinched for an instant before rearing up, baring their grass-stained teeth, and snapping at the eagle above them. Their strong jaws clacked together with a chilling crack-crack-crack, as if they were ready to eat meat. The golden eagle, caught off guard, beat its wings and soared upward in alarm. It had clearly never encountered such a challenge from grass-eaters before. A thunderous roar erupted from the crowd. They had never seen warhorses daring enough to snap at a golden eagle. Bjorn stood frozen, then, realizing what he had just witnessed, turned to look at his father outside the arena, his eyes shining with pride. "See, father? Your son can do something right. At the very least, I made the right friends." Sigrid's face flashed with a mix of shock, disbelief, and rising color. She couldn't believe her fierce golden eagle had been scared off by horses. Unwilling to accept defeat, she blew her whistle again. The golden eagle, regaining its composure, swooped down once more, this time, fully prepared, talons outstretched, aiming straight for the herd. Just then, a streak of gray and white shot in from the side, colliding with the golden eagle in midair. It was the Merlin falcon, Ylisi. Agile and fearless, she darted around the much larger eagle, striking with her talons and beak. In just a few seconds, several brown feathers had been plucked from the golden eagle. A sharp whistle sounded, and the Merlin falcon, as if on command, broke off the attack. She glided past the astonished onlookers and settled neatly on the left shoulder of the young man, standing by the arena Finciso out of place among the clansmen. "That's the clan chief's wife's Merlin, Ylisi," someone in the crowd shouted. Luolin lowered his hand from his mouth and gently stroked the falcon perched on his shoulder. He smiled at Sigrid, who was still staring at him in disbelief. "Just as you said, I'm not only good with horses. I know a thing or two about falcons as well." Sigrid said nothing, her brows drawn as she glared at Luolin. He met her gaze calmly, though inside, he was on edge, half expecting her to challenge him to a duel. His concern wasn't about her imposing physique, but rather a matter of mutual respect between men and women. Of course, to help Sigrid with falconry, he had to use a few tricks of his own. Dinner began. Sigrid kept her head down, quietly eating her meat and sipping her soup, only glancing occasionally at the man sitting across from her, the man she could easily overpower with just one hand. It was the first time she'd been so silent at the table, lost in thought. She could understand why the three horses had been trained that way, but her mother's goshawk had never dared to challenge her golden eagle before. Today's incident at the training ground was a first. "Sigrid, you're awfully quiet tonight. Is it because we have a guest, so you're pretending to be shy?" Asmund let out a hearty laugh. The daughter had raised since childhood had never been afraid of him, not even when he used to glare at her. Now, at last, someone could give her a run for her money in her area of expertise. Of course, his daughter excelled at fighting just now at the training ground, had been genuinely worried she might challenge someone to a duel. When his daughter didn't respond, Asmund turned to Roland. "Hey, Roland, you're pretty skilled with horses. That's got to be your own special technique. We should talk more about it sometime. By the way, my son Bjorn finally made a friend I actually like. Come on, let's have a drink, don't leave a drop." To friendship. Roland had promised himself he'd only have a sip of the Mountain Clan's liquor, but with a mission to complete, staying sober was a priority. To his relief, this drink was different from last time's, sweet, and much more palatable. Bjorn sat right next to his friend, grinning since their return from the training ground. He looked at his father, pride in his eyes. "I told you, Roland really knows his stuff. That day, his warhorse knocked out that monster with a single kick. Now you can't say I was exaggerating." Roland took a sip of the meat soup, remembering clearly that his horse had actually kicked twice. Bjorn always did like to embellish a little. Across the table, the chieftain's wife, Adila, maintained her gentle smile. Though she hadn't been at the training ground, She knew exactly what had happened. Today had proven that her son's friend had real abilities and hadn't deceived him. Still, in the end, what mattered in a friendship was the person. Otherwise, her husband's sister wouldn't have met such a tragic end. Now, she was eager to see if this young man named Roland was truly sincere. Dear Roland, I heard from Bjorn that you plan to settle down in that area. Roland had already observed that the chieftain's wife was the strategist of the household. His time with Bjorn had also given him a better understanding of the mountain clan's temperament. So he answered as honestly as possible. As you already know, Mrs. Erickson, I do intend to make a home there. To be frank, I came here ahead of time on my uncle's orders to open up new land. It was also the guidance of the god of war that led me to meet your brave and loyal son, and for that, I consider myself fortunate. And I'm lucky too, Bjorn replied, turning to his friend with a smile. His feelings toward Roland had grown beyond simple affection. Now there was a touch of admiration as well, mostly because of Roland's horsemanship. In terms of strength, he figured he could take on 2 Rollins at once, though of course, he didn't count his sister. After all, this was a comparison between men. After hearing these words, Adila's eyes flashed with understanding. She now fully grasped the attitudes of the Loy nobles and the pioneer knights toward Xinling, as well as the many benefits of early development. Yet at this moment, her gaze remained fixed on Luolin, attentive to his every answer. She could now be certain this young man was hiding nothing. Dear Luolin, Adila said gently but firmly, resting her hand lightly on the table, you're an honest soul. My husband and I are truly glad that Bua has a friend like you. She leaned forward slightly, her eyes sincere. We wish for your friendship to remain as pure and enduring as the snow atop Mount Longji. Luolin and Bua exchanged a glance and nodded to each other, genuine smiles spreading across their faces. The dinner ended, but the celebrations continued. Outside the fortress, Asmund hosted an even grander second feast. This was the mountain clan's highest honor for esteemed guests. Everyone, young and old alike, gathered around roaring bonfires to roast meat, drink, and dance. Clan members took turns toasting Luolin, and before long, his cheeks were flushed and his eyes grew a little unfocused. Just then, Sigrid strode over and held out her rough, powerful fist once again. Do you know what this means? She asked, her voice tinged with the effects of drink. Again? Luolin could feel the alcohol warming his face, but he tried to stay alert and replied earnestly. Is this another hammer warning? No, Sigrid shook her head, her broad face turned squarely toward him. Now, it means protection. She paused, then continued, I still think you're not much of a fighter. Of course, if you want to prove otherwise, we could have a spar. Seeing Luolin shake his head, she grinned. Smart choice. What I mean is, you're Bayu's friend, so that makes you at least half a friend to me. This fist isn't just for fighting enemies, it's also for protecting friends. Thank you. Luolin nodded, realizing that behind her tough exterior, she was actually quite warm-hearted. But his relief was short-lived. Sigrid took another swig of wine and went on. But today, your falcon embarrassed my golden eagle. And, my mother snow, your goshawk plucked a few feathers off my dower. So, you'll have to pay for that. Luolin blinked. Name your price. I'm listening. Sigrid clearly hadn't expected such a straightforward response, so she seized the opportunity. You have to help me train my dower for free. Did you hear that? For free, no payment of any kind. Luolin admitted he was drunk and his mind was a little hazy, but he didn't need much thought to understand her meaning. The second reason he'd come here was now being fulfilled in such an unexpected way. He immediately patted his chest and assured her, I'm truly sorry about what happened at the training grounds today, but I don't think that's enough. Honestly, I'm the kind of person who feels guilty when I make mistakes. He'll train 5 for you for free, no. Even 10 is fine. 10. Sigrid rolled her eyes at her half-friend, shooting him a look that said he was clueless. You think falcons are that easy to get? Honestly, you have no idea. You're right. I admit I don't. Luolin raised his glass, looking at her with genuine sincerity. But I promise you, anytime you get a new falcon, just bring it to me. He'll train it for you for free. I never go back on my word. Sigrid clinked her glass against his, gazing intently at the person before her, though she still couldn't quite let go of her worries. I'm still not comfortable leaving Duyur in your hands, she said. Tomorrow, he'll go with you and supervise until you've trained Duyur to be as fierce as Yilisi. Her eyes were resolute, her tone unwavering. Don't worry, I won't secretly pick up your training methods. Of course, that's fine, Luolin replied with a slight smile. He tipped his head back and finished his drink in one gulp, his eyes glancing up at the night sky. The stars were faint, as if a thin mist draped over the heavens. Meanwhile, on a distant hillside, Delmy stood in the darkness, surveying the pitch-black slope ahead. His gaze lingered on the wooden stronghold above, where a few flickering lights could be seen in the distance. After a moment, he turned back to their leader, Pydro, and reported in a low voice. Everything's just as you said. The people inside the camp are all asleep. Pydro rose to his feet, his eyes sweeping across the open land around them. The barren ground, cleared of trees, stretched silently into the distance. The campfires glimmered weakly in the night, as if quietly hinting at some coming unrest. Delmy, you take your men to the left. They'll take my group to the right, he ordered softly. Fortune is beckoning us. Keep low and move quickly across the clearing. Let's claim what's rightfully ours. Delmy nodded and led his team silently toward the left, while Pedro took his group to the right. The teams split up without a word, slipping quietly into the open ground. Inside the wooden stockade, Kulus leaned against a log wall, his eyes fixed on the small campfire before him. He tossed a few more sticks onto the flames, which danced and lit up his weathered face. With a yawn, he turned to the old hunter beside him, who was wrapped in a rough wool blanket, breaking the silence. Uncle Hallie, you're wound up for nothing. Those two guys earlier were just ordinary hunting party members. Old Hunter Hallie coughed, casting a wary glance back at Kulus. With Lord Luolin gone, it doesn't hurt to be cautious, he said, keeping watch as he scanned their surroundings, still unable to shake a lingering sense of unease. Still, something just doesn't feel right. At that moment, Hei Lian, Hei Tai, and the other dogs suddenly burst out of the tent and ran to Hallie's side. They pressed their noses to the gaps between the logs, sniffing the air and watching the surroundings with sharp alertness. Hallie's eyes widened as he took in the dog's behavior. A wave of anxiety swept over him. These dogs had been specially trained by Luolin. If they sensed anything unusual nearby, they would alert the camp. But they never barked without reason. A deep sense of unease crept into Hallie's heart, as if he could sense an approaching danger. Old Harry didn't hesitate. He immediately followed Lord Luolin's instructions and reached out his hand. The war dogs quickly gathered around him, licking the back of his hand. Suddenly, a warning echoed in Harry's mind. Something knights were always told before battle. Licking the back of the hand meant there were outsiders present. In his experience, the war dog's instincts had never let him down. Repeated tests had made him a firm believer. He stood up abruptly, letting the woolen blanket at his waist fall to the ground, and strode purposefully toward the inner walkway of the wooden stockade. The 4-meter-high stockade and the 2.5-meter-high walkway weren't fully finished, but they already offered a decent defense. From up there, you could shoot out over the walls or duck down for cover. Most importantly, it allowed guards to move quickly in any direction. For now, though, only the southwestern sections were completed. Harry bent low and climbed onto the walkway, sidestepping the stacks of timber and peering out cautiously. Even though the surrounding shrubs had been cleared during the day, leaving only tangled dead grass and stubborn roots, the faint starlight made it hard to spot anything moving on the slope below. Suddenly, a metallic clang rang out clear and sharp in the quiet night. Harry immediately recognized the sound. One of the tripwires had set himself, designed to warn of approaching beasts. The noise was faint, but in the stillness, it was unmistakable. Then another clang sounded, this time from the other side of the slope. Harry's heart skipped a beat. He was sure this wasn't the work of a lone animal. Judging by the distance, there was more than one intruder. He quickly withdrew, scanning the inside of the stockade as his mind raced. Before he could finish thinking, he bent down and slid down the makeshift wooden ladder. Waiting below was Caruzer, who immediately sensed something was wrong from the old hunter's expression. He asked in a low voice, "What happened?" Harry didn't answer right away. He worried that telling the young man would make him panic and cloud his judgment. Looking at Caruzer, he simply said, "Go get everyone." Caruzer hurried off, while Harry rapidly weighed his next steps. Just then, Jonas emerged from a nearby hide tent. Seeing Harry's serious face, he stopped and asked, "Is it the enemy?" "Possibly," Harry replied with a nod. "I'm certain there's someone on the slope." The tripwire's reaction, combined with the dog's warning, confirmed it once again. After encountering that hunter earlier in the day, Harry could no longer deny what was happening. Jonas glanced at the night sky, then looked out beyond the stockade. Even though the wall blocked his view, he couldn't help but stare into the darkness. He then turned back to Harry, his voice steady and fearless. "They can't be good people. I'd bet they're bandits." Harry nodded in agreement. He noticed that Jonas, far from being afraid, appeared even calmer and more composed than he was. "Aren't you afraid?" Harry couldn't help but ask. Jonas let out a low chuckle, a hint of confidence in his deep voice. "People from the Spear of the War God clan never fear those ugly types. When we face them, we either send them to the earth or up to the War God's temple." He paused, started to walk away, then glanced back at Harry. "Talking about this with a Luo-E like you is pointless. You people don't understand our pursuit of honor." Harry nodded quietly, not at all surprised. Jonas' words were exactly what he'd expect from someone of the Spear of the War God clan. Jonas started toward the tent, then stopped and shot Harry a small, teasing smile. "You actually asked if I was afraid? I always thought you were a clever old man, but I didn't expect you to be so naive. Did you really think we were here to help you?" As soon as the words left his mouth, 9 warriors from the mountain clans burst out of the tent, clutching leather bags, and the atmosphere instantly grew tense. Old Harry's eyes widened in shock as he watched the scene unfold before him, his heart pounding wildly. The mountain clan warriors moved with calm precision, their actions smooth and practiced. They quickly donned leather armor and, without hesitation, pulled hunting bows from their bags, stringing them with swift, nimble hands. At the same time, each drew a blade, the cold gleam of their long knives flashing in the dim light. Old Harry had always assumed those leather bags simply held personal belongings, never imagining they contained weapons and armor. The sight left him deeply shaken and filled with respect. These seemingly ordinary people were, in fact, a highly trained fighting force. Even as a former mercenary himself, he couldn't help but admire their professionalism. It dawned on him that these weren't just regular clan members, they were the future chief's personal guard, tasked with his protection. Their daily routines might appear mundane, but once battle began, their presence and quick reflexes were impossible to ignore. I understand now. Old Harry gradually composed himself, though his expression grew even more serious. At that moment, 10 armed freeman farmers and hunters quietly arrived, staying hidden as silence settled over the area. See anyone? Luo asked in confusion. What do we do now? Old Harry whispered. Jonas shot Luo a disdainful glance, his eyes full of contempt. If one comes, kill one. If two come, kill two. Don't just stand there like fools. He shook his head mockingly, then muttered to his own people. If it were me, I'd at least know where the enemy is. Take out a few of them from a distance before they get close to the stockade. Without waiting for a reply, Jonas waved his hand, signaling his clan to get ready. Light the torches, he ordered. Despite the ridicule, Old Harry didn't let it distract him. Instead, he focused even more. He knew Jonas was right. Hesitation could be fatal. He quietly instructed, as many as possible, spread out and stay low. The clansmen immediately followed his orders and sprang into action. Jonas shrugged and shot Old Harry an approving look. Not bad. Raising his blade, he called out to his people, let's show these bandits and Luo's men what real warriors look like. With his words, the group surged toward the wooden stockade, the tension mounting even higher. Down the slope, Pedro watched the stockade with a steely expression. His eyes were cold as he shot a warning glare at his men, signaling them to be cautious. Even though he sensed the enemy's alertness, he didn't let his guard down. In his mind, the stockade was a fat prize, but he knew better than to rush in blindly. Pedro motioned for everyone to stop and pressed his ear to the ground, listening carefully. Suddenly, the sound of fire whooshing through the air caught his attention, followed by a string of torches arcing into the night sky. The torches landed in the dry grass at their feet, igniting it instantly and sending flames racing across the field. Damn it! One of Pedro's men cursed, just as the sharp twang of bowstrings broke the silence. An arrow struck the first man's leather cap, and he staggered before collapsing. Another arrow hit a second man square in the chest, blood spurting as he fell with a scream. Pedro roared, shields up, kill them all. He brandished his long sword, pointing it toward the stockade. Now that their presence was exposed, there was only one option: breakthrough. He wasn't the least bit intimidated by the 10 armed farmers inside. To him, they were nothing more than minor obstacles. With his command, Pedro led the raiders in a fierce assault, shields raised to protect their bodies as they charged the stockade with wild cries. At the same time, their archers launched a counterattack, arrows flying toward the defenders. On the chaotic battlefield, blades clashed and arrows whistled through the air, the tension thick enough to cut. Inside the stockade, the bandit Morrison jolted awake from his sleep, kicking his companion to alertness. White glared in frustration. Damn it, I was just starting my dream. He shouted, but froze when his companion pointed toward the stockade's perimeter. Armed farmers and mountain clansmen were rushing along the walkway, war dogs howling, and slaves huddled in the corners, terrified. Outside, chaos reigned as shouts and the clash of weapons echoed through the night. White was stunned. It's over, we're under attack. Morrison fixed his partner with a warning look. Don't forget, we're robbers too. I know, you don't have to remind me every time, White replied, lifting his bound hands to rub his tired, aching eyelids. He turned to study the wooden drawbridge gate ahead, craning his neck and listening intently for sounds outside. There must be a few dozen people out there, a sizable gang. But breaking in won't be easy. Maybe we don't have too much to worry about. Morrison didn't answer. Instead, he shifted his gaze from his partner, glancing first at Lucius in the center of the clearing, clutching a sheepskin tome and praying to the sky. His eyes then swept over the huddled, terrified Pandera slaves, before finally settling on the rough walkway running along the left side of the gate. On the walkway, armed farmer hunters and mountain clan warriors crouched behind crude wooden barricades, waiting for a chance to fire arrows outside. Enemy arrows whistled back in return. Suddenly, one arrow struck a slow-moving farmer in the left shoulder, sending him stumbling backward. Would have tumbled off the walkway if not for a quick-thinking mountain warrior who grabbed him just in time. A loud crash rang out from the direction of the drawbridge gate, snapping Morrison's attention toward the sound. Harry, they're hacking at the door with axes, shouted a nervous farmer guarding the entrance. Morrison looked up at the old hunter by the barricade. He watched as old Harry gave a few curt orders to the mountain warriors, then slid down the walkway with 2 men, rushing toward the visibly splintering gate. The old hunter directed his companions to grip their spears and swords, stabbing out through the cracks in the wood. The robbers outside fought back in kind, their weapons thrusting through the gaps. Those bastards all have shields. Get some logs and crush them. Morrison heard Jonas, a mountain warrior, barking urgent orders to his men on the walkway to the left of the gate. What a bunch of idiots, White scoffed, turning toward the gate, disdain clear in his eyes. Charging in like that he'll never break through, not even by tomorrow. Morrison said nothing, but he silently agreed. A frontal assault like this was a waste of effort. Thud. Suddenly, a dull knocking sounded from outside the log palisade behind them. Both men turned at once, quickly rising to their knees and pressing themselves against the logs to listen. Thud. Another blow, the logs trembling slightly. White instinctively pulled his head back, glanced at Morrison, and blinked. Spiked ladders? Has to be. Morrison nodded. Spiked ladders, metal spikes on one end, sturdy wooden poles on the other. Drive the spike into the logs, climb up the pole, and repeat one of the simplest and most reliable ways to scale a wooden palisade, even better than grappling hooks. Not only did it offer climbers stability, but defenders also found it tough to destroy. Grappling hooks were easier to cut down with swords or knives, and harder to recover if an assault failed. Thud. Another muffled strike, another spiked ladder wedged into the logs. White's eyes widened as he realized the enemy's plan. They were staging a noisy attack at the gate as a distraction, while others circled behind to scale the wall. He turned to Morrison at once. We have to warn old Harry. Shut up, Morrison hissed, shoving him back against the logs. Don't forget, we're robbers. This is our chance to get free. White pressed his back against the log, once again feeling the jarring vibrations as the ladder was hammered into place. He stared at Morrison, but the words caught in his throat. Morrison suddenly leaned in, gritting his teeth. Do you really think working hard is going to make you a new man? He raised his wrists, still bound by rope, and waved them in front of White's face. Open your eyes. After all these days of labor, we're still tied up. Even the slaves aren't treated like this. They don't trust us at all, because we're thieves, murderers, and arsonists. No one believes we can change. White met his companion's determined gaze as another tremor rattled the log behind him. Suddenly, an arrow whistled in from outside, landing beside the huddled slaves and sending them into a panic, pressing closer together in fear. White's eyes drifted from Morrison's face to the woman among the Pandela slaves, the one who had once flexed her muscles for him. Now, the smile that used to light up her face had vanished, replaced by terror, as helpless as a lamb hearing the howl of wolves. He remembered gathering beech nuts with her, remembered the silly jokes that always made her laugh, even when she was covered in dirt. She was beautiful when she laughed. As a bandit, he knew all too well what happened when raiders broke in. That woman's smile would likely only live on in his memory. White. Morrison grabbed his face, forcing him to meet his eyes. Think hard before you decide. Time's running out. With that, he stepped aside, waiting for White's choice. Sorry, my friend, White said with an apologetic look, turning to speak. Bang. Morrison struck first, slamming White's head against the log fence. Blood quickly stained White's forehead after two brutal blows. As White collapsed, Morrison straddled him, using his bound hands to choke him. Sorry, my friend, Morrison whispered as he tightened his grip, stifling White's struggles. I can't lose my freedom because of your foolishness. Go meet the Earth God now. When we meet again years from now, I'll apologize properly. Close your eyes, don't look at me. At last, White stopped moving. Morrison slumped, carefully releasing his grip, barely daring to breathe. With a heavy thud, a raider in sturdy leather armor and wielding a machete landed in front of him. Friend, I'm a bandit too, just like you. We're on the same. Before Morrison could finish, the raider's blade split his skull. Idiot, the raider spat, wiping his bloody blade. Trying to pass for a bandit? You think I'm stupid? Pathetic. Before he could finish, a dark shape lunged at him. With a savage growl, the mastiff Blackface clamped down on his sword arm. The sickening snap of bone echoed as Blackface dragged him off balance, forcing him to one knee. As the raider tried to punch with his left hand, Caslow Blackiron darted in from the side, jaws locking onto his throat. The dog shook its head violently, tearing away flesh before retreating with Blackface. The second raider dropped to the ground, and, spotting the two bloodstained dogs, froze in shock. He quickly regained his composure, waving his machete threateningly. Come any closer, and he'll cut you down. The two dogs bared their teeth in silence, eyes locked on him. Suddenly, Blackberry crept up behind him and sank her teeth into his sword arm. Before the raider could react, the three Lewis brothers lunged, pinning his limbs and dragging him to the ground. Blackface and Blackiron joined in, ripping into vital spots, and only backing off once the threat was dead. The third raider had just climbed over the stockade when he saw a pack of snarling dogs below, all staring up at him with gleaming fangs. He froze, then quickly drew his leg back, unwilling to jump down. Outside the stockade, the raider's second-in-command, Delmy, saw his comrade hesitate and roared, brandishing his iron sword in fury. You idiot! What are you doing? Get down there now. There are dogs. Coward, What's so scary about dogs? Jump. It's just a pack of dogs. Delma's eyes locked onto the raider climbing over the wooden palisade, fury blazing within him. He knew all too well that any hesitation during an assault could disrupt their momentum and, worse still, shake the morale of his men with pointless chatter, letting fear take hold. Without a second thought, he shoved his sword into the hands of a nearby subordinate, snatched the man's bow and arrow, drew the string, and aimed upward. His voice was cold and commanding. Jump. Now, immediately. Inside the stockade, Old Harry heard the commotion and turned toward the palisade. A raider was scaling the wooden barrier, preparing to leap down. Harry's heart dropped. He'd realized in an instant that the bandits' attack was just a diversion. The real plan was a surprise assault. He slapped Kuruzer urgently on the shoulder and barked, "Guard the drawbridge." Then he spun around, drew his bow, and loosed an arrow. The raider hesitated at the top, just as the arrow struck him square in the chest. He didn't even have time to cry out before crashing to the ground, where 9 fierce guard dogs immediately descended on him, tearing him apart in seconds. Lucius, Old Harry glanced at the 3 bodies on the ground, a wave of dread washing over him. If not for Lord Luolin's war dogs, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Seeing the situation growing desperate, he didn't hesitate. He hurled his sword toward the acolyte clutching a sheepskin tome and praying desperately. "Now, you'd better ask the gods for strength. Take up a sword and protect Lord Luolin's dogs." Lucius grabbed the sword and rushed toward the snarling dogs, trying to steady his trembling voice as he reassured them, "Don't worry, we'll keep you safe." A black-faced Malinois lifted its head, blood-stained fangs bared, and shot Lucius a cold glance before ignoring him, its gaze fixed on the top of the palisade. Just then, another raider climbed up. The Malinois glanced at him, then ducked back, a flash of caution in its eyes. At that moment, a bowstring twanged, and an arrow whistled past the raider's scalp. He lost his balance, scrambled down the ladder, and rushed to report to the second-in-command. "There really is a pack of dogs inside. Ball was ripped to pieces by them. And someone's watching us. If we climb up now, we'll be shot for sure. There aren't just 10 armed peasants in there. I saw at least 20 fully armed men." "What dogs?" Delmy frowned in confusion. How could a whole pack stay silent? Are they mute? A sense of unease crept into his mind, but there was no time to dwell on such details. He knew the surprise attack had failed and quickly adjusted his plan, leading his men around to the opposite side of the stockade. He barked, "Move it. Change the attack route. There's no one guarding the palisade on the far side, just a few horses tied up." "I'm sure of it." He split his men into 2 groups and ordered, "Keep making noise, make it as loud as possible. He'll take a team around the side. Bring the spare grappling hooks." As he spoke, he led his team quickly around the perimeter, finally reaching the far side of the stockade. With a nod, 4 men hurled their grappling hooks over the wall. The ropes went taut secure. Delmy shoved 1 man aside, grabbed a rope, and, with 3 others, braced himself on the logs and pulled upward, scaling the wall like a seasoned climber. Reaching the top, he cautiously poked his head over and scanned the area. Sure enough, he spotted a pack of dogs near the opposite palisade. To the left, on an unfinished walkway that ran around the inside of the stockade, a few figures stood firing arrows outward. Guards still watched the drawbridge below. There were no guards directly below their position. Several horses were tied to wooden posts, quietly munching on their feed, showing no sign of panic. Demir was momentarily stunned. These horses weren't startled at all. He immediately recognized them as fine horses. Turning his head, he nodded to his men below and signaled to a few comrades climbing up. The 4 of them leapt down almost simultaneously, skillfully blending in among the horses and using them as cover. Demir quickly scanned the entire stockade. As more of his team jumped down, he had already mapped out the next steps. Then, suddenly, a piercing neigh rang out. With a deafening shriek, a heavy thud followed, a sound like bones breaking. A raider who had just scaled the log fence froze in shock, watching as the deputy leader's head was shattered by a powerful kick from a horse. The body, not even hitting the ground yet, was kicked again, sent crashing hard against the fence below. By now, people inside the stockade had noticed the commotion. Shouts rang out, and arrows rained down. In a panic, the raider grabbed the rope and slid desperately to the ground. As soon as he landed, he shouted, "Demir! Demir's been killed by a horse. His head's been smashed open." Those around him were stunned. The deputy leader had lost his head. Inside the stockade, Old Harry stood nervously to the side, eyes fixed on a pack of dogs, ready to respond to any sudden move. As he swept his gaze around, he suddenly noticed movement where the horses were tied. Several figures were shifting about. Then, a few raiders leaped down the wall. He watched as one of the horses suddenly neighed and kicked a raider violently aside. He immediately shouted, "Jonas!" Jonas responded instantly, turning to look in the direction Old Harry was pointing. By the horses, 7 or 8 raiders stood frozen in terror, watching as the deputy leader's head was smashed. At that moment, they realized no more of their companions were jumping down the wall. They were isolated. "Follow me," Jonas shouted, brandishing his wooden shield, leading several of his clansmen down from the walkway, heading straight for the enemy. Fighting alongside his people, He used his shield to bash aside the foes in front, then cleave down another who tried to fight back, his long blade plunging into the enemy's chest. Jonas then kicked another man away, swiftly turning his blade to strike the next opponent. The raider raised his shield to block, but against the mountain warrior's powerful blow, the shield was slammed down, his arm shaking violently. Before he could react, Jonas smashed him with his own shield, sending him stumbling backward. Jonas closed in instantly, driving his blade through the man's throat. Not a single one of you can fight, filthy cowards. Jonas laughed, pulling his blade free and banging it against his shield. Old Harry let out a sigh of relief, taking a deep breath. This guy could really fight. Just then, the attack outside the stockade suddenly came to a halt. Jonas quickly climbed back up the walkway, shouting down below, "Come on, you cowards. My blade hasn't had enough of your blood, yet filthy blood." Old Harry stayed on alert, his eyes scanning the surroundings. The dawn light broke through the mist, shining down the slope. Pedro stood to the side, his expression cold, eyes sharp as he stared at the trembling men before him. "You saw it with your own eyes?" "Yes, Pedro. I saw Demir's head smashed open by that horse. His helmet was sent flying. And it's not just kicking the horse's bite, too. And Ball was torn to pieces by those dogs." Pedro's gaze darkened, his eyes as cold as ever. There were more than just 10 armed peasants. One of them raised his hand, pointing angrily at the Blackbeard one who stood beside the leader. "This bastard gave us the wrong intel. There are at least 30 fully armed men inside, probably even more." "You're lying." Blackbeard one shot back immediately, his voice full of contempt. He had to defend himself. In the recent fight, not only had the second in command, Demir, been killed, but 18 other comrades had died, and more than a dozen were wounded. Out of the original 100 men, fewer than 60 were still able to fight. He couldn't let the blame for these losses fall on him. Pedro lifted his chin, his gaze sharp as a hawk as he swept his eyes over the group. He spoke coldly, "Enough. Quiet." No one dared to meet his eyes. They all lowered their heads and took a step back. Pedro didn't look at them again, but turned his attention to the wooden stockade on the hill. His voice remained calm, but carried an undeniable authority. "What's the layout inside the stockade?" "Oh, right. Got it." The man who had accused one quickly looked up and replied confidently, "Only the areas on either side of the drawbridge have walkways along the wall. We can stand up there and shoot down with bows. The rest of the defenses aren't even finished yet." Pedro nodded and turned to another subordinate. "Go, bring everyone from the camp, and make sure you take all the kerosene. I don't want to see any more casualties. Today, I want this place burned to the ground." The subordinate hurried off toward the distant woods. The others stood silently, knowing all too well that this was their only option now. Pedro glanced at Juan, his expression cold and unreadable, saying nothing more. He had already decided that once the kerosene was ready, Juan would be the first to go in, soaked in oil and used as a burning spearhead. Morning sunlight spilled over the wooden stockade on the slope as the raiders cautiously collected arrows from the ground and the log palisade. Down the hill, others waited anxiously for the kerosene to arrive. As the sun climbed higher, its warm light spread across the hillside. Jonas and Old Harry stood on opposite sides, hiding behind stacks of wood, carefully watching the activity outside. "They're on the move," Jonas whispered, glancing outside the stockade. "The drawbridge hasn't been touched. They're heading to the sides. Are they really planning to climb up? Even the dumbest fool wouldn't try that in broad daylight." Old Harry nodded in agreement. "Climbing the stockade in daylight is suicide. If they so much as stick their heads up, they'll be shot full of arrows." He frowned, his gaze sharp. "Still, the stockade isn't finished, and the defenses on the other sides are barely there. No one's really watching those areas. This was supposed to be a knight's residence, so the outer defenses are pretty uneven." Quickly, Old Harry ordered everyone to regroup in the center and stay alert for any movement around them. Before long, there was a sharp crack from the logs on the outside of the stockade. Oil began to seep through the gaps, and in an instant, flames erupted. Similar sounds and flashes of fire appeared on the other sides, and the blaze spread rapidly. Soon, even the section by the drawbridge was engulfed in flames. A look of realization flashed in Old Harry's eyes. "They're trying to burn us out." Outside, the kerosene flowed, quickly spreading through the dry grass and igniting the undergrowth all around. The raiders pulled back, gathering on the barren ground below the slope, eyes fixed on the stockade as it was consumed by fire. A cold wind swept through, fanning the flames higher. The stockade stood like a giant torch in the wilderness. Inside, Lucius picked up his sheepskin scroll again, looking reverently to the sky as he murmured a prayer, "May the gods watch over us." Old Harry led everyone to the center of the stockade, his sunken eyes fixed intently on the flames outside, filled with hope. The raiders on the barren ground cheered, celebrating the victory they believed was now within their grasp. They knew that even if the fire couldn't burn or injure those inside, once the wooden stockade collapsed, it would be their moment to kill. Pedro sat on a wooden stump brought over by his men, gazing up at the smoldering fort with a cold, calculating expression. A bird swept across the sky, and the corner of his mouth lifted in a faint smile. The real purpose behind attacking this place wasn't the horses or the loot, it was the night inside. The ransom for a frontier night was enough to tempt anyone. In his mind, Pedro was already picturing the future, using the hefty ransom to buy a large ship, raiding merchant vessels along the route between Pandera and Ivest, and becoming a pirate king feared by all. The thought sent a thrill through him. Suddenly, the ground began to shake. Pedro was the first to notice, looking down to see the dry grass and sand at his feet trembling rhythmically. The others felt it too and turned to look behind them. A line of warhorses thundered over the grass, kicking up clouds of dust. Arrows then rained down from above, darkening the sky. Countless shafts struck the crowd, sending bodies reeling and blood spraying. Pedro rose slowly, the calm on his face finally giving way to shock. He had just grabbed his sword and was about to shout when an arrow slammed into his shoulder, knocking him back. The charging warhorses crashed into the crowd like sledgehammers, smashing terrified faces. Blades flashed in the sunlight, slicing through flesh beneath leather armor, blood gleaming crimson in the light. In an instant, the raiders who had been laughing moments before were either dead in terror or fleeing in panic, leaving behind a field of corpses and cries of pain. "You bastards, taste what I've got." Sigrid leapt from her horse, swinging her long-handled hammer spear with brutal force. Her sweeping blows sent enemies flying. A downward strike shattered another skull. As she fought, she shouted at her foes, "Remember my name. It's Sigrid Eriksson, sending you to the grave, you filthy scum." Bjorn stayed mounted, chasing down the raiders who tried to escape. He lowered his spear, driving it clean through one man. Letting go of the weapon, he drew his sword and continued the pursuit, each strike claiming another life. The drawbridge of the stockade slowly opened, and Old Harry led a group down to join the fight. When the hawk, Iris, had flown into the fort earlier, he knew Lord Roland had returned. The sight of the black warhorse and its rider swept away his fear and tension, replacing it with the thrill of vengeance. Bang! Nightshade barreled through anyone in its path, then pivoted and stomped with its hind legs. Feeling its master's approving pat, it snorted and charged off to find new targets. Roland pointed ahead, singling out the man in the iron helmet and chain mail, with an arrow in his shoulder, the only one dressed so richly could be the leader. At his signal, Iris dove from above like a bolt of lightning, swooping past the man before turning and plunging at his face, her iron talons tearing into his flesh. With her target struck and his left eye wounded, he stumbled, unable to keep running. Before he could recover, two powerful dogs, one black, one gray, tackled him, biting his wrists and pinning him to the ground. Nightshade skidded to a halt above the fallen man, and Roland looked down at his prey, signaling to Old Harry. Gasping for breath, sword in hand, Old Harry pressed the blade to the man's throat. "My lord wants to know who you are. What's your name?" Lying on the ground with the dogs tearing at his wrists, Pedro laughed through pain and defiance. "What, old man? Can't he ask me himself?" Old Harry kicked Pedro in the face, knocking out his teeth and sending blood gushing from his mouth. "You filthy scum. You're not worthy to speak to Lord Roland." He kicked him again. "That's for calling me an old man." Roland didn't deny it. Anyone who could become a leader had to have a certain fierceness, but that didn't necessarily apply to those around him. Old Harry was dragging the man with the fake hunter's beard, Juan, and pointing at the body of Pedro Lopez, which had been torn apart by the war dogs. In a low voice, he said, "Tell us about him." "He was good man Pedro Lopez, the leader of our group." With that brief introduction, Roland glanced at the corpse on the ground, a thoughtful look crossing his face. Harry continued, "He used to be the son of a Pandela merchant, then later became a pirate. Every year before winter, he'd lead his men to raid the smuggling caravans of the Loy nobles, rob traveling merchants, ambush weaker mountain clans, and even go after bandits. Sometimes he'd kidnap the children of nobles, wealthy merchants, or clan leaders, extort priests from the church, and even secretly make salt or get into smuggling." Roland couldn't help but give Pedro another look. The man's range of criminal activity was impressively broad, seemed to have a hand in everything. Always busy, truly living up to his reputation as a good man. Good man Pedro? Roland's mind stirred. Suddenly, he remembered that this might be the very person Bjorn had been searching for, the one responsible for his aunt's death. As expected, the moment Bjorn heard the name, his eyes filled with murderous intent. He strode forward purposefully, his sister Sigrid following close behind. Sensing what was about to happen, Roland wisely called the war dogs back and cleared some space. The others got the hint and stepped back as well, not wanting to get caught in the crossfire. Pedro, still confused, looked around at the suddenly empty space, about to say something. But before he could get a word out, a fist slammed into his face like a hammer. "You bastard." Sigrid's punch sent Pedro flying, her fury unstoppable. Bjorn arrived right after, and the two of them unleashed years of pent-up anger and hatred, landing blow after blow without mercy. Unlike the others, Roland didn't stick around to watch. Instead, he turned toward the now dwindling flames and noticed a pack of war dogs racing down the slope toward him. He dismounted and waited. When the dogs saw their master, they bounded toward him, tails wagging and bodies wriggling with excitement as they circled around him. The last to arrive were two young beagles, who squeezed past the others to get closer to Roland. He bent down and patted each of their little heads in turn. "Master Roland," old Harry said appreciatively, "your war dogs are truly outstanding. Last night, they took down 3 raiders. And by the way, your horse kicked a small gang leader to death. We questioned the captives, and they confirmed it was your horse. Let me fill you in on the details," old Harry continued. He started with yesterday's encounter with the fake hunter Juan, described the ambush, then moved on to the attack on the camp this morning. Finally, he reported on the wounded. "We didn't suffer too many injuries, just a few minor ones. One man was shot in the shoulder by an arrow, and 2 slaves were grazed, but their wounds have been treated. The mountain clan fighters were a huge help. They fought fiercely. I've already sent people to put out the fires. Luckily, the raiders didn't have much oil, so the wooden camp wasn't too badly burned, though a few spots are seriously damaged. We'll replace the logs and patch things up. It shouldn't be a big problem." "Well done." Roland nodded, already thinking about his next steps. Roland glanced once more at the wooden stronghold, now consumed by dwindling flames, and finally felt a wave of relief. Thankfully, he had brought more than 90 warriors from the mountain clans. There was no shortage of men at his disposal. At last, the siblings had vented their anger. Next, Pedro would face clan justice, presided over by Bjorn himself. Bjorn gripped his long knife tightly, then turned solemnly to address the spirit of his aunt, Ingrid, whom he imagined ascending to the hall of the war god. His voice was grave and resolute. "Dearest Aunt Ingrid, watch over us. Today, I will avenge you. The man who caused your death will pay the price he deserves." As soon as the words left his lips, the knife came down like a bolt of lightning. Pedro's head was severed in an instant, rolling to the ground as blood spattered in all directions. Standing next to Rolling, Lucius clearly disapproved of the mountain clan's method of execution. He let out a cold snort. That man didn't deserve such a quick death. He should have suffered. For someone like him, hanging would have been more fitting. Rolling understood Lucius' feelings. After all, in the tradition of the Loy people, only nobles were granted the honor of beheading. Hanging was reserved for common criminals and was known for its drawn-out, agonizing process often marked by grotesque contortions. To preserve the dignity of death, the Loy nobility decreed that only non-nobles would be hanged. The difference between these two deaths was vast. With the execution over, the siblings looked visibly relieved, even wearing smiles of satisfaction. In mountain clan culture, killing one's enemy was among life's greatest reasons to celebrate, rivaled only by weddings, childbirth, and victory in battle. Now that their vengeance was complete, they felt no sadness, only joy. Sigrid, her face spattered with blood, strode over to Rolling. There was nothing soft about her powerful features. As one of the mountain's mightiest warriors, she was unfazed by the deaths of a few enemies. Her focus was locked on the real purpose of this mission, training the eagle. Lucius eyed her from head to toe, his gaze finally settling on her chest. Sigrid's imposing, mountain-like physique was impossible to ignore. He wondered privately how she managed to squeeze into that seemingly fragile leather armor. As Sigrid gave a soft whistle, a massive golden eagle landed steadily on her shoulder. Lucius was stunned. The eagle looked like her pet, and compared to other birds, it was as if they were mere chicks beside it. He couldn't help but marvel, what a formidable woman warrior. He also realized that Sir Rolling's true strength lay not just in his martial skill, but in his ability to forge such close bonds with the mountain clans in so little time. Nearby, the dogs guarding Rolling showed no fear of Sigrid's intimidating presence. Instead, they stared at her curiously, as if waiting for a chance to take a bite. Sigrid glared back, and the dogs bared their teeth in response, growling even more fiercely. But she didn't get angry. Instead, she smiled warmly, almost motherly. "Well, you little ones are quite brave. Don't worry, I won't hurt your master, at least, not for now. If you behave, maybe you'll hunt a deer for you." Her tone was playful, but her smile was genuine, as if she were among friends. Seeing this, Bjorn felt a jolt of surprise. He had never seen his sister so gentle, though even her gentleness had a fierce edge. He couldn't resist teasing. "Rolling, how do you plan to tame my devil?" Sigrid turned to Rolling, her eyes full of questions. Bjorn answered quickly, "Starve it for 3 days." Sigrid's expression changed instantly. The warmth vanished, replaced by outrage. 3 days without food. She could hardly believe it. Devil, the golden eagle, was one she had hatched and raised by hand. It was a miracle the bird had survived at all. She had always been careful to keep it well fed. She turned angrily to her brother, then looked to Rolling for confirmation. Sensing the tension, Rolling knew he couldn't let his friend down. He nodded. "Your brother has a point, but every raptor is different. Maybe try skipping a meal or 2 and see how it reacts." The conflict shifted quickly. Sigrid's anger gave way to contemplation, though a trace of annoyance lingered. She punched Bjorn hard in the chest, sending him staggering back a few steps. Bjorn exhaled, apparently too winded to argue further. Rolling turned to old Harry, signaling him over. "See to it that the men my friends brought are taken care of already. Clean up the battlefield, count the spoils, and track down any horses the raiders left behind. They must have a camp somewhere. Make sure to send people to search. Let's talk as we go. Old Harry nodded quickly, though he thought Rolling's instructions were a bit too meticulous. Still, he replied, "As you wish, Sir Rolling. But you really should focus on more important matters. I'm hardly a novice at this." Just as Old Harry described himself, he truly was a seasoned veteran. Under his calm and steady leadership, more than 90 people worked in organized teams, carrying out post-battle tasks with clear roles and smooth coordination. Some tallied the spoils, others cleaned up the battlefield, while others transported bodies to be buried at a distance since fuel was scarce in this era, and even nobles taxed peasants for firewood. They chose burial over cremation. The fire in the wooden fort had only just been put out, leaving chaos inside. With little else to do, Roland took Bjorn and his sister for a walk around his territory. Sigurd's warhorse needed rest after the fierce charge, so the three continued on foot, their horses trailing behind, contentedly munching on grass and swishing their tails. By the riverside, the pack of dogs sniffed the ground, sometimes chasing each other, sometimes pausing to watch their reflections in the water. The black-faced mastiff, staring at its own stubborn reflection, went from curiosity to barking at its image, which made everyone laugh. Sigurd glanced back at the smoking remains of the fort, then clapped Roland on the shoulder, showing a rare hint of sympathy. "It's a shame to see your place in such ruins. If I kept making you train falcons for free, my kind heart would ache. So, I've decided to give you a gift since you have so many fine hunting dogs. I'll give you one of the best hunting bows from my clan." "Sigurd, you're too generous," Roland said sincerely. "I really do need a good bow. The one I'm using now was captured from Han Shuangdi, and it's not great. Last time I hunted a stag, I aimed for the neck, but only managed to hit its hindquarters." "You're attentive and considerate, a good warrior," Sigurd replied bluntly. "But don't get your hopes up, even with all this praise. I'm not marrying a skinny guy like you." The mood turned a bit awkward, so Bjorn quickly changed the subject, pointing to a beaver dam by the river. "I heard you don't let anyone hunt the beavers. Is it because you don't like the taste? Their tails are delicious." Roland pointed to the small stream behind the dam, explaining, "Not at all. I have another reason. I need them to maintain the dam so I can eventually build a sturdy bridge downstream." "That makes sense," Bjorn said, looking at his sister. "See, Sigurd, I told you Roland was clever. Wait until the bridge is finished, then eat the beaver's best of both worlds. It's just a bit of cunning, nothing more," Sigurd shrugged, startling the golden eagle perched on her shoulder. Roland said nothing, thinking to himself that he wouldn't eat the beavers even after the bridge was built. They were too important for future food supplies. After their walk, the three returned to the makeshift camp at the foot of the hill. Since the fort was still under repair, they had to sleep under the open sky for now. Sigurd patted Roland's shoulder again. "They'll send you some furs, so at least you'll have something warm to sleep on." It was a small gesture, but it touched Roland deeply. As the sun set in the west, golden rays bathed the returning search party. Led by Cruiser and Glenn, the group moved slowly, followed by 8 heavily laden mules and 4 donkeys, their backs piled high with supplies seized from the raiders' camp. Old Harry stood nearby, his ledger already tallying up the spoils, a look of satisfaction on his face. The first priority was to divide the loot with the mountain clans, whose crucial support had made this victory possible. Sigurd and Bjorn, the sibling leaders, saw the hardships faced by Roland's group and, without hesitation, decided to leave all the essential supplies to their struggling friends. However, when it came to weapons and shields, they insisted on splitting them evenly, as tradition dictated. When the discussion turned to the 15 horses they had recovered, the siblings showed their generosity again, offering to let Roland's group keep all of these valuable mounts. Not to be outdone, Roland immediately gifted them a selection of fine weapons in thanks. Afterward, in keeping with ancient custom, preparations began for a victory feast. Soon, laughter and the scent of wine filled the camp. Meanwhile, at the foot of the distant Oxback Snow Mountains, another celebration was underway. Jiri and Bloodthorn sat inside a large tent lined with thick furs, raising a wooden cup in salute to his new partner. The smuggler, Chris, returned the gesture before launching into the news he had gathered. That night, Wilson led 3 outlaws in an assassination attempt, but failed. 2 were killed on the spot by that man, and the other 2 were tried by the manor court. After people from Ashenford arrived to negotiate, those 2 outlaws were hanged. "I happened to be there and saw their miserable end myself," Chris said, his tone feigning regret. "I feel sorry for Wilson," Jiri and Bloodthorn replied, though his eyes flashed coldly. Deep down, he resented the cunning merchant taking the gems but failed to deliver, and now he was dead, which served him right. Still, Jirian maintained a look of regret and, after a long sigh, asked, "He was a good partner. But you said that man died too. What happened? I want to hear the details." "It's a strange story," Chris said, taking a sip of the barbarian liquor. The bitter taste almost made him grimace, but he forced himself to appear as if he enjoyed it. Swallowing, he continued, "I heard that man was the illegitimate son of a fief knight. Later, the fief was attacked by monsters, and the knight led a hunting party. Only half of them returned. Apparently, something went wrong during the hunt, and the rest, including his son, never came back. The knight was heartbroken for days. Chris added smugly, I got this from the knight's steward. That greedy fellow didn't let me off cheap. That's something worth celebrating, Jiri and Bloodthorn said, feeling his worries melt away. He raised his cup to Chris once more. Thank you for bringing this news. He'll make sure you are well rewarded. Thank you for your generosity, Chris replied quickly, his face alight with joy. He was secretly thrilled. Not only had he closed a deal for smuggled iron, but had also picked up some extra benefits. This risky journey across the Frostlands had truly paid off. The gods have blessed us, he muttered under his breath. Far away in the woods, a silver fox cautiously poked its head out from the bushes, sniffing the freshly turned earth ahead. After glancing around to make sure it was safe, it slunk out of the undergrowth, inching toward a patch of soft soil. It finally stopped in front of a human hand protruding from the ground, its damp nose twitching curiously. Suddenly, the earth erupted. Startled, the fox leaped back, scrambling away in panic before dashing into the distant brush and vanishing from sight. A man, his face and hair caked with blood and dirt, sat up from beneath the ground. He frantically wiped the sand from his mouth and spat out several mouthfuls of muddy saliva before taking deep, steadying breaths. Once he had recovered, his eyes flew open and he looked around warily, quickly glancing over his shoulder. As he lifted his hands, he was shocked to discover that the ropes binding his wrists were gone. A disbelieving smile spread across White's face. The gods have spared me. I'm alive. Early morning. Roland woke from his sleep and, with a hand on each, gently grabbed the two little beagle puppies bouncing on his chest by the scruff of their necks and set them aside. Sitting up, he rubbed his face with his hand, already running through the day's important matters in his mind. The location for the new base had been decided, and with support from the Bjorn siblings, everything would be much more secure. Glenn, Roland called. Sir Roland, I'm here. Glenn hurried into the tent, carrying a linen towel, and waited respectfully at the knight's side. Roland took the towel and wiped his face, giving instructions as he did. Go and bring old Harry, Lucius, and Kruth. Glenn bowed and left the tent, striding off to relay the message. Soon, old Harry arrived, neatly dressed. Kruth, still groggy and clearly hungover from last night's mountain spirits, followed, and Lucius entered, looking fresh in clean clothes. Kruth rubbed his sleepy eyes, evidence of a heavy night of drinking. Glenn was about to leave, but was asked to stay by Roland, which filled him with a quiet sense of pride. Being included in important discussions meant he was now trusted. How are the arrangements coming along? Roland asked as he sat on a simple wooden stool. Old Harry answered right away. Everything's in order, sir. The mountain clans are cooperating, and at least for the next 2 days, everyone knows what needs to be done. I've also made a list of everyone's contributions. The mountain folk have been so helpful, and that's thanks to the Bjorn siblings, especially the sister, Roland said, rising to his feet. He took a parchment document from his pocket and handed it to old Harry. You did exceptionally well in fending off the raiders. In addition to the usual reward, Hay raised something extra for Meaton acres of newly cleared land, with 4 acres tax-free for 2 years. My promise stands. Old Harry was stunned, holding the document, but unable to react right away. Forgive me, sir. Is this good? This really be true? At that, the fog in Kruth's eyes cleared instantly, and young Glenn's mind was already racing. 10 acres planted with turnips could support 5 hives of bees, and the beeswax alone would be enough for 6 candles. Old Harry finally found his voice, bowing deeply, his words trembling with emotion. Thank you for your generosity, sir. May the gods bear witness to your kindness. This land, this foot, it could change a man's life. In his heart, he was already dreaming of 3 meals a day, and maybe even enough grain left over for better days ahead. You've earned it, Roland said, motioning for him to rise. But that's not the only reason I called you here. Just give the order, sir. I'll do my utmost, old Harry replied respectfully. Old Harry gripped the parchment tightly, as if afraid it might slip from his hands. To him, this piece of paper was of extraordinary value. Roland sat down again, his gaze turning to the 2 people in front of him. His tone became formal. He'll prepare 4 horses. You and Kuruzer must return to the fief as quickly as possible and inform Lord Dorn of our new outpost location. I'll take care of the rest. Old Harry nodded heavily. Don't worry, I'll see it done. Roland then looked at Kuruzer, a hint of expectation in his eyes. Teach Kuruzer as much as you can along the way. As he said this, his gaze lingered on the young man's face. Learn from old Harry. The things you pick up now will serve you well in the future. Kuruzer straightened unconsciously, and when he met those deep, steady eyes, he felt a sudden jolt in his heart. He understood the knight was giving him a real chance to grow. Moved, he bowed deeply. I promise I'll take this seriously. I won't let you down. Standing nearby, Lucius watched the knight's manner with a flicker of admiration in his eyes. With just a few words, the knight had given both Kuruzer and Glenn a vision of their own futures, and made it clear that loyalty and hard work would always be rewarded in his service. At that moment, Lucius realized that old Harry was no longer just a man in their eyes, had become the embodiment of the future they could hope for. Once a goal is set, it can inspire people to give their a lift. Even an old hunter could be moved. How much more so for these passionate young men? Roland turned to old Harry again. Before you leave, there's one more thing. Organize the camp's work for the next 5 days and hand it over to Lucius. As soon as he finished, he shifted his gaze to the future priest. You'll be in charge of these tasks for the next few days. Glenn will assist you. You know I have very few people I can truly rely on. He paused, his tone growing heavier. The relationship between the church and the nobility has always been a delicate partnership. Don't neglect it. Remember to show some respect. Lucius immediately replied with respect. He'll take care of it, sir. He bowed slightly, his eyes resolute. It's truly an honor to serve you. Please don't worry. At that moment, Glenn, barely able to contain his excitement, practically shouted, I won't let you down. He'll do everything I can to get this done. He almost seemed afraid his chance might slip away if he didn't make himself heard. When he finished, he bowed even lower, nearly touching the ground in a show of deep respect. His sudden outburst made even Lucius, standing beside him, frown slightly, while both Caruser and old Harry felt a slight shiver. For a moment, the camp fell silent. Even the dogs lying on the ground lifted their heads at the commotion, only to settle back down once they realized it was just Glenn. Only the mastiff, Blackface, shot Glenn a fierce glare. It was clear the dog didn't care much for him. Roland understood the excitement of youth. He himself had experienced those seemingly minor but crucial moments. If young people don't seize the chance to prove themselves, how will they ever go further on the road ahead? Once everything had been settled, Roland asked old Harry to stay behind. He took out a bag of coins and handed them to him. With this money, plus the bounty from judging those outlaws the other day, it should be enough to buy 3 Shire horses, along with 10 ducks and 10 geese. I want to see if they can adapt to this environment. Old Harry accepted the money and nodded. Don't worry, he'll take care of it. He smiled warmly. You really think of everything, sir. Anyone following you will never come out short. The reward document he held in his hand was proof enough of that. Roland gave a small smile. Go and get everything ready for the trip. He nodded, and old Harry turned to carry out his orders. As he watched old Harry leave, Roland's mind drifted to what needed to be done next. The chicken's potential was nearly maxed out. Now it was time to focus on the ducks and geese. As for raising other livestock, that would depend on future needs. He had considered having old Harry bring some sheep, but the road through the wilderness was dangerous, and traveling with too many animals would be a burden. After old Harry left, Roland stretched and yawned. He hadn't slept well last night, and knew he needed a bit of rest. Just as he was about to lie down, there was a stir in the tent. Bjorn stumbled out, rubbing his eyes. He faced the rising sun, stretched his arms wide, and let out a long, drawn-out yawn. After loosening up his neck, he noticed Roland practicing with his sword. Bjorn yawned again, but his sleepy face quickly sharpened with interest. Practicing already? Bjorn casually drew his long knife, spinning it in his hand. My friend, I could beat you with one hand. Don't believe me? He flashed a confident grin. He'll only use half my strength. Are you ready? A spark of challenge lit up in Roland's eyes. I'm not afraid. He raised his long sword and smiled. Let's see what you've got. Bjorn strode forward, bringing his blade down in a powerful arc. The knife sliced through the air with a sharp whistle. Roland quickly sidestepped, surprised at how serious Bjorn was taking this sparring match. When their weapons clashed, sparks flew and the heavy sound of impact echoed all around. The nearby mountain folk put down their work, turning to watch the duel. As expected, Bjorn quickly gained the upper hand, which seemed only natural to the onlookers. After a few rounds, they stopped. Roland was slightly out of breath, feeling the force of Bjorn's strikes through his sword. Bjorn clapped him on the shoulder and chuckled. You'll need more practice, my friend. Despite his words, Bjorn knew full well that Roland's strength was nothing to scoff at. Every swing of his sword carried a surprising amount of power. He just didn't mention the slight numbness in his own hand after all, had only used half his strength. Looking at Roland, Bjorn suddenly grew serious. You need to get stronger, or you'll have trouble winning over the mountain women. They like their men big and tough. He paused, considering his words. Honestly, with your build right now, I doubt they'd find you all that appealing. Luolin nodded in agreement. It was true he needed to build his strength and practice diligently. He set a goal for himself. At the very least, he had to be able to hold his own against Bjorn before he could even think about challenging Bjorn's sister. Winning the favor of a mountain woman, however, was not his top priority for now. During breakfast, Luolin glanced casually towards Sigrid's tent and noticed she still hadn't come out. Bjorn, chewing on a strip of dried meat, explained, Don't worry. I told you, she likes to sleep in. She's definitely still in her tent at this hour. Luolin took a bite of his egg in silent acknowledgement. After the meal, Luolin handed a copy of the route map to old Harry. He stood there, watching as old Harry and Caruze waded across the brook below the beaver dam, following them with his eyes until the pair disappeared into the beech forest. Then, accompanied by his friends and Lucius, he began his usual patrol of the territory. On the newly cleared land, 10 shackled raiders were hard at work, swinging their hose. Not far off, the black-faced shepherd dog kept a watchful eye on them, ready to alert the temporary guard captain, Jonas, at the first sign of slacking. Judging by one raider's swollen cheek and black eye, it was clear Jonas had his own thoughtful ways of dealing with laziness. Across the river, Pandela's slave women were gathering beech nuts. The sound of woodcutting echoed through the woods, while mules and donkeys shuttled supplies back and forth. On the hillside, workers were digging defensive trenches. Thanks to Lady Audila's generosity in lending skilled carpenters from her clan, the watchtower inside the stockade was starting to take shape. The result wasn't perfect, limited by materials and time, but Luolin was more than satisfied. "My friend," Bjorn said, looking around with a sigh, "to be honest, I almost feel sorry for you. Life here is so monotonous. If I were stuck here, I'd probably go mad." Luolin didn't reply. He knew that someone like Bjorn, born with every privilege as the heir to the spear of war, could never truly understand the sense of accomplishment that came from building something out of nothing. Nearby, Lucius raised an eyebrow, feeling a twinge of envy toward those who enjoyed such status from birth. Suddenly, Glenn came running over, breathless. "Master Luolin, you need to come see this. That bandit's not dead." "Which bandit?" It wasn't long before Luolin was sitting on a makeshift wooden stool, staring at the filthy, barefooted white in front of him. The man was hunched over, his face smeared with blood, and he was stammering out his story. "That night, Morrison bashed my head against the stockade logs twice. Even though I had completely lost consciousness at the time, I could still feel the force of his grip around my neck. When I opened my eyes, I found myself buried in the earth, and after that, I turned into what I am now." The people around me listened to my story, their faces breaking into incredulous smiles. But Roland quickly picked up on something odd. "The place where the body was dumped and buried is indeed far from here, but it shouldn't take a whole night and half a day to get here." "You're right," White admitted with a sigh, lowering his head. "I did hide something, but it's just too embarrassing. I was nervous and scared, and it was pitch black so dark I couldn't see my own hand. I ended up getting lost. It wasn't until daylight that I realized how foolish I'd been." Roland nodded slightly and asked, "You could have left, so why did you come back?" "To be honest," White confessed, not daring to hide anything further, "I was injured. I had no food, not even shoes. I couldn't survive out there. At least if I came back, I wouldn't die. I'm willing to stay and work for you, because I know you'll become someone great." Roland glanced at White's bare feet, and couldn't help but think of old Harry's meticulous management of supplies. Nothing useful ever slipped through his hands. "I swear I'm telling the truth," White blurted out as soon as he saw the knight remain silent, raising his hands in earnest. "You can keep me tied up if you want, I won't complain." Standing nearby, Lucius thought this was a golden opportunity. A bandit who could have escaped but chose to return and serve the knight, even willing to accept punishment if word of this got out. It would surely attract refugees, oppressed peasants, and unemployed townsfolk. "That won't be necessary," Roland said, motioning for White to lift his head. "I believe what you've said. From today on, you're free. You can live and work alongside the slaves of Pindra." White stood frozen for a moment until Glenn nudged him. "Aren't you going to say something?" "Thank you for your generosity," White stammered, bowing deeply, so overcome he could barely speak. No longer being tied up and being allowed to live with Pindra's slaves was more than he ever hoped for. Roland asked Glenn to take White to get some food, while he went to find Bjorn, who had already prepared the horses and bows. They wanted to hunt as much as possible before the mountains were sealed off by snow. However, when Roland called for the hounds, he noticed something odd about Blackberry. The usually lively dog was unusually quiet. When Roland knelt to pet her, she immediately rolled over to show her belly. That's when he noticed the changes in her body and remembered what Barbos had said: female dogs become quieter, less active, and rounder when they're pregnant. After confirming Blackberry was indeed pregnant, Roland called Glenn over and gave him special instructions to take good care of her. Before leaving, he added, "Keep an eye on that White. I have a feeling he didn't come back just because he was afraid of dying." "As you wish," Glenn replied solemnly. Roland gave Blackberry a final pat on the head, then went to find Bjorn. Seeing that he was ready, Roland looked around for Sigrid. Bjorn pointed to a tent. "Told you. She likes to sleep in." Roland glanced at the sky. It was already past noon and couldn't help but marvel at how soundly Sigrid could sleep. Whether or not the mountain clansmen are born hunters is up for debate, but one thing's certain: they're true professionals. So, once again, Luolin found himself on the receiving end of their scorn. The two rode side by side, and Bjorn glanced at the bow hanging from the left side of Luolin's sadly a battered barbarian hunting bow, which, in Bjorn's eyes, was little more than a worn-out relic. "My friend, take a look at this," Bjorn scoffed, lifting a hunting bow about 1.8 meters long. He tapped the bow's body and pointed it at Luolin. "This one's made specifically for hunting wild boar, crafted from horn and wood, to pop the lean in both flexibility and draw strength." After showing it off, he put the bow away, pulled out another one from behind his back, and continued bragging. "This here is a deer hunting bow, made from the finest ash stuff yet light. With a proud grin, he took out a third bow, a 1.2-meter shortbow from his quiver. He drew the string, letting it ring with a crisp sound. And this last one is a willow bird hunting bow, with arrows made from hand-picked reeds. Bet you've never seen anything like it. To be honest, Luolin really hadn't. Even among the noble hunters of Loi, such a meticulously curated set of bows was a rare sight. As Bjorn packed away the last bow, he boasted, "Honestly, we left in such a hurry that I didn't even bring my bows for hunting bears, wolves, or foxes. Still, these should be more than enough." He shot another glance at the bow on Luolin's saddle and couldn't help but laugh again. If you show up at a public hunting ground with that thing and run into other mountain clansmen, you'll be the butt of their jokes. Don't blame me if I pretend not to know you. The sarcasm in his voice was unmistakable. Luolin just returned a cold smile, clearly unfazed. He knew Bjorn was blunt, but far from foolish. The subtle expression on Bjorn's broad face suggested there was more to this conversation. "So, what is it you want to trade this time?" Luolin asked with a grin. "Hey, you're getting more direct. I'm starting to think you might be a true mountain clansman yourself." Bjorn scratched the back of his head, glanced at the hunting dogs walking ahead and to the sides, then looked back at his friend. "Train 5 of my hunting dogs for me, and I'll give you these 3 bows, plus matching arrows. 5 arrows for each bow. How about it?" Bjorn had his eye on those hunting dogs for a while, but hadn't found the right moment to bring it up. He didn't want Luolin to think he was being overly calculating. This hunting trip was the perfect opportunity too good to pass up. In his mind, every skilled hunter deserved a few good dogs. As for the bows, he had plenty already, so trading for something useful made sense. Arrows were valuable and time-consuming to make, but a fair exchange was necessary. Ultimately, he decided to have Luolin train 5 of his dogs. "Deal," Luolin agreed without hesitation. There was no way he'd pass up such a good offer. "But don't think him taking advantage of you," Bjorn said, barely hiding his satisfaction, though he tried to sound serious. "I just don't want you to embarrass yourself in front of others. Makes things awkward for me, too." He smiled. "Of course, it probably wound your pride more than mine." "Thanks. I appreciate your concern," Luolin replied with a teasing arch of his brow. Bjorn clapped his friend on the shoulder and laughed. "What are friends for?" The two exchanged a knowing glance, sealing the deal between them. Clap. The two of them reached out and high-fived in the air. The deal was sealed. Before long, they, along with 7 or 8 members of the mountain clans and Roland's hunters, entered the communal hunting grounds. Bjorn had explained that each mountain clan had its own exclusive territory, but disputes often arose over certain areas. Normally, these were settled by a duel between clan chiefs. However, on one occasion, after a particularly fierce fight that left no clear winner, the chiefs ended up drinking together and decided to designate the disputed land as a communal hunting ground, open to all clans. Roland had trekked here with Bjorn for most of the day, driven by several clear goals. First, he needed to continue refining his map. Second, he had to fulfill a prerequisite for his warhorse's transformation: 30 consecutive days of riding. Third, he wanted to determine the exact boundaries of the communal grounds, so his men could avoid the area for now. Lastly, although he wasn't planning to enter just yet, he needed to find a way to gain future access, which meant securing the approval of the other clans. Taking the area by force was out of the question. Even if Uncle Dorn personally led his troops, a couple hundred men would stand no chance against thousands, or even tens of thousands. Not even a full contingent of armored knights could hope to succeed, and Dorn's own armored knights were few and far between. Diplomacy was the only viable path. The good news was that once his warhorse completed its training, Roland would likely have the support of Bjorn's father, Asmund Eriksson. That would be 1 clan down, 3 more to go. It was a daunting prospect, but Roland always believed in the old saying, "Where there's a will, there's a way." If all else failed, he could always resort to a few tricks. A soft hissing sound drew his attention. Bjorn nodded toward the front. Snapping out of his thoughts, Roland realized the hounds had already stopped, crouched low in the bushes, eyes fixed ahead, occasionally glancing back to remind their distracted masters. Following their gaze, he saw 5 deer-like animals grazing in the clearing beyond the woods. One was noticeably larger, with sharp, 3-pronged antlers, and the fluffy tail on its rump confirmed their identity: foolish roe deer. These animals favored the open edges of forests and mountain scrub. They were called foolish for their countless silly behaviors. Bjorn signaled silently to the clansmen and hunters on either side. These seasoned professionals instantly understood the plan. With a knight and a young chieftain present, the honor of taking the shot naturally fell to them. The group quickly fanned out, positioning themselves to drive the deer toward the 2 young men. When the roe deer saw the riders approaching, they didn't run right away. Instead, they stood frozen, displaying one of their classic foolish traits: excessive curiosity. They seemed intent on figuring out what kind of creature was coming their way and why. Their second foolish trait soon followed: a slow response to danger. Only when the hunters were almost upon them did their tails puff out in alarm, and with a startled cry, they bounded into the woods right toward the 2 young men, who were already poised with arrows nocked. "My friend," Bjorn grinned at Roland, his tone playful and competitive, Let's see who can bag more. Winner's prize to be decided later. Deal? No problem. All right, you go first. Thanks. Roland didn't hesitate, pulling an arrow from the quiver behind his saddle. He drew the bow, took a deep breath, and aimed. The target was roughly 40 meters away. He led the shot, tracking its movement, and released. Thwack, the arrow struck the stag right on the haunch. Once again, the haunch. Not bad. Bjorn tilted his head and smirked, then released the bowstring. The arrow, with its broad swallowtail head designed for stable flight, sliced through the air with a soft whoosh, trailing its purple heart shaft behind. Through a perfect shot, the arrow struck dead center in the chest of the distant doe. Bjorn turned to look at Roland, unable to hide the proud grin spreading across his face. His eyes gleamed with triumph. Right in the heart, he said. A bit better than yours, I'd say. I'm not trying to brag, but clearly, I've already got one down, and you're still at 0. This wasn't just showing off Anna Maria, it was pure, unabashed gloating. To hit the heart from over 50 meters away was no small feat. That was the mark of a master archer. The doe hit in the heart was as good as dead, it was only a matter of time. Meanwhile, the one Roland had hit in the haunch was still very much alive, spurred by pain to run even farther. Roland didn't mind his friend's smug expression. He was much more interested in figuring out how to learn archery skills that even surpassed old Harry's. For now, though, he needed to focus on bringing down the remaining deer. Having seen their companions wounded and killed, the 3 remaining does finally realized the danger they were in. They grew alert and began searching for gaps in the encirclement, leaping away in a frantic bid for escape. However, they picked the wrong direction. Go. Roland gave a brief command. The hunting dogs, already lying in wait, burst out from the underbrush. Whether on foot or horseback, the last thing hunters wanted was for their prey to disappear into the dense woods. Visibility would be lost, and archery would become nearly impossible. One deer, just entering the tree line, saw a greyhound spring out from the bushes and immediately leapt into the air, veering in the opposite direction. Cinderella, gifted with the deer's bane instinct, let out a piercing bark, a sound that triggered instinctive terror in deer, sending them fleeing in blind panic. The sound shot straight into the deer's ears, reaching its brain. Gripped by fear, the deer lost all sense, and, instead of running right, made a wild leap to the left, crashing hard into a birch tree with a loud thud. It bounced off the trunk, dazed and sluggish, its head drooping, clearly disoriented. With a howl, the 3 Lewis brothers seized the opportunity, tackling the deer and dragging it down. The rest of the dogs piled on, leaving the deer with no chance to get back up. Bjorn watched, then turned to Roland. My friend, that one doesn't count for you. Our bet was on making the kill yourself, not letting your dogs do the work. Besides, that deer ran into the tree on its own. That's basically suicide. Roland had no comeback for that. He certainly couldn't explain Cinderella's deer's bane ability or the Lewis brothers' deer chaser skills. All he could do was think to himself that this foolish deer's self-destructive move was pretty on brand. Meanwhile, the last 2 deer, seeing what had just happened, immediately turned and bolted in other directions. Roland and Bjorn spurred their horses after them, the sound of hoofbeats echoing through the woods. At this point, stopping to shoot wasn't an option. The deer were moving too fast, and if they paused to aim, the prey would be out of range in a flash. The farther the distance, the harder it was to predict their movement. The only choice was to shoot while riding. Here, Roland's lack of skill became painfully obvious. He drew his bow and fired. His arrow sailed wide, missing the deer by a long shot. Bjorn, on the other hand, released his arrow and whooshed it the deer squarely in the neck. There was no need to look to know that smug grin was back on his face. Bjorn's arrow struck the roe deer's neck with perfect precision, hitting the area where the carotid artery, jugular vein, and trachea were clustered. No matter which one it pierced, the animal was doomed. As expected, Bjorn, firing from horseback, quickly brought down a second deer. Only the stag with an arrow in its haunch managed to slip into the dense forest, temporarily escaping the hunters. But this escape wouldn't last long. Little Ash and the other hounds were relentless and wouldn't let their prey get away so easily. He'll leave that one to you, Bjorn called as he rode into the woods, turning to Roland with a smug grin. You hit it, so the trophy should be yours. His pride was practically overflowing. Roland didn't care about such displays. He knew he wasn't as skilled, especially at mounted archery, never had any formal training. Looking at his friend, who was still grinning, Roland got straight to the point. All right, tell me, what will it cost for you to teach me riding and archery? We're friends, I'll teach you for free, Bjorn replied, holding up 5 fingers. But in the spirit of fairness, I want you to help me train 5 more hunting dogs. Make them as fierce as yours, and he'll be satisfied. Deal. Roland agreed without hesitation. Such a good bargain, wished there were more like it. The 2 sealed the deal with a handshake. Soon after, they witnessed yet another example of the roe deer's notorious foolishness. After tracking for a while, they found the stag hiding behind a thicket. No matter how dangerous the situation, once a roe deer is tired, it always commits the ultimate blunder. I need a rest. A sharp bark from Cinderella startled the deer into panic. Before it could bolt, the 3 Lewis brothers had surrounded it. with the other hounds quickly joining in. The stag didn't even have a chance to show off a fourth foolish behavior, which was a bit of a shame. By the time they returned to camp, night had already fallen. Why didn't you call me? Sigrid stood with her arms crossed, fixing her brother and Roland with a cold stare. Her gem-like eyes flashed with annoyance. But when she saw the howless stag, 5 roe deer, 19 hares, and 8 grouse, her anger faded considerably. You two softies, she said, her tone much gentler. All you can manage are these weak little animals. Next time, he'll show you how to hunt wild boar. My dear sister, Bjorn replied, seeing her anger had passed. He dismounted and approached her, putting on his best little brother smile. We just didn't want to disturb your beauty sleep, or risk waking a sleeping bear. I swear, that's all. Thudo playful punch landed hard on his chest. Sigrid widened her eyes. Flatter me all you want. I'm not going to be that happy about it. That's a new way to compliment someone, Roland thought to himself as he dismounted, making a mental note to remember it. Though the weather was turning colder, meat still had to be carefully preserved. After setting aside what they would eat that night, the rest was given to Glenn, who organized the smoking process in the newly built smokehouse to prevent spoilage. After the feast, Roland returned to his tent. With the wooden manor still unfinished, he had to live and work from the tent for now. Once Lucius finished his report and left, Glenn helped Roland out of his heavy chainmail while sharing his observations from the day. That slave, Brule, is still the hardest worker. Ever since you promised him an egg as a reward, he hasn't missed a single day, Glenn reported. And that bandit, White, has been so cheerful lately, like a whole new person. If it were me, I couldn't be that carefree. Luolin took the fresh clothes Glenn handed him, changed, and put his chainmail back on. Looking at Glenn, his tone was calm yet firm. Learn as much as you can from Lucius. You'll benefit greatly from it. Glenn replied respectfully, though remember your advice. He hesitated for a moment before adding nervously, about the golden eagle, Dyer, how is it doing? Luolin's brow furrowed slightly, already guessing Glenn's answer. As expected, Glenn was silent for a moment, looking a bit uncomfortable before saying, I apologize for not doing as well as you asked, but I promise I did my best to keep it hungry. However, Miss Sigrid was watching me the whole time. She said she wouldn't interfere since she promised you, but under her gaze, I ended up feeding the golden eagle after all. Luolin wasn't surprised this was exactly Sigrid's way of doing things. He sighed, his tone softening. It's not your fault. Go get some rest. Yes, good night. Glenn quietly gathered the knight's discarded clothes and left the tent with his head bowed. The night was deep and still, with only the wind and the occasional chirp of insects breaking the silence. Luolin's eyes sharpened as he picked up a chicken from the ground, ready to activate its heavenly gift. He was filled with anticipation. What kind of abilities would these chickens have? The chicken in his grasp didn't seem to understand what was about to happen. Its curious little head kept twisting around. Luolin relaxed, took out a silver coin, and placed it into the slot of the copper-bound book. As the coin disappeared, the second intermediate trait appeared. Basic, extra-large eggs unlocked. Basic, 1 egg a day unlocked. Intermediate, large chicken breasts unlocked. Intermediate, free range in spring, summer, and autumn. Chickens love to run and roam freely. In spring, summer, and autumn, they need very little feed and grow up healthy with firm, tender meat. Unlock with 6 silver coins. Luolin smiled. Though he was spending silver, he knew these investments would pay off in the future. While extra feed would be needed in winter, the cost of raising chickens in spring and autumn would be low, and the meat quality guaranteed. It reminded him of the wisdom he'd heard about livestock farming. As the copper-bound book glowed faintly, a surge of energy flowed into the chicken, and the third advanced trait was activated. Advanced. Half the cholesterol. The yolks of eggs from these chickens contain half the usual cholesterol. Unlock with 10 silver coins. With a satisfying clink, Luolin inserted more coins, pleased with this new trait. Eggs are a nutritious food, and while they do contain cholesterol, moderate consumption is healthy. This trait would make his eggs even safer to eat in larger quantities. At that moment, the fourth advanced trait finally appeared. Advanced. Disease resistance. The chickens will have a much lower chance of contracting avian flu, fowl plague, and chicken cholera. Unlock with 10 chickens and 1 gold coin. Unlock, Luolin said, relieved as his worries faded. In ancient times, these diseases could be deadly and wipe out entire flocks. With this trait, his chickens would be much less likely to get sick. He looked at the docile chicken in front of him and gently patted its head. Surprisingly, the chicken didn't shy away, but lowered its head peacefully, as if accepting his touch. You're quite well behaved, Luolin murmured. He knew that a chicken's temperament was shaped by its environment, but in this moment, it seemed to be reacting to the calm around it. Just then, a few dogs suddenly lunged toward the chicken, surrounding it. Their eyes were filled with hungry intent. Nearby, a fierce goshawk perched on a wooden stake, staring intently at the chicken. Its sharp, deadly gaze made Luolin worry a little for the bird. Luolin raised his hand and waved at the dogs, quietly signaling them to back off. He knew that while today's heavenly gifts were exciting, He would need to plan his chicken coops more carefully in the future to minimize the risk of disease. Finally, he decided to unlock the chicken's last heavenly gift. As 2 gold coins dropped into the copper-bound book slot, the text glowed again. Heavenly gift. Powerful chicken breast. Eating the breast meat of this chicken helps the eater gain a touch of fast-twitch muscle fibers in their chest. Luolin froze for a moment, then broke into a smile. This is great. He stroked the chicken's head, quietly deciding that this bird would become an important part of his future flock, bringing not only superior meat, but also added health benefits to those who ate it. It's good, but it's expensive. Roland shook his head and sighed, pondering ways to raise funds. Gold mines, silver mines, or even gold dust would be ideal, but even if he found them, without the right to mint coins, it would be pointless. Unless he could become a high-ranking noble, like an earl or higher, but that path was clearly out of reach. Letting go of such fantasies, Roland turned his attention to the most practical option at hand, using the food and livestock talents from the Copper Book to develop large-scale poultry and animal husbandry. This was the most reliable economic foundation he could build. With this income, a mere 2 gold coins would no longer be a problem. Of course, farming couldn't be neglected either. Most people might find it impossible to excel at both, but with the Copper Book, he was confident he could manage. Roland looked down at the map on his knees. In addition to the simple sketches of trees, hills, and rivers marking the natural landscape, a few prominent skull symbols indicated the layers of bandits and thieves. Much of the area surrounding the camp was still uncharted, waiting for him to explore. The next morning, while most people in the camp were still asleep, Roland was already practicing his breathing exercises. Nearby, Glenn was chopping carrots and smoked bacon, glancing at the knight swinging his sword and muttering, "Who's the real master here, anyway?" After finishing his training, Roland sheathed his sword and tossed some dried meat to Xiaohe, the first dog to have offspring. As he considered what to name the puppies, he noticed Bjorn was missing. Glenn quickly explained, "Sir, Lord Bjorn left last night. He specifically asked me to prepare feed, said he was bringing some dogs." Just as Roland was wondering who he should spar with today, Sigrid strode out of her tent, her figure almost bursting out of her leather armor. "He'll train with you," she said, drawing her longsword and tilting her chin confidently. After their practice, Roland resumed his lessons in reading and writing with Lucius, the future priest. Lucius noticed the knight's arm trembling slightly as he wrote, then glanced at Sigrid practicing with her longsword by the riverbank. He immediately understood the strength of this female warrior was truly formidable. After breakfast, Roland picked a few people to accompany him to the woods near the beaver dam, ready to begin a long-term project. With nothing else to do, Sigrid decided to tag along, keeping close to the knight's side. Sigrid stood at the edge of the woods, watching her people busily chopping down low shrubs, her brow slightly furrowed. She turned to Roland beside her and voiced her concern. "Shouldn't your top priority right now be building houses and wooden stockades? These shrubs aren't good for construction. They're only useful as firewood at best. If you had these people clear land, you'd get firewood anyway, wouldn't you?" "That's a secret," Roland replied calmly. Despite her rugged appearance, Sigrid was quite perceptive. She shook her head and said, "It's not very polite to pry into someone else's secrets," but her eyes lit up. "How about a trade? You tell me your secret, and I'll share one of mine." With a clap, the two sealed their pact. Instead of revealing the secret directly, Roland began with some background. "Your father said I'd have at most 1 month to finish the deal. After a month, you'll all be gone." "That's right," Sigrid confirmed with a nod. "My people have to prepare for winter. We can't stay here forever." She frowned. "But what does that have to do with your secret?" Roland turned and pointed toward a nearby beaver dam. "Look over there. I sent someone to observe. It's a family of at least 40 beavers. Each one can chew down a small tree every day, so that's a conservative estimate of 20 trees a day." He turned back to her and continued, "We did the math. The lower sections of those trees are just the right size and length for building small cabins. Each cabin takes 60 logs. So, in 3 days, the beavers could provide enough wood for 1 cabin. There are about 100 days until spring before my uncle arrives. They could supply the logs for 30 cabins. "Oh," Sigrid's eyes widened in realization. "You're planning to put the beavers to work for you." Still, she had doubts. "But shouldn't you be destroying their dam to drive them out to cut down more trees, instead of clearing these shrubs?" "Cutting these shrubs serves a dual purpose. They make good firewood," Roland said, glancing around. "And after we break the dam, it will guide the beavers to focus on trees that are actually useful for both sides, instead of wasting their effort on these worthless bushes. After you leave, my people will have more important things to do." He sighed. "This is what happens when you don't have enough people or money. Besides, the beavers won't be idle anyway. Why not make it a win-win? We offer them protection, and they help us with the work." Sigrid looked at the dam, as if speaking to the beavers themselves. "So you're good for more than just meat after all." She turned to Roland, curiosity shining in her eyes. "Honestly, I'd love to open up your head and see what other interesting ideas are in there." "No need for that," Roland replied with a smile, taking a step back. "The beavers will stay, and will only partially break the dam. During the rainy season, We'll manage the water flow as needed. The dam has more uses than you might think. My turn, Sigrid said, folding her arms. He'll share a secret with you too. I've always been curious. Roland finally seized the chance to ask what had long wondered. Our ancestors were all Nords, but your people are generally taller and stronger than ours. Why is that? You want to know about that? Sigrid looked at him in surprise. I'm just curious. As he nodded, Luolin looked steadily into Sigrid's eyes, his tone calm. Just tell me the truth. Of course, if it's a secret you can't share, I won't push you. We can talk about something else. I was wondering what you'd ask. Sigrid let out a soft breath, visibly relaxing. It's a family technique passed down through generations. Honestly, it's not that different from the breathing exercises you practice every day. She spoke openly, without a hint of hesitation, clearly not intending to hide anything. It's no secret, really. You've just wasted a question. So there really is a special family method, Luolin thought, recalling what Lean had once said. Every family has its own unique tradition. As he pondered those words, Sigrid's expression turned serious. She gestured toward the golden eagle on her shoulder. We need to discuss something important. When do you plan to start training Daywire? That depends on when you're willing to let it go a little hungry, Luolin replied, his gaze sincere. That's my personal secret to taming animals. In fact, it's a family tradition of mine, too. Is that really necessary? She asked, frowning slightly. Absolutely, Luolin answered without hesitation. Sigrid was silent for a moment, studying Luolin's face before finally nodding. After the dam incident, she saw him in a new light. He always came up with unexpected solutions. Maybe he really did know what he was doing. All right. From today on, I'll leave Daywire to your attendants. I won't interfere anymore, she said firmly, making her decision. Luolin agreed just as decisively. The two of them continued chatting as they walked back to camp. By the time they returned, the hunting party was already assembled and ready to go. Luolin and Sigrid led the team back to the communal hunting grounds. A few days later, the Dorn estate. In the kitchen of the knight's manor, the maids were busy at work. Knives chopped on cutting boards, steam billowed from the stoves, and the air was thick with the scent of spices and simmering meat. There were important guests tonight. Rumor had it they were wealthy and influential. One maid, slicing onions, leaned back and spoke to the others. Are we really expecting anyone important? I heard they're just merchants. Another maid, tending to roasting pigeons, glanced at the flames and replied, truly important people wouldn't bother coming here. Meanwhile, a third maid, adding salt to flour, had a different opinion. At the very least, it shows they care about the future Baron. Quiet, all of you. The head maid entered, sounding stern, a note from the steward in her hand. The steward says every dish we serve tonight reflects Lord Dorn's taste and judgment. At the same time, in the manor's knight's lounge, the future Baron, Dorn, stood tall and straight as a maid helped him into a new suit. He carried himself with dignity, exchanging only subtle glances with the estate's steward, who stood nearby. How did things go? Dorn asked in a low voice while the maid adjusted his collar. He couldn't move, so he kept his voice down. You know which matter I mean. Of course. The steward nodded and signaled for the maid to leave, closing the door behind her. Only then did he step forward, smoothing Dorn's lapels as he replied quietly. A few days ago, we managed to learn more about Knight Luolin and his companions. Among the three, two are bards. One is down on his luck and looking for a patron, hoping to become a retainer. The other has a special background as a servant of Baron Kensington from Catfish Lands. He's here to investigate Luolin. The steward paused, a trace of pride in his voice. But as planned, I've already spread that unfortunate bit of false information. The Dornish knight, who rarely smiled, let a faint grin appear on his face when he heard this. Leaning back in his chair, he tapped the armrest with his fingers. That 30-year-old daughter of the Kensington family is still unmarried. There must be something wrong. He shouldn't think about sending her my way. He paused for a moment. But if he didn't have those 5 sons, I might have considered having Roland marry her next spring. The estate steward stood to the side, a knowing smile tugging at his lips. You're absolutely right, my lord. If Baron Kensington truly had no other children, it would indeed be a golden opportunity for Sir Roland. Of course, if it ever came to that, there would probably be a line of suitors stretching out beyond the city walls. As he spoke, the steward circled behind Dorn and straightened the collar of his cloak. There's another matter. That merchant from Vanilla Town, his family, used to trade in rare furs. Last year, his father was robbed on the road and lost everything, leaving them deep in debt to several nobles. Lowering his voice, the steward continued. His intentions are unclear, and he tried to slip me a bag of coins. I've already passed the money along to our contact in the capital. I've told you before, if someone tries to bribe you, you can keep half your due, Dorn said, looking at the steward who had served him since his days as a mere knight. And what happened next? My lord, the steward replied, moving to Dorn's side. Merchants in the fur trade always end up in Cold Spine City. I've already arranged for someone to keep an eye on things there. You're always so thorough, Dorn sighed, turning to face the steward. It's a pity we still haven't heard from Roland. That puts us at a disadvantage in negotiations. We can't wait any longer. There are plenty of others eyeing the merchant's idle wealth. Come on, it's time we met with them ourselves. In the spacious audience hall of the estate, the merchants had already been waiting for quite some time. When Dorn entered, they all rose to greet him. Among them, a man in a brown and green robe with darker skin stood out. This was the merchant Zulu Longjiluo from Pandora. May the gods bless you, Lord Dorn. The merchants greeted in unison. A rare smile lingered on Dorn's face. May the gods bless you all as well. With the steward's assistance, he took his seat at the head of the hall and gestured for everyone to sit. After a round of polite conversation, the son of a prominent merchant, unable to contain himself, spoke up first. Lord Dorn, your victories and your reputation for justice are known far and wide. My father and I always believed you would win the right to expand these lands. It's a tough task, but we're willing to contribute 100 gold coins, plus 30 top-quality farming tools. 100 gold. The steward thought to himself with a cold smile. Do they take us for beggars? Dorn, however, maintained his smile and nodded slowly. Seeing someone take the lead, an older merchant, well past 50, quickly followed. Lord Dorn, you have my full support. With your abilities, I'm sure you'll turn this land into fertile ground. I, too, am willing to contribute 100 gold coins. The old merchant knew perfectly well that it was all because of that impulsive young man starting things off. According to his expectations, the most he could offer was 50 gold coins. This decision was based not only on the actual value of the land grant, but also on the fact that the knight had no heirs. If anything were to happen, even 50 gold coins could be a complete loss. The other merchants soon voiced their opinions, with their offers ranging from 50 to 100 gold coins. The estate steward did some quick calculations. They had managed to gather 650 gold coins so far, but that would hardly be enough to cover all the costs of developing new land. They needed to buy draft horses and oxen, purchase slaves, and hire carpenters, stonemasons, and various craftsmen. They also had to pay specialists to prospect for minerals and mercenaries for protection. On top of that, they had to form an armed militia, acquire weapons, equipment, and more horses, not to mention the ongoing expenses of feeding everyone and their animals along the way. The Dornish knight showed no displeasure at the merchant's cautious approach. Instead, his eyes remained fixed on one person, the merchant he considered the most important. As expected, after everyone had spoken, Zulu Longjiluo turned to face Dorn, offering a slight bow before speaking in a calm, measured tone. Lord Dorn, with all due respect, I don't believe a man of your abilities would seek cooperation with us based solely on a land grant. I've come here in good faith, and I ask that you show yours as well. At these words, all the other merchants turned their attention to the seemingly unremarkable merchant from Pendra. Dorn replied frankly, you're right. I actually sent my nephew, Sir Luolin, to begin the settlement before the autumn harvest. The rumors you've heard are false. While this may not strictly follow the rules, it was necessary to establish a foothold. Upon hearing the truth, the merchant's attitudes visibly relaxed. The son of the wealthy merchant quickly spoke up. My father will certainly give Lord Dorn his full support. An older merchant offered a respectful nod and asked, Lord Dorn, if I may, bandits roam that region, and the mountain clans are fierce. You only sent one knight. There are also 60 pioneers, the estate steward added. In reality, there were only 30, but this harmless exaggeration would do no harm. Among them are 20 militia and 10 mercenaries. 60 people? The merchants exchanged glances, and, after a brief whispered discussion, the old merchant who had spoken earlier said, Lord Dorn, we have faith in your abilities, but have they truly managed to establish themselves there? Once again, all eyes turned to Dorn at the head of the table. A land grant could usually fetch support worth 100 gold coins, but if they had already secured a foothold on that territory, the situation was very different. At the very least, we can offer a bit more support. Now, we're just waiting for this man's answer. Before the words had fully left his mouth, Lean stepped into the hall, walked over to Lord Dorn, and spoke quietly, My lord, the situation has been confirmed. Dorn didn't respond immediately. He listened in silence, his gaze cold and steady. Once he had heard Lean out, he turned to the gathered merchants and addressed them slowly. I understand your concerns. But since I've invited you here, you can trust that I am confident in our prospects. I won't let you down. He paused, his eyes sweeping over the group, then gestured subtly to the steward standing behind him. The steward understood at once and left the hall. A moment later, he returned, bringing in an older man, old Harry. Dorn gave a faint smile and introduced him to the merchants. This is Harry, my nephew Roland's trusted companion. He's just returned from the new lands. Today, he'll explain the situation to you in detail. Dorn paused briefly, the corners of his mouth lifting in a subtle smile, then continued, As I've said, he'll soon set out again. If any of you wish, you may send someone along to see everything for yourselves. Harry has only just come back from the new lands, Dorn added, with a hint of mystery. Standing in the center of the hall, Harry bowed his head for a moment, fully aware that everything depended on the steward's arrangements. Though he felt a bit uneasy, he spoke steadily. Gentlemen, I accompanied Knight Roland on the mission to develop the new lands. The good news is, the wooden fort and camp have been established. He spread out a carefully drawn replica of a map on the table, pointing to a marked spot. Here is the new land. We have already cleared and cultivated 1,260 mu of farmland. Immediately, all eyes turned to the map. Harry spoke with confidence, but in his heart, he couldn't help but tremble. In reality, the actual amount of farmland was much less, almost half of what he claimed. This was all at the steward's instruction, and Harry couldn't help but feel uneasy at such a bold lie. 1,260 mu? The merchants began to murmur among themselves. They no longer questioned the existence of the new settlement after all. Lord Dorn had made it clear that if they had any doubts, they could send someone with the old hunter to see for themselves. Still, an older merchant couldn't hold back his skepticism and asked, Lord Dorn, forgive me, I mean no offense, but I do have some concerns. Your steward mentioned that the first group to develop the land was only 60 people. In such a short time, how could they possibly clear so much farmland? Dorn didn't answer right away. Instead, he looked to old Harry. The steward's instructions had been clear. Harry needed to confirm everything before Dorn responded. Harry steadied himself, knowing he wouldn't have dared say any of this without the steward's approval. He replied calmly, it's true our 60 men alone couldn't have cleared that much land so quickly. But during that time, Knight Roland led us to defeat the bandit Bloodhammer Albert and rescued many people. News of these events has already spread. One of the merchants nodded, as if recalling those reports. But another merchant still seemed doubtful and spoke up again. But those who were rescued spoke of a hero, and it wasn't Knight Roland, it was someone else. Harry smiled at this, a touch of confidence in his eyes. He turned to the merchant and explained calmly, to avoid unnecessary trouble, Knight Roland used the alias Edward during the operation. There was a brief moment of surprise. Then the merchants nodded in understanding, exchanging glances as their doubts faded away. The merchant who had questioned him now looked relieved. I see. It seems this journey was worth it after all. Our investment should not go to waste. Old Harry continued explaining about the land, his voice echoing through the hall. Of course, we also took care of the notorious raider, Pedro the Good. News of his death might take a while to spread, since we wiped out his entire band. He turned to address the merchants, whose eyes were filled with curiosity, and began to explain what truly concerned them. Our Knight of Roland has formed an alliance with the chieftain of the Spear of War Mountain clan. He hired their people to help us clear the land, which is why we've been able to cultivate so many fields in such a short time. He gestured toward the window. You can even see the war horses the mountain clan gifted to our Roland Knight. As you all know, their horses never leave their tribe, and they're easy to recognize. Harry added, just as Lord Dorn said, I'll be setting out in a couple of days. If you wish, you can send someone with me to see everything for yourselves. Dorn stepped in at the right moment, his gaze sweeping over the astonished faces of the merchants. If any of you would like, I can have those horses brought in right now for you to see. That won't be necessary, Lord Dorn. Zulu Longjiro bowed to the head of the table and spoke up. What you've shared is more than enough. The son of the great merchant was the first to make an offer, his voice filled with eagerness. Lord Dorn, I'll personally add another 300 gold coins for you. As for my father, I'll explain everything to him in detail, so it won't delay your plans. Smooth talker. The estate steward thought with amusement. This time, you're not speaking for your father, but for yourself. The old merchant clearly realized this was a rare opportunity. Working with a rising noble offered new prospects for himself and his children. Once everything was confirmed, he immediately spoke up. Lord Dorn, please forgive my earlier rudeness. To show my apology and full support, I am willing to contribute 400 gold coins to work with you. Another smooth talker. The steward glanced at the old merchant, quietly tallying the growing sum as he listened to the others' offers. In the end, the total amount of gold had climbed to 2,500. When it was Zulu Longjiro's turn, the merchant from Pandera gave Dorn a deep bow and announced, Lord Dorn, your vision and resolve are truly impressive. It would be my honor to support you. I am willing to offer 3,000 gold coins. 3,000. The other merchants were visibly shocked, murmuring among themselves. He's much wealthier than he looks. Dorn smiled at everyone at the table, but didn't show excessive excitement or agree right away. Thank you all for your trust, but please, hear me out. In truth, he hadn't expected the Roland Knight to not only establish himself, but to do so with such success. When he saw the new lands marked on the map, he felt it was truly a blessing from the gods, a chance to move forward with a major decision ahead of schedule. The estate steward, understanding Dorn's intentions, immediately took a map of the north from a nearby chest, spreading it out on the table and weighing down the corners. Ladies and gentlemen, please take a look, Dorn said, rising to his feet and pointing to the bay on the rocky shore peninsula. Although he addressed everyone, his eyes were fixed on the Pandera merchant, knowing he was the key player while the others were just minor contributors. Dorn wanted more than just gold, wanted a prosperous territory and a larger population. To grow quickly, farming alone wouldn't be enough. He needed to find another path. Dorn's finger traced slowly across the map. On the eastern side of the north, there's only one port, Yuanwu City. Trade in and out of there is extremely inconvenient, as I'm sure you all know better than I do. So, I've decided to establish a second trading port here. Dorn's voice echoed through the conference hall as he withdrew his hand from the map, straightened up, and swept his gaze across every merchant present. As for the concern about the bay's depth, the raiders' ships have already proven it's not an issue. He looked around the room, his tone resolute. My nephew was the first to explore that area, not to farm the land, but to scout out the local bandits and raiders for me. Dorn's eyes sharpened. I assure you, it won't be long before these threats are completely eliminated. Once your caravans arrive, you'll no longer need to worry about safety on the roads. My baronial castle will stand guard over the port town, ensuring your goods remain secure. He paused, his voice steady. Now, what I need is not just your support, but your partnership. With that, his gaze fixed directly on the merchant from Pandarath, main character. Lord Dorn, the merchant's son, quickly seized the opportunity to speak, his eyes alight with business acumen. I see this as a rare opportunity. If a port is built there, my family's caravans will no longer have to travel all the way to Yuanwu City. The savings on road costs alone would be substantial. He made his commitment without hesitation. In addition to the earlier funding, I'm willing to invest another 500 gold coins to work with you. His statement seemed to snap the elder merchant out of his contemplation. The old man looked up and met Dorn's gaze. He'll contribute 600 gold coins as well. With these declarations, the atmosphere in the conference room became noticeably more animated. The other merchants quickly followed suit, each making their own commitments. They all understood clearly. What they were betting on now was the future, the prosperity that would come once the port was completed. Standing to the side, the estate steward did his own calculations. The promised sum had already surpassed 5,200 gold coins, far exceeding expectations. Lord Dorn, the Pandera merchant, Zulu Longjiro, studied the map, his eyes already envisioning the wealth this venture could bring. For him, this trading port was a tailor-made business opportunity. He looked up, admiration and sincerity in his expression. Your foresight is unparalleled. Working with you may well be the best decision I've ever made. Raising his voice slightly, he declared, he'll invest 10,000 gold coins in this partnership. Hey, race, to a fruitful collaboration. To a fruitful collaboration, Dorn replied, knowing full well that the funds wouldn't come all at once. Merchants preferred to pay in installments so they could minimize losses if things went awry. Something he understood completely. Dorn calculated his next steps internally. There were still many challenges ahead, but he had finally completed the fourth major step in his plan. Now it was time for the fifth, and for that, he would need Roland's involvement. After old Harry stepped out of the mansion's parlor, he let out a long, heavy sigh. His right hand instinctively pressed against his chest, feeling the uneasy beating of a heart that had been ticking for 55 years. He had never told such a significant lie to anyone, not even to his late wife. He quickly clasped his hands together in front of his chest, lifted his gaze to the crescent moon above, and murmured a prayer, "May the gods forgive me." This was all for Lord Dorn and Master Luolin. It was the steward who taught me to lie, who spoke those words through me. Please, grant me your forgiveness. The steward followed him outside, and, seeing the old hunter's remorseful posture, stepped forward to comfort him. Let the gods punish me instead. I already carry enough lies on my back, a few more won't break me. Go to the kitchen and find something to eat. Lord Dorn wants to see you after the banquet. Late into the night, the banquet finally ended. The steward saw the guests off to their rooms one by one. He knew well that tomorrow would bring more negotiations about the details of their cooperation. The investors would not be satisfied so easily. They would want to ensure every penny was well spent. Land rights, shares in mining operations, port profits, even tax exemptions, nothing would be left undiscussed. The thought made the steward raise an eyebrow. More headaches for Lord Dorn, he mused. Once the guests were settled, the steward led old Harry to the study, where a weary Lord Dorn was waiting. They began by discussing the exploration of the unclaimed lands, and moved on to plans with the mountain clans to root out the raiders. Dorn was aware of the lie the steward had asked old Harry to tell, and reassured him, "Don't worry. By the time you return, there will be even more cultivated fields than before. The people who went with you aren't really there to measure the land, they just want to see hope." Suddenly, old Harry understood and realized Dorn was right. Seeing the old hunter finally relax, the steward smiled knowingly, reminded of his own younger days. Dorn gave the steward a meaningful look, and the latter immediately placed a pouch of coins on the table. Dorn continued, "Everything Luolin asked you to purchase, buy 3 times as much and bring it all back. He'll assign you a new team of slaves and guards. Let the person returning with you take them back first. After all, we need to keep this story straight." "Yes, my lord." Old Harry was genuinely impressed by the uncle and nephew. They clearly shared the same sharp mind. Dorn picked up the map old Harry had brought back and was astonished to learn that Luolin had drawn it. For a farmer's son with no formal education to produce such a map was a remarkable talent. Once again, Dorn was convinced that Luolin was a gift from the gods. Then, Dorn took out a new map, compared the locations, and, with a quill dipped in ink, drew a circle at the site of the new camp. He moved the quill southeast, finally marking a double circle near the rocky bay. While waiting for the ink to dry, Dorn looked up and continued giving instructions to Old Harry, his gaze solemn. You only need to give this map to Knight Luolin. He'll understand what I mean. Tell him as well, if he encounters any obstacles, he should go around them and wait for me. He must not risk his life. Once I arrive, any obstacle that ever stood in his way will be swept aside. Old Harry bowed slightly, placing his right hand over his chest, his tone resolute. As you command, sir. I will report your words exactly as you've said. Good. Dorn nodded slightly, relaxing back into his chair. Suddenly, a mysterious smile flickered across his lips as he turned toward the steward standing by. Knowing your temperament, that down-and-out bard is probably still here, isn't he? A flicker of surprise crossed the steward's eyes, but he quickly regained his composure. My lord, you know me well. Seeing his master's easy smile, he immediately guessed Dorn's intentions and replied, I'm aware that we're short-handed in the new lands. Even if a vagrant wandered in, I wouldn't let him go it alone a bard. Are you planning for him to follow Old Harry and pledge loyalty to Lord Luolin? You're right, but it can't be that simple. Dorn found his newly hatched idea amusing, his expression both serious and tinged with amusement as he instructed, tell him, if he can use his abilities to persuade 10 people from Freetown to move to the new lands within 10 days, then he can go and pledge loyalty to Luolin. Of course, whether he becomes my nephew's retainer depends on his own skills. A glint of admiration appeared in the steward's eyes. My lord, your arrangements are truly unexpected. All right, since today's been nothing but good news, I'm going to enjoy a well-deserved rest. Dorn waved his hand, signaling the end of the conversation. Good night, my lord. The steward bowed and left the room. Once the others were gone, Dorn walked over to the window, resting both hands on the sill. He gazed out at the star-studded night sky, exhaling deeply. His tense features finally relaxed, revealing a genuinely contented smile. Far away, the young knight Luolin stood atop a newly built watchtower, also wearing a satisfied smile. His gaze swept over the busy figures below, and he nodded to himself. Luolin had discovered that these mountain folk worked with great dedication. Only today had he learned that laziness had no place in the temple of the god of war, a divine virtue, indeed. Of course, there were exceptions like Sigrid, who could sleep until the afternoon. But her entry into the temple of the god of war was hardly by taking shortcuts. She simply bulldozed her way in. Sir Luolin, perhaps we should head down now, Lucius said nervously, standing nearby. He was a bit afraid of heights, but insisted on staying by the knight's side, carefully positioning himself in the center of the platform. He always suspected the wooden structure wasn't sturdy enough. Still, he understood that this blessed land was just beginning to take shape, and it was impossible to build a stone fortress yet. Constructing such a castle required selecting and shaping the right stones, which would take at least 3, maybe even 5 years. Such a long wait. He also knew there was no money to hire stonemasons at the moment. Luolin responded briefly and was the first to climb down from the watchtower. Once on the ground, he looked up at the crescent moon, not to admire it, but quietly praying for his ancestors' blessing that tomorrow's exploration would go smoothly. Lucius climbed down carefully and, noticing the knight's good mood, decided it was time for some gentle advice. After all, in addition to practicing breathing techniques, swordsmanship, theology, handling affairs, and hunting, the knight had recently picked up a rather peculiar new hobby: playing with mud. A noble knight really shouldn't do such things. After a day of careful thought and preparation, Lucius finally spoke. He stood before Roland, choosing his words with caution. Every great man has his own way of cultivating character. Some paint grand battle scenes, others write chivalric poetry, play out strategies on a chessboard, or carve wooden horses. Roland watched him calmly, waiting for Lucius to reveal his true purpose. Lucius took a deep breath and got straight to the point. To be honest, you really can't keep playing with mud anymore. It undermines your authority. Indeed, Roland had spent the last few days studying soil. The lesson from the burned wooden fort had made him realize the urgent need for better building materials. Stone was ideal, but there was no good stone nearby, and transporting and processing it would take too much time. After much deliberation, he decided to move forward with one of his planned projects ahead of schedule: brickmaking. This world was much like early medieval times. In his previous life, bricks hadn't been invented yet, though beautiful stained glass already existed in the churches. The biggest challenge now was finding the right kind of clay. Seeing Roland's expressionless face, Lucius grew a little uneasy and quickly added, well, maybe it's not entirely a bad way to cultivate yourself, but you bring up a good point. Roland turned to face the future priest and smiled. But until I've fulfilled the god's guidance, I may have to keep going. Lucius was taken aback. The god's guidance? He was puzzled, unsure what kind of instructions the gods had supposedly given. Just then, Glenn arrived carrying a wooden bowl filled with chopped fresh rabbit meat. Roland had prepared it as dinner for the Golden Eagle, Daywire. Roland took the bowl and, followed by his attendants, walked into the largest wooden house in the fort. The interior was simple, just a single room, but large enough for a few hunting dogs lying on the floor, a wooden table 3 chairs, and a bed covered with animal pelts. This simplicity wasn't by choice, but a necessity, as solving the issue of building materials was his top priority. Roland went to the wooden rack in the corner and began feeding the Merlin falcon, Ulysses. Glenn quietly reported, "As you instructed, we've dug 3 small clay kills at the foot of the slope and built 3 airy sheds on the high ground outside the camp. But those sheds are so drafty, no one could possibly live in them." "They're not meant for people," Roland replied, still focused on feeding Ulysses. Winter was coming, and the ground would soon freeze, so time was running short. Small clay kilns were efficient and practical for firing bricks, while the open sheds were for drying the raw bricks. This was just the experimental phase. Everything was kept simple. Large-scale production would have to wait until spring. Noticing his attendant's curiosity, Roland simply smiled and said, "You'll see their purpose soon enough. Go get some rest for now." "As you wish." Glenn bowed respectfully and left. After Glenn left, Roland gently removed the leather hood from the golden eagle, Daiwile. As he fed it pieces of meat, he spoke in a familiar tone. "Your master has been gone for 3 days now. Do you know why she left you here?" "That's right. Just as you thought, she doesn't want you anymore. She thinks you're too stupid." Before he could finish, a point of light suddenly appeared above Daiwile's head and shot straight into the bronze-bound book. The process of bonding was completed in an instant. The raptor talents already activated in the book, including absolute loyalty, transformed into starlight and drifted into the eagle's mind. Roland stroked its smooth feathers. "See, only I know you're no fool. Meeting me is your good fortune." "Chirp, chirp," Daiwile called out eagerly, both responding to its new owner and, perhaps, urging for more food. After all, it hadn't eaten for 3 days, and maybe its newfound connection helped it understand Roland's words. Nearby, the Merlin, Iris, let out a couple of sharp cries as well, clearly wanting more food too. Roland took 2 gold coins from his pocket and placed them into the bronze book. Soon, Iris's bestowed ability appeared. She could permanently remember any route, never get lost, and her daytime flight speed as a messenger was doubled. "Excellent." Roland nodded in satisfaction, gently smoothing Iris's feathers. With this messenger talent, delivering messages would be much more convenient and efficient. He turned to Daiwile and, after a moment's thought, decided to activate its bestowed ability as well. After all, he had gained 83 gold coins from the raiders and could afford it. As the 2 coins vanished, Daiwile's bestowed ability appeared. Just 4 words. "It is very protective of its home." Roland was momentarily surprised by this unique description, but quickly accepted it. After all, this was just a borrowed falcon. After putting away the bronze book and feeding the birds a bit more, Roland lay down to rest. The next morning, he woke up early as usual to practice. More than a month of breathing exercises had noticeably improved his control over his strength. While washing up, Roland felt a bit out of sorts. He hadn't had anyone to practice swordsmanship with for days now. He also found himself wondering why Bjorn, who had promised to bring his dog the next day, still hadn't shown up. Suddenly, there was a loud, urgent knock at the door. Definitely not Glenn's style. "It's me," came a familiar voice from outside. "Hey, Sigrid." Roland greeted her with a smile, glancing past her as he looked around. "Where's Bjorn?" Sigrid shoved 4 bows into Roland's arms with such force that he had to step back. She followed him inside, glanced around, and pursed her lips. "It's a bit rough, but it'll do. As for that fool Bjorn, he's out borrowing dogs." "Borrowing dogs? They must be rare if it's taking him this long to gather 10, Roland said, handing the unstrung bows to Glenn, who came running in. The wild boar bow, the deer bow, and the bird bow had all been gifts from Bjorn. The other bow, with animal fur adorning both ends, had been personally given by Sigrid. It was the most precious bow in the entire clan. The bow stood a full 2 meters tall, making Roland look even shorter when he held it. Its craftsmanship was exquisite, easily described in a single word: superb. Roland looked at the bow, shook his head, and chuckled. "You'll have to wait until you're stronger to use this. Right now, you can't even draw the string." He was always blunt. Sigrid simply smiled and nodded, offering no retort. "Let's eat together. I came here hungry. Get me a big bowl, will you?" "This little one's for women," Roland said, gesturing with his chin at his attendant, Glenn. "Go fetch Miss Sigrid a bigger bowl too." After the meal, Roland mounted his horse and rode downstream along the riverbank. Before long, he passed a beaver dam and continued onward. Yesterday, he hadn't found any suitable clay when had gone upstream, so today he decided to try a different direction. Sigrid naturally followed, accompanied by the black-faced shepherd dog who was supervising and Blackberry, who was peacefully expecting puppies. The rest of the dogs darted around their horses, chasing and playing. Only Xiaohei, as always, stayed faithfully by Roland's right side. His left belonged to Sigrid. "Not hunting today?" Sigrid couldn't help but ask. "I've already sent people out to hunt," Roland replied, his eyes scanning the grasslands along the riverbank as if searching for something. "Don't worry, I didn't send them to the clan's communal hunting grounds. The map of that area is already finished. There's no need for me to go in person again." With that, he took a piece of parchment from his pocket and began sketching the surrounding terrain. Sigrid glanced at him, her brows knitting slightly. Why are you making maps? It's nothing, Roland replied, looking up with a smile. I just don't want to get lost. Sigrid didn't press further. She knew Roland's mind was always full of odd ideas. Thinking of the ancient map hidden in her family's secret room, she fell silent for a moment, realizing he might be even more mysterious than he appeared. Suddenly, Roland dismounted and strode quickly toward a patch of dry grass. He crouched down and began digging with a small spade. The dogs, seeing their master digging, immediately crowded around and started pawing at the dirt too, eager to join in the fun. This is sedge, Sigrid said seriously, pointing to a cluster of weeds nearby. It's not edible. If you eat it, you'll get nauseous, vomit, and have diarrhea. Don't ask me how I know, but I'm sure you can't eat it. I know, Roland replied. I'm not eating it. He kept digging, eyes on the ground. I'm looking for soil. Sigrid frowned slightly, sensing something was off. She knew Roland never did anything without a reason, but at the moment, he really did look like he was simply playing in the mud. She couldn't help but smile, though she felt a twinge of suspicion. His quirks were always hard to figure out. But after a few minutes, Roland's actions became more focused. The gray soil he dug up grew stickier when wet by the river, and his eyes lit up as if he had discovered a treasure. He started digging even more enthusiastically. Sigrid's curiosity was instantly piqued. She stepped closer, watching his every move. She knew that whenever this man acted out of the ordinary, there was always a secret hidden beneath it. In her mind, she was already wondering what secrets she might be able to exchange with him in the future. Roland, I don't really care about what you're doing, Sigrid said, frowning slightly as she sank into thought. She was down to her last secret, with nothing left to trade. After a moment, she decided to shift the topic to something that mattered more to her. But when do you plan to start training the horses from our clan? I've already started, Roland replied calmly, his attention still focused on the lump of clay in his hands. The mixing is done, he confirmed again. This is the gray clay. Sigrid looked down and nodded, confirming for herself that it was indeed the type of clay that could be fired into gray bricks. Still, she couldn't let go of her earlier question. You say you've started. If that's the case, where are the horses? Why haven't you begun working with them the way other trainers do, by interacting and training them directly? Roland stood up and gave her a cold glance, his voice steady and full of confidence. That's just for show. Just like your mountain clan warriors, true strength only comes through hardship. Those horses need to be tested, too. Sigrid was momentarily at a loss for words, even a bit stunned. An inexplicable feeling rose inside her. Could actually talk about this with such seriousness. Some of the horses have already accepted their masters, Roland continued. For the rest, it's just a matter of time. Every day, I'm training their patience, not simply taming them, but building their resilience. I've been watching them closely. Only the truly determined ones are worth my time. You've already started? Sigrid was skeptical of his methods. She hadn't seen him spend time with the horses the way other trainers did. Instead, she only saw him with them at night feeding them, or using them to haul timber and limestone. How is that training? She asked, unable to hold back. It's not training, Roland replied, raising an eyebrow and fixing her with a sharp gaze. It's about letting them experience real hardship. If they can't handle hunger and exhaustion, how could they ever become great? Sigrid was taken aback by his look, but quickly glanced away, replying softly, You might have a point. Maybe you should get back to digging. She turned her gaze elsewhere, not wanting him to see how shaken she was. Roland took a deep breath, feeling a hint of satisfaction. Had seen right through Sigrid's character and way of thinking. Her respect for strength made her more receptive to his methods. He could tell she was starting to understand, even if she wouldn't admit it out loud. Almost done, he murmured, bending down to continue digging. This woman might seem tough on the outside, but her inner strength was just as formidable. That was exactly why his words resonated with her. In recent days, Roland hadn't spent much time interacting with the horses directly, but had never stopped observing them. He was only interested in the ones that could endure hardship. Those were the ones worth training. The rest weren't worth his effort. He knew, just like the mountain clans, that resources should only be invested in those truly worthy. That was his principle too. I only choose the strongest, he whispered to himself. Fortunately, the noble stone fortresses had long used lime mortar as a binding agent. The pioneers who accompanied them were all somewhat familiar with the technique of firing lime, which saved Luolin a great deal of time and effort. As for the timber collected from the mountains with the help of the mountain clan's horses, beyond being used to improve the camp, it would also be needed in the future to build coops and sheds for chickens, ducks, geese, and livestock. Of course, some of the wood would also be used to make charcoal. When it came to repairing weapons and making tools, charcoal was preferable to coal, as its flame was gentler, easier to control, and contained fewer impurities, meaning it wouldn't contaminate the metal during heating. After all, the era dictated these choices. To be honest, Luolin's days were packed from morning till night. Sword practice, calligraphy, studying theology, handling daily affairs, training horses, assessing workers, and even worrying about tasks like brick firing. He was essentially doing the work of several people at once. This gave him a much deeper understanding of the hardships of pioneering, not only the challenges posed by nature and manpower, but also the complexities of management and construction. That's why his schedule was always so full. Lucius was equally busy. Lately, he had less and less time for his theological studies, especially after he temporarily took over old Harry's duties. At this very moment, Lucius was standing on the open ground below the slope, overseeing various tasks. In his opinion, the mountain clan's warhorses were incredibly useful. With their help, transporting timber from distant areas required much less manpower. In addition to this, he was also responsible for supervising the lime kiln. Fortunately, the lime was finally ready and just needed to cool. However, Lucius knew well that while lime was an essential binder for building stone fortresses, there was no stone yet only lime, which had been prepared in advance. It seemed the young knight was a bit ahead of himself, perhaps a little impatient. Luckily, the amount of lime produced was not large, so maybe the young knight simply wanted to test the local limestone first. Just then, Lucius saw the knight and a woman riding back in a hurry, not even dismounting before leading a group of people away again. Had they run into trouble? The thought crossed Lucius' mind. Otherwise, there was no reasonable explanation. Not long after, he saw the young knight return with his group, unloading bags from their horses and carrying them to the slope near the 3 small sheds. On closer inspection, he realized the bags contained gray soil. This time, Lucius no longer thought the knight was wasting time. It wasn't because of the talk of divine guidance the night before, but rather because the knight had mobilized so many people for this task. Lucius understood this was no trivial matter. After all, this knight was so frugal with manpower and resources that had even set dogs to watch over prisoners at work. If he was now using people to move soil, it was certainly for a good reason. 2 days later, the gray soil spread out on the slope had dried. Lucius watched as the knight directed people to sift out stones and other impurities using burlap screens. Then, cooled lime powder and plant ash were mixed into the gray earth, along with some sand and chopped straw, to make mortar. Lucius became increasingly convinced that this was no ordinary project. He couldn't help but wonder, had the gods truly given this knight some kind of guidance? So what exactly is guiding us? This question lingered in Lucius' mind. As a servant of the gods, all he could do was quietly observe from the sidelines. Noticing his gaze, Luolin glanced at him and pointed to the earth, saying, "Join in and help mix the mud. This is the will of the gods. It won't sully someone who serves them." "Understood. As you command," Lucius replied at once, joining the others at work. He thought to himself that this knight truly made use of everyone he could to save manpower. If Lord Doan were here, he probably wouldn't be spared either. Luolin stood aside, instructing everyone on how to mix the mud. As the one in charge, he only needed to give directions, which fit everyone's expectations of a knight. They should focus on martial skills and managing their land, not get involved in manual labor themselves. He paid special attention to the proportions in the mixture. The water had to be just right, and the lime and wood ash needed to be added in precise amounts. These details were crucial. When fired at high temperatures, lime would react with other materials in the bricks, lowering the firing temperature and making the bricks denser and stronger, increasing both their durability and resistance to cracking. The potassium and sodium in the wood ash would help the bricks fuse and improve breathability. Sand was added to further increase breathability and prevent cracks. Finely chopped straw would burn away during firing, leaving tiny pores that gave the bricks insulating and heat-retaining properties. But the ratios of these ingredients had to be perfect. Everything needed balance, just like in all things. The wisdom of their ancestors found new meaning here. Since he couldn't be sure of the ideal proportions, Luolin decided to make 3 separate batches, each with a different mix. That was why they built 3 well-ventilated drying sheds on the hillside above and 3 earth kilns down below. Sigrid quietly watched Luolin as he directed the others. His calm and composed demeanor reminded her of her father, who once commanded armies. But she quickly dismissed the thought, secretly thinking Luolin could stand to put on some weight, and feeling curious about his plans. From morning until afternoon, the group finally finished making a total of 33 bricks in 3 batches. Each brick was cut to the exact size Luolin specified, using a taut string. The workers carefully moved the bricks, separated by wooden boards, into the small sheds, 11 bricks in each. Building the sheds on high ground ensured good ventilation and protected the bricks from morning dew. Luolin then gave Glenn further instructions. Light small fires on the floors of the sheds. Keep the flames under control, and make sure someone is always watching. The fire must not go out. "Yes, sir," Glenn replied. He didn't quite understand the reason, but he was used to doing his job without asking questions. Seeing the puzzled looks from those around him, including Lucius and Sigrid, Luolin offered no explanation. In his view, there was no need to explain these technical details, better to let the finished product speak for itself. Once he started explaining, the questions would be endless, and that would only waste time. After a simple meal, Luolin mounted Nightshade and set out on his daily patrol, accompanied by a loyal pack of dogs. His first stop was the charcoal kiln to check on its progress. Due to limited manpower and resources, they were using a traditional earth pit method for making charcoal. Fortunately, the workers were all experienced, and the process was going smoothly. Next, he headed to the beech forest to oversee the gathering work. The slaves focused intently on their tasks as Luolin left the woods. Passing by the beaver dam, he noticed that the shrubs in the area had been significantly reduced, leaving only tall trees behind a clear sign of the beaver's handiwork. A few of the dogs paused by the riverbank, fascinated by their reflections in the water. Luolin called softly, "Let's go," and the dogs immediately gathered around his horse, tails wagging with excitement. Their little group was mirrored on the river's surface. Luolin looked up at the water, already planning for the year ahead. He decided to postpone building the watermill until he could see the water levels during the rainy season, to avoid wasting labor on the wrong site. Returning to the slopes, he was greeted by the sight of vast fields cleared by burning. The view brought a satisfied smile to his face. He carefully surveyed the surrounding terrain, considering locations for the sawmill, drying yard, and mill. Since windmills of this era were mostly wooden with only a few key metal parts, he decided to place all three facilities in the same area to save on transportation and labor costs. After some advice from his companions, they quickly settled on the exact spots, and all timber deliveries would now be routed there in preparation for construction. 3 days later, Luolin visited the small shed to check on the bricks. Seeing that the bricks had dried on the surface, he turned to Sigrid and said, "Break one in half for me." "Break it?" Sigrid looked at him in confusion. "You went to all this trouble to make these, and now you want to break one? I mean, it's your call, but why me?" "Because you're the strongest one here," Luolin replied matter-of-factly. The others nodded in agreement, making Sigrid feel quite proud. She snapped a brick cleanly in half and handed both pieces to Luolin. He examined the cross-section carefully. This simple, primitive test was also the most straightforward. That's why each shed held 11 bricks. The extra one was for testing dryness. After a close look, Luolin judged that another 2 days of drying would be enough. To be honest, Sigrid looked at the broken bricks, brushed the dust off her hands, and seriously reminded Roland, "They're not very sturdy. I'm really curious what you're planning to do with them." "Of course, I know it's your secret. You don't have to tell me. Just wait a few more days, and you'll find out," Roland replied calmly before turning to fetch more bricks from the other 2 wooden huts. Sigrid didn't say anything else. She simply picked up a brick and snapped it in half with ease, as if she were breaking a dried twig. Her curiosity was written all over her face, but Roland wasn't surprised. She wasn't the only one. Lucius, who taught calligraphy every day, Glenn, who always stayed by his side, and Jonas, the mountain clan warrior, were all waiting to see what would happen in the end. 2 days later, the bricks in the wooden shed were completely dry. Under Roland's strict supervision, the workers carefully carried the bricks down to the 3 small earthen kilns at the base of the slope. Following Roland's instructions, they stacked the bricks layer by layer inside the kilns, making sure to leave enough space for the heat to circulate and ensure the firing would be thorough. Once the bricks were in place, Roland checked the fire channels carefully. Only after confirming everything was ready did he have the workers place dry grass and branches in the firebox. "Start with a small fire to let the bricks heat up gradually," he cautioned. "If you go straight to a big fire, the bricks might crack." Standing nearby, Lucius listened to the knight's detailed instructions and grew more convinced that this was no ordinary project. Sigrid, meanwhile, watched with a mixture of curiosity and amusement, just waiting to see what would happen. Roland was waiting too. This was a crucial moment. Once the fire was lit, the fuel had to be kept going without interruption, gradually increasing the heat, and the firing would need to last at least 3 days. Roland decided to camp out in a tent by the kilns for the duration, keeping watch himself. This was too important to leave to others. Whether it succeeded or failed, he needed to learn from the experience and be ready for next time. Letting someone with no knowledge of brick firing try to learn from it was simply out of the question. At night, the light in the tent was dim. "Your Dawayer is fully trained now." Roland placed the golden eagle back on Sigrid's shoulder and reminded her, "It's become fearless. Nothing scares it anymore." "That's great." Sigrid took off the leather hood from the eagle's head and carefully examined her Dawayer from top to bottom. When she looked into its eyes, she noticed they were sharper and fiercer than before. The bird seemed more spirited than ever, not at all like it had missed several meals. She made a mental note to test it soon and see just how fierce Dawayer had become. With a sudden flap, the golden eagle took off from Sigrid's shoulder and landed on Roland's instead. "Dawayer." Sigrid was clearly startled and called out softly, "I'm your master. Come back to me." The eagle paid her no mind, not even glancing her way. Instead, it affectionately nuzzled Roland's ear, almost like a pair of lovers. Sigrid was completely stunned, unable to react for a moment. Roland was confused as well. He could have sworn had instructed Dawayer last night to return to Sigrid and serve her. Had it forgotten everything overnight? "You can't have that short a memory, can you?" He then gave Dawayer a steady look and gestured towards Sigrid. "I told you, you need to go back to your original master and follow her commands. Go on." Sigrid watched as the eagle reluctantly spread its wings and returned to her shoulder, maintaining an awkward distance from her face and looking oddly distant. Seeing this, Roland stepped forward and put the leather hood back on Dwyer, patiently explaining to Sigrid, "Don't worry, it's just that you haven't seen each other for a while. That's why it's acting this way. But you're still its true master. Give it some time, and things will go back to normal. Trust me." "You're probably right," Sigrid said after a moment's thought, accepting the explanation. Still, she was amazed by Roland's skill with animals. In such a short time, Dwyer had become so attached to him. The more she thought about it, the more she felt she needed to leave for a few days, otherwise Dwyer might really forget who its master was. "I just remembered something important at home. He'll be away for a few days," she said, turning and quickly leaving the tent. Not long after, the heavy sound of hoofbeats echoed outside, growing fainter as they sped away. Roland couldn't help but think, those siblings really are alike. "Sir Roland," Glenn rushed into the tent, pointing outside with excitement. "You have to come see this. The clay blocks are changing color, just like you said they would." Luolin stepped out of the tent and found a large crowd had already gathered nearby, most of them mountain folk drawn by curiosity. Some had even pitched their own tents here, clearly planning to stay for the long haul and watch the show unfold. You couldn't really blame them. Luolin had announced earlier that the most crucial moment would come in 3 days. With little else to do in the wilderness, this never-before-seen brick-firing process had become their main form of entertainment. Over the past few days, anyone passing by would stop and ask, "Is it done yet?" Or, "When will it be ready?" Scanning the crowd, Luolin wondered to himself, "Aren't any of you tired in the middle of the night? Don't you have work to do tomorrow?" He kept walking, and the crowd parted instinctively to make way for the night. Lucius stood among the onlookers, his eyes shining with anticipation. Deep down, he sensed that if this succeeded, it could change everything. He couldn't quite explain where this feeling came from, just chose to trust the young knight. Jonas, on the other hand, was growing impatient. He was eager for the night to hurry up. What was going to happen to those clay blocks after they changed color in the fire? The question circled endlessly in his mind, his heart pounding in contrast to the knight's slow, deliberate steps. Most of the others were simply there to watch, hoping to satisfy their curiosity. All eyes were on the young knight as he stopped in front of the middle kiln and drew the long sword from his waist. With a swift, practiced motion, he slid the blade into a small opening in the kiln, tapping upwards and downwards until the tip struck a block that had already changed color. A clear, ringing sound echoed out just like metal striking stone. The crowd exchanged surprised glances, knowing full well that only clay blocks were inside the kiln. Lucius rose up on his toes, peering through the small hole at the heat-altered blocks inside, silently praying, "May the gods watch over us." Jonas scratched the back of his head and raised his eyebrows, worried head misheard. As a straightforward mountain man, he spoke up, "Sir Luolin, are you sure you don't want to hit it again? I'm not sure I caught that sound, and I don't think anyone else did either." Yeah. The other mountain folk chimed in, someone even shouting, "Sir Luolin, give it another hit so we can hear." The knight didn't reply. Instead, he moved to another kiln and repeated the process. This time, the sound was lower and more muffled. He then approached the last kiln and struck again. The third sound was different from the first, too not as crisp as the first, but still with a distinct ring. 3 kills, the same kind of clay blocks, yet each produced a completely different sound when struck. The crowd wasn't confused. Instead, they marveled. How strange. At the very least, Jonas was now certain that the crisp sound wasn't something ordinary clay and metal could make. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the knight as he slowly turned around, waiting for the command they'd all been hoping for. Put out the fire and take the blocks out. It was only natural they'd waited all night and wanted to see the results. Seal them up, Luolin said, facing the crowd and pointing at the 3 kills. Close the vents, the openings, and the chimneys. Cover them all with earth. Seal them all. The crowd was taken aback, exchanging bewildered looks. They hadn't expected this order. Why not take the blocks out now? Even though they were still full of doubts, everyone followed the knight's instructions and sealed the kill's opening, the flue, and the air vents. Once the sealing was done, they all turned to Knight Luolin, their faces a mix of curiosity and confusion. Noticing their eager expressions, Luolin said softly, "Go get some sleep. We'll come back in 3 days to open it up." 3 more days? Before anyone could recover from their shock, Luolin was already heading back to his tent. For the villagers, who had gathered to see the excitement, the wait would be pure torture. Jonas couldn't help blurting out, "Wait again? Sir Luolin, you have no idea how much this is killing me." "No one is to touch anything for the next 3 days, Luolin said, sweeping his gaze over the crowd. Only after everyone nodded in agreement did he slip into his tent. Lying on a bed of animal pelts, he absent-mindedly stroked his dogs and sank into thought. The step they had just completed, sealing the kiln, was a crucial part of the brick-firing process. Blocking the air kept the kill's atmosphere reducing, which made the bricks more uniform in color and improved their durability. Letting the kiln cool slowly also prevented the bricks from developing stress cracks, making them stronger and tougher. Normally, Bricks made from clay would turn red or grayish due to iron content. But with a reducing atmosphere, the finished bricks often came out gray or bluish-gray. Staring up at the tent's ceiling, Luolin silently prayed, "Ancestors, please let this work." The next morning, Glenn sat in front of the tightly sealed kiln. As he stirred diced smoked meat into the thick porridge simmering over the campfire, his eyes kept drifting toward the knight, who was already up and training in the distance. Even though the kiln was sealed, the knight still kept watch, making Glenn even more certain that whatever was inside was no ordinary thing. Glenn had barely slept the night before, unable to understand why stones turned to white powder after firing, while clay became hard as rock. As he mulled it over, a group of strangers appeared on the horizon, clearly out of place. In the group, a mercenary grumbled to his captain, "At the very least, we should be getting more money for this." Alan, the mercenary captain, found himself agreeing. Had expected to be following Lord Dorn, but instead, they'd been sent to this lawless frontier for the entire winter. It was the first mission for his newly formed squad of 15, and he didn't have much experience handling this sort of situation. With their contract already signed, Alan decided to test the waters with the knight they were about to meet. Even though the knight was Lord Dorn's nephew, mercenaries and knights weren't bound by master-servant ties. In a dangerous frontier like this, asking for extra compensation seemed reasonable. He made his way past the caravan loaded with cages of chickens, ducks, and geese, then past a group of slaves, intending to find out just what kind of man this knight was. In the end, I walked side by side with the knight's attendant who was leading the way. My friend, I wanted to get to know that knight better after all, would be serving him all winter. Kuruzer scoffed at this. He knew that the mercenary captain was trying to pry more information about Lord Luolin from him. All along the road, the captain kept searching for opportunities to ask questions, but Kuruzer never gave much away at most. Had mentioned only the obvious. "Sir Luolin is a good man. Captain Allen." Suddenly, a mercenary on lookout duty waved his arm at the front of the group and hurried over, breathing hard and pointing anxiously toward the woods ahead. His voice was urgent and trembling. "Up ahead there's a troop of cavalry heading our way." "A troop of cavalry? Are you sure?" Alan gripped his long sword tightly, forcing himself to steady his racing pulse. He remembered his father's warnings. In the borderlands, encountering cavalry could mean fierce mountain clans or ruthless raiders. His father's advice echoed in his mind: no matter what happens, a mercenary captain must never show panic. Alan took a deep breath to calm himself and asked, "How many are there?" "Two didn't count, but there must be at least 100, the mercenary stammered. 100? The number hit Alan like a blow, and the tension he'd been holding back rushed to his face. How could their small band of a dozen possibly stand against 100 mounted men? And they were on horseback. In that moment, his father's lessons were all but forgotten, and he couldn't think of a single reason not to be afraid. Kuruzer raised an eyebrow and glanced at the map, his frown easing. "If I'm not mistaken, that should be Lord Luolin." Just then, a flock of grosbeaks startled from the woods, taking to the sky in a flurry. The thunder of hooves followed, growing louder and louder. A wave of cavalry surged out of the forest, clad in leather armor and mountain-forged iron plates. A chorus of cries broke out from the chained slaves, panic spreading among them as they had no idea what was happening. The chickens, ducks, and geese caged in wicker baskets flapped and squawked in alarm. The shire horses, burdened with supplies, grew restless at the commotion, stamping their hooves and tossing their heads. The mercenaries, now assembled at the front, raised their shields and braced their spears over them. Though they looked well drilled, their bodies were stiff with fear, unable to move. "Don't panic," Alan said, gripping his sword and taking a deep breath as he tried to reassure those beside him. Kuruzer, seeing the on-rushing cavalry, spotted the young knight in chainmail at their center. He patted Alan's tense shoulder. "Weren't you curious about my lord, Luolin? Well, here he is." Alan, already on edge, jolted as if doused with cold water. He turned quickly to look at Kuruzer, seeing calm and a touch of pride on his face. Then he turned his gaze back to the approaching cavalry. As they drew near, Alan could make out the young knight's features. Youthful, a bit lean, handsome but composed, his expression utterly unreadable. When the cavalry halted in front of them, Alan watched as Kuruzer moved past the mercenaries, approaching the black horse and bowing deeply to the young knight in chainmail. "Good morning, Lord Luolin." As soon as he spoke, the tension in the mercenaries' arms eased, their shields and spears no longer trembling, and they all breathed a quiet sigh of relief. It was one of their own. Alan saw the young man give a slight nod in response to Kuruzer's bow, then glanced briefly in their direction. When their eyes met, Alan felt the weight of those deep brown eyes sharp and commanding, like a wave crashing over him and pinning him in place. In that instant, Alan realized he'd best abandon any thoughts of trying to get a few favors out of this man. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.